What up, everybody? It's your boy, the Evil Dragon here, and welcome to the New Year stream. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're watching part of an archive stream. The full stream will not be able to be uploaded because one, it'll be 24 hours, and two, we're doing some stuff that can't be allowed on YouTube and or Twitch today, so it'll be deleted. But we're gonna be starting off by reading all of the Pokédex entries. From the official Pokemon website. Boucher just informed me there were 1,025 Pokemon, and I only have 110, so we gotta look up those last few. But I got some water, some sparkling water, I got some snacks. We about to get into it. After this, we're gonna do a Pokemon movie marathon. So let's go ahead and get right on into it. Yeah, it's from the DLC. They added a couple more. I see. We might actually, depending on how things go and how I feel at the time, we might actually play the DLC. I don't know yet. I still haven't done the first DLC yet. But let's go ahead and get started, shall we? Let me bring this over. It looks like the music should be fine. Like, that's not too loud, right? That should be good. How do everything sound? Are we good? Yeah, music's good? Alright, cool. I don't know where the Discord sound came from. It must have been from the actual thing. It's not too loud, it's not covering your voice. Perfect. Alright, well, let's start off with what would have been technically my first Pokemon. I never played any of the Pokemon games as a kid. I didn't play it until high school, but I still had the anime, and I loved Bulbasaur. I guess I thought he was cute. I mean, but look at him. Look at this good little boy. Surprisingly, Bulbasaur is more like a frog than he is like a turtle. I thought he was like a turtle, kind of. But Bulbasaur, there is a plant seed on its back from the day this Pokemon was born. The seed slowly grows larger. And the other entry would be, while it is young, it uses its nutrients that it is stored in the seed on its back in order to grow. Elementary school for me for 5th grade started with Black and White. I see. I think technically I was 3rd generation for Pokemon, but I obviously, because the OG Pokemon TV show was on, I saw 1st generation. But I think it was 3rd generation because I remember seeing May all the time for the current anime. Let's go to Ivysaur. You know, the website lets me. There it is. Ivysaur. When the bulb on its black... What? When the bulb on its back grows large, it appears to lose the ability to stand on its hind legs. Exposure to sunlight adds to its strength. Sunlight also makes the bud on its back grow large. So that implies that Bulbasaur can stand on its hind legs, which I guess Ivysaur cannot. Venusaur. Its plant blooms when it's absorbing solar energy. It stays on the move to seek sunlight. A bewitching aroma wafts from its flower. The fragrance becomes those engaged in battle. Imagine, that sounds kind of broken. I don't think Venusaur has a move that actually does that. But imagine, or maybe he does. I haven't played with Venusaur since ever, really. But imagine, like, in the middle of a fight, you just get fucking calmed down. You're like, nah, you're not gonna get all that adrenaline and everything you need for a fight. Just calm down, relax a little bit. That's kind of broken. That's a little broken. I'd imagine that, like, they have some move to represent that with that it just it decreases attack speed, because its special defense is pretty alright. Its defense is pretty alright in terms of, like, overall stats, it looks like. So if it has a move that decreases overall attack and special attack, that will be kind of fucked up. Charmander. When I actually eventually did play a Pokemon game, this is the Pokemon I chose, and it was the correct choice because they don't give you fire types until really late in OG Pokemon. It has a preference for hot things. So when it rains, steam is said to spout from the tip of its tail. It's to spout from his tail? Like, instead of fire, it's steam? Or is like Fire types was kind of if you didn't pick one at the beginning, you ain't getting one later. Yeah, it's a fire. They really stingy with the fire types. which usually fire types have like the highest special attack, which is what I use. From the time it is born, a flame bursts out of the tip of its tail. Its life would end if the flame were to go out. It would end? Is that only for Charmander? Alright. Charmeleon. I remember Ash's Charmeleon being a fucking dick. It has a barbaric nature. In battle, it whips its fiery tail around and slashes it well away with its sharp claws. Yeah, losing the flame on its tail kills them. Is it just for, it's the whole entire line, or is it just Charmander? If it becomes agitated during battle, it spouts intense flames, incinerating its surroundings. Probably Charmander. Alright. Yeah, I remember Ash's Charmeleon was a dickhead. His Charizard was a dickhead too, but he was cool. It said that Charizard's fire burns hotter if it has experienced harsh battles. So that would eventually mean if it gets hotter, its fucking flame would eventually just turn a different color. It would turn blue eventually. It is said that Charizard's fire burns hotter if it has... Okay. That both of the entries say the same thing. Interesting. Squirtle. Alright, this is usually the starter I pick if I ever replay the game, because Squirtle is just a good Pokemon. I name him Roshi. When it retracts its long neck into its shell, it squirts out water with vigorous force. When it feels threatened, it draws its limbs inside its shell and sprays water from its mouth. Yeah, see, this is the reason why I'm not reading every entry, because most of the entries say exactly the same thing, except it's just worded differently. Alright, War Turtle. War Turtle! It's recognized as a symbol of longevity. Its shell has its algae on it, and War Turtle is very old. War Turtle is old. How interesting. Obviously, I mean, maybe some people don't know this, but Squirtle is a squirrel and a turtle. Which is where you get the name from. But it's really interesting that it's supposed to be old. Weird. Also, I always thought War Turtle kind of looked like it had like a Mario power-up. Like, it's just Squirtle, but it's got a Mario power-up now. It cleverly controls its furry ears, and tail to maintain its balance while swimming. Yeah, kind of, I'm gonna assume that it's supposed to be implies. If it doesn't evolve, it will get old. Huh. Alright, Blastoise. It crushes its foe under its heavy body to cause fainting. In a pinch, it will withdraw inside its shell. The rocket cannons on its shell fires jets of water capable of punching holes through thick steel, which is strong. Also, its special defense is way higher, and defense is way higher than Venusaur's. The water comes out of its head, not its cannons. But we just read the entry that said it comes out of its cannons. What? What do you mean? In the Pokemon game, it was animated. It was animated correctly, but in the okay. So when in the game, it actually shoots out of its mouth. Weird. All right, that's a very weird thing that they decided to do, but supposedly it comes out of its cannons. Caterpie. For protection, it releases a horrible stench from the antenna on its head to drive away enemies. You know what? No wonder Misty didn't like this thing. It is short. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. What a weird thing. Also, there's exactly two. There are like two bug types that I like. One of them is part steel, and the other one, I think it just looks cool. Otherwise, I'm pretty positive bug type Pokemon are like the worst type Pokemon, because look how many, look at these weaknesses: fire, flying, and rock. Come on, man. Metapod. It is waiting for the moment to evolve. At this stage, it can only harden, so remains motionless to avoid attack. You basically, in order to get Metapod, or the other one that I don't remember the name of at the moment, in order to get that to evolve, you gotta send it out and you just bring it back in, because I don't think they had EXP share in the first game. Even though it's encased in its sturdy shell, the body inside is tender. It can't withstand a harsh attack. Butterfree. I really liked butterflies at the time, but now looking at Butterfree, Butterfree kind of ugly. I'm just saying. I like Butterfree, but Butterfree kind of ugly a little bit. It loves the nectar of flowers and can locate flower patches that have even the tiniest amounts of pollen. That's both entries. Compound eyes? What the fuck is compound eyes? Compound eyes, the Pokemon's compound eyes boost its accuracy. I see. But look at these weaknesses. It's a bug type that's flying, and it has a weakness to flying. Like, what kind of shit is that? And rock deals 4 times damage. Man, get out of here. Bug types are awful. It's very devastating with that ability. You can set up status effect with that. I see. As much, like, there are a lot of Pokemon that I just want to be good, and they just aren't. Weedle. Beware of its sharp stinger on its head. It hides in grass and bushes where it eats leaves. That's it. That's all this is. Kakuna. That's what it's called. It's called Kakuna. Able to move only slightly. When endangered, it may stick out its stinger and poison its enemy. You have a stinger? Can you do anything other than hearted? That's it. That's all it says. Beedrill. It has 3 poisonous stingers on its forelegs and its tail. They are used to jab its enemy repeatedly. That's it. That's all we got. Alright, Pidgey. I fucking hated Pidgey and Rattata, because that's at the beginning area when you're grinding, that's all you see. You only see Pidgey and Rattata. Which is why, if I eventually do play a Pokemon game, I'm gonna randomize this. That way we see more than just the fucking early Pokemon, because the early Pokemon in the first area is always swarming with some shit you're tired of seeing after a point. Very docile. If attacked, it will often kick up sand to protect itself rather than fight back. Huh. It can have keen eye or tangled feet. What is tangled feet? Boosts the Pokemon evasiveness if it's confused. Good to know. You get tired after the 100th Zubat? There's so many Zubats. Pidgeotto. This Pokemon is full of vitality. It constantly flies around its large territory in search of prey. Okay, that's it. Pidgeot. So I always thought it was Pidgeotto, because Pidgeotto is the longer version of the name. But, I mean, you know, I was a child. This Pokemon flies at Mach 2 speed. What the fuck? What do you mean Mach 2? This Pokemon flies at Mach 2, and it just drops that information like it's common knowledge. Seeking prey, its large talons are feared as wicked weapons. All right, this is its speed. It has a baseline stats, and then its speed is 1 point above everything else. You would think its speed, if it flies at fucking Mach 2 must be easy work if its speed is only this. Rattata. Will chew on anything with its fangs. If you see one, you can be certain that 40 more live in the area. Ah, so they swarm. Gotcha. They have run away. Enables to sure get away from wild Pokemon. That's good to know. And guts. It's so gutsy that having a status condition boosts the Pokemon's attack stat. I actually didn't know that. That's cool. What's the other one say? That's it. Raticate. Its hind feet are webbed. They act as flippers. No, they aren't. Those are definitely not webbed feet. So it can swim in rivers and hunt for prey. No, that's it. It's a hunting Pokemon. Weird. Spearow. I also didn't like seeing Spearow, but I don't think I care for Spearow ever. Inept at flying high, however, it can fly around very fast to protect its territory. Like Mach 2 fast? Like, what are we talking about? That's it. Fearow, a Pokemon that dates back many years. If it senses danger, it flies high and away instantly. Oh, so you kind of a bitch, low-key. You just kind of fly away, like, aha, can't catch me, I'm up here. That's it. Ekans. I don't know how old I was when I found out that Ekans was Snake backwards. But sometimes I call Solid Snake D-Loss Ekans because it's Solid Snake backwards. The older it gets, the longer it grows. At night, it wraps its long body around tree branches to rest. Actual snakes do that, fun fact. Arbok, which is Cobra backwards. The frightening patterns on its belly have been studied. 6 variations have been confirmed. Do they have those variations in the actual game? Because they probably don't. That's too much work. But like, that would be kind of sick. If like you get Arbok with different patterns on its chest. They do in the actual game? Oh, that's sick. That's pretty cool, actually. The frightening patterns on his... Okay, study. Pikachu. Right, because this is before the baby Pokemon War thing, so it's just Pikachu. When it's angered, it immediately discharges the energy stored in its pouches of its cheeks. Spreading for many generations, they had different patterns. Oh, I was thinking more like you have like one game, and all the one game has all 6 different variations in it. That's what I was thinking, but that might be too much work for. Although they could do it, Game Freak, y'all could do it. Y'all could do it. Come on now. It's not the panda with the multiple polka dots. I see. When several of these Pokemon gather, their electricity can build, causing lightning storms. Okay, I didn't actually know that. That's kind of sick. That's a little gangsta. You just get the homies and summon a lightning storm. That's kind of sick. Okay, static is just the status effect where like you get paralyzed. Raichu. Its tail discharges electricity into the ground, protecting it from getting shocked. Well, I would hope you protect it from getting shocked. Squat up and let's get the storm ready, boys. Squat up. If the electric pouches in its cheek become fully charged, both ears will stand straight up. Oh, so that means you have a max capacity. I see. Sandshrew. It loves to bathe in the grit of dry, sandy areas. By sandbathing, the Pokemon rids itself of dirt and moisture clinging to its body. That makes actually no sense. We're gonna let it slide, but that doesn't make any sense. It burrows into the ground to create its nest. If hard stones impede its tunneling, it uses sharp claws to shatter them and then carries on digging. You're kind of like an anteater. Or like a mole, I guess. Water grass are nice. These early types are, weak. That's probably why they did all the variation versions, right? So that way they're not as bad. Sandslash. The drier the area a Sandslash lives in, the harder and smoother the Pokemon's spikes will be when touched. Harder and smoother. Nidoran male. That's female, excuse me. Females are more sensitive to smells than males. While foraging, they use their whiskers to check the wind direction and stay downwind of predators. So the females are better at sniffing. Gotta be basic for the first game? Guess so. It uses its hard incisor teeth to crush and eat berries. Berries are kind of soft. You don't really need... Unless there's a particular type of berry that I'm not thinking of. But berries are kind of soft, generally. The tip of a female Nidoran's horn is a bit more rounded than the tip of a male's horn. Well, I guess they don't really need it as much, so I guess so. Nidorina. The horn on its head is atrophied. Hmm. It's thought that when this happens, it's thought that this happens so Nidorina's children won't get poked while their mothers are feeding them. Weird. How odd. Rivalry. What is this? Pokemon's competitive spirit. This Pokemon's competitive spirit makes it deal more damage to Pokemon of the same gender, but less damage to Pokemon of the opposite gender. I see. Nidoqueen. I never liked the design of Nidoqueen. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Nidoqueen is better at defense than offense. With skills like armor, this Pokemon will shield its children from any kind of attack. It pacifies its offspring by placing them in the gaps between the spines on its back. And the spines will never secrete poison while young are present. It never makes sense it can be able to evolve with a Moonstone. I don't know. That's weird. Nidoran male. A horn on a male's Nidoran's forehead contains a powerful poison. This is a very cautious Pokemon, always straining its large ears. Small but brave, this Pokemon will hold its ground and even risk its life in battle to protect the female it's friendly with. Ooh, we got ourselves a white knight. Nidorino, with a horn that's harder than diamond. They just love to make shit up, don't they? With a horn that's harder than diamond, this Pokemon goes around shattering boulders as it searches for a Moonstone. It's nervous and quick to act aggressively. The potency of its poison increases along with the level of adrenaline present in its body. That makes it seem like its poison is like a nerve agent if it's adrenaline induced. They're fictional creatures, they gotta make them look awesome. Fair enough. You're right. What kind of poison would... Nidoking actually looks kind of sick. When it goes on a rampage, it's impossible to control, but in the presence of Nidoqueens lived with for a long time, Nidoking calms down. A king ain't down without his queen, isn't it? Nidoking prides itself on its strength. It's forceful and spirited in battle, making use of its thick tail and diamond-crushing horn. Clefairy. It is said that happiness will come to those who see a gathering of Clefairy dancing under a full moon. Its adorable behavior and cry make it highly popular. However, this cute Pokemon is rarely found. No, it's clearly Clefairy. No, this one makes more sense to use a Moonstone. Yeah. My question is that what type was it before it became a fairy? Because it didn't used to be a fairy. Was it a normal type before? Yeah. Okay, it was normal. Clefable, excuse me. A timid fairy Pokemon that's rarely seen. It will run and hide the moment it senses people. X and Y did a lot of changes, probably for the best. I never really liked the fairy typing, but I mean, it's fine. I think it works for the game just fine. Their ears are sensitive enough to hear a pin drop from over a mile away. That's pretty cool. So they're usually found in quiet places. Vulpix. While it's young, it has 6 gorgeous tails. When it grows, several new tails are sprouted. Okay, so Vulpix it is born with 6 tails, and as it gets older, it just grows more tails. As each tail grows, its fur becomes more lustrous. When held, it feels slightly warm. Ninetales. It is said to live 1,000 years and each of its tails is loaded with supernatural powers. I used to really like Ninetales, but that's because everyone was playing fucking Pokemon, and I didn't have Pokemon, and I was watching Naruto. So I was like, guys, Ninetales is cool. You guys ever watch Naruto? Very smart and very vengeful. Grabbing one of its many tails could result in a 1,000-year curse. People don't live for 1,000 years, so that's a generational spawning curse. Jigglypuff, with its huge eyes waver, it sings a mysterious, soothing melody that lulls its enemies to sleep. Imagine being on the hunt. Imagine being on the hunt, and fucking Jigglypuff just sings your ass to sleep. If it inflates to sing a lullaby, it can perform longer and cause sure drowsiness in its audience. Imagine it's being one of the hey magic, being one of those one from the anime with the marker. Oh yeah, the fucking gremlin one. Guess who has emails now, bitches? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, no. All right, we're good. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to check something. Yeah, you do in fact got some emotes. I see them. Omedetou gozaimasu. Congratulations on your emotes. So you have a lot more you can do now, especially with the new introduction of like the larger amount of animated emotes. So good luck with that. Wigglytuff. It has a very fine fur. Take care not to make it angry, or it may inflate steadily and hit with a body slam. Be careful not to make it angry, or it will rock your shit. Also, holy fuck, its HP is really high. The rich, fluffy fur that covers its body feels so good that anyone who feels it can't stop touching it. I gave up trying to come up with my own for now and just decided to make emotes and stuff I like and thought would be fun. Yeah, I think a lot of people use emotes that are either like insanely cute or stuff that's like universal. So I've been trying to change my emotes to something that people would use more, like not just in my chat and in other people's chats. So it doesn't have a high defense or special defense. It just has a lot of HP. So all right, Zubat. It emits ultrasonic waves from its mouth to check its surroundings. Even in tight caves, Zubat flies around with skill. I fucking hate Zubat. Zubat lives in caves, down where the sun's light won't reach them. In the morning, they gather together to keep each other warm as they sleep. That's adorable. Come on, Golbat, do the thing. Thank you. Normal and Fairy are my favorite types. They both have the cutest ones. This is true. Ironically, some of you watching the VOD of this might find this interesting. I really dislike the dragon types. They're all ugly. I agree. Fuck Zubat. Zubat sucks. Golbat. It loves to drink others' creatures' blood. It's said that if it finds others, it's said that if it finds other of its kind going hungry, it sometimes shares the blood it's gathered. What do you mean shares the blood it's gathered? Do you mean like they suck each other's blood, or do they just hoard blood? What does that even mean? Its feet are tiny, but this Pokemon walks skillfully. It sneaks up on sleeping prey before sinking its fangs and slurping up blood. What? I'm still stuck on this. Like, what do you mean shares the blood it's gathered? What does that mean? The dragon types are so bad. Dragon types that make no sense. We deserve better dragon types. We do. I deserve better dragon types. If exposed to moonlight, if exposed to moonlight, it starts to move. It roams far and wide at night to scatter its seeds. During the day, it stays in the cold underground to avoid the sun. It grows by bathing in moonlight. Oh, okay, so that's why it's odd. It's odd because it grows in the moonlight, not the sunlight. That is kind of weird because moonlight is just logistically speaking, moonlight is literally just the sunlight reflected off the moon. So, that's very strange. I love Oddish, not gonna lie. Oddish is fine. Gloom. Its pistols exude an incredibly foul odor. Okay. The horrid stench can be cause fainting at a distance of 1.25 miles. Nigga. Miles? It can cause fainting for miles. What? For some reason, mandrakes are always a fun design theme to me. Fair enough. Vileplume. It has the world's largest petals. With every step, the petals shake out heavy clouds of toxic pollen. Some of these Pokemon just shouldn't, like, we treat all these Pokemon like pets, but, like, if any of this is true, you cannot let Vileplume just walk around, bro. It'll just kill everything. You can't be doing shit like this. The larger its petals, the more toxic pollen it contains. The big head is heavy, Jesus, and hard to hold up. Paris. I remember the episode with Paris. I liked Paris. Burrows under the ground to gnaw on tree roots. The mushrooms on its back absorb most of the nutrients. That's it. It's the same one. Pokemon IRL will quickly devolve into eco-terrorism. I'm fucking saying. Earlier we saw that Pidgeot can fly at Mach 2. You know how mid that Pokemon is, and it's flying at Mach 2? Parasect. I always hated that it didn't have eyes. Paris is also based on the same fungus that inspired the Last of Us zombies. Ah! The more you know. The bug host is drained of energy by the mushroom on its back. The mushroom appears to do all of the thinking. Well, there it is. There you go. That's why he doesn't have any eyes. That's kind of fucked up, actually. Cordyceps. It takes over the brains of the bugs. That's a little fucked up, actually. Venonat. Poison oozes from all over its body. It catches small bug Pokemon at night that are attracted by light. Also, Venonat is the type of bug that eats other bugs. This is the one you keep in the house to eat all the other bugs. Its eyes act as a radar, enabling it to be active in darkness. The eyes can also shoot powerful beams. Beams? What? Do you mean beams as in, like, actual laser beams, or just beams of light? Vileplume and Gloom are based on a real plant called the corpse flower. Magic, just come on stream. Hold on, I'll open Discord for you. If you're just gonna be giving us actual facts and shit, just come here.
Hello.
Hello. If you're just gonna be giving us actual facts and shit, you might as well just be here.
I know a lot of useless facts. Yes, corpse flowers are real and they smell like rotting meat. And in early Animal Crossing games, if you didn't take good enough care of your village, you would start growing them, and they were really hard to get rid of.
Okay, so that's probably why I hear people just starting over. How does Magic sound? Because to me, she's quiet. I mean,
hello.
Yeah, I was gonna say I need you to talk.
I was waiting for a second. I was like, wait, this is about me. Is this fucking play about us?
Loud and clear, she's good. All right. Well, you're just quiet for me then. Okay. So now is featuring probably magical. You can leave whenever you want to. You don't have to stay here.
Oh yeah, and my once my dad gets back from grocery shopping, me and my mom are gonna take the car and go get lunch. So I'll probably bow out then, and then come back with chicken tenders.
Chicken tendies. Venomoth. The wings are covered with dust-like scales. Every time it flaps its wings, it loses highly toxic dust. This is a problem. Just we're not even 50 Pokemon in, and everyone's dead.
No, genuinely.
This is Jurassic World now. This is not Pokemon. When it is attacked, it flaps its large wings violently to scatter a poisonous powder all around. No, this is fucking... We're all dead. Thank God Pokemon aren't real, actually.
I am now looking up fun facts. Venomoths are based on something called a vampire moth that does have fangs.
One of the very many creatures that I can turn into via my lore is actually butterflies.
Oh, that's actually really cool.
Yeah, I have butterfly familiars.
You got familiars and contracts and shit. I'm just a computer virus.
I'm actually thinking about rebranding the Discord to be more circus like, because I think that fits both me and your aesthetics more.
That would be really cool. Also, if you are cool with it, could I get like a link to an invite for the Discord? Because I'll add it to my card too, so that people can get that more easily.
You should be
from
able to
my
do that
channel
now.
as well. I couldn't figure out how. I'm an old woman.
Also, let me share my screen so you can actually see what I'm seeing.
Oh, I still have the stream open on the sidebar.
Yeah, well, we can just do this at the same time.
There we go.
Diglett. It lives about 1 yard underground where it feeds on plant roots. It sometimes appears above ground. But what's the rest of you look like? Its skin is very thin. If exposed to light, its blood heats up, causing it to grow weak. That's depressing.
Have you ever seen like the drawings of Diglett where like the really old, like small pixel ones where it looks like a little mouth with a single tooth instead of a nose?
Yeah.
I see that every time I see one of them now.
Generally the one that sticks in my mind is the one where it's Diglett and Dugtrio, and it's all the muscle dudes underneath.
I've seen so many people like in real life cosplay like the trio of muscled Diglets. The only fun fact I have is that Diglets and Dugtrios are based on whack-a-moles.
Oh, that makes sense. They have feet. It's not even a joke. I blame Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Well, it makes sense that they have feet. I just don't want to know what it looks like.
Yeah, because I remember that too. There is a joke in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon where he's like, my feet felt like they couldn't even touch the ground, and then every single character quietly thinks, he has feet?
Its 3 heads bob separately up and down to loosen the soil nearby, making it easier for it to burrow. In battle, it digs through the ground and strikes the unsuspecting foe from an unexpected direction. Yeah, under them. No one is expecting 1,000 years of death. Meowth! That's right. All it does is sleep during the daytime. At night, it patrols its territory with its eyes aglow. That would be terrifying if I didn't actually see real cats.
I always think Meowths that can't talk and are just regular Meowths are like kind of creepy to me. Is that weird?
Yes, that is weird because Meowth is the weird one.
I know, right? But when I was a little kid, I didn't play the video games for a really long time, so I didn't think Meowths were anything other than that one Meowth.
Oh.
So then I saw Meowths that don't talk, and I was like, what?
No, don't you remember the episode where the Meowth was trying to impress another Meowth? Or no, actually, it was the Pokemon movie. Meowth was talking to the other Meowth.
I guess not, for some reason.
And mind you, that Meowth, the Meowth 2 was, because I call all the Pokemon clones Meowth, the whatever Pokemon 2. Meowth 2, is just a normal, like, Meowth. He talks like a Meowth.
Fuck, I do remember that now.
Yeah, but
I didn't watch the Pokemon movies until later, though, I don't think.
So, but I just want to point that out. The Meowth is just a regular Meowth. It just decided to learn how to talk.
Because he wanted to like impress a girl, didn't he?
I think so.
Yeah. The only fun fact I have about these ones is that they're supposed to look like Lucky Cats and Siamese cats.
Siamese cats I didn't know, but they do look like Lucky Cats, mostly because of the coin on its head. It loves things that sparkle. When it sees a shiny object, the gold coin on its head shines too. Treasure tracker. No wonder Meowth is always about that money. Persian. This is just a cat.
Yeah.
Persian
cats.
Yeah. Although its fur has many admirers, it's tough to raise as a pet because it's fickle meanness.
Oh shit. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, that was the end of the part of the entry. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, because I'm looking here, the gem on its head resembles a carbuncle, which is a mythological beast with a jewel on its forehead.
That's why I always see it in Final Fantasy. Gotcha. Uh,
Yep.
it has a vicious temperament, but where if it raises its tail straight up, it's a signal that it's about to pounce and bite. That's almost exactly to real cats. It's usually, but usually, if you want to see a cat about to go on and get attacked, it has pointed ears.
Yeah.
You'll know
When
what I
they
mean by.
straight up assume when it said that it lifts its tail, I was gonna be like, it farts. I don't know why that was my first thought. I haven't been
It's
awake
because you
very
are a
long.
child.
I haven't been awake.
Psyduck. I used to like Psyduck as well. It's constantly racked by a headache. When the headache turns intense, it begins using mysterious powers. You poor baby. Can we get Psyduck some aspirin?
This Psyducks need therapy. He always looks so fucking stressed.
Well, yeah, he's constantly living with the headache. Imagine you constantly living with a headache. Imagine how stressed you'd be.
I'd become homicidal.
Yeah.
I fucking hate having a headache.
If its chronic headache peaks, it may exhibit odd powers. It seems unable to recall such an episode. That's sad. Give him a hug, but also don't touch him.
Ask for consent before hugging him.
Don't even do that. Don't touch him at all. Give him aspirin. Golduck. When it swims at full speed using its long webbed limbs, its forehead somehow begins to glow. Okay. Also, how did we get from Psyduck to Golduck? Like, how did that happen? How did we get to Psychic water to just water?
Oh shit, is it not psychic water?
It's not.
That's really bizarre.
Yeah.
It was funny enough was used as a roadblock in Diamond and Pearl. You had to use medicine to cure the Psyducks. I do remember that. All the Psyducks had a headache and you couldn't go past until you gave them aspirin.
It swims gracefully along on the quiet, slow-moving rivers and lakes, which it is so found. Mankey. Can I just say, giving Mankey the final evolution of Annihilate. First off, Annihilate is just a good Pokemon. Second of all,
Yes.
Annihilate is a dope-ass name. Whoever made that name pun deserves a raise. That's just a genius name pun.
Oh yeah, no, sometimes they really bat 1,000.
It lives in groups in treetops. If it loses sight of its group, it becomes infuriated by its loneliness. Aww! It is extremely quick to anger. It could be docile in one moment, then thrashing away the next instant. I just got the name pun that it's an angry and monkey combined together. It's Mankey.
Oh shit, I don't even think I got that until right now.
Yeah.
Mad and Cranky.
Mad and
Yeah.
Cranky, yeah.
Also, I'm seeing that they are possibly based on a thing called a southern pigtail macaque, and I just had to say that.
Let me make sure that's not something that can show on screen. Southern pigtail?
Yeah, southern pigtailed macaque. I'm looking at them right now. They're just monkeys. They're monkeys with little stubby noses.
Oh, you know what? This does look like a Mankey.
They're just little guys.
Yeah, this does look like a Mankey. Are they angry? Are they angry boys?
I don't know if they're angry boys, but this looks really similar to, like, I don't know, monkeys scare the shit out of me, so they probably are.
That's because monkeys are evil.
Monkeys scare the fucking shit out of me.
Like, chimpanzees are actually evil.
I'm, like, fascinated by, like, real life happenings and weird things that happen. I cannot watch or listen to or read anything about that, like, monkey attack.
Yeah.
Never, ever.
Do you know the YouTube channel Casually Geographic?
No.
I'll send you one of their videos later. They're just explaining animal facts to you, but they're doing it in a very like a dry humor sense of style.
Nice.
It's very funny. I like his stuff. Primate. It becomes wildly ferocious if it even senses someone looking at it. It chases anyone that meets its glare. These are terrible pets. Some researchers theorize that Primate remains angry even when inside a Pokeball. How? How are you hating when you're asleep?
Fucking me, bitch. Oh, a sad fact about Primate? Are they angry for a reason? Do they got angry boy reasons?
When they die, they feel at peace and no longer angry face. That is depressing.
Oh, Primate.
I know exactly what this video is going to be called. I read every Pokédex entry. It's sadder than you think.
Yeah, literally.
Growlithe. It has a brave and trustworthy nature. It fearlessly stands up to bigger and stronger foes. It took me forever to realize that this is a dog and not a tiger.
Same.
It's a very friendly and faithful to people. It will try to repel enemies by barking and biting. I did not know this was a fucking dog, like most of my life.
Arcanine and Growlithe, it looks like, are both supposed to be based off those big rock statues of, like, lion dogs that protect temples and shit.
Makes sense. There's actually a mission in the game, The World Ends With You, where you have to... I think you actually you legitimately have to go pet the dog.
Awesome.
Man's best friend.
I want more video games to have a mission where you win by petting a dog.
An ancient picture scroll... Arcanine. An ancient picture scroll shows the people were captivated by its movement as it ran through prairies. It probably looks like it's on fire, so yeah, I'd be captivated too. Its magnificent bark conveys a sense of majesty. Anyone hearing it can't help but grovel before it. Damn. Category legendary, bitch. Poliwag. For Poliwag, swimming is easier than walking. You know, I didn't actually realize that you had feet. The swirl pattern on its belly is actually part of its part of the Pokemon's innards showing through its skin. I think the real frog that this is based on is exactly like that.
I was literally, my mom just came to say, like, hey, you want to go get lunch? And I was like, no, I gotta wait a second, because I read the entry ahead of time, and it says the spiral pattern is supposed to represent how you can see tadpoles' intestines through their skin.
Yeah.
Ooh, I did not know that one.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you wanna head out.
Yep, I'm gonna sign off. I'll be back with chicken tenders later.
Okay. All right. We'll be here. That was probably magic. Give me one. Actually, you know, I'll just keep Discord open just in case. Let me clear this notification. Magic sent me something to do with Pokemon, so we might, if I remember to do it, we're gonna do that after we're done with the Pokedex entries, which is going to be a while. Poliwrath. Staring at the swirl on its belly causes drowsiness. This trait on Poliwhirl has been used in place of lullabies to get children to go to sleep. What the fuck? Another thing about this fact. This Pokemon's sweat is a slimy mucus, which is gross. When captured, the Poliwhirl can slither from its enemy's grasp to try to escape. Look at their belly. We're looking at their belly. The swirl flips during evolution. Oh, wait. So swirling to the left. This one's swirling to the left. But this one's swirling to the right. Interesting. Poliwrath. Its body is solid muscle. When swimming through cold seas, Poliwrath uses its impressive arms to smash through drift ice and plow forward. Poliwrath is skilled at both swimming and martial arts. I didn't realize this was a fighting type. It uses its well-trained arms to dish out powerful punches. I was gonna say this seems pretty good, but it has a lot of weaknesses. Abra! I can never catch these motherfuckers. This Pokemon uses its psychic powers while it sleeps. The contents of Abra's dreams affect the power that the Pokemon wields. Abra can teleport in its sleep. Apparently, the more deeply Abra sleeps, the further its teleportations go. Huh. Kadabra. Using its psychic power, Kadabra levitates as it sleeps. It's using its springy tail as a pillow. So it's springy. I always thought this was like gross and hard, but springy. This Pokemon's telekinesis is immensely powerful. To prepare for evolution, Kadabra stores up psychic energy in the star on its forehead. Huh. Abracadabra Alakazam. As an incredibly high level of intelligence, some say that Alakazam remembers everything that ever happened to it from birth till death. That's upsetting. Alakazam wields potent psychic powers. It's said that this Pokemon uses these powers to create spoons. uses these powers to create the spoons it holds. Okay. Side fact about Kadabra, some magician tried to have him not be shown in the anime for the longest time because of his spoon bending trick. I mean, but like, fucking get good. Until years later, and he decided, you know what, my mistake. You can show him. What? Fucking just show him let him show them the spoon bending trick. Let me not tell everybody about this literal psychic that I have in the back room. Like, get out of here, bro. Machop. The whole body is composed of muscles. Even though it's the size of a human child, it can hurl 100 grown-ups. Easy. GG easy. Category superpower. Always brimming with power, it passes time by lifting boulders. Doing so makes it even stronger. Machop, the lifting Pokemon. Machoke on the skak. Its muscular body is so powerful it must wear a power save belt to be able to regulate its motions. Wait, so like Machoke is usually like evolves into it with the belt on, but like that statement implies that they got it from a third-party source and then just put it on. Its formidable body never gets tired. It helps people by doing work such as moving heavy goods. That's nice. What a kind Pokemon. Machamp. It punches with 4 arms at blinding speed. It can launch 1,000 punches in 2 seconds. Oh, I didn't actually read the other one. It can knock a train flying with a punch. However, it's terrible at delicate work using its fingers. Aw, I would love to see a Machamp that like collects like glass figurines, but it always breaks them. Bellsprout. It prefers hot and humid places. It ensnares tiny bugs with its vines and devours them. With its vines, not its literal bell. It's like this is based off a Venus flytrap, right? So, Weeping Bell. This looks oddly yonic. When hungry, it swallows anything that. For anyone who doesn't know, yonic means it's like the girl version of phallic. When hungry, it swallows anything that moves. Its hapless prey is dissolved by strong acids. That's it. Victory Bell. Lures prey with the sweet aroma of honey. Swallow whole, the prey is dissolved in a day. Its prey is dissolved in a day, bones and all. Wasn't James's Victory Bell always trying to fucking eat him? One of the Pokemon that James kept getting himself eaten. Yeah, what the fuck? Fucking James's Victory Bell is trying to kill him. Tentacool. Tentacool is not a particularly strong swimmer. It drifts across the surface of shallow seas as it searches for prey. This Pokemon is mostly made of water. A Tentacool out in the ocean is very hard to spot because its body blends in with the sea. That means he must be mostly transparent. Tentacruel. When the red orbs of Tentacruel's head glow brightly, watch out. The Pokemon is about to fire off a burst of ultrasonic waves. It's 80 tentacles. Its 80 tentacles can stretch and shrink freely. Tentacruel ensnares the prey in its net of spread out tentacles, delivering them venomous stings to its catch. So this is like a jellyfish and a octopus. Interesting. Geodude. Commonly found near mountain trails and the like. If you step on one by accident, it gets angry. How big are you? You're like a meter. You're like a full foot. You're not gonna get. We're not stepping on you. You're a very big rock. Very big rock with arms. Also, it took me forever to realize that the name pun for Geodude is just Geode. Graveler. Often seen rolling down mountain trails, obstacles are things to just roll straight over, not avoid. Golem. Just a little rock dude. Once it sheds its skin, its body turns tender and whitish. Its hide hardens when exposed to air. I don't like the design of Golem, I'm gonna be real with you. It's literally just a rock with a head and arms. And I know that's what Geodude is, but like Geodude somehow works better. Ponyta. About an hour after birth, Ponyta's fiery mane and tail will grow out, giving the Pokemon an impressive appearance. Its legs grow strong. How do you ride a Ponyta? Its legs grow strong while it catches after its as it chases after its parents. It runs all day in the fields and on mountains. Rapidash. I like Rapidash. Rapidash is cool. I mean, it's a fucking unicorn on fire. Like, what's not to like about that? It gallops at nearly 150 miles per hour. With its mane blazing ferociously, it races as if it were an arrow. That's pretty cool. It's not Mach 2, but it's pretty cool. It has astounding acceleration. From standstill, it can reach up top speed within 10 steps. With it, you can reach 150 miles per hour in 10 steps. Bruh. No wonder you're on fucking fire. This is a badass Pokemon. The categories for Pokemon don't make sense. This one literally just says Fire Horse. Slowpoke. It is incredibly slow and dopey. It takes 5 seconds for it to feel pain when under attack. 5 seconds. Huh. I guess obviously this is based on sloths. It is always vacantly lost in thought, but no one knows what it's thinking about. It's good at fishing with its tail. Ooh. Slowbro, which is... I always thought this Pokemon was funny because it's just another Pokemon on top of him. When a Slowpoke went hunting in the sea, its tail was bitten by a Shelder. It made it evolve into a Slowbro. Like, this is such a goofy Pokemon. It's just a Slowpoke and a it's a combo attack. It's just two Pokemon. If the tail-biting Shelder is thrown off in a harsh battle, this Pokemon reverts to being an ordinary Slowpoke. It's not an evolution. It's just two Pokemon. I think that's funny. Magnemite. Its electromagnetic waves emitted by the units at the side of its head expel anti-gravity, which allows it to float. It moves while constantly hovering. It discharges electromagnetic waves so on from the units of its sides. Magneton. 3 Magnemite are linked by a strong magnetic force. Earaches will occur if you get too close. Which is also funny because you can see one evolving into this, but like, ironically, like interestingly enough, it would actually just be like 3 Magnemite just smashed together and make one Pokemon. Far-fetched. It can't live without the stock it holds. That's why it defends the stock from attacks with its life. How do you manage the upkeep of the stock though, man? How do you manage the upkeep? Because eventually it's gonna rot. So how do you manage that? What are your gardening tricks? Doduo. Its short wings make flying difficult. Instead, the Pokemon runs at high speed on its developed legs. How fast though? One of Doduo's 2 heads splits to form a unique species. It runs at close to 40 miles per hour in prairies. Not as fast as Rapidash then. Seal! Loves freezing cold conditions. Relishes swimming in a frigid climate around 14 degrees Fahrenheit. So, interesting that Seal is not an ice type. It is now. Its entire body, Dugong. Its entire body is snowy white, unharmed by even intense cold. It swims powerfully in icy waters. They were only electric type until Generation 2, and then they give them the steel typing. Wait, which Pokemon? Okay, I'm getting sick of the repeating. Magnemite? Oh, I didn't realize it had steel typing. I wasn't paying attention to the actual thing. Maybe I should actually pay attention to the what you call it that's happening on the screen. Hold on. Let me change this because this is looping the same thing and it's getting on my nerves. I just heard this. There we go. Grammar. Born from sludge, these Pokemon now gather in polluted places and increase the bacteria in their bodies. That's, sad. When two of these Pokemon's bodies are combined together, new poisons are created. Yeah, this is just pollution. Cum. It's thickly covered in filthy, vile sludge. It is so toxic, even its footprints contain poison. You have feet? It's so stinky! Muck's body contains toxic elements, and any plant will melt when it passes by. Anyone's favorite Pokemon is Muck. I think y'all need help. Shelder. It is encased in a shell that is harder than diamond. Inside, however, it's surprisingly tender. Clamping onto an opponent reveals its vulnerable parts, so it uses this move only as a last resort. Cloistered that live in seas with high, or as Amy says, Clabussy. Cloistered that lives in seas with harsh tidal currents grow large, sharp spikes on its shells. When attacked, it launches its spikes in quick volleys. Its innards have never been seen. Bivalve? What does that even mean? Huh. I thought that would actually... I don't know. But what is a bivalve? Oh, it's just that. Okay, this is just the classification of what is of a shell. Got it. Ghastly. It wraps its opponent in its gas-like body, slowly weakening its prey by poisoning it through its skin. Its body is made of gas. Despite lacking substance, it can envelop an opponent of any size and cause suffocation. That's kind of rad. That's like evil as fuck, but that's kind of cool. So, but your whole entire body is actually gas. So you're like kind of like a really dense planet with eyes. Weird. Haunter. It likes to lurk in the dark and tap shoulders with its gaseous hand. Its touch causes endless shuddering. In total darkness, where nothing is visible, Haunter lurks, suddenly stalking its next victim. Gengar, a lot of people's favorite Pokemon. Mostly because it's a circle. It steals the life of its target and slips into its prey's shadow and suddenly waits for an opportunity. That's metal as fuck. Hiding in people's shadows at night, it absorbs the heat. The chill it causes makes the victim shake. I always thought that it would be like super cool if for a ghost like gym leader or something, they pull out Gengar and Gengar just appears from their shadow and that's how they fight. They don't come up from the Pokeball. Like that would that not be metal as fuck? Also, I had a Gengar. His name was Spooky. 4'11" is taller than Pudgy. I'm just kidding. Onyx. As it digs through the ground, it absorbs many hard objects. That's what makes its body so solid. It rapidly bores through the ground at 50 miles per hour. That's pretty fast. By swarming and twisting its massive, rugged body. That's pretty fucking fast. That is a very high defense. What the fuck? That is a very high defense. It has 4 times weakness towards grass and water, though. Drowsy. It remembers every dream it eats. It rarely eats the dreams of adults because children are much tastier. When it twitches its nose, it can tell where someone is sleeping and what the person is dreaming about. Interesting. Hypno. When it locks eyes with an enemy, it will use a mix of PSI moves such as hypnosis and confusion. It looks like you've never slept in your life. Always holding a pendulum that swings steadily to the rhythm. It causes drowsiness in anyone nearby. Can you help me sleep, goddammit? I have insomnia too, dog. What does insomnia do? Pokemon's insomnia prevents from falling asleep? Ah. You look like you've never slept a day in your life, and I feel that. Krabby. It can be found near the sea. Its large pincers grow back if they are torn out from their sockets. Who is tearing out your pincers? If it senses danger approaching, it clothes itself with bubbles from its mouth so it will look bigger. That makes sense. That sounds like something like a real animal would do. Kingler. The large pincer has 10,000 horsepower strength. I don't think that's how you measure strength, actually. However, it's so heavy, it's difficult to aim. Hold on, I'm fact checking something. I don't think you measure grip strength like that. What's the unit? I need to know the unit. Is it pounds per pressure? Kilograms and pounds. Okay, let's see. Can we convert horsepower 10,000 horsepower? Pound per minute. Okay, they used horsepower because the conversion for that is 330 million pounds per pound foot per minute. Basically, it's really strong. It probably crushes a lot of shit, but because its hands are so big, probably missing. So it has a very strong pincer. Yeah, basically, it's fucking strong. Voltorb. I used to like these Pokemon, but that's because it looked like a Pokeball. That's it. That's the only reason. It rolls to, it's so weird being in being in the area that I live in, because I was hot 2 seconds ago, or I was cold 2 seconds ago, and now I'm hot. Set the ball. It's a low electric ball, but it's a ball. It rolls to move. If the ground is uneven and a sudden jolt from hitting a bump can cause it to explode. Okay. I knew you could self-destruct, but I didn't realize that you're that volatile that just bumping something will fucking make you explode. It's usually found in power plants. Easily mistaken for a Pokeball, it is zapped many people. How? It's like a foot. It's a full foot tall. Yeah, these are bombs. Fucking. Thank God Pokemon aren't real, because the government would 100% try to weaponize, especially Voltorb specifically. Yeah, Voltorb in Venomoth. The more energy it charges, Electrode. The more energy it charges up, the faster it gets. But this also makes it more likely to explode. It explodes in response to even minor stimuli. Who was keeping these as pets? It is feared with the nickname of the Bomb Ball. Yeah, no fucking kidding, huh? Imagine evolving by flipping your face. Isn't it said that they evolved to look like that? Based on modernization. It's just a bigger bomb? It is. It's a 3-foot bomb now. Execute. Why is it grass, though? Though it may look like a bunch of eggs, it's a proper Pokemon. Execute communicates with others of its kind via telepathy, apparently. These Pokemon get nervous when they're not in a group of 6. The minute even one of the other groups goes missing, Executor becomes cowardly. It's weird to me that this Pokemon, like, there are a few Pokemon that are just a group of Pokemon, and that's the one Pokemon is the group. But like one of them would still be called an Execute. Executor. A bunch of executors. Each of the executors' 3 heads is thinking different thoughts. The 3 don't seem to be very interested in one another. When they work together, executors' 3 heads can put out a powerful psychic energy. Cloudy days make this Pokemon sluggish. Huh. So you're a palm tree, and I get that, but why is this an Execute? Fun fact about Gen 1. Little eggs, apparently, the sprite in Generator 1 was so big that you had 1 large egg and 5 little eggs. I don't think I understand. I don't think I comprehended what you just told me. Cubone. When the memory of its departed mother brings it to tears, its cries echo mournfully with the skull that it wears on its head. This Pokemon wears the skull of its deceased mother. Sometimes Cubone's dreams make it cry, but each tear Cubone shed makes it stronger. Apparently the sprite was a bit wrong. That's what I was trying to say. Oh, I see. It was inaccurate. I get you. Marowak. This Pokemon overcame its sorrow to evolve a sturdy new body. Marowak faces its opponents bravely, using a bone as a weapon. Everyone remembers the fucking Marowak episode. Or the Cubone episode. Everyone, and that happened in original Pokemon, and everyone remembers that. This shit was depressing. Hitmonlee! I like this Pokemon. This amazing Pokemon has an awesome sense of balance. It can kick in succession from any position. Its legs freely contract and stretch. Oh, like an accordion, makes sense. The stretchy legs allow it to distance a foe with a rising kick. Hitmonchan. Its punches slice the air. They are launched at such high speeds, even a slight graze could cause a burn. A burn? Huh. Its punches... Okay. Oh, that's actually a different entry. Its punches slice the air. However, it seems to need a short break after fighting for 3 minutes. Ha. So obviously Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan is Jackie Chan, and I forgot the other martial artist who can do kicking. Bruce Lee. Hitmonchan is also a boxer, so it's probably like Ali or... It's more likely Ali. But the name is definitely Jackie Chan. Lickitung. If this Pokemon's sticky saliva gets on you, don't clean it off. An intense itch will set in. The itch won't go away either. Then what the fuck are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do after it licks you? Also, didn't Jessie always get licked by the Lickitung? So what the fuck was she doing? Nothing? Cry, I guess. Bug Pokemon are Lickitung's main food source. This Pokemon paralyzes its prey with a lick from its long tongue, then swallows the prey whole. Ew. No gag reflex. Nothing, got nothing to do, just die, I guess. Coughing. Its body is full of poisonous gas. It floats into garbage dumps, seeking out fumes of raw, rotting trash. It adores polluted air. Some claim that coughing used to be more plentiful in the Galar region than they are now. Which region was the Galar region? Generation 8. That is why I don't know it. Wheezing. It grows by feeding on gases released by garbage through, though very rare, triplets have been found. Triplets? So, are you talking about a wheezing with 3 heads? Weird. Excuse me. Rhyhorn. This is actually the first Pokemon. Fun fact. This is or was it Rhydon? One of them. Either it was Rhyhorn or Rhydon was actually the first Pokemon created. Strong, but not too bright, this Pokemon can shatter even a skyscraper with its charging tackles. Jesus. It can only remember one thing at a time. Once it starts rushing, it forgets why it started. This is obviously based on our Rhino, which is also... Rhinos are legally blind, fun fact. I say legally blind, but they're blind. And the only way to survive out in the wild when you can't fucking see is to attack everything. So, yeah, that's why rhinos are so vicious. But when they're raised in captivity, they're basically puppies. Yeah, Rhyhorn was the first Pokemon. It was Rhydon. Is Rhydon? Rhydon was the first one? My bad. It begins walking on its hind legs after evolution. It can punch holes through boulders with its horn. Protected by an armor-like hide, it's capable of living in the molten lava at 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. Damn, alright. Just taking 3,600 degrees... Just taking lava baths, huh? Some decent stats on it, too. Chansey. Damn, you have a lot of HP. You see the fucking meter go all the way up? God damn. So I guess ideally you'd want to like I think a fairy steel type fairy steel type Pokemon would be broken. They're very tanky. You can't fight them. Are there fairy steel type Pokemon? There's that one Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet that was it psychic? Hold on, let me see. We'll get to it eventually, but let me see. Fairy Steel. There are a few Fairy Steels. Mawile. Megarana? Klefki! Yeah, there are a few Fairy Steel type Pokemon. Lanny, thank you so much for the resub, man. 26 months. God damn, bro. You've been here a long time. Bro, you've been here for 2 years, dog. I know I probably said that last time. That's a long time. I know very little of Pokemon past Gen 4 or 5. Same, brother. We're gonna learn together. Chansey. This kindly Pokemon lays highly nutritious eggs and shares them with injured Pokemon or people. Ew? It walks carefully to prevent its egg from breaking. However, it's extremely fast at running away. I'm gonna go with ew. Tanglia. Hidden beneath its tangle of vines that grows non-stop, even if the vines are torn off. This Pokemon's true appearance remains a mystery. The vines of Tanglia have a distinct scent. It smells, in some parts of Galar, Tanglia vines are used as herbs. Interesting. Non-breeding eggs, I guess? Technically, most unfertilized eggs are non-breeding eggs. It's just weird to think that you're healing, like it has healing effects, you know what I mean? It's weird to, I don't know, it feels weird to me to know that people eat Pokemon, or Pokemon things, but, you know, I guess it's not that weird if you consider them animals. Sometimes, funny enough, it could be a lucky egg. Really? The item that boosts your XP. How interesting. Weird. Kangaskhan. I get a little bit Kangaskhan. Although it's carrying its baby in its pouch on its belly, Kangaskhan is swift on its feet and it intimidates its opponents with quick jabs. There are records of a lost human child being raised by a childless Kangaskhan. Aw. That's sad and kind of sweet, actually. It has no special attack. Its highest stat is its HP and speed. Like milk or something, it's basically just for consumption. I think what's weird is that Miltank will literally drink its own milk, and that's gross. I don't like that. Horsia. Uh, Horse Horsia makes its home in oceans with gentle currents. If this Pokemon is under attack, it spits out a pitch black ink and escapes. They swim with the dance-like motions that cause whirlpools to form. Competes. Horsia competes to see which of them can generate the biggest whirlpool. Oh, that's cool. Category Dragon, even though it's not a dragon type. But Horsia, your fun fact for the day, or I'll probably say that repeatedly, but Horsia, the reason why Horsia is a dragon and evolves into a dragon type Pokemon is because in Japanese lore, seahorses actually are dragons. So there you go. The more you know. I assumed it was just pronounced horsey. It might be. I don't remember. Seadra. It's the males that raise the offspring, like actual seahorses. While Seadra are raised young, the spines on their backs secrete thicker and stronger poison. Good to know. I think it's also weird that in the world of Pokemon, regular animals exist. Some of the generation did give them dragon type. Yeah. Goldeen. Its dorsal pectoral and tail fins wave elegantly in the water. That is why it's known as the water dancer. It's a goldfish. Its dorsal and pectoral fins are strongly developed like muscles. It can swim at speeds of 5 knots. I don't know what that means in miles per hour. 5 knots is about 5.7 miles per hour. So that's I mean, I don't know. That's all right, I guess. Seeking. In autumn, its body becomes more fatty and preparing to propose. What? In autumn, its body becomes more fatty and preparing to propose to a mate. It takes on beautiful colors. Using its horn, it bores holes in the riverbed boulders, making nests to prevent its eggs from washing away. You're taking it, okay? It's the power of a fish. What do you expect? I mean, yeah, it's a fucking fish. Staryu. I liked Misty Staryu. If you visit a beach at the end of summer, you'll be able to see groups of Staryus lining up in a steady rhythm. Let's go. Fish Pokemon nibble at it, but Staryu isn't bothered. Its body regenerates quickly, even if its part of it is torn completely off. Okay, weird. Starmie. This Pokemon, I didn't realize we passed the 100 at some point, but we're a tenth of the way done. It's only been an hour. This Pokemon has an organ that's known as a core. Its organ glows in several colors when Starmie is unleashing its potent psychic power. Starmie swims by spinning its body at high speed. As this Pokemon cruises through the ocean, it absorbs tiny plankton. See? Tiny plankton. Actual animal. I think Starmie was one of my main Pokemon in Gen 1. I said before, but you weren't here for it, Landy, that my main, the Pokemon that I used, that I would have chosen for my first Pokemon if I played the games when I was an actual kid, would have been Bulbasaur. And then I probably would have just used whatever, because I wasn't very smart as a child. Mr. Mime. This is just a man. It is a pantomime expert and can create invisible but solid walls using miming gestures. Emanations from its fingertips solidify the air into invisible walls that repel even harsh attacks. That makes no sense. It's cool. That doesn't make any sense. Scyther. It slashes through grass with its sharp sides, moving too fast for the human eye to track. That's pretty quick. How long? That you can measure that. How long? Hold on. That is 550 miles per hour. So it's swinging its sides faster than 550 miles per hour. I didn't play Pokemon until I was probably like 10 years ago. I didn't like turn-based RPGs. It's not that I didn't like turn-based RPGs. It's that I didn't read. Reading was too much for my small child brain that had a bunch of ADHD that was undiagnosed. So reading was too much. I was trying to use Lear as a fucking attack. Jinx. In certain parts of the Galar, Jinx was once feared and worshipped as Queen of Ice. It also used to be kind of racist. The Jinx of Galar often have beautiful and delicate voices. Some of these Pokemon have even gathered a fan base. This is just a human. A true Yu-Gi-Oh player? What can I say? I didn't realize it was Ice and Psychic. Was it always Ice and Psychic? Electabuzz. I actually like this Pokemon. For a while I liked this Pokemon more than I liked Pikachu. Many powerful power plants keep ground type Pokemon as a defense against Electabuzz that comes seeking electricity. With the coming of a storm, many of these Pokemon will gather under tall trees and sit there waiting for lightning to strike. Magmar. Magmar dispatches its prey with fire, but it regrets this habit once it realizes that it has burned its intended prey to a charred crisp. Oh, it can't eat. These Pokemon's bodies are constantly burning. Magmar is feared as one of the causes behind fires. I mean, it's literally on fire at all times. So they basically eat electricity. Yes, they do. Pinsir. Okay, this is the one Pokemon, one of the two bug Pokemon that I actually like. These Pokemon judge one another based on their pincers. Thicker, more impressive pincers make for more popularity with the opposite gender. This Pokemon clamps its pincers down on its prey and then either splits the prey in half or flings it away. Obviously based on a stag beetle. But like, look at it. That just looks kind of sick. This is one of the only fucking bug Pokemon that I actually like. Tauros. Once it takes aim at its prey, it makes a headlong charge. It's famous for its violent nature. Now we don't have the variations of the Tauros. Maybe that doesn't show up till later. Magikarp, an underpowered, pathetic Pokemon. It may jump high on rare occasions, but never more than 7 feet. In the distant past, it was somewhat stronger than the horribly weak descendants that exist today. Huh. Alright. Alright, so this evolution line from Magikarp to Gyarados, there is again in Japanese folklore, there is a story of which when a koi fish swims up a waterfall, when it gets to the top of the waterfall, it'll turn into a dragon. And that is what Gyarados represents. Ironically, somehow not a dragon type. Also, its category is atrocious. Once it appears, it goes on a rampage. It remains enraged until it demolishes everything around it. It appears whenever there is a world conflict, burning down any place it travels through. Jesus Christ. Gyarados is metal as fuck. Also, why is it a flying type? Like, I get, like, he learns dragon moves, which is fine, but like, why is it not just a dragon type based on the lore that it's from? Why is it flying? I never got that. Lapras. It loves crossing the sea with people and Pokemon on its back. It understands human speech. Okay. I think all Pokemon understand human speech. They just can't talk back. It loves crossing the sea with people and Pokemon on its back. Okay, no. Ditto. Look at the little guy. This, again, was one of my favorite Pokemon as a child. But my favorite Pokemon changed based on, like, whatever episode of Pokemon I saw that day. So that doesn't mean anything. I'll tell you what one of my favorite Pokemons were when I got older. But Ditto, I loved Ditto. Its transformation ability is perfect. However, if made to laugh, it can't maintain the disguise. It can freely recombine its own cellular structure to transform into other life forms, which is sick. It might know human speech to an advanced degree, but what does that even mean? Eevee! Its ability to evolve into many forms allows it to adapt smoothly and perfectly to any environment. Its genetic code is irregular. It may mutate if it is exposed to radiation from element stones. I didn't realize that's how that worked. I didn't realize it was the type of radiation that the fucking stones give off. Weird. Vaporeon. We don't need to know the actual fun facts about Vaporeon. We're just gonna read the one that's in the Pokédex. It lives close to water. Its long tail is rigid with the fin, which often mistaken for a mermaid's. That implies that mermaids are real. Its cell composition is similar to water molecules. As a result, it can be seen when it melts away into the water, which is kind of cool. Like, Ash's Pikachu probably understands a bit, but other Pokemon might just get an idea of what some words mean, like a dog or something. No, I mean, I get it, but like I feel like every Pokemon understands human speech, so like it's just a weird thing to say. Jolteon. It concentrates the weak electric charges emitted by its cells and launches wicked lightning bolts. If agitated, it uses electricity to straighten out its fur and launch it into small bunches. So far, based on lore, the strongest electric type is Electabuzz. Or a group of Pikachu. Flareon. Inhaled air is carried to its flame sac, heated and then exhaled as fire that reaches over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't think that's how fire works, but it is pretty cool. It fluffs out its fur collar to cool down its body temperature, which can reach 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit. Basically, you can never touch this Pokemon because you'd instantly burn. Porygon, which is Polygon with the Japanese accent. State-of-the-art technology was used to create Porygon. It was the first artificial Pokemon to be created via computer programming. In recent years, this species has been very helpful in cyberspace. These Pokemon will go around checking to make sure no suspicious data exists. You're normal type? Interesting. I always thought it was something else, but no, I guess it's normal type. Ammonite. Because some Ammonite manage to escape after being restored or are released into the wild by people, this species is becoming a problem. It's an invasive species? This Pokemon is a member of an ancient extinct species. Ammonite paddles through the water with its 10 tentacles looking like it's drifting along. Omastar. Weighed down by its large and heavy shell, Omastar couldn't move very fast. Some say it went extinct because it was unable to catch food. Natural selection at that point. Kabuto. This species is almost entirely extinct. Kabuto molt every 3 days, making their shells harder and harder. Weird. While some say the species has gone extinct, Kabuto sightings are apparently fairly common in some places. Okay. This is rock and water? Weird. Kabutops. Okay, although the spokesman states that Pokemon cannot directly understand human speech, this is contradicted by many other episodes before and since in the anime. Moreover, judging, for instance, from Larvitar in Hatch Me If You Can, they are able to do this immediately after hatching without having to learn. The anime generally does not focus on language problems. As a result, there is some confusion about Pokemon language and the ability of Pokemon to understand humans. Let's pretend that Pokemon understand intent and not the actual language, and Lapras understands the language. Kabutops, the cause behind the extinction of the species is unknown. Kabutops were aggressive Pokemon that inhabited warm seas. Aerodactyl. This is a ferocious Pokemon from ancient times. Apparently, even modern technology is incapable of producing a perfect restored specimen. I don't remember Aerodactyl being an ancient Pokemon or a fossil Pokemon. I think I must have always chose Ammonite when I was able to. Aerodactyl's saw-like fangs can shred skin to tatters, even the skin of Steel-type Pokemon. Damn, alright. Wait, hold on. Let me see something. Your attack is pretty high, but your fastest attribute is your speed. Got it. Snorlax. Its stomach can digest any kind of food, even if it happens to be moldy or rotten. It stops eating only to sleep. It doesn't feel full until it's nearly 900 pounds a day. That's a lot of fucking food. Also, I feel it. Also, you're 6'11"? Jesus Christ. It's a big boy. Although, considering that these are based off bears, it's probably not actually that big. How big are grizzly bears? It's heavier than a grizzly bear. But male grizzly bears can reach up to 9 feet standing on 2 legs. So, all things considered, since this is based on bears, it's not that big. Has a lot of HP. Has a lot of special defense as well. Articuno. Oh, we're first legendary, Articuno. This legendary bird Pokemon can create blizzards by freezing the moisture in the air. Zapdos. This legendary Pokemon is said to live in thunderclouds. It freely controls lightning bolts. Moltres is one of the legendary bird Pokemon. Its appearance is said to indicate the coming of spring. Dratini. It sheds many layers of its skin as it grows larger. During this process, it is protected by a rapid waterfall. Is born large to start with. It repeatedly sheds its skin as it steadily grows longer. Is 5'11". Okay, no, it is pretty big. Dragonair. Dragonair is such a good-looking Pokemon. They say that it emits an aura from its whole body. The weather will begin to change instantly. It's called the Divine Pokemon. Whether its entire body brightens slightly, the weather changes. Excuse me. And then they dropped the ball with fucking Dragonite, because this is just Charizard again. It is said that somewhere in the ocean lies an island where these gather. Only there do they live. I wonder if they just... Instinct is weird. Like, they just all know exactly where to go all of a sudden. It can fly in spite of being big and bulky, despite its big and bulky physique. It circles the globe in just 16 hours. Hold on. Okay, so it would take about 44 hours for a plane to fly around the world at about 900 kilometers per hour. Let me convert kilometers per hour real quick. That is 500. That's 5,592 miles per hour. W stream was good. Trouble 6. Gonna be right back. All right, Batra. I'm actually starting to get a little bit parched, and I don't have any ice, so I will be 2 seconds while we stare at the majesty that is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time, Mewtwo. In 1 second while I get a drink. Okay, back. I got a Coke. Alright, Mewtwo. Its DNA is almost the same as Mew's, however, its size and disposition are vastly different. It's about 6'7". Interesting. I think this is one of the highest like overall stat totals for a Pokemon too. It's like up there as one of the highest. Mew. I also like this Pokemon. Look how cute it is. It's like a little cat boy. A little cat boy. When viewed through a microscope, this Pokemon's short, fine, delicate hair can be seen. Weird. This Pokemon is a foot. This Pokemon is very tiny. It's only a foot tall. Alright, we're in Gen 2 now, officially. Chikorita. In battle, Chikorita waves its leaf around to keep a foe at bay. However, the sweet fragrance is also wafts from the leaf, becalming the battling Pokemon and creating a cozy, friendly atmosphere all around. That's kind of broken, actually. I said same reason why it's broken why Bulbasaur or Venusaur does that. Bayleaf. Bayleaf's neck is ringed by curled up leaves. Inside each tubular leaf is a small shoot of a tree. The fragrance of this shoot makes people peppy. It's drugs. There's cocaine in the fucking leaves. Meganium. The fragrance of Meganium's flower soothes and calms emotion in battle. This Pokemon gives off more of its becalming scent to blunt the foe's fighting spirit. There's fucking cocaine in the leaves, dog. Cyndaquil! Alright, another favorite. When I first, I think the first active Pokemon game I played was Gen 2, which was Silver. I think I played Silver version right now. And Cyndaquil was my first Pokemon. Mostly because Typhlosion is cool. But I named my Cyndaquil Heatwave. One second. Need to find me a Pokemon Leaf dealer. Gotta get that good shit. Alright, there we go. It's been 2 hours and we're only through Gen 1. Cyndaquil protects itself by flaring up the flames on its back. The flames are vigorous if the Pokemon is angry. However, if it was tired, the flames sputter fitfully and with incomplete combustion. Quilava. Quilava keeps its foes at bay by with the intensity of its flames and gusts of superheated air. This Pokemon applies its outstanding nimbleness to dodge attacks even while scorching the foe with flames. Typhlosion. It attacks using blasts of fire. It creates heat shimmers with intense fire to hide itself. Look at this. This motherfucker is vicious, ferocious. Despite the smallness of its body, Totodile's jaws are very powerful. While the Pokemon may think it's just playfully nipping, its bite is powerful enough to cause serious injury. Once Crocodile has clamped down its jaws on a foe, it will absolutely not let go, which is how real alligators and crocodiles work. Because the tips of its fangs are forked back like barbed fish hooks, they become impossible to remove when they have sunk in. Aw, that's kind of fucked up. Your fun fact is that actual crocodiles and alligators don't have any opening strength, so I also don't think you can run away from them because they're really, really fast, despite them being kind of short and stocky. Feraligatr intimidates its foes by opening its huge mouth in battle. In battle, it will kick the ground hard with its thick and powerful hind legs to charge at the foe at incredible speed. Sentret. I kind of forgot this Pokemon existed. When Sentret sleeps, it does so while another stands guard. The sentry wakes the others at this first sign of danger. When this Pokemon becomes separated from its pack, it becomes incapable of sleep due to fear. Aww! It becomes incapable of sleep due to fear? That's so sad. Imagine being too scared to sleep. Ferret has a very slim build. When under attack, it can slickly squirm through narrow spaces and get away. In spite of its short limbs, this Pokemon is very nimble and fleet. Hoothoot. It always stands on one foot. Does it have more than one foot? It changes feet so fast the movement can rarely be seen. Okay, I guess so. It begins to hoot at the same time every day. Some trainers can use them in place of clocks. Noctowl. Its eyes are specifically developed to enable it to see clearly even in the murkiest darkness and minimal light. When it needs to think, it rotates its head 180 degrees to sharpen its intellectual power. That doesn't make any sense. Ladybug. This Pokemon is sensitive to the cold. In the warmth of Alolan, it appears quite lively. These very cowardly Pokemon join together and use Reflect to protect their nest. Ledian. It is said that the patterns on its back are related to the stars in the night sky, but the details of the relationship remain unclear. It flies through the night sky, sprinkling sparkly dust. According to some, and if that dust sticks to you, good things will happen. Spinarak. With threads from its mouth, it fashions sturdy webs that won't break even if you set a rock from them. Set a rock on them, excuse me. Although the poison from its fangs isn't that strong, it's potent enough to weaken prey that gets caught in its web. So it's a spider. Ariados. Every night, it wanders around in search of prey, whose movements it restrains by spewing threads before it bites into them with its fangs. It spews threads from its mouth to catch its prey. When night falls, it leaves its web to go hunt aggressively. It also has insomnia for some reason. Weird. Crobat. Both of its legs have turned into wings, which is the evolution of Golbat. It's turned into wings without a sound. Crobat flies swiftly towards its prey and sinks its fangs into the nape of its target's neck. That is not a good place if you want to get an artery. Also, your fun fact is that vampire bats actually kind of scrape the edge of whatever they're feeding on. They bleed and they just kind of lick the blood and then fuck off. They're not literally like aggressive like sucking. This Pokemon flaps its four wings skillfully. Crobat can fly through cramped caves without needing to slow down. Chinchou. Its antennae, which evolved from a fin, have both positive and negative charges flowing through them. It's water electric. That's kind of broken. Your stat line is actually kind of trash though. Once on the dark ocean floor, its only means of communication is constant flashing lights. Lantern. The light it emits is so bright that it can illuminate the sea's surface from a depth of over 3 miles. That's pretty cool. Imagine seeing a light 3 miles down, though. That's terrifying. This Pokemon flashes a bright light that blinds its prey. This creates an opening for it to deliver an electrical attack. I wish some of these Pokemon were able to do what they say they do in the actual game. Pichu. It is unskilled at storing electric power. Any kind of shock causes it to discharge energy spontaneously. Despite this Pokemon's cute appearance, those who want to live with one should be prepared to be receiving one of its electric jolts because it's not good skilled at keeping its energy. I still think one of the greatest gameplay mechanics in terms of like design is in Smash Bros, where you use Pichu and Pichu's electric attacks hurt itself. That's just a good way to incorporate the lore. Most of the time, though, Pichu is trash. In Smash Bros. Ultimate, Pichu is really good, though, in my opinion, because it has a very high damaging kill power. It is a glass cannon character for sure. Cleffa. According to local rumors, Cleffa are often seen in places where shooting stars are fallen. Because of its unusual star-like silhouette, people believe that it came here on a meteor. Look how cute it is. It's so cute. Igglybuff. Its body has a faintly sweet scent and is bouncy and soft. If it even bounces even once, it cannot stop. It likes to sing but is not yet good at it. With praise and encouragement, it will get better little by little. I think the Pokemon like Igglybuff evolve via friendship. Togepi evolves via friendship. It seems like Togepi, the shell seems to be filled with joy. It is said that it will show good luck when it's treated kindly. Okay, no, so it's literally a Spike Ball, the Spike Ball Pokemon. It is considered to be a symbol of good luck. Its shell is said to be filled with happiness. Togetic. They say that it will appear before kind-hearted, caring people and shower them with happiness. It grows dispirited if not with kind people. It can float in midair without moving its wings. Okay. Togetic, the happiness Pokemon. Natu, the tiny bird Pokemon. It is extremely good at climbing tree trunks and likes to eat the new sprouts on leaves. Because its wings aren't fully grown yet, it has to hop around. It's always staring at something. It's still a flying type, though. I always like Natu because it always remind me of the. I think it's actually Aztec birds, but I like the tribal feel that they had. Xatu, the mystic Pokemon. They say that it stays still and quiet because it is seeing both the past and the future at the same time. That is kind of fucked up, actually. This odd Pokemon can see both the past and the future. It eyes the sun movements all day. Mareep. The wool Pokemon. If static electricity builds in its body, its fleece doubles in value. Touching it will shock you. Its fleece grows continually. In the summer, the fleece is fully shed, but it grows back in a week. Flaffy, the wool Pokemon. As a result of storing too much electricity, it developed patches where even downing wool won't grow. What's good, Rescue Squad? How you doing today? Because of its rubbery, electricity-resistant skin, it can store lots of electricity in its fur. Ampharos, the light Pokemon. Its bright light on its tail can be seen far away. It has been treasured since ancient times as a beacon. When it gets dark, the light from its bright, shiny tail can be seen from far away on the ocean's surface. Oh, so like a lighthouse. Weird. Blossom, the flower Pokemon. Plentiful in its... Wait, what line is this? It's Veliplume. It's the Oddish line. Got it. Plentiful in the tropics, when it dances, its petals rub together and make a pleasant ringing sound. Blossom gathers at times and appear to dance. They say that the dance is a ritual to summon the sun. Meryl, the fur on its body, the aqua mouse Pokemon. That is such a bad title. The fur on its body naturally repels water. It can stay dry even when it plays in the water. That doesn't make sense. Is water wet? Chat, is water wet? The oil-filled tail functions as because it's oil. Got it. That makes sense. The oil-filled tail functions as a buoy, so it's fine even in rivers and strong currents. Azumarill, the aqua rabbit Pokemon. Its long ears are superb sensors. It can distinguish the movements of things in the water and tell what they are. By keeping still and listening intently, it can tell what is in even wild, fast-moving rivers. Okay, that sentence was weirdly constructed, but I got it. Sudowoodo, the imitation Pokemon. I always thought this was a grass-type Pokemon until I fought it. It is not a grass-type Pokemon. Although it always pretends to be a tree, its composition appears to be more rock than vegetation. To avoid being attacked, it does nothing but mimic a tree. It hates water and flees from the rain. Politoed, the frog Pokemon. At nightfall, these Pokemon appear on the shores of lakes. They announce their territorial claims by letting out cries that sound like shouting. You mean like a woman? You mean like a fucking mountain lion? They just scream. They scream, and you hear a fucking woman screaming from out in the distance. The cry of a male is louder than that of a female. Male Politoed with deep, menacing voices find more popularity with the opposite gender. Deep, menacing voices. So you hear the fucking scream of a grown man. It's probably a Politoed. Try to look for its mate. Hoppip. This Pokemon is blown across the Cottonweed Pokemon. This Pokemon is blown across vast distances by the wind. It is unclear if Hoppip of Paldea originally came from. Outside of the cold regions, Hoppip can be found practically everywhere. This is because the wind carries the species all over the world. Skiploom, the Cottonweed Pokemon. Skiploom enthusiasts can apparently tell where a Skiploom was born by the scent drifting from the flower on the Pokemon's head. When the weather grows cold, Skiploom's flower closes and the Pokemon cannot photosynthesize, so it flies away to warmer regions. Hello, Zhao. Happy New Year. Is it actually New Year for you? Jumpluff, the Cottonweed Pokemon. Jumpluff travels on seasonal winds. Once its cotton spores run out, the journey ends, and so does life. Oh my god! A lot of these Pokemon just have, like, when this happens, this Pokemon will die. Beware its cotton spores. If you accidentally breathe them in, you'll be racked with coughs and itchiness. Ew. Apom! I did really like this Pokemon. I'm in 2024, and I'm already done. You already want to skip to 2025? Apom, the long-tail Pokemon. As it did more and more with its tail, its hands became clumsy. It makes its nest high in the treetops. It searches for prey from the tops of trees. When it spots its favorite food, Bounce Sweet, Apom gets excited and pounces. Sunkern, the seed Pokemon. It suddenly falls out of the sky in the morning. Knowing it's weak, it simply feeds until it evolves. It is very weak. It only means of defense is to shake its leaves desperately at its attacker. Sunflora, the sun Pokemon. In the daytime, it rushes out into a hectic manner, but it comes to a complete stop when the sun sets. Since it converts sunlight into energy, it is always looking for the direction of the sun. It's a sunflower. Yanma, the clear wing Pokemon. Yanma is capable of seeing 360 degrees without moving its eyes. Ew. It is a great flyer that is adept at making sudden stops and turning mid-air. This Pokemon uses its flying ability to quickly chase down its targeted prey. Wooper, the waterfish Pokemon. This Pokemon lives in cold water. It will leave the water to search for food when it gets cold outside. When the temperature cools in the evening, they emerge from the water to seek food along the shore. Quagsire, the waterfish Pokemon. It has easygoing nature. It doesn't care if it bumps its head on boats and boulders while swimming. A dim-witted Pokemon. It doesn't care if it bumps its head on boats or rocks while swimming. Yeah. It's a weakness to grass. Is it because it's a quote-unquote dim-witted Pokemon, or is it because it's ground? That's an odd choice. Espeon, the sun Pokemon. That's weird. Why is it a sun Pokemon? The tip of its forked tail quivers when it's predicting the opponent's next move. That's pretty cool. It uses the fine hair that covers its body to sense air currents and predict the enemy's actions. That's actually how spiders are able to do things. That's how spider sense works. Your fun fact. Umbreon. Umbreon was my favorite evolution for a while. The Moonlight Pokemon. When exposed to the moon's aura, the rings on its body glow faintly. It gains a mysterious power. When darkness falls, the rings on his body begin to glow, striking fear into the hearts of anyone nearby. Murkrow, the Darkness Pokemon. Feared and loathed by many, it is believed to bring misfortune to all those who see it at night. Oh my god! If spotted, it will lure an unwary person into chasing it, then lose the pursuer on the mountain trails. Slowking, the Royal Pokemon. When its head was bitten, toxins entered Slowpoke's head and unlocked the extraordinary power. What the fuck? Water and ground is weak to grass. I'm just saying, it's weird because water is usually... Oh no, it is weak to grass. I'm tripping. I'm tweaking. Yeah, I was tweaking. My bad. Also, so for Quagsire is 4 times weak to grass. No, that makes perfect sense. My bad. I was tweaking. So if a shelter bites fucking Slowbro on the head instead of its tail, it just becomes smart. Wasn't there a someone correct me if I'm wrong, but in the anime, wasn't there a Slowking that actually knew how to speak English? Like they could talk? Like physically? It has an incredible intellect and intuition. Whatever the situation, it remains calm and collected. It's a decent special defense. Mischievous. This Pokemon, the Screech Pokemon. This Pokemon startles people in the middle of the night. It gathers fear as its energy. Wait. No, I did read that correctly. As its energy. Pokemon Movie 2000? That's what it was. Alright, thank you, Rescue. It loves to bite and yank people's hair from behind without warning. What the fuck? Just to see their shocked reactions. This Pokemon's a little dickhead. I kind of like it, though. Unknown, the Symbol Pokemon. This Pokemon is shaped like an ancient writing. It is a mystery from which it came from. The ancient writings on various unknown. Research into this topic is ongoing, but nothing is known. It's mischievous? I mean, yeah, I guess so. It's a little dickhead, though. I kind of like that it's an asshole, though. I like the asshole Pokemon. Oh, we just hit 200. We're 2/10 of the way done. At this rate, we'll be done in 10 hours, or in 8 more hours. Wobbuffet, the Patient Pokemon. It hates light and shock. If attacked, it inflates its body to pump up its counter-strike. To keep its pitch-black tail hidden, it lives quietly in the darkness. It is never first to attack. By the way, for everybody here, we are going to be doing a Pokemon movie marathon after this. So, stay tuned for that. Girafarig. Girafarig? I don't know how to say that. The long neck Pokemon. Though very small, the brain in its tail... What? The brain in its tail is considered an important organ because it emits a powerful psychic energy. Girafarig... Girafarig. Girafarig's tail has a small head, and it instinctively bites any foe that approaches the Pokemon from behind. Yeah, that's a good plan. I always say Girafarig. Gotcha. What a fucking weird Pokemon. Pineco! The Bagworm Pokemon. Ew. Bagworm. What is a Bagworm? Bagworm. The Sekidae are a family of Lepidoptera. The Bagworm family is a fairly small... It's a type. It's okay, so it's a type of moth. It's the larvae version of a moth. Pineco, it likes to make its shell thicker by adding layers to the tree bark. The additional weight doesn't bother it at all. It spits out a fluid that uses to glue to tree bark. What? It spits out a fluid that it uses to glue tree bark to its body. The fluid hardens when touched by air. when it touches air. It's just a bug type that's basically... It looks like a stall Pokemon. Like, you'd only use it to stall for time. Let me see something. Pineco... Oh, no, it evolves in a fortress. Weird. Fortress, the bagworm Pokemon. It's usually found hanging onto a fat tree trunk. It shoots out bits of its shell when it sees action. Its entire body is shielded by a steel-hard shell. What lurks inside the shell is a total mystery. It is 4 times weak to fire, but otherwise, that's pretty good stat line. Especially for a bug-type Pokemon, that's pretty good, and it has a really high defense. Dunsparce. It creates mazes in the land snake Pokemon. It creates mazes in dark locations. When spotted, it flees into the ground by digging with its tail. If spotted, it escapes by burrowing with its tail. It can float just by slightly using its wings. Gligar. I used to like Gligar too. It's kind of goofy. Look at him. He's a little goofy dude. Gligar glides the fly scorpion Pokemon. It glides through the air without a sound, as if we're sliding. This Pokemon hangs on the face of its foe, using its clawed hide and legs and the large pincers on its forelegs. Then ejects its prey with its poison barb. It's not a poison type. It is a ground flying type. It is 4 times weak to ice. Steelix. Come on, give me the stats. Holy shit, that defense is high. The Iron Snake Pokemon. Just got back from my fucking screensaver. Never started, so my screen was on the whole time. I was out. I mean, hey, man, I got the view out of it. Would you like to come back onto the stream, Magic? It is said that if Onyx lives for over 100 years, its composition changes to become diamond-like. Is thought that its body transformed as a result of iron accumulating internally from swallowing soil. Interesting. Does anyone know how Steelix evolves? Because I thought you had to use like a stone to evolve it. 100-year upgrade. That makes sense why it only appears in Gen 2. Or why it starts appearing in Gen 2, rather. Hold on. Gotta replace the music.
Hello, I'm here. We already passed my favorite Pokemon.
Which one was that?
Apom.
I liked Apom too.
Apom's my favorite Pokemon ever.
It wasn't my favorite, but it was my favorite a long time ago. Your little fact that I had about myself is that when I was a kid, I was in a store. I think it was a Walmart, and there was a little Apom figure, and I opened the package in the store and stole the Apom.
Hell yeah! Crime!
I also did that with a Pokemon card. Can you guess which Pokemon card it was? I'll give you a hint. It was one of the starters, and it was before. It was. I'll give you the from Gen 1 to Gen 5.
Was it? My thought is either Charizard or the fire ape thing.
No, those are good guesses though. It was Typhlosion.
Oh, really? I didn't strike you as a water type one.
Typhlosion is not a water type.
Which one is it? Oh, that's the fucking Cyndaquil. I always think Cyndaquil's a water type when I hear its name for some reason. It's not, but it has a water type name.
You trade Onyx with a metal code. That's weird.
Yeah.
So,
I'd follow through on some of those things from the Pokedex.
Cyndaquil, says Landy.
Leave me alone, Landy.
Listen. We've already.
It's Typhlosion. It's Typhlosion was what got me.
No, Typhlosion makes a little bit of sense because it sounds like typhoon, but it's explosion.
But it's very dark blue. And it doesn't always have the fire on its back when you see the new games because the fire just like comes out of its back, but it doesn't always have
That's
it.
because Pokemon is fucking lazy. Anyway, we found out that Arbok has different patterns for the face that's on its body. And I was like, oh, are the different faces in the games? And Botch told me that they are in the different games, but it's only by different, like, actual game. It's not like you'll see 6 variations in one game. And I'm like, you could totally do that. I was just lazy.
I thought the different faces were gender-based for some reason.
It could be. But they just have different, they do have different faces on the thing, which is, I think is cool detail. But
Hell yeah, no, I like when they actually, like, give things variation, like the Vivillon butterflies.
Yeah. I would love, personally, if they, like, now that they have, like, over 1,000 Pokemon. Sorry, the drop went hard. The drop in the music. I was waiting for it. They stick to, like, they have 1,000 Pokemon now. Let's do, like, a random, like, bunch of Pokemon, right? Stick that in one game and then give them a different, like, a bunch of variations and whatnot and different lore and whatnot. Let's do that now. You have enough Pokemon. You don't need to make more.
Alright. My fun fact for Snubbull, because you have it up, is that it's clearly a bulldog, but also it being a fairy type is based on, I'm going to try and pronounce this, a coin sheaf, which is a Scottish Gaelic mythical creature known as a fairy dog.
Spell it?
It is C-U-T-S-I-T-H.
Wait, say it again? C-U-T...
C-U-S-I-T-H.
Well, is it like Kate Sith?
Yeah, it's that. It doesn't have a picture on Wikipedia, sadly.
Oh no, this is not quite what I was looking for. A coin Sith.
Yeah, you would pronounce it like coin Sith. Scottish Gaelic is so, like, intimidating to me.
I think this is what the closest we're getting to it.
Oh, like a hellhound.
Oh, this is the one from, this is what it is in Persona.
I love that. Like, a lot of the ones are like, this is the Pokemon version, and here's the Persona one. Because they are just, like, a lot of the original ones are just a lot of, like, mythological creatures.
Yeah, which is great. The fairy Pokemon, odd. It grows closer to others easily, so it is easily spoiled. The disparity between its face and its actions makes many young people wild about it.
I love Snubbulls.
I mean, there you go. Its contrast to its appearance is quite timid. When playing with other puppy Pokemon, it sometimes gets bullied. Aw, how you have a face like that and get bullied?
Hello, Batra.
Welcome back, Batra. We are at Gen 2. From Wikipedia, Hinarashi, Cyndaquil in Japanese, may be a combination of Yama Arashi, porcupine,
and
fire. It can be taken to mean that. You know what? Actually, thinking about it that way, considering that I grew up with Sonic, it's a hedgehog on fire. Like, come on now. There's no way I wouldn't have liked that Pokemon.
We're talking about the Japanese name for Pokemon. I fucking love a lot of the Japanese names for Pokemon because usually it's just like word. It's like mouse, dog. It's so good.
Japanese in terms of like naming stuff is always better because their language actually provides for a lot of puns. Our language does not.
Me and my mom were just talking about Japanese pronunciations of things because we were talking about how often things with like the L and the R switch get translated differently based on who's translating it.
Right. I just want to let you know. I just want you to know that Porygon is just Polygon with a Japanese accent.
Yep.
Gyarados is apparently in German, for what I understand. Their translation for English is called Skullkraken.
Oh hell yeah!
Again, Gyarados is rad, and I don't understand why it's flying. Why is it not just straight up dragon? It's literally the lore for Gyarados is that it's based on the folklore of when a koi fish goes up a waterfall and it gets to the top, it turns into a dragon. Why is it not a dragon type? God damn, I don't know what music playlist I just clicked up, but it's going in right now. Grand Bull, the fairy Pokemon. While it has powerful jaws, it doesn't care for disputes, so it rarely has a chance to display its might. Although it's popular with young people, Grand Bull is timid and insensitive, so it's totally incompetent as a watchdog.
I love it. They're like the Pokemon equivalent of like himbos.
It won't get a dragon type until its mega evolution. Fine, but like it should have always been a dragon type.
They really need to change a lot of Pokemon over to dragon types. So it would make more sense.
Yeah. Also, Gyarados. A lot of Pokemon that look like dragons just aren't. Charizard's not a dragon. Gyarados is not a dragon. But like the actual dragon types are fucking awful. We still haven't seen a dragon type, by the way. I don't think they exist yet.
Yeah. So I sent you a thing on Discord before I left. Yeah. That is how I realized how, like, absolutely, like, terrible dragon types were, is because I was trying to fill that out for myself, and there are like 5 dragon types.
Yeah. Yeah.
There are like 5 dragon type Pokemon ever.
Fucking dragon types are, they're good, but they're not, they don't look good.
They don't look good and they don't use the type enough.
Hold on, these evolution names in Japanese, tell me what they are. In the picture I sent, they're talking about non-dragon types, and yet they're dragon types. Yeah, did you see that picture in Discord?
No, I didn't. I'll look though.
Yeah, I think it said check this out.
Check this out.
Actually, you're probably gonna look at it. We're gonna talk about it. We'll pull it up real quick.
No, but I did see the Persona penis monster.
Yeah. Is it in check this out? Or is it in funny stuff? It might be in funny stuff.
It's not in either, from what I'm seeing. Is it in live stream, maybe?
No, it's not in
nope.
that, because I didn't talk about it on stream. Where is it?
Nah.
Was it in general? Basha, can you do me a favor and post it again and check this out?
Nope, the only thing in general is, filler complaining about Spider-Man, which I'm trying to dodge because I still haven't finished it.
It was a while ago.
Okay, that's probably why I can't find it then.
Quillfish. No, it's Quillfish. Quillfish, the balloon Pokemon. Be cautious if this Pokemon starts sucking in water. It will soon attack by scattering the toxic spikes that grow over its body. That doesn't make sense. It's outside of its body. How are you scattering them? Experienced fishers say that they try to catch Quillfish in a brief moment that these Pokemon become defenseless just by launching its poisonous spikes. Huh. Scizor. This is the only other bug-type Pokemon that I like.
Okay, I have to say, Scyther, I think is really lame. Scizor, fucks.
Yeah.
Scizor looks like a cool butch lesbian that could beat you up, and I love it.
I don't know if I agree with that description, but I do like Scizor. The Japanese evolution names are Thunders, Showers, Booster for Flareon, which is... in English, that's kind of lame, but maybe it sounds cool in Japanese. What is the actual kanji for it? Butcher posted it.
Oh, yep.
Alright, I'll bring Discord over here.
Ancient flying lizards that can breathe fire, not dragons.
Why not Dragon type? We got pseudo-legendaries, the creators of the universe, Fluffy Burb, Palm Tree, a Skyscraper, Apple Pie. I fucking hate the Apple one. I hate Appleton. Dragon types, whatever the fuck this dog thing is. The Apple, Noivern. I'm okay with Noivern. It looks more like a bat than a Dragon type, though. I don't know what the fuck that is. Flygon. Seadrum actually makes sense if you know Japanese folklore. The Executor. Kingdra, which makes sense if you know Japanese lore.
Did you call it Executor?
That is an Executor.
I've just always pronounced it Executor. So...
Not a dragon type.
Wait, what?
Aerodactyl. Aragon. I don't remember what this one's called. I think it's Milotic. Charizard. Yeah, why isn't Sir Viper not a dragon type? Now that I think about it. I don't remember the name of this Pokemon. Tyranitar. Gyarados. Dragons. Not dragons. Ancient dragon types. Ancient lizard monsters that breathe fire, not dragons. Come use dragon type Pokemon. We have Beep Beep, I'm a Sheep, Apple, Palm Tree, Skyscraper, Mr. Fish, Snail Bob, I hate this Pokemon, screams in agony in a space center from Germany. It's literally all katakana, so it's literally just those words. Oh, that's kind of lame, actually.
I love that, though. There are so many Pokemon that's just like turtle, bird. It's great. I love it. Not got really any fun facts about Scizor. It's just that, like...
It's like, a cool Pokemon. It doesn't need any fun facts.
It's cool. It's dope.
It's fucking cool. Wait, what is it? If it's green, I'm gonna be sad.
Oh, no. It's either that or it's gonna be like...
It is! It's fucking green. Alright, that made me sad.
Fucking green shinies.
We can let it slide for generation, 1, but the rest of them should just be cooler colors.
Yes.
Why are they all just fucking green?
Give me more pink shinies, Game Freak.
I don't even mind. Fucking shiny Charizard is black.
Yeah.
That's rad as fuck.
It's awesome.
It should just have a better color scheme. I'm okay with the base color scheme, but it should just have a better color scheme. Imagine Scizor, but it's purple or some shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Scizor, the pincer Pokemon. This Pokemon's pincers, which contain steel, can crush any hard object they get a hold of into bits. It swings its eye-patterned pincers up to scare its foes. This makes it look like it has 3 heads. No, it doesn't, but okay.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Shuckle. Don't fuckle with Shuckle.
I literally almost said that.
Don't fuckles with Knuckles. It said we don't have true dragons.
Sonic, he doesn't chuckle.
Unlike Sonic, that's the first thing Knuckles does.
I know, right?
His first appearance, the first thing he does is beat the Chaos Emeralds out of Super Sonic, and then laughs, and then runs away.
Yep.
Shuckle, the mold Pokemon. It stores berries inside the shell. To avoid attacks, it hides beneath rocks and remains completely still. The berries stored in its vase-like shell eventually become thick, pulpy juice, which apparently is a delicacy.
Yeah, I was just about to say a lot of the things here say that they are barnacles and mollusks, basically, like a mollusk.
Caesar Mega Evolution, if it stays too long, it will melt. What the fuck? It's pretty sad that knowing that there are Pokemon Mega Evolutions, some of them will actually melt because of the heat. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, no, there's so many Mega Evolution descriptions are like, they are suffering and they hate this. It's so sad!
Heracross, I do like this Pokemon too. I mean, it's a bug fighting though. There are a lot of things that bug type Pokemon are the probably worst Pokemon type, but if you combine it with the right type, it's cool as shit.
My fun fact about Heracross isn't actually it does say a little bit of thing on here, but there's a thing that young boys in Japan would do a lot, which is they would find Japanese rhinoceros beetles and make them fight each other with their big heads, so that's why they're insect fighting types.
That is a fight in JoJo.
Really?
Yeah, no, it's literally a fight in JoJo where they the fight is to get these rhinoceros Hercules beetles to fight each other, and they have to use their stands to make the other one win.
That's kind of amazing, actually.
It's fucking great. I love JoJo. Heracross, the single-horn Pokemon. It loves sweet nectar. To keep all of the nectar to itself, it hurls rivals away with its prized horn. When with its Herculean powers, it's easily throw around an object that is 100 times its own weight. How much do you weigh? 119 pounds? It's about 1,000 pounds. Esper is literally in pain. Yes.
Yeah.
Although I do like the vacant look in its eyes. Just, please kill me. This cunning Pokemon, Sneasel. This cunning Pokemon hides under cover of darkness, waiting to attack its prey. This is a smart and sneaky Pokemon. A pair may work together to steal eggs from by having one lure the parents away.
I love these descriptions talk about them like they're real animals, they eat each other and shit like that. I wish that Game Freak did more with some of the weird shit in here.
Have you seen the Frostlass description?
Yes.
It's fucking hilarious.
But
Um,
also, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say that a lot. I was watching a video by I think it's totally not Mark who did that video, but it was comparing the details between old Pokemon designs and current Pokemon designs, and a lot of current Pokemon designs are cute, and are designed
Yeah.
to be cute because that's what sells money.
Mhm.
That's what gets all the money. However, I really like the old designs because they like look and act like animals.
Yeah. 100% agreed.
Hello, B-Man.
Oh, I am here. Also, my fun fact about this one, which I find very interesting, I'm just going to read straight from the thing. Sneasel may be based on the Kamaitachi, which is a type of yokai represented as weasel demons with sickles on their front legs, and they were usually used to explain away random cuts you had that you didn't know where they came from.
What the fuck? All right. A lot of Japanese folklore is just like we made some shit up.
It really is, but I love yokai for some reason. They're always so fascinating.
Shinto lore is hilarious. Teddy Ursa, the little bear Pokemon, which is shout out to the homie Luna Bear VQ. This Pokemon discreetly follows Combi to find their hive. It scoops up big dollops of its honey in its palms to eat. Its paws are soaked in oodles of honey. When nervous, Teddy Ursa will lick its paws and soon have a smile back in its face. That's adorable. That's fucking adorable. You got a fact about this one?
I love Teddy Ursa. Sorry, I burped. I was trying to lean away from the mic to burp. I fucking love Teddy Ursas. That I looked at that thing just now. I don't think I've played Pokemon in a hot minute. I want to put that thing in a little like Dr. Chopper hat so bad. Fucking, I'm spamming some chops in the chat. But also, what I'm seeing right now the most is that it's just based on a lot of different kinds of bears, but also Ursa Major and Ursa Minor,
Yeah.
which is why they're like celestially themed.
A lot of Pokemon have cute base forms and then transform into this thing will fucking murder you. Yes, this is true. And that's actually why I like Pokemon. I like that Bulbasaur was like this cute little dude, and then he turns into a giant fucking dinosaur.
I was about to say the exact opposite. I like that they turn into big things, but when I'm personally playing, Everstones are my best friends. I have so many Pokemon that just hold Everstones so that they never
You
transform.
prefer the Digimon approach where you have the cute thing all the time, and then when you
Yes.
need it, it has the big fuck you scary thing, and then goes back to the cute thing.
Yes.
Ursa Ring. It usually the hibernator Pokemon. It usually wears its hardened expression, but when licking up its honey, which it loves, the joy it feels will cause it to break into a wide grin. It is quite skilled at climbing trees. If it comes across a primate while searching for berries in the treetops, trouble will surely ensue. Yeah. I can see that beef. Fucking Ursa Ring and Primate just fighting. It's not even like they have completely different interests. The Ursa Ring does not want to eat the Primate or anything. He just wants the honey. And then fucking Primate is just always angry. So it's just on-site beef. So good news, Infinite was able to pick up Persona 5 Tactica, so yet another game backlog for the Atlas games for next year. Nice. You'll have a whole entire year planned out for you right now.
I should play an Atlas game on stream.
Which one?
I don't know, but I just feel like I should because you guys talk about Persona all the time.
Well, then I would recommend a actual Persona game. You've seen enough of 5. Did you like 5, like in terms of aesthetic?
It was okay.
Okay, well then I recommend 3 because 3 is the original 3 on the PSP because that's the only one you get to play as a girl.
I was also gonna say 3 because I have personal beef with 4. Just based on like things I've seen people talk about. I have personal beef with Persona 4.
I also have personal beef with 4. Speaking of, if we get into it long enough, Dizzy will come back on and we'll continue watching the Persona 4 anime if Trouble 6 is here. Slugma, the lava Pokemon. Molten magma courses through Slugma's circulatory system. If this Pokemon is chilled, the magma cools and hardens. Its body turns brittle and chunks fall off, reducing its size. That's depressing. That's literally a way for it to die. Slugma does not have any blood in its body. Instead, intense hot magma circulates throughout this Pokemon's... It is lava. How does that work? This Pokemon's body carrying essential nutrients and oxygen to its organs. Doesn't that mean it always has to be constantly in lava in order for it to get more lava? What the fuck?
I just had a horrifying internal like image of somebody like dissecting a Slugma. What would that even look like? I don't like that. Dude, do you think, like, in Pokemon Universe science classes, they have to, like, dissect Pidgeys and shit?
Yes, actually, but that's kind of sad.
It's kind of sad, but, like, they would probably have to do it with, like, the Poliwhirls and shit, because you can see them from the inside. They're probably the little ones, probably get science, it's like, science classroomed.
Batra is telling me
What the hell is this?
Batra is telling me this Pokemon should not exist. What?
No, it is an affront to God.
Nightmares Paris comes in and says, "What the fuck is that?"
It's awful.
How you doing, Parrish?
The only good thing about it is it kind of looks like it's got a little mustache.
Yeah. Funny enough, Pokemon made me give turn-based RPGs a try, and I had watched my sister play Persona 3 before, so I got P4G for my new PS Vita, and I think it's my favorite game. It's a good game. I just had so much trouble playing it, it can never be my favorite. But it's a good game. I'm good, man. How are you today? I'm chilling. We're going through reading every Pokemon entry. Dizzy's here to distract me every once in a while.
I'm not Dizzy.
My bad. I talked to both of you.
I'm acting like Dizzy today.
I talk to both of you on a daily basis. It's hard. Magic is here to distract me every once in a while and give their Pokemon hot takes while I give my own.
My Pokemon hot take for this one is please look up what a shiny Magcargo looks like because it's hideous.
Oh no.
I don't know if you'll agree with me or not, but this is so ugly to me.
I like the name Magcargo though. Oh, what the is what?
I love coding websites in 1999.
What? You know, that's actually what that looks like. Yeah.
Why is it bold font magenta? Like, ooh.
What? I don't know what this is.
I don't like it.
Someone made their own shiny. This is better.
That's so much better because it matches the Slugma. Slugmas are gray. I don't know why it's magenta.
The shiny Slugma is gray.
Yeah, because that's it right there.
Oh yeah, shiny Slugma.
Don't question it, Batra.
I'm your local denizen Pokemon nerd. Yeah. Well, when I eventually do, so what I'm thinking about doing, and I wouldn't have a problem doing this with you too, Magic, if kind of Links is too busy. But I'm thinking about doing a specific type of Nuzlocke called a Soul Link. Basically, what happens is that we play the same Pokemon game, preferably different versions, right? Let's say Black and White, for example, right? And we go through these different type of versions, but the Nuzlocke, but you get a Pokemon and I get a Pokemon, and now those Pokemon are linked to each other. So let's say we get to where we only have our starters, right? And we get to the first area and we lose our start. I lose my starter in the first area, right?
I have to lose my starter.
You also have to lose your starter.
That's fucking cool.
It's really hard, but it sounds fun.
I would be grinding like a motherfucker because I'm so bad at video games.
No, so what I like about that is because it's a randomized Nuzlocke. Randomized Nuzlocks have you like using your brain power to actually make this very easy game much harder. On top of that, now we both have to help each other in order to not lose our boys. So
speaking of randomizers too, that same streamer I was telling you about that did like that multi-day stream where I kept checking in every time he was asleep by accident. He did a couple of live streams doing Legend of Zelda Wind Waker randomized, and I feel like you would get a kick out of that. I feel like you would either get a kick out of that or people would get a kick out of watching me do it because I'd get so fucking angry so fast.
Would get angry because Wind Waker is, I mean, most of the Zelda games before before Breath of the Wild is incredibly linear. So me being able to get a certain item and have to go to a specific area that I don't know where to go to would piss me off.
Oh yeah, 100%. I would be fucking raging. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I need to read this entry. Magcargo, the lava Pokemon. Magcargo's shell is actually its skin, gross, that hardened as a result of cooling. Its shell is very brittle and fragile. Just touching it causes it to crumble apart. This Pokemon returns to its original size by dripping itself into magma. Magcargo's body temperature is approximately 1800 degrees. Why would you ever touch its shell then? If this Pokemon is caught in the raindrops instantly turn to steam, cloaking in the area in a thick fog. That's kind of metal. Swinub, the pig Pokemon. I like this thing. It's squishy. It rubs its snout on the ground to find and dig up food. It sometimes discovers hot springs. Ooh. This Pokemon's lit then. If it smells something enticing, it dashes off headlong to find the source of the aroma. That's pretty great.
Back in time for the best boy in the whole universe.
Yeah, I like Swinub. So, Amy found a Swinub for the first time when she was playing Silver. She's like, what the fuck is that thing? And I was like, no, shut up, it's my boy.
Shiny Swinubs are some of my favorites.
I wish the shinies were like on this website. So I
know, right? Shiny Swinubs are the only ones that I'll forgive for being green, because it is like a little matcha green. It looks like a little matcha mochi little green little dude. It's so cute.
This one's cute. I buy one, right? He's adorable. The reason why it should exist, one of the Pokemon Dex entries states that it's so hot, it's similar to the that of the sun. It shouldn't exist. No, it should just evaporate into nothingness or melt through the planet.
Also, I'm sorry, Swinub's ability to find hot springs
may reference
the history of use of animals and their keen smell for this purpose. Specifically, it may reference to the legend of King Bladud of Bath in England, whose herd of pigs found hot springs that cured his leprosy.
That doesn't sound real. It soessounds like you made those words up.
But that's also crazy. I'm looking at a Pokemon and I also see the word leprosy written underneath it.
That doesn't sound real. It sounds like you made those words up. Piloswine, the swine Pokemon. If it charges at an enemy, the hairs on its back stand up straight. It's very sensitive to sound. We have never seen that. I don't even think that's in the anime. Although its legs are short, its rugged hooves prevent it from slipping even on icy ground.
This is the first I'm learning about it having hooves. I think I just thought they were like slugs.
We're gonna let it slide.
I thought Piloswines were slugs.
We're just gonna let it slide.
I never thought about it before.
Corsola? The Coral Pokemon.
Corsola.
Many live in the clean seas of the south. They apparently can't live in polluted waters. Well, I mean, I hope not. I think most things can't live in polluted waters. Remoraid. This is a goofy Pokemon. The jet Pokemon. The water they shoot from their mouths. I like how this Pokemon is literally just a fish.
Its Japanese name is Teppo. I'm pretty sure it's like supposed to be like torpedo.
The water they shoot from their mouths can hit moving prey from 300 feet away. That's pretty far. Using
it's a combination of Teppo and Uo, which means gunfish. Sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm sorry, that found me.
I want to wield him like a gun so bad. Nobody move, all the money in the bag. I'm holding a Remoraid.
If I had a fucking fish. Any stagnant water is going to be at least somewhat polluted. Yeah. Using
go ahead.
Yeah, using its dorsal fin as a suction pad, it clings to a mantine's underside to scavenge for leftovers. Oh, okay, it's one of the I don't remember the name of it, but it's like one of the hoverfish that just it's technically a parasite, but it helps out.
Yeah, they're like symbiotic parasites.
Yeah.
I sent you a picture of a beta Remoraid. Please pull that up on stream.
Hold on. What the fuck? What the fuck is this?
It's a fucking revolver!
It's a gun! That is a gun!
It's a gun! Straight up a revolver!
That is a gun as a Pokemon.
Fucking Gunmon.
What Pokemon is wild?
Oh shit!
Look at their evolution. Octillery.
The evolution makes sense now, thinking about it as a gun.
Oh, the name makes sense. Because I always like, oh yeah, it sounds like artillery.
I'm sending you a beta Octillery too, because it makes a ton of sense.
Oh, that's kind of, I actually like that.
Oh god!
Oh shit, okay. Hold on.
Oh no, did you spill something?
Yeah.
Oh no!
It's fine, it's not on anything important.
Good.
There's a shirt that I need in case someone redeems face cam. It's just on my mat. It was very close to being on something important like my book, but no, it's
Ooh.
just yeah.
Yeah, no, that's good.
It did get on one of my controllers, but it's just the handle.
That's good too. Wow, I'm looking at these beta designs now. They're from the 90s. They're from the leaked 97 gold and silver version. Some of these are real weird looking.
Yeah, that's beta artillery.
Oh my god, wait. I'm so sorry. I'm derailing your whole stream. I'm about to send you something that's going to make me so jealous that this wasn't the final design.
What the fuck Pokemon is that?
It's Tangela! That's me! That looks exactly like me, look!
I'm being 1,000 with you. This is just a better design.
It is. No, 1,000,000%. But also, that's me!
Hold on, let me pull it up for her.
EK Crafts?
What's good, EK? Hold on. This is
me!
beta Tangly. that is just better.
That's me!
That's just better.
They almost had me in the game!
The shiny version's pink.
Yeah! I'm kind of loving these beta designs. I'm gonna bug you with these, but after we finish the Pokedex, I'll bug you with more.
It has
I'm about to become obsessed with all of these.
Octillery, the jet Pokemon. It has a tendency to want to be in holes. Me too, dude. It prefers rock crags or pots and sprays inks in them before attacking. Me too, dude.
He shoots liquid in holes.
It traps enemies with its suction cup tentacles and then smashes them with its rock hard head.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he does.
Octillery, the porn Pokemon. Delibird, the delivery Pokemon. It carries food all day long. There are tales about lost people who were saved by the food it had. That's cool. It always carries its food with it. Wherever it goes, if attacked, it throws food at the opponent. It's a waste of food. Santa Claus, but penguin.
Yep. Santa Claus Rockhopper penguin.
Yeah, I'm a fucking Mantine with the Remoraid.
I always thought the Remoraid was part of the Mantine as a kid, because they always had one with them. Like when you played like the GameCube games, they always had one.
Well, so think about it like this: Slowbro. Yeah, Slowbro is just a slowpoke with a shoulder on its biting its tail.
Yeah.
And if you happen to have it bite its head instead of its tail, it turns into a Slow King.
And then it becomes a genius.
So the Pokédex entry for it is that the poison seeps into its brain and turns him into a genius.
Oh my god.
That's literally what we read earlier.
Fucking Parasect 2.
Yeah, honestly. Mantine, if it builds up enough speed swimming, it can jump out above the waves and glide over 300 feet. That might be a reference to how orcas yeet stingrays into the fucking air. It's very sad, actually. It kills it.
Oh no! I thought they were having fun.
No, it kills them.
I just imagined like when you like throw like a puppy up in the air and you catch it.
No, orcas are dicks. So are dolphins.
Yeah, dolphins like fuck anything. Dolphins are like one of the only creatures that like masturbates for fun.
Does it buy food, harvest the food, generate the food, all of the above? I don't know, man. I would think it would come from the sack. It just generates food in the sack.
Dude, I love me some sack food.
As it mysterious sack food. As it majestically swims, it doesn't care if Remoraid attaches to scavenge for leftovers. I mean, it's because it's a friend. It's a good old friend.
Buddies.
This is like actually one of my favorite Pokemon. Skarmory is sick as fuck.
Skarmory, I feel like Skarmory feels like one that they would have made a dragon type if they had dragon types at the time.
I'm okay with it staying steel flying, honestly.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's a good type, but I feel like if it was made now, it would be part dragon type.
Skarmory, the armor bird Pokemon. The pointed feathers of these Pokemon are sharper than swords. Skarmory and Corviknight fight viciously over territory. People fashion swords from Skarmory's Skarmory's shed feather, excuse me. So this Pokemon is popular element in heraldic designs.
My fun fact is that it is a paper crane because it is a crane with folding fan paper wings.
Oh, no wonder I liked it. It's Japanese as fuck. Houndour, Team Rocket's Pokemon. It is smart enough to hunt in packs. It uses the variety of cries for communicating with others. It uses different kinds of cries for communicating with others of its kind and pursuing its prey. Okay, see, this is why I'm not reading every entry, because that was the same thing, except worded differently.
Yeah.
Houndour, Team Rocket's Pokemon. They always have this. I don't know why. They have 1,000 fucking Pokemon now, but the Team Rocket only has Houndour and Houndour.
Man's best friend, man.
I fucking guess. The dark Pokemon. If you are burned by the flames it shoots out from its mouth, the pain will never go away.
That is so disturbing. That is. I know about that one. That one's so disturbing.
Get another Pokemon Mega Evolution, it would die from melting. Rather. Upon hearing its eerie howls, the other Pokemon get the shivers and head straight back into their nest.
Oh, wait. Up at the top where it says Houndour, like right under where it says Houndour, if you click that, I think it gives you the Mega Evolution in the description.
Oh, good to know. Alright. Okay. Its red claws from the tip of its tail are melting from the high internal temperatures that are painful to the Houndour itself. Oh, so it's dying.
What? Bad entries.
Houndour's entire body generates heat when it Mega Evolves. Its fearsome fiery breath turns its opponents to ash.
Damn, dude.
We gotta pay attention to that then. I missed the other ones. I'm not going back for them.
Maybe we can after the fact. I'll like pull up the ones that do have megas, but not right now.
Yeah. Kingdra. When the arrival of the storm at sea, this Pokemon will show itself on the surface. When the Kingdra and a Dragonite meet, a fierce battle ensues. I do like Kingdra. Kingdra's an okay-looking Pokemon. Scales shed by this Pokemon have such a splendorous gleam to them that they've been given to royalty as gifts. All you need to know is that there are Mega Evolutions from before either benefits them or irritates them or kills them.
The fact that it dwells on the seafloor while creating whirlpools may be a reference to Ryujin, a Japanese sea deity, or Charybdis? A sea monster in Greek mythology.
One of those things was my name.
Yeah! Means dragon god.
That's what I am. The lore is so real. Wait, this thing is 5'11" and 335 pounds. This thing is huge. It is a very big Pokemon.
What the fuck? It's taller than me.
Mega Ampharos actually benefits from during an evolution because of the hair. Makes sense. Fanpy and Donphan were one of my favorite Pokemon because I just liked elephants as a kid.
Fanpy's so cute. I didn't like them as a kid. I have learned to really appreciate Fanpy.
I liked elephants. Elephants were cool as fuck as a kid.
My favorite animal were monkeys as kids, so that's why Apom is still my favorite Pokemon.
Fair. Fanpy, the long-nosed Pokemon. This Pokemon lives and nests on a riverbank. After playing in the mud, it won't be able to settle down unless it washes its body. It is far stronger than it appears. If a Fanpy is swinging its trunk around and your arm gets hit by it, your arm bone will shatter.
Ooh.
Not break, shatter. Okay, all right. Donphan, the armor Pokemon. Donphan is covered in a tough hide, so even being hit by a car won't phase this Pokemon. However, it's extremely susceptible to rain. What? Donphan is normally a calm Pokemon, but once it's in range, it will curl its body into a ball and charge at you while rolling.
He's a fucking tire fant. Although, I have to wonder, how does rolling work with those big tusks? He doesn't just, like, jam himself directly into the ground.
They're retractable. Porygon 2! Porygon 2, the virtual Pokemon. This is a Porygon that was updated with a special data. Porygon 2 develops itself by learning about many different subjects all on its own. It's AI. Porygon 2 is AI. After artificial intelligence was implemented in Porygon 2, the Pokemon began using strange language that only other Porygon 2 understand.
Have you seen that person's rendition of Porygon 3? Because we have Porygon Z, which is supposed to be Porygon after it got like computer virus. But they made like a Porygon 3 where it looked more like a real duck.
Hold on.
Like it was just trying to get more and more real.
Hold on 1 second. Also, that's hilarious. Kid, you no longer have to use that sound alone if you don't want to. If you were subscribed, you can use the actual emote that plays that sound effect.
What emote is it?
You don't know which one it is. It's titties. Fanfy is also only a foot tall, so you would have it a weird position to get your arm hit. Fair enough. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, kid. Stantler. There you go. Stantler, the big horn Pokemon. This Pokemon apparently used to live in much harsher environments, and thus it once had strong psychic powers than it does now. Stronger psychic powers than it does now, but it's not a psychic type.
Am I the only one that really hates its tail? It just looks like a real big like ass cheek, and I don't like it.
It is a really weird tail.
Also, hello, kid.
I'm okay just dealing with stuff. I'm sorry about the stuff that you were dealing with. Maybe these Pokemon will help you forget, because they are kind of cursed. It is said that this Pokemon... Okay, no, that's the same entry. Wait, no, it's not. What? It is said that this Pokemon used to be stronger long ago when it had many enemies, and that it was even able to evolve under its own power. Okay.
The only fun facts I'm seeing are just like there's a lot of different deer that it's probably been turned into, like it's a moose and a deer and an elk and a couple other things.
I hope I would never in life see a moose.
Moose are so scary.
They are very scary.
Moose will fucking kill you.
Trying to figure out how to get my depression medication. Here's a life hack if you cannot get depression medication. Use caffeine. That's not even a joke.
Try to get your medication.
Try to get your medication, obviously, but we know how it be. It's fucking expensive. Use caffeine.
Yeah, it is expensive.
Smeargle, the painter Pokemon. The fluid of Smeargle's tail secretions change in intensity of its hue as the Pokemon's emotions change. I didn't actually know that. It draws symbols with the fluid that oozes from its tip of its tail. Depending on the symbol, Smeargle fanatics will pay big money for them.
I don't have fun fact other than that this is a beagle wearing a hat.
I'm already seeing the whole entire beagle Smeargle black market of fucking Smeargle paint.
Oh, damn. That's also an interesting thing to think about, because in the first Pokemon game, they were, like, cutting off Slowpoke tails, and even in the most recent ones, people eat Slowpoke tails. Yeah. I wonder, like, if Pokemon chose to keep being kind of dark, like, what other things, like, would they have, like, black market Smeargle paint and shit?
Yeah.
I hate that thing.
Tyrogue? You don't like Tyrogue?
It's ugly looking.
It's a wrestler.
I don't love fighting types. That's, to be fair, I'm just kind of biased against fighting types. There's not a lot that I like.
I mean, naturally, I like fighting types because I actually did fighting. So,
true.
I like seeing the different Pokemon representing of fighting types. Like Hitmonlee was kicks, which is Bruce Lee because he's known for his kicks. Hitmonchan is boxing, etc., etc. Tyrogue.
Nope, I'm shaped like a roll of cookie dough. I can't fight nothing.
Tyrogue, the Scuffle Pokemon. Ironically, if you were a fairy type, you would be beating fighting types. It is always bursting with energy. To make itself stronger, it keeps fighting even if it loses. Even though it is small, it can't be ignored because it will slug any handy target without warning. Chat, what kind of if you were a Pokemon type or a dual type, what Pokemon type would you be? Hitmontop, the handstand Pokemon. This is a breakdance Pokemon. It launches kicks while spinning. If it spins at high enough speeds, it may bore its way into the ground. Wow. Hitmontop is also probably based on Capoeira.
Yeah.
After doing a handstand to throw off its opponent's timing, it presents its fancy kick moves.
Capoeira is all about kicking.
Capoeira is about a lot of things. I think if I recall correctly, and someone will correct me, but Capoeira was a martial art created by, I believe, slaves to make it look like they were dancing, so that way nobody would, say, "Hey, you can't be doing that."
It's interesting. Wait.
Guess it'd be ice or water. I can see that for you, Lenny. Actually. So for Tyrell, he can evolve depending on how his stats go. Smoochum, the Kiss Pokemon, which is the baby evolution of Jinx. If its face,
Jinx, but I love Smoochum.
if its face gets even slightly dirty, Smoochum will bathe immediately. But if its body gets dirty, Smoochum doesn't really seem to care. This is a very curious Pokemon. Smoochum decides what it likes and dislikes by touching things with its lips.
So, this one's an easier one, but Jinx and Smoochum are supposed to look like Gengaro girls. The kind of girls that have like the bright white lips and then like the blonde hair, but like the really tanned skin, like that Japanese fashion style.
That look.
It was based on rebelling against like
get it.
Yeah,
no, because like the traditional style is to have like the dark hair and a very pale skin. However, I just don't like that look.
No, I don't like it either,
unless the character is black, then having the lighter color hair is sick as fuck.
I've actually seen like black makeup artists do that, like Gengoro look with like the bright lips and stuff, and it actually looks like really cool.
Yeah,
when you're not like super fake tanning your skin.
One of the greater examples is in Naruto, like Killer Bee and Darui. Yeah, those characters are sick. But when you see like an actual like Gyaru doing that, I'm like, I mean, whatever makes you happy, I guess. I think it's the makeup. I think the makeup pisses me off.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Elekid, the electric Pokemon. When a storm approaches, this Pokemon gets restless. Once Elekid hears the sound of thunder, it gets full-on rowdy. It's not good at storing electricity yet. This Pokemon sneaks into people's homes looking for electrical outlets to eat electricity from. Rip your power bill. Hitmonlee for speed, Hitmonchan for attack, and balances Hitmontop. I see. And EK agrees with you.
Oh, yeah.
Matt, what the fuck Pokemon is this? I've never seen this one.
I have a fun fact about this one.
I've never seen the baby Pokemon for Magmar. I've never seen this.
I think it's kind of cute. It's a little cute.
Magby, the live coal Pokemon. This Pokemon is still small and timid. I'm definitely gonna write this down for one of the Pokemon I give Pudgy or someone else for our drunk Pokemon thing. What the fuck is this? This Pokemon is small and timid. Whenever Magby gets excited or surprised, flame leak out from its mouth and its nose. This Pokemon makes its home near volcanoes. At the end of the day, Magby soaks in magma, resting and recovering from a day's fatigue. Me too, dude.
So, Magby's Japanese name is Booby.
Nice.
Booby. Just Booby.
It probably would be pronounced Boobé.
No, I've seen clips from the anime. He literally just goes, Booby.
That's great then. We're not going to question it? Oh yeah. We're not questioning it, but we are appreciating it. That's how Tyrogue evolved in the game, depending on how his stats goes. I see. Miltank. Miltank produces highly nutritious milk. So it's been supporting the lives of people and other Pokemon since ancient times. I still think drinking milk is weird.
Yeah, I can see that.
The Pokemon needs... and I don't mean just for Miltank. I mean in general. Drinking milk is weird.
No, 100%. I get... It is a little weird that we do that.
Like, who the fuck was like, I'm gonna drink the milk from this cow? Like, who thought that was a good idea? What drunk hillbilly named Bobby drank from a fucking cow and was like, this is actually pretty good. This Pokemon needs to be milked every day or else it will fall ill. Ew? The flavor of Miltank's milk changes with the seasons. Ew?
See, that's also probably why we started drinking milk, is because you do have to milk cows regularly or else they will, like, get sick. They develop too much of it. And so
how the fuck do cows live in the wild, then?
They're, because probably have more babies more often.
Okay, that's fair. That makes sense.
I don't have any fun facts about Miltanks, but I do know. Have you ever played
It's gross.
Pokemon
That's the fun fact.
Fusion?
I haven't, but
Uh,
I know someone who has. The homie Nairu has played Pokemon Fusion.
Every Pokemon fusion that fuses with Miltank is horrifying. There's not a good one. There's not a good one. They're all like spraying milk. They all have titties all over them. They're terrible.
The official history of cows' milk begins around 10,000 BCE when nomadic tribes decided to stop roving and to settle down in farming communities. Gross. Blissey, the happiness Pokemon. Anyone who takes even one taste of Blissey's egg becomes unfailingly caring and pleasant to everyone. You should give that to the rivals in most of the early game Pokemon games.
Silver needs a fucking egg fast.
The Hedgehog?
No, it's Silver the rival.
Oh yes, he does. He's just a very mean character.
He's angry.
The egg it lays are filled with happiness. Eating even one bite will bring a smile to anyone. Raikou, the Thunder Dog Pokemon. Raikou embodies the speed of lightning. The roars of this Pokemon send shockwaves shuddering through the air and shake the ground as if lightning bolts have come crashing down. So there's the same entry. Your stats are not as high as I thought they'd be. Entei.
Wait, real quick.
Raikou.
Raikou is based mostly on a saber-toothed tiger, but also on a Raiju.
Hold on, this motherfucker
Japanese
is 6
thunder
foot
beast.
tall.
Ooh, that thing could kill me so hard.
A Japanese thunder beast, you said?
Yep, a Raiju, which literally translates to Thunder Beast, which is a thunder demon of Japanese lore and is said to be Raijin's companion, whoever that is.
Raijin is a thunder deity. I think it's the one that bangs on the drum.
Oh, okay, yeah. So then, yeah, it's like the animal companion of the thunder god, basically.
Can I offer you a nice egg in these trying times? Raikou, Entei, and Suicune were deceased EVs that Ho-Ho resurrected. What the fuck?
Yeah! That's a really popular theory. I don't know if it's actually true or if it's just a theory, but it's usually that there were a Vaporeon, a Flareon, and what the hell's the thunder one called? Jolteon, that they are revived evolutions.
It's called Shocker, actually. I think that was the Japanese name that
Oh,
Lightning
no.
did. It's called Shocker, actually. Entei, the volcano Pokemon. Entei embodies the passion of magma. This Pokemon is thought to have been born in the eruption of a volcano. It sends up massive bursts of fire that utterly consume all that they touch. Thunders. It was thunders.
There's a lot of different things that make up an Entei. It's not super succinct. It's just like a lot of different.
Well, I mean, that's the thing
folklore about lions.
That's the thing about, like, if you know anything about actual folklore, nothing is actually consistent.
Oh yeah, no. There's a ton of different folklore among like a bunch of different cultures that seem similar but also different, and so you can combine a lot of aspects of that.
I mentioned when I was reading, when I was playing Stray Gods yesterday, that Loki, the Norse god, has no origin story and is very inconsistent in what he does in the overall Norse lore. Sometimes he's a hero, sometimes he's just an asshole, sometimes he's just there.
Kind of love that.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's just there.
Sometimes he's just there. Sometimes he doesn't actually do anything wrong and they just blame him.
Also me.
Along with Entei and Suicune, Raikou is one of the legendary beasts resurrected by Ho-Oh after burning of the Brass Tower. Of the 3 legendary beasts, Raikou is said to represent the lightning strike which ignited the fire that consumed the Brass Tower. Where's this from?
Oh shit, yeah. I remember hearing about this like years ago. I used to be really into like Pokemon lore.
I did not know this. Also, I thought Suicune was an ice type.
Yeah, I thought Suicune was an ice type too, but he has water.
It's the hair mostly, but I always thought Suicune was also a girl. Although its gender is unknown, so.
With the hair, I was about to say, it seems to like be slightly based off of Fujin, which is a Shinto god of wind, which wears
so it's
a leopard
Raijin.
skin.
So it's Raijin and Fujin. They're both like brother gods or some shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Suicune embodies the compassion of a pure spring of water. It runs across the land with gracefulness. This Pokemon has the power to purify dirty water. That's kind of sick. Larvitar, look at this angry little dude.
He's fucking pissed.
I actually had a friend back in middle school that actually called me Tyranitar because it's very similar to my actual name.
Oh, that's really funny. It is really similar.
Born deep underground, this Pokemon becomes a pupa after eating enough dirt to make a mountain. That's a lot of dirt. Do you know how much dirt that is? How old are you?
Okay, here, I have this for you. Suddenly, 150 years before the events of Silver and Gold, the Brass Tower burned down in a mysterious fire ignited by a bolt of lightning put out by a sudden downpour. This fire caused 3 nameless Pokemon to perish. Ho-Oh, fleeing from its perch, granted new life to the Pokemon, making them into the legendary beast before flying in search of a pure-hearted trainer. The 3 events of the fire, the lightning bolt, the raging blaze, and the sudden downpour, are Entei, Suicune, and Raikou.
That's kind of lit. Also, that's kind of depressing, but they came back to life, so it's all good.
And they're fucking cool now.
They came back supersized. And,
when you die, but you get a really cool outfit.
It is born deep underground. It can't emerge until it has entirely consumed the soil around it. Pupitar, the hard shell Pokemon. This pupa flies around wildly, inventing with great force and gas pressurized inside its body. Its shell is hard as bedrock and is also very strong. Its thrashing can topple a mountain. So you gotta question how much of these Pokédex entries are just flavor text and how much of it is actually real, right? Because
anyone working on the games know about.
Yeah, and the only way we'd ever know that is that we just have to ask the people who worked on the games, because like there's no way you'd ever know if the fucking if this is just them being exaggeratory or this is real.
This one's got a mega too.
Yeah. Tyranitar, the armor Pokemon, at some point was my favorite just because I got called that all the time. Extremely strong. It can change the landscape. It's so insolent that it doesn't care about others.
Another that should be a dragon.
Yeah, probably. In just one of its mighty hands, it has the power to make the ground shake and mountains crumble. It is a pseudo-legendary, according to Batra.
Yep. It depends on stat.
I do not like this Mega Evolution look.
Ooh. Stinky.
Mega Tyranitar, the armor Pokemon. The effects of Mega Evolution make it more ferocious than ever. It is unclear whether it can even hear its trainer's orders. Due to the colossal power poured into it, this Pokemon's back split right open. Oh, its destructive instincts are the only thing keeping it moving.
Oh.
So it got so powerful. Yeah, it got so powerful it literally half exploded.
That's also sad.
It has a lot of weaknesses, but look how strong it is.
Yeah. Apparently his Mega Evolution makes it so where he doesn't take any damage. Don't question it.
That's broken, actually. Lugia. The diving Pokemon. Okay. Lugia's wings pack devastating power. A light fluttering of its wings can blow apart regular houses. As a result, this Pokemon chooses to live out of sight deep under the sea. I see. Is this a pseudo legendary? Is this a legendary?
Legendary.
It's a legendary.
So it's like the Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and then like the one that was like the third one. These were like the ones that were shared between the two, I think.
Yeah. I don't remember. I never remember if this Pokemon's a legendary or not.
My only fun fact is that it's named after beluga whales.
That's cool. Ho-Oh, the rainbow Pokemon. Ho-Oh's feathers glow in 7 colors depending on the angle in which they are struck by light. These feathers are said to bring happiness to the bearers. This Pokemon is said to live at the foot of the rainbow. Once it comes out, it will make 40 days of rain. Huh. Lugia, I think. Lugia is literally too powerful to be near civilization. Yeah.
Yeah. There are a lot of legendaries that could just topple society if they wanted to.
Celebi, the time travel Pokemon. This Pokemon,
onion baby.
It is an onion, isn't it? This Pokemon came from the future by crossing over time. It is thought that so long as Celebi appears, as bright and shining the future awaits us. A bright and shining future awaits us, rather. Another mythical Pokemon. It's a fairy.
Yep.
I don't know why it
got
isn't.
a lot of fun facts about those. There are a lot of multi-combinations of a lot of things. Ho-Oh is very clearly, like, kind of Phoenix-like, but then, like, Lugia and Celebi are a lot of different things.
We have officially hit Gen 3.
Hell yeah.
Trico, the wood gecko. It's a gecko? It doesn't look like
it is, isn't it?
It doesn't look like a gecko. Trico.
Kind of see it in the hands.
It's the name, I think, mostly. Trico has small hooks on the bottom of its feet that enable it to scale vertical walls. This Pokemon attacks by slumming foes with its thick tail. Trico is cool, calm, and collected. It never panics under any situation. If a bigger foe were to glare at this Pokemon, it would glare right back without conceding as much as an inch of ground. That's kind of cool.
This has completely changed how I look at Trico, knowing it's a gecko. I never realized that. I thought he was just a fucked up looking little man. And now I'm like, oh shit, that is a gecko. Now it doesn't look as fucked up to me anymore.
Yeah, fair enough.
I thought it looked real weird.
Now, here's the thing. I didn't like Trico, and I don't think I would have chosen Trico as my starter, but I do like Sceptile.
Yes.
Sceptile is cool.
I almost always choose grass-type starters unless it's Gen 3 or the generation that had, like, the bongo... gorilla, trees, grass type. Yeah. I pick the water type in those generations, but those are the only two.
I think as a kid I would have chosen a lot of the grass types, but I don't think I care about any of the grass types going like forward. Because objectively, grass types aren't really that great.
Yeah, no, they're not, but they're also so cute.
They are. They have a lot of good designs. I'll say that much. Gravile, the wood gecko Pokemon. The leaves growing out of Gravile's body are convenient for camouflaging. Convenient for camouflaging it from enemies in the forest. This Pokemon is a master at climbing trees and jungles. This Pokemon adeptly flies from branch to branch in trees. In a forest, no Pokemon can ever hope to catch a fleeing Grovyle, however fast they may be. Grovyle, one of the Pokemon that was used as a protagonist kind of in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I see. I feel like
middle evolutions get overlooked too often. I like when like middle evolutions are used as like important things.
Incineroar does not have a final evolution. I'm just kidding. Incineroar's final evolution has grown on me. But that's only because he's in Smash and he kicks ass in Smash.
Yeah.
He's not a good Smash character, but I do like playing as him. He's fun. Sceptile, the forest Pokemon, has a very high speed stat, by the way. I think Sceptile's speed has actually gotten it banned from official Pokemon tournaments.
Hell yeah. Illegal gecko.
Its leaves growing on... I think all the starters have got banned at some point for something being broken, but Sceptile's was banned because of his speed. The leaves growing on Sceptile's body are very sharp-edged. The Pokemon is very agile. It leaps all over the branches of trees and jumps from above or behind. Jumps on its foe from above or behind. Sceptile has seeds growing on its back. They are said to be bursting with nutrients that revitalize trees. That's actually really impressive. You know how much nutrients a tree needs? This Pokemon raises the trees in a forest with loving care. It's a gardener! It's a ninja gardener Pokemon.
Garden ninja. Oh, wait. It's got a Mega, but also,
nice catch.
My one fun fact about that whole line is that, like, the red under the chin is supposed to be, like, those big, like, pockets that some lizards have that they can inflate for intimidation.
Oh.
It's based on what those look like.
All of these fun facts we're learning, and like these things that these Pokemon do not actually do.
I know, right?
Happy New Year, Loban. How you doing?
Happy New Year. Also, that's just reminding me there is an Animal Crossing villager that has pee-pee on it. There's a type of monkey that pisses on its hands and feet to clean them, and it makes them stain yellow. And they have one of those monkeys as a villager in Animal Crossing with little yellow hands and feet.
Ew.
I'm gonna guess they didn't know that that's why those monkeys are yellow, but because those monkeys are usually just like they have yellow hands and feet, and it's like, oh, it's because they piss on themselves all the time.
That's disgusting, actually.
Sad.
If the Pokemon were lore accurate in the game, people in Pokemon would die. Now, well, I assume that the world of Pokemon is not like, you know how many times Ash has been electrocuted by fucking Pikachu? He should have nerve damage.
Okay. I've been thinking about this a lot. A lot of old anime has slapstick like that, where, like, things that would, if it was like a serious scene, someone would be genuinely hurt, but when it's done for like a gag scene, they don't get hurt. And it started to translate the same way that like people breaking out in the song in musicals does for me, where it's supposed to convey the mood, but not be like what actually happened. You know what I mean?
Again, I played the game Stray Gods yesterday, and that's a musical game, so like they actually break into song. But because the main character is a muse, they're actually singing, and all these all of these characters are just broke out in song. It was the greatest thing ever because the songs rock. Yeah. And like it's like canon into the like and like you said in a musical, it's just like, oh, this is just happening because it's the style. But no, in the game, it's actually happening. Ash did die though. Yeah, so he came back to life too. My point being is that these characters in the humans in Pokemon world are not the same type of humans that we have. There is an animation of Pokemon Battle Royale using Pokemon Pokédex accurate. Oh, you know what? I saw that video. That video was actually really good.
There's diegetic electrocution and non-diegetic electrocution.
Mega Sceptile. The leaves growing on Sceptile's body are very sharp-edged. This Pokemon is very agile. It leaps all over the branches of trees and jumps from the foe to... Okay, that's the same as the regular Sceptile thing. No, this is the same as the regular Sceptile.
Also, just for like clarity and explanation, diegesis, or things that are diegetic in media, are things that actually happen in the narrative, where non-diegetic things are happening for the audience's benefit, like the soundtrack behind a movie. You're hearing it, but the characters aren't, and that's non-diegetic.
What if it's both?
Then it's diegetic.
Okay. Because I'm thinking about, like, say, like Deadpool. Deadpool can hear the soundtrack, but the rest of the characters can't, so it's just diegetic then?
It's diegetic to him, non-diegetic to everyone else.
Gotcha. Mega Sceptile can use his tail as a missile. I did know that. I think he has a move where he actually does that as an attack. Torchic, the chick Pokemon. Creative. Torchic sticks with his trainer, falling behind with unsteady steps. This Pokemon breathes fire over 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit, including fireballs that leave the foe scorched black. Torchic has a place inside of its body where it keeps its flame. Give it a hug, it would be glowing with warmth. This Pokemon is covered all over by a fluffy coat of down?
Like down feathers, like when like Downy is named after like down feathers, which is like soft feathers. That's usually what like pillows used to be stuffed with.
I see.
It's like Downy Soft, like for like the detergent. It's supposed to be named after down.
Yeah, I get you. Torchic was the Pokemon that I would have chosen for Gen 3. Although, I don't remember... Or was it Mudkip? Was Mudkip in this generation?
I don't remember. Mudkip is in this generation, yes.
And then it was probably Mudkip. But I did like Torchic.
Torchics and the whole line are based off of Japanese legendary Basan, or Basa Basa, which are chicken-like birds that breathe fire.
Okay. Combuskin.
Penis Pokemon.
He does look like a pee-pee, doesn't he?
The Cockmon. Anyways.
Cockbuskin.
Buskin.
I remember mostly from the anime the secondary and final evolutions. Mudkip is the only one I remember the tiny one for.
Because you like Mudkips. Do you like Mudkips?
I do like Mudkips.
You remember that like meme, right? I'm not just like, I don't sound like a crazy person.
No.
Oh, there was a meme where someone go, "Do you like Mudkips?" But they'd misspell like, and that was like a really old like 4chan meme that bled out into the rest of the internet like really early in the internet.
The parts in cutscenes where characters die in 1 or 2 shots versus gameplay where you take 6 shots and pop a pill or something. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the cognitive dissonance of, say, like Nathan Drake, killing literally armies of people. And then they go to the end of the game and they go, killing is wrong.
Yeah.
Combuskin toughens up his legs and thighs and running through fields and mountains like Goku. This Pokemon's legs possess both speed and power, enabling it to dole out 10 kicks in 1 second. That's a lot of kicks. Combuskin battles with intensely hot flames it spews from its beak and in outstandingly destructive kicks. This Pokemon's cry is very loud and distracting.
Aww.
Blaziken, the Blaze Pokemon. I thought this Pokemon looked cool.
This was my first ever starter, because Sapphire was my first ever Pokemon game.
Okay.
And I don't know why it was Torchic, because I kind of don't like fire types anymore.
In battle, Blaziken blows out intensive flames from its wrist and attacks foes courageously. The stronger the foe, the more intensely this Pokemon's wrists burn. Blaziken has incredibly strong legs. It can easily clear a 30-story building in one What the fuck? This Pokemon's blazing punches leave its foe scorched and blackened. Mudkip!
Also, I'm learning from this, because it's clearly an Axolotl, but it also says it's based off of mud skippers. But mud skippers can also be called mud puppies.
I didn't know this. Here's the beginning of firefighting. Yeah, so this is the beginning of the fire starters becoming firefighting typing, which was just, at some point, just got lazy. You forgot about Mega Blaziken? That's because I forgot Mega Blaziken existed. Oh, that's kind of sick.
It is pretty cool.
In battle, Blaziken blows out is it the same thing? Yeah, it's the same thing.
At least he's not literally dying.
Yeah. Mudkip. Fun fact. Give us the fun fact. The fin of Mudkip's head acts as a high-sensitivity radar, using its fin to sense movement of water and air. This Pokemon can determine what is taking place around it without using its eyes. In water, Mudkip breathes using its gills on its cheeks. If it is faced with a tight situation in battle, this Pokemon will unleash an amazing power. It can crush rocks bigger than itself. Mega Blaziken was used as a sponsor for X and Y Mega Evolution. Really? That was I still hadn't played Pokemon at that point, so. Marshtomp. The surface of Marshtop's body is enveloped by a thin, sticky film that enables it to live on land. This Pokemon plays in the mud and beaches when the ocean's tide is low.
Dang, mud skippers are super ugly. You are correct, Lanny. Mud skippers are hideous, but also them being called mud puppies kind of makes them cuter.
Marshtomp is much faster at traveling through mud than it is at swimming. That doesn't make sense. Mud is thicker. That doesn't make any sense.
Mud is thicker than water.
It's funny because mud runs with blood. This Pokemon's hindquarters exhibits obvious development, giving it ability to walk on just its hind legs. That's a very weird description, but thank you for that.
The bipedal evolution.
I actually do have the event Torchic that was used for X and Y. That's cool.
Hell yeah.
A lot of the events that the Japanese Pokemon fan base had are not actually available for American audiences unless you cheated, such as Jirachi and Deoxys.
Yep.
Swampert, the Mudfish Pokemon. Swampert is very strong. It has enough power to easily drag a boulder weighing more than a ton. This Pokemon has a very powerful vision that lets it see even in murky water. Swampert predicts storms by sensing subtle difference in the sounds of waves and tidal winds with its fins. If a storm is approaching, it piles up boulders to protect itself. It locks itself in under boulders to protect itself.
It has a built-in panic room system.
Oh my god, Mega Swampert, she just fucking started lifting.
I think that's the same description.
Yeah, same description.
My only fun fact is that Mega Swamperts are meant to be sumo wrestlers.
Oh, I like it a lot more. And I already kind of liked it. I liked it a lot more now.
Gotcha. Steroids, baby.
Steroids, baby. Poochyena, the bite Pokemon. At first sight, Poochyena takes a bite at anything that moves. This Pokemon chases after prey until the victim becomes exhausted. However, it may turn tail if the prey strikes back. This is a hunter. Poochyena is an omnivore. It will eat anything. I don't think that's an
omnivores will eat anything.
No, they eat specifically herbs or vegetation and meat. I think anything would be a scavenger, wouldn't it?
Maybe. I'm gonna look up the definition of omnivore.
Thank you. A distinguishing feature is how large its fangs are compared to its body. This Pokemon tries to intimidate its foes by making the hair on its tail bristle out. That's when.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. Scavengers eat carcasses, right? Scavengers eat actually everything.
Omnivore is an animal or person that eats food both plant and animal origin. Yep, you were right.
Yeah, so it's specific. Omnivores specifically eat plants and animals. Scavengers eat everything. Mightyena, the bite Pokemon. Mightyena actually looks way more email than I remember. Mightyena gives obvious signals when it's preparing for attack. It starts to growl deeply and then flattens its body. This Pokemon will bite savagely with its sharp-pointed fangs. Mightyena travel and act as a pack in the wild. The memory of its life in the wild compels the Pokemon to obey only those trainers that recognizes to possess superior skill. So basically, if you that dude, it'll listen to you. Zigzagoon!
Little guy!
The tiny raccoon Pokemon. It walks in a zigzag fashion. It's good at finding items in the grass and even on the ground.
My only fun fact is that they are based on Japanese badgers, which do kind of have a zigzag pattern in their fur. It's kind of like where like the pale furs and the dark furs, they kind of like are interspersed with each other.
This looks like a badger.
Yep, it's just a Japanese badger.
Yeah, it just looks like a badger. Scavengers are animals that consume dead organisms that have died from causes other than predation, or have been killed by other predators. While scavenging generally refers to as carnivores feeding on carrion, it is also a herbivorous feeding behavior. Because of he does have a third evolution because of Gen 8. I see.
Yeah, he does.
Linoon, the rushing Pokemon. It charges prey at speeds of over 60 miles per hour. However, because it can only run straight, it often fails. Oh, this is a cheetah. This is a cheetah, but it's a weevil. A weevil? A weasel. There we go. We also found out earlier that Rapidash can run at 150 miles per hour, but it can get to that speed in 10 steps.
Oh shit. Have you ever seen that Snapple cap that says like lions can jump up to 36 feet? And someone posted it, it was like, what the fuck? And then everyone was like, forward. They can jump 36 feet forward. They don't have a 36-foot vertical leap. They jump out of trees.
That's still not better. That's still dangerous as fuck.
But I think I would be terrified if lions could get in trees just from the ground to the branches with a jump.
I think lions would be much more broken if they could get in trees. I think they don't. I think they're one of the few animals that don't. Jaguars and leopards are broken because not only do they kill their prey, they drag their prey up into the trees with them.
Ooh.
And like they're not just killing like regular shit. They're killing like giraffes and shit. I think there's actually signs that say beware of falling deer because a fucking jaguar or leopard would just drop the fucking deer from the tree.
If a fucking dead deer dropped from the trees in front of me in the forest, I think I would turn to religion. I'd be like, that's from the devil. Like, I need to repent.
Wurmple, the worm Pokemon. Using the spikes on its rear end, Wurmple peels the bark off of trees and feeds on the sap that oozes out. This Pokemon's feet are tipped with suction pads that allow it to cling to glass without slipping. Wurmple is targeted by Swallow as prey. This Pokemon will try to resist by pointing the spikes on its rear at the attacking predator. It will weaken the foe by leaking poison from the spikes. There is a Pokemon entry that I hope we get to when we get to it later. That do you remember like the I can't remember the name of it, but it's like that pink Pokemon with the hammer.
Yes, Tinkaton.
Yeah, Tinkaton. Yeah, the lore entry for that is that it has a beef with fucking Corviknight where it just throws the hammer in the fucking air trying to knock the fucking Corviknight out of the air. And I think that's
Which is the
fucking
explanation
hilarious.
for why they don't have flying taxis in that area is because they shoot them out of the sky. But also, I sent you a picture of a red pipevine swallowtail larva, and it looks fucking exactly like that larva, like the little one.
The Wurmple?
Wurmple, yes.
It does kind of
I
like
kept trying to call it Larvitar. It's not Larvitar.
gotta respond to something Filler said.
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm looking at the fucking Silcoon, but like the 3D rendered Silcoon. It's just like a ball. Killing me.
Sorry, I had to respond to something Filler said because I got added.
No, you're okay. I'm just looking at these fucking ball-ass ball guys.
Yeah, no, we have this. This will show up eventually. It's a ball.
Fucking round.
It's a ball.
Also, finding out these things don't just have one eye was so shocking to me.
It does.
I didn't realize this was a profile shot. I thought that was the front of it.
So these Pokemon right here were night and day Pokemon? I see. Silcoon, the cocoon Pokemon. Silcoon tethers itself to a tree branch using silk to keep from falling. There, this Pokemon hangs quietly while it awaits evolution. It peers out of the silk cocoon through a small hole. Silcoon was thought to endure hunger and not consume anything before its evolution. However, it is now thought that the Pokemon slakes... That is what that says. Slakes its thirst by drinking rainwater that it collects from its silk.
Alright, I'm gonna ask you a weird question.
Go for it.
If you needed to make like a Pokemon alternate universe version of your character with your lore, what butterfly Pokemon would you pick to represent like your familiars?
Ask me again later.
Okie doke.
That is only one of the familiars, so I probably wouldn't even choose that.
I was literally thinking about that in the car. I'm like, would it be Beautifly? But I don't know if he would like Beautifly so much. I was
Beautifly was
giving this like real thought while I was eating my chicken tender.
Beautifly was probably the first one that came to mind, but I also don't like bug Pokemon.
Fair.
So, like I said, like the 3 bug Pokemon that we went through are the 3 bug Pokemon I like. That's it. Beautifly's favorite Beautifly, the butterfly Pokemon. Beautifly's favorite food is sweet pollen and of flowers. If you want to see this Pokemon, just leave a potted flower by an open window. Beautifly is sure to come out looking for pollen. Basha said this is a day and night Pokemon, so I guess it depends on if you evolve it during day or night.
Yeah, because then it also has the dust tox. So.
Yeah. Beautifly has a long mouth-like coiled needle, which is very convenient for collecting pollen from flowers. This Pokemon rides the spring winds as it flits around gathering pollen. Also, butterflies are low-key kind of terrifying. They feed on dead bodies.
They're so scary.
Cascoon, the cocoon Pokemon, makes its protective cocoon by wrapping its body entirely with the fine silk from its mouth. Once the silk goes around its body, it hardens. This Pokemon prepares for its evolution inside the cocoon. If it is attacked, Cascoon remains motionless. However, badly it may be hurt. It does so because if it were to move, the body would be weak upon evolution. That does make sense. This Pokemon will also not forget the pain it endured. That's kind of sad.
Aww.
Lions do have a vertical now.
Whether...
Hold on. We have a vertical. We have a lion vertical.
Shit.
We have a lion vertical. What you got? What you got? Let's see the maps. That looks at least like 10 feet.
Oh god, this is gonna scare the shit out of me.
Think about how heavy this lion is too.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah. That looked about like
They're
10 feet.
Just big cats though. That's just like the equivalent of like a cat climbing up on your dresser. They're just like big kitties.
Yeah. Here's a fact. You might have actually seen it when I posted it in Discord, but the fact that snow leopards use their tails as scarves is hilarious to me.
Oh, yeah, that's really cute.
They're also not leopards.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
They're closer to tigers.
Oh, it's kind of cool. Here I have whether Wurmple evolves into either Silcoon or Cascoon depends on its personality value. As personality values cannot be influenced or seen by the player, what a given Wurmple will evolve into is essentially random. And also, I have an official render of a fucking Wurmple wearing a party hat, which is really killing me right now. He's just a little guy. I'm making that an emote, I think. I think party hat Wurmple has to be an emote.
It's too big for him.
He boot too big for he goddamn feet.
Dustox, the poison moth Pokemon. Dustox is kind of ugly.
Oh yeah, it is.
Dustox is instinctively drawn to light. Swarms of this Pokemon are attracted by the bright lights of the cities where they wreak havoc by stripping the leaves off of roadside trees for food. When Dustox flops its wings, a fine dust is scattered all around. The dust is actually a powerful poison that makes even a pro wrestler sick. That's very specific. This Pokemon searches for food using its antenna like radar. That was a very specific thing to compare it to.
It makes this very specific profession upset. This is a Larvitar. Firemen hate him.
Lotad, the water weed Pokemon. It searches out for clean water. I did not move the thing up. That was weird. It searches for clean water. It does not drink water for too long. The leaf on its head wilts. If it does not drink water for too long, the leaf on its head wilts. Its leaf grew too large for it to live on land. This is how it began to live floating in the water.
These little dudes and the whole evolution line are Kappa.
You know what? That makes perfect sense.
The Japanese yokai, so the lily pad is supposed to be like its little dish on its head.
Did you ever see the cartoon OKKO?
No, but I heard of it.
The best friend character, Dendi, is a Kappa.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
She's adorable.
I know in certain Harvest Moon games that there is a Kappa that you can romance and have Kappa babies with.
Lombre. I like this Pokemon. The Jolly Pokemon. It is nocturnal and becomes active at nightfall. It feeds on aquatic mosses that grow on the riverbed. It lives at the water's edge where it is sunny and sleeps on a bed of water grass by day and becomes active at night. Lombre.
So, for Lombre and Ludicolo, it starts to become a mariachi performer. So the lily pad is also supposed to represent
a sombrero,
while the beak is still Kappa.
Ludicolo, the carefree Pokemon. The rhythm of bright, festive music activates Ludicolo's cells, making it more powerful. That makes no sense, but we're gonna let it slide. If it hears festive music, it begins moving in rhythm in order to amplify its power. Seedot, this feels like a you Pokemon.
Not really.
Really? You don't like this one?
I think he's okay. I wouldn't like jump at one though.
It's the homie Mexican Pokemon. It is. Seedot, the acorn Pokemon. If it remains still, it looks like a real nut. It delights in surprising foraging Pokemon. That doesn't make... What? Why?
To be fair, I also look like a real nut.
It attaches itself to a tree branch using the top of its head. Strong winds can sometimes make it fall. Nuzleaf, the wily Pokemon. It lives deep in forests. With the leaf on its head, it makes a flute whose song makes listeners uneasy. They live in holes bored in large trees. The sound of Nuzleaf's grass flute fills listeners with dread. This is a fucking ninja. Why does he have nipples?
I hate it.
Why does it have nipples? Who decided that was okay? It didn't need to. Shiftry, the wicked Pokemon. The Pokemon that was feared as a forest guardian. It can read the foe's mind and take preemptive action. It lives quietly in the deep forest. It is said to create chilly winds with its fans it holds. Probably can learn ice moves, but it has no ice moves. It's not an ice type, rather. It has yeah, go ahead, because I was going to say it has a design element that reminds me of it's the weird Japanese sage fucking feet thing.
Yes, so they are supposed to be based on a Japanese yokai called Tengu.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
I want to send you a picture of Aya from Toho because she is also a Tengu and she is also wearing those big shoes like that.
There's also the Tengu mask. Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, it's a good picture of Aya. That's pretty good, Aya. Because, yeah, no, she's a Tengu, and that I just realized now that they both have those, like, shoes with the one big heel, like, right in the middle. You gotta zoom out. She's so zoomed in.
There you go. That was the only time I'll ever show feet pics on stream. Tailo, the tiny swallow Pokemon. Tailo courageously stands its ground against foes. However strong it may be, the gutsy Pokemon This gutsy Pokemon will remain defiant even after a loss. On the other hand, it cries loudly if it becomes hungry. Taylor is young.
Me too, buddy.
It has only just left its nest. As a result, it sometimes becomes lonesome and cries at night. This Pokemon feeds on Whirlpool that lives in the forests. Swallow. Oh yeah, that's the other Yeah, okay. The Swallow Pokemon. That implies that swallows are real. Swallows fly high above our heads, making graceful arcs in the sky. This Pokemon dives at a steep angle as soon as it spots its prey. The hapless prey is tightly grasped by Swallow's clawed feet, preventing escape. Swallow is very conscientious about the upkeep of its glossy wings. Once two Swallow are gathered, they diligently take care of cleaning each other's wings.
Some things I can't say much about. I'm like, that's a bird.
Yeah, it's a bird.
That's a seagull.
Yeah, seagulls are evil.
A little bit.
Wingull, the seagull Pokemon, implying that seagulls are real. It soars high above the sky, riding on updrafts like a glider. It carries food tucked in its bill. It rides upon ocean's winds as if it were a glider. In the winter, it hides food around its nest. I watched the seagull swallow a rabbit whole.
Oh.
Pelipper, also an evil bird. Pelicans, rather. It is a flying transporter that carries small Pokemon in its beak. No, it's eating them. It bobs on the waves and rests its wings. It protects the young in its beak. It bobs on waves, resting them on days when the waters are calm. Ralts!
Ralts is a me Pokemon.
Yeah, I was gonna say that as well. The horns on its the feeling Pokemon. The horns on its head provide a strong power that enables it to sense people's emotions. It is highly attuned to the emotions of people and Pokemon. It hides its sense of hostility. Kirlia, I think that's how you pronounce that. Kirlia, the emotion Pokemon. It has psychic powers that enable it to distort the space around it and see into the future. What the fuck? The cheerful spirit of its trainer gives it the energy for its psychokinetic power. It spins and dances when happy.
Yet, this line is supposed to be based off of dancers. So, like, it goes from a ballet dancer to a ballroom dancer.
Makes sense. Gardevoir. The people need to stop drawing furry porn Pokemon. To protect its trainer, it will expend all of its psychic power to create a small black hole. That's kind of sick. It unleashes a psychokinetic... Also... Broken?
Yeah.
Broken? This Pokemon is way stronger than we're telling people that it is. It unleashes psychokinetic energy at full power when protecting a trainer it is bonded closely with. Okay, we actually have a real entry here. Mega Gardevoir.
Rules.
Gardevoir has the ability to read the future. If it senses impending danger to its trainer, this Pokemon is said to unleash psychokinetic energy at full power. Gardevoir has psychokinetic power to distort the dimensions and create a small black hole. This Pokemon will try to protect its trainer even at the risk of its own life. One of my favorite evolution line become the Gardevoir, one of my favorite Pokemon to use in games. Fair enough. I mean, its special attack is fucking out there. It's very strong.
I love Gardevoirs. This is also a me Pokemon. I fucking love these little dudes.
It's a water spider, I think.
Yep.
Sunskirt, the pond skater Pokemon. They usually live on ponds, but after evening showers, they may appear on puddles and towns. It secretes a thick, sweet-scented syrup from the tip of its head. It lives on weed-choked ponds. Masquerain, the eyeball Pokemon. It flaps its four wings to hover and fly freely in any direction, to and fro and sideways, up and down and all around. The antennae have distinctive patterns that look like eyes. When it rains, they grow heavy, making flight impossible. That's depressing. You shouldn't be out in the rain, little guy.
Don't worry, I'll protect you.
Hibernate like every other animal, or every other insect that gets wet. I do not like this Pokemon.
Oh, Shroomish is so cute. They're just little guys.
It's
angry.
It's the color scheme.
Fair.
Shroomish, the mushroom Pokemon. It prefers damp places. By day, remains still in the forest shade. It releases toxic powder from its head. If it senses danger, it scatters spores from the top of its head to protect itself.
He's just so grumpy.
Breloom, the mushroom Pokemon. It scatters poisonous spores and throws powerful punches. How? You don't have hands. While its foe is hampered in inhaled spores. I know it has hands, it just doesn't look like you have hands. I do like Breadloom, says Batra. The seeds on his tail are made with toxic spores. It knocks out its foes with quick or virtually invincible punches. There are a lot of fucking grass Pokemon.
There are. Also, I'm seeing that Shroomish and Breloom are clearly mushrooms, but also I'm seeing here that Shroomish are also properly spotted because they're meant to look like dinosaur eggs, whereas Breloom is supposed to look like a dinosaur.
That's funny. I like that. Slack off. The slacker Pokemon. My man. It sleeps for 20 hours every day, making drowsy those that see one of its abilities. The way Slack Off lolls around makes anyone who watches it feel like doing the same.
You think I would like Slack Off, but I'm not crazy about him.
I like Slack King because Slack King is actually broken. Actually, it has stats that are like high, like on the level of legendaries. The reason why it has truancy is because if it didn't have truancy, it would actually be like too strong.
All I know about Slack King is that it's really hard to get him to turn around in Pokemon Snap, and I still don't have good pictures of him.
Vigoroth, the wild monkey Pokemon. Its stress levels rises if its stress level rises if it cannot keep moving constantly. Too much stress makes it feel sick.
ADHD?
It is always hungry because it won't stop rampaging. Even while eating, it can't keep still. Now, watch the stat line. You see the stat line right here? Right? Watch what happens when we get to slacking. Like, HP is at, like... The highest stat here is speed, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars, right?
It's like low middle. Bitch.
Look at that stat line. It's the world's most slothful Pokemon. However, it can exert horrifying power by releasing pent-up energy all at once. It has to have truancy, or truant, because if it didn't, it would be too strong. That's the only way to balance this Pokemon is by making it skip its one turn. This Pokemon lives lying on its side. It only rolls over to and moves when there are no more no more grass to eat. Also, do not give this Pokemon sleeping because it will skip a turn and then use its next turn to sleep. It's really annoying, actually. I thought I was doing something clever by like, oh, I'll make it sleep. That way, technically, it's not using a turn. No, it counts as a turn.
Yeah.
Nincada, what are you gonna say? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, my only fun fact about that line, this feels like a stretch. This is on Bulbapedia, so it's not like official, it's just run by like fans. This feels like a stretch. It says this, Slacking's evolutionary line goes through 3 stages of energy, where Slackoth is lazy, Vigoroth becomes extraordinarily energetic, and later Slacking becomes lazy again. This may be a reference to the Sphinx's riddle, in which the baby crawls on 4 legs, the adult has more energy, and thus walks on 2 legs, and then an old man walks on 3 legs, which is meant to be a cane, and in this case, Slacking lays on its side.
No.
It feels like a crazy stretch.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with no.
It
would make more sense.
Fucking exercise region like that.
That found me. That would make a lot more sense if the design incorporated like that idea, but like no.
Yes. If it was like a Sphinx type Pokemon, I would believe it.
I don't even care about the Sphinx type Pokemon. Like it would make more sense if like if Slack King was actually on 3 legs or some shit like that. It's not.
Yeah.
Let's see. Nincada, the trainee Pokemon. Because it lived almost entirely underground, it's nearly blind. It uses its antenna instead. It can sometimes live underground for more than 10 years. It absorbs nutrients from the roots of trees.
You're gonna love this one.
I know.
Nincada.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I thought you were talking about the next Pokemon. Go ahead.
No, Nincada. Nincada appears to be based on a cicada nymph. Its association with ninjas may be inspired by stories of ninjas using cicadas to mask their own sounds, or a reference to the fabled ninja techniques Doton no Jutsu, a technique of sneaking a pre-dug hole and hiding until the opponent is gone, and Utsusemi no Jutsu, a technique using decoys to misdirect opponents, literally called cicada skin technique.
That actually does make that Pokemon a lot cooler.
Yeah, I was like, you're gonna love this one.
Nincada kind of has two evolutions. It kind of situated to get the other one. It's specific. You need to have an empty spot in your Pokemon team in the Pokeball when they evolve.
I love Shedinja. I wish it was more useful than like having a single point of HP and kind of being a gimmick, because Shedinjas are so fucking cool looking. Like ghost bugs? I want more ghost bugs!
Ninjask. Its cry leaves a lasting the ninja Pokemon. Its cry leaves a lasting headache if heard for too long. It moves so quickly that it's almost invisible. This Pokemon is so quick it is said to be able to move to avoid any attack. It loves to feed on tree sap. If it moves so fast that it's able to be nearly invisible, it's moving faster than 550 miles per hour.
This one just says its natural ability to learn Double Team by leveling up is probably a reference to like clone
ninjas. Yeah,
ninjas that like make it. They're going so fast it looks like there's more of them.
Yeah. It's basically a corpus of a Nincada. Oh.
It's so cool. Look at that thing. That's awesome.
I'm gonna let you have that. I don't particularly care for this design. Although I think like I said, bug Pokemon are kind of trash, but like when you compare it with the right thing, it could be cool.
I think it's just the typing that really gets me. It's like a bug ghost. It's like the only bug ghost. And I'm like, we need more of that type is so cool.
Yeah. A most peculiar Pokemon that somehow appears in a Pokeball when a Nincada evolves. A strange Pokemon, it flies without moving its wings as a hollow shell for a body and does not breathe. Gender? Why are you asking about its gender?
Literally me. Genderless, hollow shell, God.
Whismur! I love this Pokemon. One of my favorite normal types is this line. Whismur, the whisper Pokemon. The cry of a Whismur is over 100 decibels. I actually don't know how loud that is. If you're close to a Whismur when it lets out a cry, you'll be struck with an all-day headache. And probably deafness. When Whismur cries, the sound of its own voice startles it, making the Pokemon cry even louder. It cries until it's exhausted and then falls asleep. Me too.
So, Whismurs are meant to be based on like patchwork rabbits, and the screaming is supposed to be based on babies. So it's basically a baby toy.
I was like, well, those two things don't have anything to do with each other.
Yeah, it's like a baby doll. He's emotional.
Loudred! The big voice Pokemon. Loudred's ears serve as speakers. They can put out sound waves powerful enough to blow away a house. The force of this Pokemon's loud voice isn't just the sound. It's also the wave of air pressure that blows opponents away and damages them. I don't know if that's actually how like the science behind that works, but that's cool. And then of course, Explode.
Fucking bonkers looking.
The loud noise Pokemon. In the past, people would use their loud voices of this Pokemon as a means of communication from distant cities. The first thing that came to my mind is someone used Explode to go, "Hey! What are you wearing?
You
Send nudes!"
Your parents home? My first thought was like someone having a really emotional conversation with like their husband who's away in the war, like through Explodes. So it's like really like
everyone
jarring.
hears it. Yeah.
Yeah.
This Pokemon can do more than just shout. To communicate with others of its kind, it'll emit all sorts of sounds from the holes on its body. My favorite thing is that Loudred in the live-action Pokemon movie, Detective Pikachu, is used as a fucking speaker.
Love that. I've still not seen Detective Pikachu. I really should.
We will be watching it. So, if you're around.
Yeah.
Makuhita.
Makuhita.
Using the Pokemon to say fuck you very loudly. The Guts Pokemon. It grows stronger by enduring harsh training. It is a gutsy Pokemon that can withstand any attack. That is not true. Your defense is terrible. It toughens up by slamming thick trees over and over. It gains a sturdy body and dauntless spirit.
This one's pretty self-explanatory,
It's
but
Sumo!
I do love the fact that it is a punching bag. Because it's like a tied-off bag at the top. He's literally a punching bag.
That makes way more sense now. Hariyama.
Hariyama.
The arm thrust Pokemon. It loves challenging...
I don't like this thrust Pokemon.
It's better than saying, like, the fisting Pokemon. It loves challenging others to test their strength. It has the power to stop a train with a slap. It stomps on the ground to build power. It can send a 10-ton truck flying with a straight arm punch. That's, again, broken. Do you know how heavy 10 tons is?
A lot.
That's a lot.
More than 1 or 2 tons.
Azurill.
I love Azurill.
The Pokedex Pokemon. Okay. Its tail bounces. Its tail bounces like a rubber ball. It flings that tail around to fight enemies bigger than itself. Its tail is packed with full of nutrients it needs to grow. Okay. All right then.
My fun fact about Azurill is, did you know that Azurill like make Meryl like transgender basically? Because Azurills have a higher chance of being male to female, whereas Meryl have less of a 50-50 chance. So there is a lot more of a chance for an Azurill to evolve, like a female Azurill to evolve into a male Meryl the first time that they were implemented into the games, because they didn't take that into effect.
Did they keep it?
I don't remember. I don't know if they fixed that or not, but they were... Meryls are technically trans.
Cool. Your fun fact is that lions can technically be trans.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there are female lions that have a higher testosterone count, which allows them to grow manes, get prides, and sometimes even mount the other females.
Yep.
There's a male Gardevoir, next Gen 3. Yeah, we saw it in the line at the bottom here, but we're not going to get to it for a while, I don't think. Nosepass, the compass Pokemon. It moves less than an inch a year, but when it's in a jam, it will spin and drill down into the ground in a split second. Okay. It hunts without twitching a muscle by pulling in its prey with its powerful magnetism, but sometimes it pulls natural enemies in close. Magnetism? It's not electric. It's just a rock.
Are magnets electric or are magnets rocks? Aren't magnets like naturally occurring?
Yeah, but like it's usually an electricity thing.
Is it? Fucking magnets, how do they work? The same Clown Posse was really on that shit when they wrote that lyric.
They use it as a magnet, their nose. I mean, sure, but like again, it's not electric. That's why I'm confused here. 300. We're 3/10 of the way through. Yay!
I love kitties.
I don't remember what cartoon it was. Someone might even know what I'm talking about, but it's a really obscure. It can use electric moves. Okay, fine, fair enough then. But they were like dubbing over like the voices and stuff, and they gave Skitty like a really like super deep voice, and that's ever since I heard that, it's been one of my favorite Pokemon. Just
I
Skitty.
Love that. I always remember like the general Pokemon like fandom knows Skitties from like the fact that Skitties can breed with like Whalmers. So like the biggest Pokemon in the world can also breed with like a 2-inch Skitty.
That's gross.
It's gross.
Skitty, the kitten Pokemon. Skitty has a habit of becoming fascinated by moving objects and chasing them around. This Pokemon is known to chase after its own tail and become dizzy.
It's just a little kitty cat, and I love it.
Skitty is known to chase around playfully after its own tail. In the wild, this Pokemon lives in holes in trees of the forest. It is very popular as a pet because of its adorable looks. Of course it is. Look at it. It's adorable. It's not a fairy type somehow.
I love that they're very much like old lady cats because, like, they're the tail and the Delcatty's like neck thing. They look like pin cushions for like old ladies doing like sewing and stuff. To me, at least, they do.
They do kind of. That one's just a neck pillow, though.
That's a neck pillow, yeah. These are old lady cats. I love them.
Delcatty, the prim Pokemon. Delcatty prefers to live an unfettered existence in which it can do as it pleases at its own pace. Because this Pokemon eats and sleeps whenever it decides, its daily routines are completely random. Delcatty sleeps anywhere it wants without keeping a permanent nest. If other Pokemon approach it as it sleeps, this Pokemon will never fight. It would just move away somewhere else. This is the no beef Pokemon.
Me. It don't want that smoke. It just wants to nap.
Sableye. This is the first shiny Pokemon I ever had, and I gave it to Nairu. Because I don't care about Sableye.
I used to love Sableyes as a kid, but also I have the actual origin of Sableye after you read the description of it.
Sableye, the shiny Sableye is yellow.
Oh, hell yeah, it's like gold. Like gold and diamond. It's kind of cool looking.
The darkness Pokemon. It dwells in dark caves and uses its sharp claws to dig up gems to nourish itself. Materials from gems it has eaten float to the surface of its body and can form an infinite number of patterns among individuals.
Batcher told me not to bring up the egg groups because of the skinny whatever thing.
Bad.
So, Sableye...
Hold on, let me read Mega Sableye. Mega Sableye. It blocks any and all attacks with its giant-sized gemstone. However, the stone's a heavy burden as it limits Mega Sableye's movements. Bathed in the energy of the Mega Evolution, the gemstone on its chest expands and rips through its skin and falls out.
Oh, why are they always so tormented?
Alright, go ahead.
Sableye may be based on the Hopkinsville Goblin, a creature from an alleged Kentucky alien encounter having shiny eyes, small legs, and clawed arms. And I'm gonna send you a picture of an artist's rendition of the Hopkinsville Goblin.
Oh, what the fuck?
That is straight up a Sableye, though.
It is a Sableye, but what the fuck?
Most alien encounters are thought to be inebriated people encountering owls in the darkness.
I need to zoom out more.
Here, if you look up at the top, you have a little magnifying glass and you can bring it back to the regular size.
No, I was zoomed in from when I'm looking at the sprites because I had to zoom in from it. I didn't realize.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah, that is a Sableye. I just hate it.
Yeah. One of my favorite American folklore creatures is the same thing, where it was probably just people encountering owls in the night and thought it was an alien. And it's called the Flatwoods Monster, and I'm really sad that there are no Flatwoods Monster like Pokemon. Because there are the Poes in Majora's Mask that kidnap that little girl are supposed to look like Flatwoods monsters.
I see. I didn't realize Mawile had a Mega Evolution. Mawile, the Deceiver Pokemon. Did the music stop? It did.
I love Mawiles too. They're bad bitches.
It uses its docile-looking face to lull foes into complacency, then bites it with its huge, relentless jaws. If it chomps with its gaping mouth, its huge jaws are actually steel horns that have been transformed.
Oh, cool.
Mega Mawile. Oh my god. Its two sets of jaws thrash out violently as if they each had their own will of their own. One gnash from them and one can turn the boulder. One gnash from them and it can turn the boulder to dust. It has an extremely vicious disposition. It grips prey in its two sets of jaws and tears them apart with raw power. So it's just stronger than what else. And this is the Steel Fairy type.
Yeah. My fun fact for Mawile is that it is based on a Japanese yokai called a Futokuchiona, which is a monster with two mouths, one located on the back of its head and its hair, and that is also what the main character of Skullgirls is based on.
Oh, there is a anime in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that does something similar. It's not as interesting as that though. I do like Philia though. Aaron, I love this line. This line is adorable. Aaron, the Iron Armor Pokemon. It eats iron ore and sometimes railroad tracks to build up steel armor that protects its body. When Aaron evolves, its steel armor peels off. In ancient times, people would collect Aaron's shed armor and make good use of it in their daily lives. Were you gonna say something?
No, I was just gonna say I love the idea of that little dude eating railroad tracks. The tiniest little guy going like.
Lyron, technically.
Lyron, yeah.
Lyron lives in mountains brimming with spring water, and iron ore, so these Pokemon often come into conflict with humans in the past. During territorial disputes, I've always said Larion. My body is not pissed off that I've never said Lyron.
Oh, don't worry. I used to mispronounce basically every like major like character and area in Zelda. I had to relearn at like 15 that I was saying every single one of them wrong.
Lyron fight by slamming into each other. Close inspection of their steel armor reveals scratches and dents. Aggron. Aggron has a horn sharp enough to perforate thick iron sheets. It brings down its opponents by ramming into them horn first. Long ago, there was a king who wore a helmet meant to resemble the head of an Aggron. He was trying to channel the Pokemon's strength. Mega Aggron. Ooh.
I don't think I've seen that one before.
I've never seen this either. Aggron is protective of its environment. If its mountain is ravaged by a landslide or a fire, this Pokemon will haul topsoil into the area, plant trees, and beautifully restore its own territory. That's the most wholesome thing we've read so far. And it's about the most vicious-looking Pokemon. Aggron claims an entire mountain as its own territory. It mercilessly beats up anything that violates its environment. Pokemon vigilantly patrols its territory at all times. This is the most wholesome one ever. It's just trying to live alone on its fucking mountain.
Guardian Pokemon. It's like the most aggressive looking big thing is like, he's just kind of chill, leave him alone. And then like, Mega like Sableye, that's just like a guy holding a big gem is like, this ripped out of its fucking skin.
Metatype, the Meditate Pokemon.
This used to be one of my favorites as a kid.
That makes sense.
There's also monkeys. I loved monkeys, and he looked like a monkey.
Yeah. It never skips its daily yoga training. It heightens its inner strength through meditation. It meditates to heighten its inner energy and to float in the air. It eats one berry a day. Metacam. Through yoga training, it's gained the psychic power to predict its foe's next move. It elegantly avoids attacks with dance-like steps and then launches a devastating blow in the same motion. It's a fighting psychic, which is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Electrike.
Oh, wait, had a Mega.
Oh, did it? I don't think I've ever seen this either. I've never seen that. What the fuck?
Sick looking, right?
That's dope as hell. It is said through meditation, Metacam heightens energy inside its body and sharpens its sixth sense. This Pokemon hides its presence by merging itself with the fields and mountains. Through the power of meditation, Metacam developed its sixth sense. It gained the ability to use psychokinetic powers. This Pokemon is known to meditate for a whole month without eating. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire had new Mega evolutions after X and Y. I didn't know about that. I just didn't know Metacam was one of them. I know.
Yeah, some, like oddballs out of the bunch.
I know Manectric has a Mega evolution. Electrike, it stores static electricity in its fur for discharging. It gives off sparks if a storm approaches. It stores electricity in its fur. It gives off sparks from all over its body in seasons when the air is dry.
Let me see if Electrike is based on anything. I got distracted for a second. I didn't pull up its entry. No, it's just Raiju again.
Yeah. Manectric, it simulates its own muscles with electricity so it can move quickly. It eases its soreness with electricity too, so it can recover quickly as well. That sounds nice. It rarely appears before people. It is said to nest while lightning is falling. Oh my god.
Whoa.
I think I've always seen Mega Manectric from behind because I was using them, so I didn't know what the fuck this thing looked like from in front. Too much electricity has built up in its body, irritating Manectric. Its explosive speed is equal to that of a lightning bolt. Mega Evolution fills its body with a tremendous amount of electricity, but it's too much for Manectric to fully control. It's too strong. That's basically what that said. It's too strong now. I loved Plusle Minin.
Me too. Plusle and Minin are some of my favorites.
It was like hipster Pikachu. Like, it's not Pikachu, but it's basically Pikachu, but it's not Pikachu. I'm cooler than you because it's not Pikachu.
They're like best friends.
Plusle always acts as a cheerleader for its partners. Whenever a teammate puts out a good effort in this battle, this Pokemon shorts out of its body to create crackling noises of sparks to show its joy. When +1 is cheering on its partner, it flashes with electric sparks from all over its body. If its partner loses, this Pokemon cries loudly.
Oh.
Minun. Minun is more concerned about cheering on its partner than its own safety. It shorts out the electricity in its body to create brilliant showers of sparks to cheer on its teammates. Minun loves to cheer on its partner in battle. It gives off sparks from its body while doing so. If this partner is in trouble, this Pokemon gives off increasing amounts of sparks. Volbeat. I hate this picture.
I feel like Volbeat and Illumise are like the most forgotten Pokemon.
I didn't know it existed, but I hate this. I hate this profile. I hate it.
I'm about to read the craziest entry for this thing because I skipped ahead a little bit. So yeah, after you read this, go ahead.
The Firefly Pokemon. With the arrival of night, Volbeat emits light from its tail. It communicates with others by adjusting the intensity of flashing of its light. This Pokemon is attracted to the sweet aroma of the next Pokemon. Volbeat's tail grows like a light bulb. With other Volbeat, it uses its tail to draw geometric shapes in the night sky. Oh, so that's like the weird shit that happens in the night sky sometimes. It's because of this Pokemon. This Pokemon loves the sweet aroma given off by I can't say it.
Illumise.
Illumise.
Its appearance is based on a greaser, a subculture in the 1950s. Their Japanese counterpart are Bosuzoku. Greasers usually wore black or brown Y-colored trench coats and or jackets with undershirts that also had heavily greased hair. It's popping its collar! That's what that pose is! It's supposed to look like it's popping a collar!
I don't know if I hate it more now or not.
Crazy! I never knew that!
I might hate it more now, actually.
Now I'm just wondering what Illumise is supposed to be.
Illumise, the Firefly Pokemon. Illumise attracts a swarm of Volbeat using a sweet fragrance. Once the Volbeat have gathered, this Pokemon leads the lit-up swarm in drawing geometric shapes on caves and of the night sky. On a canvas of the night sky, excuse me. Illumise leads a flight of illuminated Volbeat to draw signs of the night sky. This Pokemon is said to earn greater respect from its peers by composing more complex geometric shapes in the sky. Go ahead.
Okay, so Illumise may also be based on Flappers, which is a 1920s women's style where they had bobbed hair, like Illumise's purple quote-unquote hair, and wore more risque outfits, and the Peter Pan collar and what seems to be a girdle on the front of her are both things that women wore in the 20s.
I see that one.
So they're the movie Grease. Volbeat and Illumise are the movie Grease.
Yeah, I see that. I can see that one.
Losing it.
There are so many grass and bug Pokemon.
Yeah.
Roselia. It's the thorn Pokemon. Its flowers give off a relaxing fragrance. The stronger its aroma, the healthier the Roselia is. It uses the different poisons in each hand separately when it attacks. The stronger aroma is the healthier it is. I had no idea these are different poison types.
Yeah.
Does it not have an evolution? It does. It just doesn't happen until later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like some tuxedo mask.
Gulpin.
I'm gonna lose it based on this one's description. Go ahead.
Okay. Gulpin, there is nothing in the stomach Pokemon. There's nothing in the stomach can't digest. While it's digesting, vile, overpowering gases are expelled. It farts. It has a small heart and brain. Its stomach comprises most of its body, with enzymes that dissolve anything. Hello, Skyby Queen.
Hello. Gulpin, given its category, may be based literally on the shape of a stomach, given its round, amorphous shape and the digestive gases it produces. Gulpin may also be based on a single giant poison gland or even a gallbladder, which is a green sac-like organ that stores gastric acid. He's a fucking organ!
That makes sense. That one makes sense. Swellow, the poison bag Pokemon. It gulps anything that fits in its mouth. Its special enzymes can dissolve anything. It can swallow an entire hole in one gulp. It secretes a horribly toxic fluid from the pores of its body. This Pokemon smells bad. There was one of the Oddish line, I can't remember what it was, had said it smells bad for an 1.35 miles.
Ooh.
And I was like, it smells that bad for actual miles?
I want to see if the actual corpse flower has like that big of a reach.
Carvanha, the savage Pokemon. It won't attack while it's alone, not even if it spots prey. Instead, it waits for other Carvanha to join it, and then the Pokemon attacks the group. How's everyone's New Year's Eve going? It's going good. We're going through a lot of Pokemon. We're not even halfway. We're getting close to halfway, though.
I eat chicken tenders.
They ate chicken tenders. I'm actually surprising this is taking as long as it is, but I think we're also stopping to talk and have, like, facts, so.
Yeah. If I wasn't here, this would be going a lot faster.
Probably. But I enjoy your time.
Oh, thank you.
Sharpedo, the brutal Pokemon. How's your New Year's Eve going, Skyback? Is it New Year's yet there? No, it's only like 9 p.m. there. No, never mind. As soon as it catches the scent of its prey, Sharpedo will jet seawater from its backside, hurling towards the target at 75 miles per hour. This Pokemon is known as the Bully of the Sea. Any ship entering the waters Sharpedo calls home will be attacked, no exceptions.
My fun fact about Sharpedos is that you cannot trade unnamed Sharpedos because the system that checks if it has bad words in the name will flag pedo in the name Sharpedo and will not let you trade Sharpedos unless you give them a unique name.
That's dumb?
It's so dumb. It's such it is... Okay, do you want to hear about this? I have a really autistic thing to tell you.
Go for it.
This is called the Scunthorpe problem. And it is when censoring systems on social media and websites will clock a swear word in the middle of normal words, which started with the town of Scunthorpe, England, because people there were trying to get AOL accounts back when AOL was first coming out, and they were being flagged because Scunthorpe has the word cunt in the middle of it. So people in Scunthorpe, England could not put themselves as living in Scunthorpe, England, or they would get flagged.
Well,
and that's what it's called. It's called the Scunthorpe problem.
The more you know. Good, now that I got alcohol in my system. Nice. When it gets closer to midnight, I will also have alcohol in my system.
I'm also going to start drinking later.
I'm getting kind of hungry, so I have chips now. Can you read this for me?
Oh, valid. Oh, can I read this one? The moment it changes into its opponent, sharp spikes pop out of Sharpedo's head, leaving its opponent with deep wounds. At least it doesn't hurt itself. The yellow patterns it bears are old scars. Never mind. The energy from Mega Evolution runs through them, causing it sharp pain and suffering.
Cool.
Why are they all sad?
I don't know.
Never Mega Evolving a Pokemon ever again.
Exactly. Like, what the fuck? All of them die. Whalmer, the ball whale Pokemon. It shows off by spraying jets of seawater from its nostrils above its eyes. I thought it meant literally above its eyes. It eats a solid ton of wishy-washy every day. When it sucks in a larger volume of water, it becomes like a big bouncy ball. Eats a ton of food daily.
It's not even a fun fact. It's just sad. Yeah.
Another fun fact: the teeth of Mega Sharpedo will always come out. Aw.
Oh.
Wailord. It can sometimes knock out opponents. The float whale Pokemon. Knock out opponents with the shock created by breaching and crashing its big body onto water.
47 feet.
That is a big boy. That is a really big, actually. Yeah.
800 pounds.
That's actually light, all things considered.
Fucking large.
Its immense size is the reason for its popularity. Wailord watching its favorite sightseeing activity in various parts of the world. Wailord watching is a favorite sightseeing activity. Sorry. Numel.
It's a little guy.
The Numb Pokemon. Okay. Magma of almost 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit courses through its body. When it grows cold, the magma hardens and slows. The flaming magma it stores in the hump on its back is the source of its tremendous power. Why is it the Numb Pokemon?
I don't know.
We got no information about why it's the Numb Pokemon.
I don't know. I know it's a camel. But also it said it's stylized in a way that makes it look like a piñata, which is really funny.
Why? Who did that? Camerupt, the eruption Pokemon. It lives in the crater of a volcano. It is well known that the humps of it, on its back erupt every 10 years. If angered, the hump on its back erupt in a shower of molten lava. It lives in the craters of volcanoes. Why the fuck are we in craters of volcanoes capturing this Pokemon? Mega Camerupt, though, it becomes a literal volcano.
There's a Mega Camerupt? I didn't know this one.
I actually... What the fuck?
Yo, I've never seen that before!
I've also never seen that. You want to read that while I eat more chips?
Yeah, Camerupt has a volcano inside its body. Magma of 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit courses through its body. Occasionally, the humps on this Pokemon's back erupt, spewing the superheated magma. The humps on Camerupt's back are formed by a transformation of its bones. They sometimes blast out molten magma. This Pokemon apparently erupts often when it's enraged. So wait, its bones have magma going through them?
Slugma is made up of lava, so...
That's still fucking... I don't like the idea of, like, bones having, like, hollow stuff moving through them. That's just, like, a really weird idea in my head.
Well, that's what bones are, so...
Yeah, but, like, I don't know, something about that.
Alright. Torkoal, the coal Pokemon.
That's a little guy.
It burns coal inside of its shell for energy. It blows out black soot if it is enraged. Coal is the source of Torkoal's energy. Large amounts of coal can be found in the mountains where they live. A lot of
Fire
these...
types get angry a lot, apparently.
Huh?
Fire types get angry a lot, apparently. A lot of these entries are about fire types getting mad.
A lot of these fire types sound like they shouldn't be taken out of their environment.
Yeah.
Spoink! This one is sad. Spoink will
so
fucking
sad.
die if it stops bouncing. The pearl in its head amplifies its psychic powers. Using its tail like a spring, it keeps its heart beating by bouncing constantly. If it stops, it's fucking dead.
This one is also such a reach. This entry literally has a biblical passage as what could possibly inspire it. I don't think so, buddy.
Let's go.
It may also be based on the biblical phrase, neither cast ye your pearls before swine.
What? That feels very specific.
It really does!
That feels like one day, someone just threw a fucking dart into the Bible and was like, we'll make a Pokemon out of this one.
But that quote even sounds kind of like that guy was like at a party. Like, don't put the pearl before the swine, buddy.
Grumpig. The manipulate Pokemon. It can perform odd dance steps to influence foes. Its style of dancing become hugely popular overseas. It's a square dancer.
Hell yeah.
It uses black pearls to amplify its psychic power and does a strange dance to control foes' minds. This is Bayonetta. No, that's Bayonetta. Anyway. Spinda. This Pokemon kind of scares me sometimes. Spinda, the spot panda. Its steps are shaky and stumbling. Waking for a long time makes it feel sick. Each Spinda spot pattern is different. With its stumbling movements, it evades opponents' attacks brilliantly. Oh, this is the drunk boxer Pokemon.
So, Spindas do actually have randomized patterns in the games. They're like one of the only ones that actually do that. So the spots on it can literally appear in a randomized variety, meaning that there are over about 4 billion different kinds of Spinda, technically.
Cool.
There's literally the actual number 4,294,967,296 different Spinda.
Cool. Now this Pokemon have the multiple Yeah.
Yep.
Trapinch, the ant pit Pokemon. What? Its nest is sloped bowl-like pit in the desert. Once something has fallen in, there is no escape. Oh, I know. It's like, okay, I know what Pokemon this is. Like, what animal this is based off of. I don't remember the name of it, but it's like... if you guys are watching the Mother 3 playthrough, we actually fought one. Excuse me. It makes an inescapable conical pit and lies in wait at the bottom for prey to come tumbling down. This transforms into fucking Flygon? I didn't know this.
I know, right? No, it really feels like it shouldn't.
Vibrava, the vibration Pokemon. Its ultrasonic. This has nothing to do with what we just said before. Its
know,
ultrasonic waves waves generates by rubbing its two wings together, cause severe headaches. So we got from sand ant to fucking cricket. It's also not a bug.
Yeah, it says here a Vibrava is likely based on a... Oh, okay, wait. So they're based on Antillians? This is probably based on the Japanese word for adult Antillian, Usuba Kagero, which translates specifically to thin-winged mayfly. So it's still based on the same animal, but this is based more on like what its name literally translates to, based on how it actually looks. Really weird, but...
You could have just made 2 Pokemon, though.
You could have just made 2 Pokemon, 100%.
Like, these 2 things don't have to be related.
No, 1,000,000%.
People really wanted Mega Flygon. I bet you Mega Flygon is good. Also, this is the most bug-like Pokemon that we have, and it's not a bug type.
Yeah, it's a dragon.
It's a dragon type and a ground type, even though it has literal wings. And then we have Flygon, which is a ground dragon, which is actually pretty good typing.
Yeah.
But you would think it'd be Flying Dragon, especially because it has the literal word "fly" in its name. Yep. Flygon, the mystic Pokemon. This Pokemon hides in the heart of sandstorms and creates a seldom apparent. Okay, I'm just take that from the beginning. This Pokemon hides in the heart of sandstorms it creates and seldom appears where people can see it. It is nicknamed the Desert Spirit because its flapping of its wings sounds like a woman singing.
That's actually really scary for some reason.
That's kind of cursed, actually.
That's really bad. My only fun fact about Flygon is that I knew somebody in college, and I went to go hang out with them in their dorm. This wasn't somebody who was friends with any of you guys. They were in a different class. Like, none of you guys were in with me.
Okay.
And I went to their dorm to hang out with them, and they had a giant, like, thousands of dollars custom-made Flygon fursuit that they showed me.
I don't know what to say to this.
Honestly, it was impressive, the dedication.
You know what? You can say a lot of things about furries, but they are fucking dedicated.
They are dedicated. They told me it was like $2,000+
Jesus. Cacnea, the cactus Pokemon. This is one of the ones that I think tried to kill, was it Cacturn? One of the ones that tried to kill James a lot.
Yeah, yep.
It prefers harsh environments such as deserts. It can survive 30 days on water stored in its body. That's not actually that long. It lives in arid locations. Its yellow flowers bloom once a year. It's the little guy.
So,
yokai.
It's a little guy. I'm also seeing that these are basically Halloween cactuses because...
Oh, that's kind of cool, actually.
The Cacnea is a jack-o'-lantern and the Cacturn is a scarecrow.
Why isn't it dark typing, then?
I know, right? Is Cacturn dark typing?
Cacturn is dark typing, but Cacnea should also be dark typing.
It should be.
Cacnea, the scarecrow Pokemon. Packs of them follow travelers through the desert until the travelers can no longer move. Oh my god!
I know, right?
It lives in deserts. It becomes active at night when it hunts for prey, exhausted from the desert's heat. This fucking thing is just it's just walking after you until you die.
Oh. The fucking Freddy Krueger, not Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers of Pokemon.
You know what? There's an actual animal that does that. You know what animal that is?
What?
Humans. Humans we are very well capable of walking after our prey for literal, like, forever.
We are going to hunt the most dangerous game, man.
Swablu.
Oh, that also reminds me, I listened to this yesterday, that's why I, like, remembered it. I was watching a video and they said that too fast. We're hunting the most dangerous game, man. Like, they said it like that, and then the other guy goes, we're hunting the most dangerous gay man?
Swablu, the cotton bird Pokemon. Sometimes the category just literally, like, there's no rhyme or reason to the category. That's why I keep saying him. It constantly grooms its cotton-like feathers. It takes a shower to clean itself if it becomes dirty. You do realize that cotton would weigh you down and you wouldn't be able to fly, right?
Also, most things take a shower to clean itself when it becomes dirty.
It can't relax if it or its surroundings are not clean. It wipes dirt off its wings. I actually didn't know that this Pokemon is a neat freak.
That's me. This thing is literally me. If I walk outside and don't even touch anything, I have to wash my hands before I can do anything else.
Altaria. Why is it a dragon? The humming Pokemon.
Man.
It is, if it bonds with a person, it will gently envelop the friend with its soft wings and then hum. That's cute. Why are you a dragon type?
Altaria fucks, though.
I
Altaria rules.
didn't know that was a thing. On sunny days, it flies freely through the sky and blends in. Sorry, the caffeine just hit my brain, and I felt my brain vibrate.
It turned on.
Yeah. On sunny days, it flies freely through the sky and blends into the clouds. It sings in a beautiful soprano. Mega Altaria. Whoa, wow, what the fuck?
That's how I wish to be. Just real fucking cozy.
It almost doesn't look like a Pokemon. It looks like it belongs like in a Ghibli
man.
movie or something.
You are not wrong.
Altaria sings in a gorgeous soprano. Its wings are like cotton clouds. This Pokemon catches updrafts with its buoyant wings and soars away into the blue yonder. Altaria dances and wheels through the sky among billowing cotton-like clouds. By singing melodies in its crystal clear voice, this Pokemon makes its listeners experience a dreamy wonderment. Why are you a dragon type, though?
I know, right?
Zangoose! I actually really like this normal type Pokemon.
That's just a fucking mongoose, baby.
It's a mongoose and it's pissed. Immunity. What is this? The Pokemon's immune system prevents it from being poisoned. That's actually really good. Zangoose, it's Survivor's arch rival to the cat ferret Pokemon. To threaten those it encounters, it fans out its claws on its four front paws. If it comes across a Survivor, its fur bristles and it assumes a battle position. Its sharp claws are its best weapon. So this is just an on-site fight.
Yeah.
But
also, the immunity thing. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So I was gonna say it's a literal fight between snakes and mongoose.
Yep, and mongoose literally kill and hunt and eat venomous snakes. So they're also literally immune to poison.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Speaking of Survivor.
Yeah.
Survivor, the fang snake Pokemon. It sharpens its sword-like tail on hard rocks. It hides in tall grass and strikes unwary prey with its venomous fangs. Constantly polishing makes the edge of this blade of its tail extremely sharp. It's Zangoose's arch rival.
I love when Pokemon just makes two Pokemon just to fucking hate each other.
Yeah.
Like the anteater Pokemon and then the little metal ants.
Yeah, I'm starting to like that. Like they just hate each other. It just is what it is.
They made two Pokemon just for them to have beef.
It's on site for them at all times. Lunatone, the meteorite Pokemon. You have a lot of weaknesses, my friend. The phase of the moon apparently has some effect on its power. It's active at night on a full moon. It was discovered on the site of a meteor strike 40 years ago. That
alien Pokemon. I mean, that is also what
my question is when was this entry written? Because is it always perpetually 40 years ago? Like, I don't understand.
That is also true.
Its stare can lull foes to sleep. Solrock, the meteorite Pokemon. When it rotates itself, it gives off a light similar to that of the sun, thus blinding its foes. Solar energy is the source of its power, so it's strong during the daytime. When it spins, its body shines. Barboach, the Whiskers Pokemon.
That's a little guy.
Its two whiskers provide a sensitive radar. Even in muddy waters, it can detect its prey's location. It probes muddy riverbeds with its two long whiskers. A slimy film protects its body. Wishcash.
Wishcash I have more to say about.
Okay. The Whiskers Pokemon. It is extremely protective of its territory. If any foe approaches, it attacks using its vicious tremors. What? Setting Wishcash leaping from the water is believed to herald an earthquake.
So, Wishcash are based on
Catfish?
Namazu, a catfish in Japanese mythology that causes earthquakes. So, yeah, its moves Future Sight and the ability Anticipation also alludes to this myth, which possibly originated from the observation that catfish are capable of predicting earthquakes and become agitated a few hours before their occurrence. That's really cool, actually.
I really hate the design element that it just has a fucking W on its forehead.
Yeah, it is a little weird. That's also, there's one of the Game Boy, like, pixel Zelda games has you throwing something into a circle of stones for a, like, catfish to cause an earthquake and give you something electricity-based.
Corfish!
Yeah, baby!
I like Corfish. The ruffian Pokemon. No matter how dirty the water in the river, it will adapt and thrive. It has a strong will to survive. I will survive! It was originally a Pokemon from afar that escaped to the wild. It can adapt in the dirtiest river. I
hate to say it, this is one of the Pokemon I would love to eat.
No, not allowed.
That's a Pokemon that looks like he'd taste good.
No. Crawdaunt, a rough customer, the rogue Pokemon. A rough customer that wildly flails its giant claws and is said to be extremely hard to raise. A brutish Pokemon that loves to battle. It will crash itself into any foe that approaches its nest. It is a water dark type. Despite the fact that the description would make you think it's a fighting type, but I guess dark typing makes more sense. Baltoy, can you confirm this? I'm pretty sure that fighting in dark types in Japanese are actually hero and villain types.
Something like that, yeah. Let me see. What does dark type translate to? Evil type, and then fighting type translates to... Nope, fighting type is just fighting type. But
There's
dark
another
type
one.
is evil type.
There was another one.
Yeah, I'm looking. Normal fire is called flame. Water, flying, grass, poison. I'm just going through all of them. Ground, Esper type is what psychic is. Rock, ice, bug, dragon, ghost, evil type, steel type, fairy type. That's it.
Well, I think evil type was I'm pretty positive it was fighting, but they have a dichotomy of like fighting evil.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the dichotomy there. Anyway, Baltoy, the clay doll Pokemon. It moves while spinning around on its single foot. Some Baltoy have been spinning on their head, have been seen spinning on their heads. It was discovered in ancient ruins that while moving, it was constantly spins. It stands on one foot even when asleep. Clay doll.
I sent you a picture of what these are based on too.
Yeah, I don't remember what these are called, but this is literally a persona you can get.
That is also a thing that you can get in Animal Crossing.
Yeah, I don't remember what these are called though.
They're Shakoki Dogu.
Dogu, that's what they
are also referred to as spaceman clay figures because they look like little aliens. I don't think they're supposed to be, but I think that when people who don't speak Japanese found them, they were like, these look like little aliens.
Clay doll, the clay doll Pokemon. This mysterious Pokemon started life as an ancient clay figurine made over 2,000 years ago, and then it just woke up as a Pokemon.
Yeah.
20,000 years ago. I don't know what I actually said.
I mean, that is what Banette is. Banette is like a thrown-away doll.
It appears to have been born from clay dolls made by ancient people. It uses telekinesis to float and move. Lileep.
The penis Pokemon.
That is very Yonic, actually.
That too, actually.
Yeah, I hate it. The Sea Lily Pokemon. This Pokemon was restored from a fossil. Lileep once lived in warm seas that existed approximately 100 million
years ago.
Sorry, there's so many zeros, my brain just stopped working.
I did that earlier too when I was trying to read the Spinda thing, so my brain like stopped. I was like, wait, what?
Lily clings to rocks on the seabed. When its prey comes close, the Pokemon entangles it with the petal-like tentacles.
Sea anemone.
Gradilli, the barnacle Pokemon. So many grass types. It has short legs and can't walk very fast, but its neck and tentacles it can extend over 3 times their usual length to nab distant prey. Once Credility catches its prey on in its tentacles, it digests them whole and absorbs their nutrients. Oh, gross. I hate that, actually. It also flips inside out. Anorith, the old shrimp Pokemon. This Pokemon was restored from a fossil. Anorith lived in the ocean about 100 million years ago, hunting with its pair of claws. Anorith
That's what they're gonna call me when I'm an old lady, the old shrimp.
Anorith it doesn't help that you're pink. Anorith swims swiftly by pulling its 8 wings through water like oars on a boat. This Pokemon is an ancestor of the modern bug Pokemon. Armaldo, the plate Pokemon. After evolution, this Pokemon emerged onto land. Its lower body has become stronger and blows from its tail are devastating. Excuse me. Though it lives on land, it's also a good swimmer. It dives into the ocean in search of prey, using sharp claws to take down its quarry. Feebas. This is just an uglier Magikarp.
Yeah.
Although unattractive and unpopular, this Pokemon's marvelous vitality has made it a subject of research. No, where? Do you see this HP? He has an HP stat of 2. You just lied to me. It is shabby and ugly Pokemon. However, it is very handy and can survive on little water. It's a good pet. It's just a very ugly one.
And then you get the Milotic.
Yeah, Milotic. Milotic has provided inspiration to many artists. It has been referred to as the most beautiful Pokemon of all. It is said that a glimpse of Milotic is beauty will calm any hostile emotions you are feeling. It is looks like a dragon. It is not a dragon.
Yeah, that one is also could be a dragon. Also, it looks here like being named the Milotic is based on the Venus de Milo painting.
Castform, the weather Pokemon. I like Castform.
Castform is cool, but I always thought his cloud body looked like a little ass, and I didn't like it.
I was looking at balls. It kind of looks like balls. Milotic back then, it was only able to evolve if you had a beautiful status of high because of the Pokemon pageant. However, now they just make it where it gets traded with a beauty scale.
Now, Castform makes me sad because it's based on something that I really enjoy the design of Teruteru Bozu, which I sent a picture of to you. But we're probably not going to get any other Teruteru Bozu Pokemon because this is the Teruteru Bozu Pokemon, but I don't think he's that cute.
Oh, this is the little thing that the little guys they hang up to stop rain.
Yep, that's why he's weather-based. I think its forms are cuter than its just general Castform look. Like, Castform Sunny, that's fucking cute.
I don't think we get them.
Nope, we don't get pictures of those.
No.
Oh wait, if you scroll down to like where it has the evolution, will it show them?
Nope.
No. Its different forms are adorable.
I think when we get to the Oxes, I think it's going to be the same. So. Although its form changes with the weather, that is apparently the result of chemical reaction and not the result of its own free will. Its form changes depending on the weather. The rougher conditions get, the rougher Castform's disposition. I don't know if I can pronounce this correctly.
Kecleon.
What?
Kecleon.
Kecleon. It changes its hue to blend into its surroundings. No one takes notice of it for too long. It will pout and never reveal itself. Aww. Its color changes for concealment. Also, when its mood or health changes, the darker the color, or the healthier it is. A lot of these are way sadder than you think they would be.
Exactly.
Shuppet, the puppet Pokemon. It loves to feed on feelings like envy and malice. Its upright horn catches emotions of people. It feeds on dark emotions of sadness and hatred, which will make it grow steadily stronger.
I know it's supposed to be a hand puppet, but I always thought Shuppet looked like one of those like little bags with like the point at the end that people use to like ice cakes. Thought he looked like a piping bag.
Yeah, like a piping bag. Banette, the marionette
I love
Pokemon.
Banette.
This Pokemon developed from an abandoned doll that amassed a grudge. It is seen in dark alleys. It is seen in dark alleys. That's not better than what I said, actually. Strong
It
feelings.
has seen darkness.
Strong feelings of hatred turn a puppet into a Pokemon. If it opens its mouth, its cursed energy escapes. That's sad. You're sad.
So I'm gonna go ahead and send you something real quick because horror artist Junji Ito had a collaboration with Pokemon and did draw a Banette and also a Gengar. So I sent you the Banette one.
Actually, that's kind of sick.
No, it's actually really cool.
Also, the little girl's eyes are terrifying.
Yep, because they're supposed to be shut, but they do just look black.
Yeah.
And then here's the Gengar one.
I don't. The fucking shut. I hate it actually. The Gengar is fun. The weird drowning you heard when I opened up the image for anybody watching the VOD of this, that was because of opera. Do not be concerned. It was very odd and kind of chilling, but like don't be concerned. I said earlier when we read Gengar's entry that he appears out of shadows or from people's shadows, and I thought it would be so sick if like a ghost type trainer, instead of sending in Gengar just appears out of their shadow.
Ooh, that would be fucked up, but also really cool.
Be fucking sick.
Need a ghost type like gym leader to do that.
Yeah, or like you know how like a lot of anime they do like the shadow with the eyes thing. Like
Yes.
you just see like the trainer, like the gym leaders like standing there and their shadow is also there, and then fucking Gengar's face appears where their face is on the shadow.
That would I kind of love that.
Tell me why I'm not on the design team. Anyway.
I know, right?
Mega Evolution increases its vindictiveness, and the cursing power that was held back by its zippers comes spilling out. Extraordinary energy amplifies its cursing power to such an extent that it can't help but curse its own trainer. Aww.
Aw.
It's
okay, I forgive you, I love you.
It got even more evil. Duskull, the Requiem Pokemon. If it finds bad children who won't listen to their parents, it will spirit them away, or so it is said. No, you're a killer. Making itself invisible, it silently sneaks up to prey. It has the ability to slip through thick walls.
Dusclops I have more to say about.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Oh, Dusclops.
Oh, no, not Duskull, Dusclops.
Yeah.
So when you're done reading the entry.
Okay. Dusclops, the beacon Pokemon. Its body is entirely hollow. When it opens its mouth, it sucks everything in as if it were a black hole. It seeks drifting will-o-wisps and sucks them into its empty body. What happens inside is a mystery. Before we get you tell me the Dusclops thing, Duskull looks like an old man, and that probably makes sense for it. Like, oh, you've been a bad kid. Duskull is gonna suck you up, wisp you away.
Dusclops is based on a yokai called a Chochin Obake, which is a possessed paper lantern.
Cool.
So that's why he has that like lined appearance. He's supposed to kind of look like one of those like fanned out paper lanterns.
I get you. Tropius. This Pokemon is kind of not cool in my opinion. It's the banana chin.
It's another one I forget exists all the time.
The fruit Pokemon. I mean, I guess.
The fact that it's flying too.
Yeah. It lives in tropical jungles. A bunch of fruit around its neck around its neck is delicious. The fruit grows twice a year. It's a banana. It's just a fucking banana. Relax. Delicious fruits grow out from around its neck because it's always the same kind of fruit. What? That doesn't make sense. That sentence doesn't make sense.
Delicious fruits grew out from around its neck because it always ate the same kind of fruit. So it ate the same kind of fruit.
The same kind of fruit. I read is, and I was like, that sentence doesn't make sense. What? Chimeko, I like this little guy.
Is gay, man.
I like this. I like this Pokemon. It's cute.
I like this Pokemon, but tell me why I didn't hear anybody say what the name of this was forever, and I just independently called it Chimecho for most of my childhood.
That makes sense.
It's Chimeko.
Well, I knew what it was called because James had one.
Okay, I think I wasn't watching the anime around that time. I was just playing the games. So yeah, I called it a Chimecho.
I'm also realizing I paid a lot of attention to James. Like just now, I'm now realizing I paid a lot of attention to James. Maybe
James is cool.
Well, James is very effeminate, which is you know, hi, non-binary. The wind chime Pokemon. I also thought wind chimes are cool. Chimecha makes its cries echo inside its hollow body. When this Pokemon becomes enraged, its cries result in ultrasonic waves that have the power to knock foes flying. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was the last one. I was just gonna say I was about to say we should cosplay Team Rocket, but like you're more a James, but I don't think I'm a Jesse. I'm more like a Wobbuffet.
You're just gonna cosplay Wobbuffet. In high winds, Chimecho cries as it hangs from a tree branch or the eaves of a building using a suction cup on its head. This Pokemon plucks berries with its long tail and eats them. Cool. I actually didn't know that. I didn't know it had a baby form. It's called Chingling?
It is! A little bell!
Dumb names like that are great.
I have a plush Chingling, like, on one of my shelves here somewhere.
Absol. Absol is a Mega Evolution?
Yeah. It's
Absol,
really fucking dope.
The disaster Pokemon. Swift as the wind, Absol races through fields and mountains. Its curved bow-like horn is acutely sensitive to the warning signs of natural disasters. Because of this Pokemon's ability to detect danger, people mistake Absol as a bringer of doom. That's rude. Oh wow, it's kind of angel-like, actually.
Yeah, it's like so Sephiroth.
It is very Sephiroth. Mega Absol, it converts the energy from Mega Evolution into an intimidating aura. Faint-hearted people expire from the shock of They expire from the shock of the sight of it? People die seeing?
Oh, he's too cool and edgy.
I'm sorry, that took me out. What? Faint-hearted people fucking die at the shock of Mega Absol.
You gotta be real faint of heart.
Normally, it dislikes fighting, so it really hates changing into this form for battles.
Aw.
It's the Edgelord. I don't like fighting, but I will if I have to. Why not? The Bright Pokemon. It's literally an emote.
It is.
It tends to move in a pack. Individuals squash against one another to toughen their spirits. That's it. That's all that says. Oh, did it change now? It did. It tends to move in pack with other... nope, that's the same thing.
Individuals to squash their spirit, and they cluster in tight group and sleep in a cave. So, like, the first sentence is the same, but the last one wasn't.
Yeah.
Also, I sent you a picture of what a Wynot is based off of, and it is a roly-poly toy that's supposed to be able to, like, hit it, and it just rolls right back up.
I understand, but this design doesn't make sense.
It's from, like, the billion years ago. It's a 14th century...
No, not this. That makes perfect sense. I understand the design concept of, like, why not? But, like,
yeah,
it could have, if that was the inspiration, it could have been better.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, because it's blue, I always assume it's water. It is not.
Oh shit, why not is based on the phrase why not, because the Japanese name, Sonano, is a homophone to the phrase Sonano, which means really, or is that so? So its name is just kind of like, huh?
But why?
I don't know. I'm gonna actually look at what Wobbuffet's Japanese name means now. I'm like really curious now.
Snorunt, the Snow Hat Pokemon. It is said that several Snorunt gathered under giant leaves and live together in harmony. It is said that a home visited by a Snorunt will prosper. It can withstand a cold of negative 150 degrees Fahrenheit. That's very cold. Galele. There's a Mega Galele?
Yes, there is. Also, real quick, Wobbuffet's Japanese name is Sonance, which is a homophone to the interjection Sonansu, which roughly means that's the way it is. So, why not is huh, and Wobbuffet is it is what it is.
It is what it is, baby. I feel sorry for this Mega Evolution. Oh, great. Here we go.
No, it's gonna be sad.
Galele, the face Pokemon. Its prey is instantaneously frozen stiff by the cold air it exhales from its huge mouth. While they're in that frozen state, it gobbles them. Oh my god!
Fucking chomp,
What
baby.
the fuck? It prevents prey from escaping instantaneously by freezing the moisture in the air. Mega Galele. Oh! Oh, that's kind of terrifying. The power of Mega Evolution was so strong that it smashed Galili's jaw, and its inability to eat very well leaves Galili irritated. Aww!
Poor thing?
What the fuck?
Here, if you want to feel better, the Japanese name for Galili is Onigori, which is a combination of Oni, demon, and Kori, rice, which is probably a pun on Onigiri. So he's supposed to be a little like
a rice ball.
Snow Onigiri.
Yeah. When it spews stupendously cold air from its broken mouth, the entire area around it gets whited out.
Your Mega Evolution's so fucking sad.
That's really depressing.
That's a bummer.
The demo for Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire demo, you can have this Mega in the real game.
Oh.
But like, why would you want to do that to this thing?
I know, I'm never Mega Evolving a Pokemon again. I wonder if the ones that get Gigantamaxed also have bad experiences with it, or if there's even a different entry for them.
We might eventually get to it.
Yeah.
Spheal, the clap Pokemon. This Pokemon's body's... What?
No, sorry, just the clap Pokemon.
I was gonna do it too. This Pokemon's body is covered in blubber and is impressively round. It's faster for Spheal to roll around than rock. Fair enough. As it drifts among the waves, Spheal probes the sea. As soon as it spots its prey, it informs the Walrein in its herd. Only one of them, and it's just Snorlax. Roly-Coly win? I don't know. What generation is Roly-Coly?
Roly-Coly later, probably.
Yeah, I don't know what generation Roly-Coly is.
Like the most recent one, I want to say.
Celio, Ball Roll. Gen 8 or some shit. It's gonna be a while. We're barely halfway through.
It's number 837.
Yeah, it's gonna be a minute. Celio live on top of drift ice. They go swimming when they're on the hunt, seeking out their prey by scent. This Pokemon has a habit of spinning around things on its nose whenever those things are Pokeballs or Spheal. Whether those things are Pokeball or Spheal. Aw, Celio bullies Spheal.
Also, filler isn't Roly-Coly initially in Scarlet and Violet, not Sword and Shield? Like, I'm almost certain. Oh no! You are right. It is Sword and Shield. I'm the dumb one.
That's fine.
You're good, filler.
We're all good. We're all fine. Well,
Sword and Shield was good. I'm gonna fight filler in your comments again.
I'm gonna say something a little bit controversial. Most recent Pokemon games aren't that good. They could be doing so much better than they actually are. And I'm gonna say right now, it's not like they treat Pokemon games like they're indie games, and they aren't. Pokemon is the most successful franchise, period.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
Stop. Make better games.
I agree that they could put way more effort into it and take longer to put them out to put more effort into it. I will also say I have like 100 hours in fucking Pokemon Violet, because I fucking loved that game.
I liked it because it was broken. It's also the first Pokemon game where I got to complete the Pokedex for, so that was fun.
It never glitched out on me. I never experienced any of the broken shit that other people did.
I didn't fall through the level or anything like that, but I had some glitches. No, it's in Sword and Shield. I know this for a fact because I only played 2 hours of Scarlet because it was big poopy doo-doo.
The story, I honestly encourage you to at least watch someone play through the story missions of Scarlet and Violet. It has maybe one of my favorite, like, stories in a Pokemon game ever, like, genuinely.
It was okay. They don't bother putting more effort into the games because they make more money selling the merch than they do the actual games.
Yeah.
Then make a good... Make a good game so that way you have more merch to sell. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna say... while I like a lot of the new Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet, they feel so bare bones. They feel like they were made by, like, a fourth-party developer.
Not even a third.
No.
Walrein form herds from 20 to 30 individuals. When a threat appears, the herd's leader will protect the group with its life. Walrein's tusks keep growing throughout its life. Tusks broken in battle will grow back to their usual impressive size in a year. This Pokemon never stops growing, then. Clamperl! I don't even know what this is. To be fair, a lot of Gen 1 Pokemon are bare bones too. Geodude.
That is, yeah.
And Zubat. And fucking Pidgey.
No, you're not wrong.
Clamperl, the bivalve Pokemon. Or a
Clamperl-
bivalve Pokemon. Go ahead.
Clamperl in Japanese is called Perlulu. And I don't know why I thought that was really funny.
Because it sounds like uwu.
God.
Despite its appearance, it's carnivorous. It clamps down on its prey with both sides of its shell and doesn't let go until it stops moving. Oh my god. Despite how cute it is, it will fucking kill you. Clamperl's pearls are exceedingly precious. They can be more than 10 times as costly as Shelter's pearls. I mean, that's because this pearl has a face on it.
Yeah, the pearl is the little guy. Also, I have a plush Clamperl, too.
Magical, what's your opinion on Trubbish? Please keep in mind that it's objectively amazing.
Rubbish. Oh, the little trash guy? I love Trubbish.
It's a Pokemon. I was kind of upset that when we started making Pokemon trash, but then I remembered that we have Pokemon that's literally toxic sludge, so I let it slide.
I have my favorite Pokemon trainer in literally any of the games has a Garbodor, so I'm probably biased on liking Trubbish because my favorite Pokemon trainer has a evolved one on his team.
My favorite objectively bad Pokemon is fucking Kling Clang.
Yeah. My favorite character also has the final evolution of that on their team.
Fucking Kling Kling is great. Huntail, the deep sea Pokemon. It's not the strongest swimmer. It wags its tail to lure in its prey and then gulps them down as soon as they get close, like a snake. Deep seas are their habitat. According to the tradition, when Huntail wash upon a shore, something unfortunate will happen. Okay.
I told you who my favorite is, right? Because I made I have a very expensive Eda bag that I put together over the course of a year of that character. So it's a backpack full of charms of that character.
I don't think you told me now.
It is. Did you ever play Black and White?
I probably know enough from Black and White for you to tell me.
Do you remember the battle subway and the two dudes who ran the battle subway? They're the one that wears the black coat is literally my favorite character of all time. I'm gonna send you a picture of them.
Batra was banking on that, I think.
Yeah. I love him so dearly.
They should stop releasing 2 Pokemon games every gen, spend time developing one good game instead of 2 nearly identical bad games. I'm okay with the 2 games. I'm not okay with the games being not good. Because, I mean, this is tradition. This game has Pokemon that it's exclusive to it. This game has Pokemon that's exclusive to it. Let's trade, right? I get that. That's fine. That's kind of the whole entire deal with Pokemon. My thing is that why are you releasing one kind of... Some Pokemons have some shit designs. 2, a kind of mid-gimmick for the game. And 3, it's riddled with fucking bugs. Bugs! And also, it's not really well animated. How with Pokemon money again? How do we not have full voice acting in Pokemon?
I know.
And I don't mean just some of the important cutscenes are voice acted. I mean the menus. The menus should be fucking voice acted. That's how much money they have.
Yeah. Actually, they're bug type dragon filler. Also, I sent you a picture of my favorite character. Which also made me remember that I have Pokemon Masters X, and I have both of them in it, and I tried for months to get both of them in it.
This is the most on-brand thing I've ever seen for you. The only way it can be more on-brand is if one of them is pink.
One of them has they both have really tragic stories in the more recent games, so that's more on-brand for me.
I stand by what I said. The only way it could be more on-brand is if they were pink.
They're so cute. I love them both so much.
I will say the character designs in Scarlet and Violet are aces. I love them.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Gorbis, the South Side Pokemon. The color of its body changes with water temperature. The coloration of Gorbis in Alola's is almost blindingly vivid. It sucks bodily fluids out of its prey, like a fucking. That's on brand for sea creatures. The leftover meat sinks to the sea floor where it becomes food for other Pokemon. I don't like that they refer to it as meat. The leftover meat.
Yeah, that also. But Filler, I'm holding your hand. We're agreeing on something, Filler. I fucking love Larry so much.
I don't think that's a hot take. I think everyone loves Larry.
I love Larry.
Relicanth, the longevity Pokemon. I have never seen this Pokemon in my fucking life. I need to write this one down so I can make Pudgy draw it. What the fuck is this? Rock-hard scales and oil-filled swim bladders allow this Pokemon to survive the intense water pressure of the deep sea. The Pokemon was discovered during the deep sea exploration. Its appearance hasn't changed for 100 million years, so it's called the living fossil.
I believe the only reason Relicanth is in the game is that you have to capture one of them because its body is a map to a location you have to go to in the game, and that's the only reason you get it.
Apparently, this Pokemon would be used for one of the myths of legendary catching back in Sapphire and Ruby. Soko. Likely, they clearly thought the streamer gym leader would be the most popular, but they were overshadowed by Larry. I actually really don't like her.
She's cute.
She was kind of like, I don't know, she annoyed me in a very, like, mild way.
She's got the big sleeves, which are also part of my brand, so I had to like her a little bit.
Like I said, the designs are amazing. I just don't like her. It's hard.
Yeah.
Love Disc. I actually like this Pokemon as well. They're a rendezvous Pokemon.
Love Disc.
Its heart-shaped body makes it popular. In some places, you would think you would give Love Disc to someone you love. Keep it in the water? During the spawning season, countless Love Discs congregate in coral reefs, turning the waters pink. Bagon. The Bagon is fine. Bagon's evolution is fine, I think. Yeah, because this one, it turns into Salamence, right? Right.
Yeah. Isn't Salamence also a pseudo-legendary?
Yeah.
Oh, yep, Batcher just said it, another pseudo-legendary.
Yeah, the pseudo-legendaries are fine. They should just make them actual legendaries now. Bagon, its steel hard head can shatter boulders. They're pseudo-legendaries because they're, like, not actual legendaries in the sense that they're just normal Pokemon. So I get why they're not. It makes you have a strong Pokemon that's close to a legendary if it's not a legendary, but still. Its steel hard head can shatter boulders. It longingly hopes for wings to grow so it can fly. Aw, that's adorable. It's believed that it will be able to fly one day, is apparent in the influence of information carried by its genes. So it hopes it has genetic memory for a hope to be able to fly.
Damn.
Shelgon, the endurance Pokemon. The cells within its shell transform with explosive speed, preparing for evolution. Its armored body makes all attacks bounce off. The armor is too tough, however, making it heavy and somewhat sluggish. The reason they're called pseudo-legendaries is because of their stats? Yeah. So their stats are strong enough to be on par with legendaries. They are pretty much copied like the legendaries are up to 600 in terms of base stats. This is the only dragon type that actually looks like a dragon. No, Dragonite looks like a dragon. It's just also Charizard, which is just a really lazy design. Salamence. It flies around on its wings, which have grown in at last. In its happiness, it gushes hot flames, burning up everything it passes. It becomes uncontrollable if it is enraged, destroys everything with its shredding claws and fire.
Damn.
Mega Salamence. I hate this design.
Ooh, yeah, it's a little weird.
It's the body. The body makes me hate it.
It just kind of looks like a missile.
It looks like the body makes me think of a parachuter.
Yeah.
Mega Salamence. It puts its four legs inside its shell to streamline itself for flight. Salamence flies at high speeds over all kinds of topographical features. Jesus Christ.
What the hell is this?
What the fuck is that? It's Mega Salamence. The stress of its two proud rings become misshapen and stuck together because of a strong energy that makes it go on a rampage. Stop Mega Evolving your Pokemon. Stop it.
Yeah. Literally, we're gonna become fucking Pokemon PETA.
Stop it. Stop Mega Evolving your Pokemon. It doesn't help them. This one is particularly sad now. It can still fly, but its proud wings are now misshapen. Stop it. Stop Mega Evolving your Pokemon.
You gave it body dysmorphia.
Literally. Bedlam. Steel Psychic is good. From its rear. Bedlam, it's from its rear? Why does it have to specify from its rear?
You're a fool!
Hot take, I hated Mega Evolutions, and I feel like, because of them, Pokemon feels like I need to put on new stupid-ass mechanic like Dynamaxing.
Yes, I high-key agree.
Mega evolution is temporary, right? That doesn't mean it doesn't feel real pain, Landy.
Bedlam the ass Pokemon.
I think this one is another pseudo-legendary. I see. And then if you knock it out of the sky, it can never fly again. Aww. At least he can turn it back into a regular Salamence.
Yeah.
But the trauma is real. Stop mega evolving your Pokemon. Beldum emits a magnetic force that rapidly pulls opponents in. They get skewered on Beldum's sharp claws. The cells in the Pokemon's body are composed of magnetic material. Instead of blood, magnetic forces flow through Bedlam's body. That doesn't make sense. I don't think that's how magnets work.
Fucking magnets, how do they work?
Lopunny, the furry Pokemon. I did that joke already. Matang, the Iron Claw Pokemon. Two Bedlam have become stuck together via their own magnetic forces. With two brains, the resulting Matang has doubled psychic powers. Where did the rest of the body come from?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that description, but where'd the rest of the body come from? Using magnetic forces to stay aloft, this Pokemon flies at high speeds, weaving through harsh mountain terrain in pursuit of its prey.
Didn't you know when your brain gets bigger, you also get wider?
I guess. Because of Metagross, the Iron Leg Pokemon. Because of the magnetic powers of these Pokemon, because of the magnetic powers of these Pokemon. What? Because of the magnetic powers of these Pokemon get stronger in freezing temperatures, Metagross living on a snowy mountains are full of energy.
That
Metagross
sentence really did make a ton of sense.
Yeah, it felt like it needed commas beforehand, and it didn't.
Yeah.
It was grammatically correct, but it felt like it needed more commas. Metagross is the result of a fusion of two Matang. The Pokemon defeats its opponents through the use of supercomputer level brain. Cool.
That's a fucking smart boy. Also, we got Mega too.
Yeah, I got it. The rest of his body becomes its ass. Wait, it's Metagross? I've been calling it Metacross because it has a cross on its face. It says gross. Metagross.
I think it's Metagross, yeah. I will
Mega
look, though.
Metagross. It becomes a fucking Star Wars TIE fighter. When it knows it can't win, it digs its claws on its legs into the opponent and starts the countdown to a big explosion. When it knows it can't win, it grabs you down and starts doing a kamikaze attack. Its intellect surpasses its previous level, resulting in battles so cruel they'll make you want to cover your eyes. Aw, it gets even more vicious.
So it's so smart, the only thing it can come up with is to suicide bomb the opponent?
I mean, if it knows it can't win, but like think about what it takes. Think about what it takes to get to that point, though, right? If it's that smart.
Right?
Oh, we got a legendary.
This might be controversial. I think the Reggies are really lame.
I like the way the Reggies sound.
Yeah, I do like the Reggie sounds.
That's a fucking demon.
I should absolutely have a fucking like sound alert like on my thing that you can like pay for with the point system. That
Hold on.
do, like,
Hold on, I want to see if I can find him. Reggie Ice also sounds like a demon. Let me go to YouTube first. Reggie Rock. Fucking, that's fucking sick. This is literally just the golem, but it got like 12 times cooler when it started speaking. Oh, that's sick. Sorry.
Have you seen that video of Regigigas like falling through that hole because it starts making a billion different noises at once, and it's really funny to me?
No, if you could find it.
I will absolutely look for it, Regigigas.
That's so cool. Ready eyes. Ready eyes. That motherfucker's pissed.
I love the sounds a little bit. That's what the inside of my brain sounds like.
Regirock has no right to sound that badass. He does it. He has no reason. It's literally just a rock with arms, but because it sounds so cool, it gets like 12 times cooler.
Oh yeah, I don't have the name yet.
That guy's falling through time.
I think that's the exact sound from the video I sent you too.
That motherfucker is falling through time. Listen to what that sounds like. He's falling through fucking time. Help Reggie! Help Reggie Gigas! Help him! Help him!
That noise is because it's falling through a big, like the Hoopa ring, like the legendary Pokemon Hoopa, I think is its name.
I
It's got
fucking
those, like,
hate
rings.
Hoopa.
Yeah, they're not cool looking, but it was a movie about
No,
Hoopa.
I hate Hoopa because Hoopa destroyed my whole entire party in my Nuzlocke.
No, that's really sad.
Sad fact, and this is not even from the official game. So a ROM hack of Pokemon Clover made it where Reggie Trio suffer a lot of pain. Each Reggie were meant to never experience pain as they were made perfect. Regirock can never erode, Reggie Ice can never melt, and Reggie Steel can never rust and decay. The ROM hack destroyed them. Rest in peace.
Damn.
Help him. Help Reggie Gigas.
The captions!
Reggie Gigas. Broken computer noises.
Also, yes, I would love to see a picture of the Batra.
No.
Yes.
Save him. He's
Little
in
guy.
pain. Okay. Reggie Giga's about to break into a Lady Gaga song.
Jesus.
Hold on. Regirock is the rock peak Pokemon. He's rock peak. Every bit of Regirock's body is made of stone. As parts of its body erode, this Pokemon sticks rocks at itself to prepare what's been lost. Cutting-edge technology is used to study the internals of this Pokemon's rock body, but nothing was found. Not even a brain or a heart.
Oh.
This motherfucker is peak rock. Regirock. Reggie Ice. Reggie Ice. The iceberg Pokemon. With cold air that can reach temperatures as low as negative 328 degrees Fahrenheit, Reggie Ice instantly freezes any creatures that it approaches it. This Pokemon's body is made of solid ice. It's said that Reggie Ice was born beneath thick ice in the Ice Age. There's nothing more rock than Regirock. There really isn't. He's peak rock. Reggie Steel, the iron Pokemon. That's kind of a lame category. Reggie Steel's body is made of a strange material that is flexible enough to stretch and shrink, but also more durable than any metal. It is rumored that this Pokemon was born deep underground in the planet's mantle, and that it is merged onto the surface 10,000 years ago. Latias. This is the one that kissed Ash, is it? Or is it Latias?
Yeah, that was the one that turned into a girl to kiss Ash. It was just real fucking weird.
The Eon Pokemon. Latias is highly sensitive to emotions of people.
Including romance.
I hate that. If it senses any hostility, this Pokemon ruffles its feathers all over its body and cries shrilly to intimidate the foe. You know, the parts of this Pokemon have never translated to me as feathers.
No, me neither. I don't know what texture they would have, but for some reason.
Yeah, it never translated as feathers. Latias is highly intelligent and capable of understanding human speech. It is covered with glass-like down. Glass?
Oh, like fiberglass? Ooh.
The Pokemon unfolds its body enfolds its body with its down and refracts light to alter its appearance. I think this is the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks cool though. I don't like his little feet, but otherwise it looks cool.
I don't like his little feet. No, he kind of looks like he's wearing like little high heels.
Now go sad looking at the pictures.
Yeah, it's a ROM hack that just like made the Reggies all sad looking.
Oh, I'm not gonna put that on screen. It's not like bad or anything. It's just depressing.
Poor little guys. I do think that edgy Pokemon ROM hacks are pretty funny though.
Latios, the Eon Pokemon. Latios has the ability to make others see an image of what has been seen or imagined in their head. This Pokemon is intelligent to understand human speech. Latios will only open its heart to a trainer with a compassionate spirit. This Pokemon can fly faster than a jet plane by folding its forelegs to minimize air resistance. Yeah, but is it faster than Pidgeot that can go Mach 2?
Yeah.
Mega Latios will only open it. Okay, not the same thing. Yeah, same thing. Kyogre, the primal reversion through the Sea Basin Pokemon. That's actually a cool category. Through primal reversion. Did I tell you about it was like a randomized ROM. I think it's the same one where I left everyone to fucking hoopla. But the first Pokemon that I found in the goddamn grasses was a fucking Kyogre.
Oh, damn.
I couldn't catch him. It's not that he didn't wipe out my party, he just wouldn't get in the ball. Sorry, stretch out. Through primal reversion and with nature's full power, it will take back its true form. It can summon storms that cause sea levels to rise. That's kind of sick. Kyogre is said to be the personification of the sea itself. Legend tells of its many clashes against Groudon as each sought to gain power over nature.
And then they created two of the most divorced Pokemon like main villains ever.
The primal reversion, I see. We're not letting go of the Pidgeot thing. Why is it flying at fucking Mach 2? It's a regular basic ass
really
bitch. Why is a basic bitch Pokemon? Why is it flying at Mach 2? Fun fact: Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire suck pot poopies. Filler, what is your favorite Pokemon game? Since you have these hot takes. Kyogre is said to be the personic. Nope. Nope, same thing. It just looks cooler now. Yeah, it just looks cooler now. Groudon, the continent Pokemon. Groudon is said to be the personification of land itself. Legend tells of its many clashes against Kyogre, and each sought to gain the power of nature. Through primal reversion and with the nature's full power, it will take back its true form. It will cause magma to erupt and expand the landmass of the world. It's probably not going to have a different Pokedex entry, but it looks cooler now. It looks like a Godzilla demon.
It does. Godzilla demon.
Yeah. Because of the Mega Timeline, that's how Primal reverts Groudon to Kyogre became. Yeah, I kind of like it. I kind of dig it. Rayquaza! One of my favorite legendaries. Rayquaza is said to have you seen a shiny Rayquaza?
It's black, isn't it?
It is, and it's sick as fuck. Rayquaza, the Sky High Pokemon. That motherfucker high as hell.
Hell yeah, no, that is pretty cool.
Rayquaza is a Sky High Pokemon. That's why he's green. That motherfucker always high. Rayquaza is said to have lived hundreds of millions of years. Legends remain of how it put to rest the clash between Kyogre and Groudon. It flies forever through the ozone layer, consuming meteorites for substance. What? The many meteoroids in its body provide the energy it needs to mega evolve.
But what about Miniors? Like the little meteorite Pokemon? Did he just eat Miniors?
A lot of things eat a lot of other things. I think we
Damn.
should use the ultimate annihilator to erase the mega evolutions from history. I think they're
Yes.
cool looking, but they're very sad.
They're so sad.
Mega Rayquaza. I think Mega Rayquaza can just evolve on its own though. So, it flies forever. Yeah, nope, nope, same thing. Look how cool that looks. Now, wait, what is this? Hold on. Oh, that's fucking metal.
That is really fucking cool.
That's so cool. This is what shinies should look like. It should just be cooler. It should just
and it only takes the
look
4th
cooler.
row for someone to be horny about it.
Jirachi, the impossible to ever catch without cheating Pokemon.
My favorite fucking legendary of all time.
It's impossible to catch without cheating.
I think my friend traded me one years ago, and I was like, that's really cool that he got that. And then years later, I was like, he hacked that in.
No, you have to. You have to hack it in because the event that takes place in order for you to get that Pokemon doesn't exist anymore. It only existed in Japan. It's not possible to get this Pokemon or Deoxys.
Yeah. I fucking love Jirachi.
I love Deoxys. However, Rayquaza... Wait. Here's the thing about the Megatomons. Once AZ used his weapons to... Stop talking! Usually, I can't get you guys to talk enough. Once AZ used his weapons to strike down a meteorite that crashed, they created the Megastones. However, Rayquaza ate the meteor that was infused by the Megastones, so he could just make it evolve on its own. Okay, we can keep the shiny Mega Evolution Rayquaza. And because of the power, he used it against Primal Reverse Kyogre and Groudon to win the battle. I think the only reason they made shiny Rayquaza black is because he was green, so they can't make him green like every other shiny from that gen. Hold on, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Oh no, I have to entertain people all by myself.
No, okay, potty break, go.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go with 2.
Okay, I'm back. So yeah, I have a legitimate Jirachi because of the save files I had played for Sword and Shield. Using the save file allowed me to have a Jirachi on my copy of Shining Pearl. Cool. Hello there. Hello, Weezlink. And alongside a Mew because of Let's Go Eevee. Nice. What number is Jirachi? Jirachi is number 385. We're almost half... Yeah, no, we're almost halfway done. It's been 5 hours. And then I have another legitimate, Mew on my copy of Violet, I think. It was from a mystery gift. I don't know what number, but we're getting very close to Generation 4. So many fucking Pokemon. We're gonna go ahead and continue. Magic isn't back yet, though. Or should we wait? Because this is her favorite Pokemon, her favorite legendary. I don't want to miss it. We'll open up a new tab and we'll come back for Jirachi. This is my favorite Pokemon. Oh, they actually do give the other forms. It's probably the same. Yeah, it is the same. But this is one of my favorite legendary Pokemons. This Pokemon is sick as fuck. They're mythical Pokemon. I don't know what that means technically. The DNA Pokemon. The DNA of a space virus underwent a sudden mutation upon exposure to a laser beam and resulted in Deoxys. The crystalline organ on this Pokemon's chest appears to be its brain. Deoxys emerged from a virus that came from space. It's highly intelligent and wields psychokinetic powers. The Pokemon shoots lasers from its crystalline organ on its chest. So imagine your brain shoots fucking lasers. This shouldn't be in the Pokedex. It's not a Pokemon. It fits in a Pokeball, so it's gotta be a Pokemon. God, this Pokemon is so cool. Alright. And now we're in generation, what is this, 5? Turtwig! Do Ultra Beasts count as legendaries? I don't know. 4. We're generation 4. Got it. Turtwig. Actually, this is where I stopped watching Pokemon because I fucking hated Dawn. Ugh. If it sounds like a Pokemon, looks like a Pokemon, and fits in a Pokeball, it's a Pokemon. Do you think you could fit a car in a Pokeball? Maybe. Why do they use Pokeballs for things such as transporting large objects easily? Because that'd be a ripping off Dragon Ball. I see you've changed yourself into a waifu filler. I prefer Dawn's counterpart in the manga. She was very mature. I hated Dawn because I hated her Piplup. I didn't actually care about Dawn. I mean, Reverim's a thing. That's true. I am indeed my DBZ waifu. You mean the only one? I mean, people could like Bulma, I guess, but Chi-Chi's not... Chi-Chi's fine, I guess, and Vidal's fine, but like the only one that matters is Bulma in 18. Photosynthesis. Turtwig, the tiny leaf Pokemon. Photosynthesis occurs across the body under its sun. The shell on its back is actually hardened soil. It undertakes photosynthesis with its body, making oxygen. The leaf on its head wilts if it's thirsty.
Wheeze! Ha!
Alright, I waited for Jirachi just for you since you said this was your favorite. You can read it if you want to.
I do actually have a thing about Jirachi pulled up that I was going to talk about.
How about you read it and do both?
Alright. A legend states that Jirachi will make true any wish that is written on notes attached to its head when it awakens. If this Pokemon senses danger, it will fight without awakening. And then...
It will fight without awakening?
Yep, it sleep fights.
The fuck?
Jirachi will awaken from its sleep of 1,000 years if you sing to it in a voice of purity. It is said to make true any wish that people desire. So, Jirachi is based on the Japanese Tanabata Festival, which is also called the Star Festival, which one of the things they do is they write down wishes on these little, like, slips of paper and hang them on, like, these little, like, tree branches or bush branches. And it's supposed to, like, come true, basically. So its little, like, fringes are supposed to be those little pieces of paper. It's very cute.
Yeah, I'm eating, chips. That's why I didn't say anything.
I caught a Hatterene, I have your child. It's another me. Take care of me, please.
I didn't realize this was a steel psychic Pokemon.
It's always so weird to me that it's steel.
Yeah.
You fight a Jirachi while it's asleep. I've been meaning to play some of the Mystery Dungeon games. I should play one on stream.
Grottle. The Grove Pokemon.
That's fucking Groot.
It lives along water and forest. In the daytime, it leaves the forest to sunbathe its treed shell. Excuse me. It knows where pure water wells up. It carries fellow Pokemon there on its back. I always thought Torterra would be a sick Pokemon to have to just chill with. You'd always literally, it doesn't matter where you are, you'd literally always have an island.
I always, like, as like a little kid, when I first played these games, I used to daydream about, like, sleeping on the back of a Torterra.
I know, right? Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one.
No, I love Torterra. And also, in Pokemon Infinite Fusion, a lot of the Torterra fusions are so fucking cool. Because they, like, change the little islands to represent, like, the Pokemon that it's fused with.
Alright.
It's dope as hell.
Ancient people imagined that beneath the ground, a giant Torterra dwelled. Small Pokemon occasionally gather on its unmoving back to begin building their nests. How big is it? It's only 7 foot? No, 7 foot tall or 7 foot, like, long?
7 foot... I don't know. 36-foot vertical leap.
Alright, here's the starter that I would have chosen for this generation. Chimchar.
Chimchar. I chose Chimchar at the time too, because again, I really liked monkeys as a kid.
Its fiery rear end is fueled by gas made in its belly. Even it's farting. It's constantly farting. Even the rain can extinguish its fire. It's even strong. This Pokemon is inherently stronger than Charmander. The gas made in its belly burns from its rear end. The fire burns weakly when it feels sick. This Pokemon is constantly farting. I liked Chimchar because Ash's Chimchar had a fucking Berserker Rage mode, which I thought was sick as fuck. Monferno.
I do not remember that.
I mean, I remember because it was the rival for that generation was basically abusing Chimchar.
Oh shit.
And yeah, he went into
I kind of remember that.
Yeah, and he was doing it that way because he was trying to bring out the rage that Chimchar had. Very much, I think the whole entire thing was that it may have been a Dragon Ball reference in reference to Gohan. Fuck Paul, know his name, I hate him. Yeah, fuck Paul. Paul probably got better
Paul.
at the end of the anime, but fuck Paul. Didn't Ash's Chimchar want to throw hands with Moltres in Journeys? I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of Ash's fire types like throw out hands. So, Monferno. It skillfully controls the intensity of its fire on its tail to keep foes at an ideal distance. It uses ceilings and walls to launch aerial attacks. Its fiery tail is but one weapon. Right, here we go. Firefighting. Haha, ha ha ha, guys. Isn't it so cool? Firefighting type.
Ha ha ha, again!
Again.
Ha ha ha, again!
Damn, are we on 4th gen? We are! I'm actually surprised we're not done. But we're only barely halfway. Its crown of fire is indicative of its fiery nature. It is beaten by none in terms of quickness. Ironically, it's not its highest stat. It tosses its enemies around with agility and uses its limbs to fight its own unique style. I fucking hate Piplup.
Yeah, Piplup's a little lame.
I only hate Piplup because I hate Dawn's Piplup. But Dawn's Piplup pissed me off.
Valid.
The penguin Pokemon. It doesn't like to be taken care of. It's difficult to bond with since it won't listen to its trainer. Oh no, now I hate it more. Now I hate it more. Because it's very proud, it hates accepting food from people. Its thick down guards it from cold. My Empoleon is still good. I didn't say it wasn't cool. I said I hate Piplup. Prinplup. It lives alone, away from others. Apparently, every one of them believes it's the most important. Oh, it's a dickhead. It lives as a solitary life. Its wings deliver wicked blows that can snap even the thickest of trees. Empoleon, the Emperor. The Emperor. I almost said Emperor Penguin instead of Pokemon. It swims as fast as a jet boat. The edges of its wings are sharp and can slice apart drifting ice. 3 horns that extend from its beak attest to its power. The leader has the biggest horns. How could such a little guy be such an asshole? It's because he's a little guy. I do not like Starly.
He stores all the dickhead in his body.
Starly, the starling Pokemon. They flock around mountains and fields chasing after bug Pokemon. Their singing is noisy and annoying. Even the Pokedex says it's annoying. Because they are weak individually, they form groups. However, they bicker if the groups grows too big. Generation 4 had had this little trio rivals because the secondary type of the starters from the starters. What? You should have done a little side smash or pass while reading the entries. No.
I actually thought about that.
So the reason why I'm not doing that is because you guys are gonna have to pay me to do that, and I'm not gonna. Also, we're already halfway through. It's too late to start. Recognizing their own weakness, Staravia, they always live in a group. When alone, Staravia cries noisily. They mount in huge flocks along fierce scuffles to break out between various flocks. Staraptor, the predator Pokemon. When Staravia evolves in Staraptor, they leave the flock to live alone. They have sturdy wings. It never stops attacking, even if it's injured. The fusses over the shape of its comb. It fusses over the shape of its comb. I mean, if you want to fuck the bird, then they're not gonna stop you. You should stop anyone who wants to fuck a bird. Let me find an image that perfectly describes that trail. What? Bidoof is a perfect Pokemon.
Bidoof is God.
Bidoof is the plump mouse Pokemon. Mouse? That's clearly a beaver. With nerves,
beaver, yeah.
with nerves of steel, nothing can perturb it. It is more agile and active than it appears. It constantly gnaws on logs and rocks to whittle down its front teeth. It nests alongside water. Bibarel, the beaver Pokemon. It busily makes its nest with stacks and branches and roots it up.
Bidoof sweep.
And stacks its branches and roots it has cut up with its sharp scissors. It makes its nest by damming the streams with bark and mud. It is known as an industrious worker. There you go. What are you talking about? Cricketot?
Oh no, they posted it in, check this out.
Oh, I didn't get the notification for it because I'm in Check This Out. Your average starter trio. Fire was always being held behind water, which is held behind grass. And then fire is actually the best, so it's still it's in the back there fucking sniping. And the Sinnoh starter is all...
They're all going for each other.
They're all going for each other. That's fair. These are probably the most balanced here.
Yeah. Here, my brain battery is really low, so I'm probably going to sign off for a little bit.
That's fine. I'll be able to get through
All
more
right.
of this before it gets too late.
Alrighty, I love you all. I will see you later in the night, probably after I've drank a little bit.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye.
Later. I guess I'll keep Discord open for the time being, so in case you want to share other stuff. But let's try to rapid fire some of these so we can get through more of it. Cricketot, the cricket Pokemon. Its legs are short. Whenever it stumbles, its stiff antennae clack like with a xylophone-like sound. When its antennae hit each other, it sounds like the music of a xylophone. Cricketune. By allowing its cry to resonate in the hollow of its belly, it produces a captivating sound. There is a village that hosts the contest based on the amazingly variable cries of this Pokemon. Shinx, another perfect Pokemon evolution line, except for the fact that Luxray is not dark. Shinx, the Flash Pokemon. The extension and contraction of its muscles generates electricity. It glows when it's in trouble. Extension of contraction of its muscles generate electricity. Its fur glows when it's in trouble. It says the same thing. Its fur glows when it's in trouble. You should make a Pokedex channel point redeem and it just plays random one of these. I'm not sure how I would do that. I think that sounds like a lot of third-party information. Should do one for Persona. That'd be fun. Luxio, the spark Pokemon. Strong electricity courses through the tips of its sharp claws. A light scratch causes fainting in foes. Damn. By gathering in their tails together, they collectively generate powerful electricity from their claws. Luxray. Why isn't this Pokemon also dark? Not also dark type. Like, look at it. Look at this Edgelord. Why is it not also dark type? Gleam Eyes. The Gleam Eyes Pokemon. It can see clearly through walls and track down its prey and seek its lost young. Luxray's ability to see through objects comes in handy when it's scanning for danger. That's cool. I didn't even know it could do that. Hey, I caught a Shinx as a shiny twice. I thought it was a dark type. What color is What color is a shiny Shinx? Voodoo, the Budew, the bud Pokemon. The pollen it releases contains poison. If this Pokemon is raised on clean water, the poison's toxicity is increased. Wow. This Pokemon is highly sensitive to temperature changes. When its bud starts to open, that means the springs are right around the corner. So this one gave Roselia two forms, the baby form and then the final evolution. Shiny Shinx is yellow, I see. Rose Raid. After captivating opponents with its sweet scent, it lashes them with its thorny whips. Looking like a Sailor Moon character. The poison of its right hand is quick acting, the poison in its left hand is slow acting, both are life threatening. Branados, the headbutt Pokemon. This a primeval Pokemon. It possesses a hard and sturdy skull, lacking any intelligence within. Damn, you don't have to roast them like that. Its hard skull is its distinguishing feature. It snaps trees by headbutting them, and then it's fed on their ripe berries. See, you're an herbivore. You're an herbivore that gets your herbs by knocking over trees. Rampardos, the headbutt Pokemon. In ancient times, people would dig up fossils of this Pokemon and use its skull, which is harder than steel, to make helmets. This ancient Pokemon used headbutts skillfully. Its brain was really small, so some theories suggest that its stupidity led to its extinction. That's fucked up. Leave my boys alone. It is a very high attack. Shieldon, the shield Pokemon. A mild-mannered herbivorous Pokemon. It used its face to dig up tree roots to eat. The skin on its face was plenty tough. It's like a little dinosaur guy. Although its fossils can be found in layers of primeval rock, nothing but its face has ever been discovered. Huh. Since Pichu was added in Gen 2, but it's the pre-evolved Pikachu, would this site put Pichu before Pikachu, or would it put it in the Gen 2 area? It's in the Gen 2 area, so it comes after Pikachu, because it wasn't discovered until after Pikachu. Bastodon. The bones of its face are huge and hard, so they were mistaken for its spine until after the Pokemon was successfully restored. This Pokemon is roughly 100 million. Is from roughly 100 million years ago. Its terrifying, tough face is harder than steel. How do you eat? What do you eat? Burmy, the bagworm Pokemon. It has other forms. To shelter itself from cold, wintry winds, it covers itself in a cloak made of twigs and leaves. If its cloak is broken in battle, it quickly remakes the cloak with materials nearby. The trash cloak. You would think this Pokemon would have 3 evolutions based on what it's covering itself with at the moment. Also, if they are able to bring back Pokemon via its fossil, would it still be considered extinction on, or would it lose that status? It wouldn't be extinct technicality, but then it would just be endangered. One could be in the city, with which is the pink one, in the desert, which is the brown one, and the one in the forest, which is the green one. Which, again, you would think would be their evolution would change based on where they're at, but I guess not. It still just has different cloaks. Appearance changes depending on where it is evolved. The materials on hand become part of its body. When Burmy evolved, its cloak became a part of this body, Pokemon's body. The cloak never shed. Actually, no, I mean like it has different evolutions. Not it just looks different. Or it could evolve into Mothim, the moth Pokemon. It loves the honey of flowers and steals honey collected by Combi. It flutters around at night and steals honey from the Combi hive. And here's Combi. Do you know how to get Gen 1 Pokedex entry mentioned how Lapras was going to extinct due to people catching them so much? No. No. Also, that doesn't make sense. They're not extinct if people are catching them. Maybe if they're eating and killing them or something, but they wouldn't go. Huh. At night, Combis sleep in a group of about 100, packed closely together in a lump. The trio is together from birth. It constantly gathers nectar from flowers to please a Vespiquen. Vespiquen, the beehive Pokemon. It houses its colony in cells in its body and releases various pheromones to make those grubs do its bidding. It raises grubs in the holes of its body. It secretes pheromones to control the Combi. Pachirisu, the Ella Squirrel. That's an interesting title. Oh, Magic gave me a link to the beta Pokemon. Let me find more music real quick. Okay. Pachirisu. It's one of those kinds of Pokemon with electric cheek pouches. It shoots charges from its tail. A pair may be seen rubbing their cheek pouches together in an effort to share stored electricity. That's cute. Do you evolve? You don't. Weasel, the sea weasel Pokemon. It spins its two tails like a screw to propel itself through the water. The tails also slice through clinging seaweed. Its tails. It inflates its flotation sac, keeping its face above water in order to watch for prey movement. I meant endangered. Anyways, in one of the games it mentioned that Lapras population was thinning due to overcatching. While some kids took that entry pretty seriously and started to breed Lapras and release them. Yeah, that's what Bashra said. And Game Freak actually took notice in that, and so in the next game they changed the entry from saying the population was thinning due to overcatching to say that they're actually overpopulating due to them people breeding them and releasing them. That's pretty cool. With its flotation sac inflated, it can carry people on its back. It deflates the sac before it dives. It is a common sight around fishing ports. It is known to rescue people and help fishers carry what they caught. Cherubi. This is a magic Pokemon as well. The cherry Pokemon. It nimbly dashes to avoid getting pecked by a bird Pokemon that would love to make off with its small nutrient-rich storage ball that has a face on it. The deeper a Cherubi's red, the more nutrients it has stockpiled in its body, and the sweeter the taste from its small ball. Cherum. Oh, this actually has different entries. Nice. As a bud, it barely moves. It sits still, placidly waiting for the sunlight to appear. Its folded petals are pretty tough. Bird Pokemon can peck at them all they want. A Cherum won't be bothered at all. The faint scent that emanates from its full blossom entices bug Pokemon to it. After absorbing plenty of sunlight, Cherum takes this form. It's full of energy while it's like this, and its liveliness will go on to sundown. Don't think too much about the floating sac. I didn't. The difference is if they get sunlight, get to know. Shellos. What forms do you have? West and East? I see. It used to have a shell on its back long ago. The species was closely related to the Pokemon like Shelder. It oozes purple fluid to deter enemies. Apparently, this is there are more West Sea Shellos now than there were in the past. This Pokemon can often be seen along seashores. It's capable of spending a limited amount of time on land. A recently published research paper states that this form of Shellos is gradually decreasing in number. Different forms depending on which side of the center region you are. Gotcha. Gastrodon. Its whole body is sticky with mucus. In the past, this form of Gastrodon was by far more numerous one. It appears on beaches where the waters are shallow. Once it catches prey, it will slowly melt them with its mucus before slipping them up. Fishers said that they didn't see many of these Pokemon in the past, but this form of Gastrodon is now increasing in number. They normally inhabit rocky seashores, but in times of continuous rain, they can sometimes be found in the mountains from the far sea. Ambipom, which I didn't like as much as I liked Apom. In their research for comfortable trees, they get into territorial disputes with groups of Passimian. They win about half the time. It uses its tails for everything. If it wraps both of its tails around you and gives you a squeeze, that proof is that it really likes you. Remember all those top 10 creepiest Pokemon entries videos? I think a lot of these are creepy. But here's Drifloon. Drifloon the balloon Pokemon. It is whispered that any child who mistakes Drifloon for a balloon and holds on to it could wind up missing. Because of the way it floats aimlessly, the old folktale calls it a signpost for wandering spirits. Drifblim. The blimp Pokemon. It can generate and release gas within its body. That's how it can control the altitude of its drift. They carry people and Pokemon, but the wind can catch them, so it can't be a fixed destination. Baneri. If both of Baneri's ears are rolled up, something is wrong with its body or mind. It's a sure sign that the Pokemon is in need of care. Baneri can attack by rolling up their ears and then striking with the force created by unrolling them. This attack becomes stronger with training. Lopunny, the sus Pokemon. Lopunny is constantly monitoring its surroundings if danger approaches. This Pokemon responds to with super destructive kicks. Once hot seasons are over, Lopunny's coat will be replaced with fur that holds a lot of insulating air in preparation for the cold winter. Why does Mega Lopunny exist? Mega Evolution awakens its combative instincts. It has shed any fur that got in the way of its attacks. It swings its ears like whips and strikes its enemies with them. It has intensely combative disposition. You know what this Pokemon reminds me of? It reminds me of Twintail. This Pokemon reminds me of Twintail, except if Twintail actually kicked. So, fun fact, the only way you can evolve this Pokemon is to friendship, and it hates you on day 1, so when you catch it, so because the friendship value is at 0. So you really gotta use this Pokemon a lot. Alright. Miss Magius. Yeah, Mischievous line. The magical Pokemon. Its cry sounds like an incantation. It's said the cry may rarely be imbued with a happiness-giving power. It cries sounds like incantations to torment that foe. It appears where you least expect it. Honchkrow, which is part of the Murkrow line. You like that? You like Miss Magius? Honchkrow, the big boss Pokemon. It's merciless by nature. It is said that it never forgives the mistakes of its Murkrow followers. Jesus. A single cry from this nocturnal Pokemon and more than 100 of its Murkrow cronies will assemble. This is a crime boss. If it's not grass type, I love its ghost type. I see. Glameow. The catty Pokemon. Its claws it claws if displeased and purrs when affectionate. Its fickleness is very popular among some. When it's happy, Glameow demonstrates beautiful movements of its tail, like a dancing ribbon. Purugly, the tiger cat. It would claim another Pokemon's nest as its own if it finds the nest sufficiently comfortable. To make it itself appear intimidatingly beefy, it tightly cinches its waist with its twin tails. Okay, weird. Chingling! Each time it hops, it makes a ringing sound. It deafens its foes by emitting a high-frequency cry. There is an orb inside its mouth. When it hops, it orbs bounces all over it, making a ringing sound. It's Chimecho's line. Stunky. The skunk Pokemon. It sprays a foul fluid from its rear. Its stench spreads over a mile radius, driving Pokemon away. A fucking mile? Jesus. The foul fluid from its rear is so revolting that it makes people feel queasy up to 1.25 miles away. And 1.25 miles? Skuntank. It attacks by spraying a horribly smelled fluid from the tip of its tail. Attacks from above confound it, because it can't shoot above you. It attacks by spraying repugnant fluid from its tail, but the stench dulls after a few squirts. Bronzer! Ancient people believed that the pattern on Bronzer's back contained a mysterious power. They are found in ancient tombs. The pattern on their back said to be imbued with mysterious power. Bronzong. In ages past, this Pokemon was revered as a bringer of rain. It was found and buried in the ground. It brought rains by opening portals to another world. It was revered as a bringer of plentiful harvests. Another steel psychic. Bonsly, which is part of Sudowoodo's line. The bonsai Pokemon. In order to adjust the level of fluids in its body, it exudes water from its eyes. This makes it appear to be crying. From its eyes, it can expel excess moisture from its body. This liquid is similar to the composition of human sweat. That's gross. Mime Jr., one of my favorite baby Pokemon. I like this Pokemon. It mimics everyone it sees, but it puts extra effort into copying the graceful dance steps of Mr. Rhyme as practice. It looks for Mr. Rhyme that's a good dancer, and carefully copies Mr. Rhyme's steps in an appearance. We don't have Mr. Rhyme yet. Happiny, the Playhouse Pokemon, which is part of Chansey's line. It carries a round white rock in its belly pouch. It gets along well with someone. If it gets along well with someone, it sometimes gives that person the rock. It carefully carries a round white rock that thinks it's an egg. It's bothered by how curly its hair looks. Aw, why are you bothered by your curly hair? Chatot. I remember this Pokemon. The music note Pokemon mimics the cries of other Pokemon to trick them into thinking it's one of them. This way, they won't attack it. It can learn to speak human words if they gather. They all learn the same saying. Spiritomb, the forbidden Pokemon. Its constant mischief and misdeeds resulted in it being bound to an old keystone by a mysterious spell. It was formed by uniting 108 spirits. What the fuck? It has been bound to the odd keystone to keep it from doing any mischief. Okay, but what about the rest of them? This is like one Pokemon. What about the other fucking Spiritombs? You know what I mean? They just evolve now, or they just exist attached to this odd keystone? Spiritomb has over 100 souls. Gibble! The land shark Pokemon. I don't know why it's a dragon, but I'm not mad at it. Its goals is it skulks its caves, and when prey or an enemy passes by, it leaps out and chomps them. The force of its attack sometimes chips its teeth. Aw, so its jaw stronger than its teeth? It nests in horizontal holes warmed by geothermal heat. Foes who get too close can expect to be pounced on and bitten. Gabite, the cave Pokemon. In rare cases, it molted and shed its scales. Medicine containing its scales as an ingredient will make the weary body feel invigorated. It loves sparkly. Who is over here like, I'm just gonna eat one of these Pokemon? One of my favorite pseudo legendaries, despite being overrated. Interesting. I didn't realize it was a lot of people like this Pokemon. It loves sparkly things. It seeks treasures in caves and hoards the loot in its nest, like an actual dragon. That's cool. Garchomp. There's a Mega form. It is said when one runs at high speed that wings create blades of wind that can fell nearby trees. The protuberances on its head serve as sensors. It can detect distant prey. It's common to see Garchomp. Also, feel sorry for Mega Garchomp. God damn it. Its disposition is more vicious than before its Mega evolution. Garchomp carves its opponents up with its sides on its both arms. Its arms and wings melted into something like sides. Mad with rage, the rampages and on and on. That's so... It literally melts into... That's so sad, man. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna stretch. My neck is starting to hurt me. Okay. I'm gonna take some ibuprofen real quick. Okay, goodbye, Cap. All right. Mega Garchomp, that's sad. A lot of these Mega Pokemon are like, it's too strong, so it kind of deformed a little bit. Munchlax, the part of Snorlax's line, of course. Stuffing itself with vast amounts of food, its only concern, whether the food is rotten or fresh, yummy or tasteless, it does not care. It stores food beneath its fur. It might share just one bite, but only if it really trusts you. Riolu, the emanation Pokemon. They communicate with one another using auras. They are able to run all through the night. It has a peculiar power of being able to see emotions such as joy and rage in the form of waves. Lucario. It is said that no foe can remain invisible to Lucario since it can detect auras, even those of foes it could not otherwise see. A well-trained one can use its aura to identify and take in the feelings of creatures over half a mile away. Bathed in explosive energy, its competitive instincts have awoken. For its enemies, it has no mercy whatsoever. Its aura has expanded due to Mega Evolution. Governed only by its competitive instincts, it strikes enemies without mercy. But Mega Lucario's okay, no problems there. I mean, it might have a problem in, like, it wants to fight everything, but fighting steel. Hippopotas, the hippo Pokemon. It shuts its nostrils tight when traveling through sand. As if walking, they form colonies of around 10. It shrouds itself in sand to ward off germs. It travels easily through the sand of the desert. It's a hippo. It's a sand hippo. Hippowdon, the heavyweight Pokemon. It is surprisingly quick to anger. It holds its mouth agape as a display of its strength, like an actual hippo. It brandishes its gaping mouth in a display of fearsome strength. It raises vast quantities of sand while attacking. I want to explain this Pokemon's gender. Okay. If it's female, it will appear black. Was that it? If it's female, it'll appear black. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't know if you were gonna say something else there. Skorupi, the scorpion Pokemon. After burrowing into the sand, it waits patiently for a prey to come near. This Pokemon and Sizzlipede share a common descent. It's a poison bug type, which I guess makes sense. It attacks using claws on its tail. Once locked in its grip, its prey is unable to move as its Pokemon's poison seeps in. So this is a neurotoxic Pokemon. Also, it's 2 feet tall, and I'm not a fan of that. Drapion, the ogre scorpion Pokemon. Its poison is potent, but it rarely ever sees use. This Pokemon prefers to use physical force instead of going on rampages with its prefers to use physical force instead, going on rampages with its car-crushing strength. It's so vicious that it's called the Sand Demon, yet when confronted by Hippowdon, Drapion keeps a low profile and will never pick a fight. I mean, that's just called self-preservation. But it's a poison dark Pokemon. It just wants to beat shit up. Krogunk, the toxic mouth Pokemon. I remember Brock's Krogunk. It always beat his ass. Inflating its poison sacs, it fills the area with an odd sound, and it hits flinching opponents with a poison jab. It really fights fairly, but it's that is strictly to ensure survival. It's popular as a mascot. Never Brock's trying to be a simp. Toxicroak. Swinging and dodging the attacks of its foes, it weaves its flexible body in close, then lunges it with its poisonous claws. It has a poison sac at its throat. When it croaks, the stored poison is churned for greater potency. Carnivine. This is another one that tried to eat James all the time. The bug catcher Pokemon. It attracts prey with its sweet-smelling saliva, then it chomps down. It takes a whole day to eat prey. It binds itself to trees and marshes. It attracts prey with its sweet-smelling drool and gulps them down. I don't like that it's described as drool, but, I mean, I guess. James says there's a lot of abuse from his Pokemon who like to eat them. I mean, they really like them. Finian, the wingfish Pokemon. The line running down its side can store sunlight. It shines vividly at night. It absorbs sunlight with the pink areas on its skin, which then shine. This appears to be a form of camouflage. Huh. Lumineon, the neon Pokemon. With its shining light, it lures prey close. However, the light also appears to attract ferocious fish Pokemon, its natural predators. Lumineon, swimming in the darkness of the deep sea, look like stars shining in the night sky. Mantike, the kite Pokemon. Mantike living in Galar seem to be somewhat sluggish. The colder waters of the area in this region may be the cause. It swims along with the school of Remoraid, and they'll all fight together to repel attackers, which is, the Mantine pre-evolution. Snover, the Frost-Tree Pokemon. During cold seasons, it migrates to the mountain's lower reaches, and it returns to the snow-covered summit in the spring. Seemingly curious about people, they gather around footsteps they find on snowy mountains. Obama Snow. I didn't remember that Obama Snow had a mega evolution. It lives quiet life on the mountains that are perpetually covered in snow. It hides itself by whipping up blizzards. They appear when the snow flowers bloom. When the petals fall, they retreat to places unknown again. Mega Abomasnow. It lives quiet life on the mountains that are perpetually covered in snow. It hides itself by whipping up blizzards. It blankets itself in wide areas of snow by whipping up blizzards. It's also known as the Ice Monster. Mega Abomasnow is nothing really. That's fine. We're okay with that. Weevil, which is the evolution of Sneasel. Evolution made it even more devious. It communicates by clawing signs in boulders. They travel in groups of 4 to 5, leaving signs for one another on trees and rocks. They bring down their prey with coordinated attacks. Will evolve if you give it a razor claw. Gotcha. Magnezone, which is the final evolution of Magneton, which I didn't realize came way after that. As it zooms through the sky, this Pokemon seems to be receiving signals of unknown origin while transmitting signals of unknown purpose. Exposure to the special magnetic field changed Magneton's molecular structure, turning it into Magnezone. So kind of just like fused together, kind of. Licky Licky, which is the evolution of Lickitung, which is also gross. The licking Pokemon. Licky Licky's strange tongue can stretch to many times its body length. No one has ever figured out how Licky Licky's tongue can stretch so far. Licky Licky can do just about anything with its tongue, which is dexterous as a human hand. In contrast, Licky Licky's use of fingers is clumsy. It's dexterous as a human hand? That's gross. Rhyperior, which is the final evolution of Rhydon. Generation 4 gave some new evolution to Generation 1. I see. Rhyperior, the drill Pokemon. It can load up to 3 projectiles per aim into its holes in its hands. Well, what launches out of those holes could be either rocks or a Roggenrola. It relies on its carapace to deflect incoming attacks and throw its enemies off balance. As soon as that happens, it drives the drill into a foe. Happy New Year, Yamazaki. Okay. Tangrowth. Evolution of Tanglia. Tangrowth has 2 arms it can extend as it pleases. Recent research has shown that these arms are in fact bundles of vines. Vine growth is accelerated for Tangrowth living in warm climates. If the vines grow long, Tangrowth shortens them by tearing parts of them off. Electivire. The amount of electrical energy this Pokemon produces is proportional to the rate of its pulse. What? The voltage jumps while Electivire is battling. In terms of electrical energy output, Electivire is one of the best among all electric Pokemon. It discharges high voltage currents from its tails. It is a very good Pokemon when it comes to attack, although its special attack is not as high as you'd think it would be. Magmar. The Blast Pokemon, which is the evolution of Magmar. When Magmar inhales deeply, the fire burning in its belly intensifies, raising its temperature over 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. Living in the sick crater of a volcano has caused this Pokemon's body to resemble its environment. It's an organ similar to a magma chamber. Togekiss, the Jubilee Pokemon, which is the final evolution of the Togepi line. These Pokemon are never seen anywhere near conflict nor turmoil. In recent times, they've been hardly been seen at all. That's sad. That's actually really depressing. Known as bringers of blessings, is depicted on good luck charms since ancient times. It's a fairy flying. Gotcha. Yanmega. The Ogre Darner. It prefers to. Didn't people also want a Mega Yanmega just to say Mega Yanmega? It prefers to battle by biting apart foes' heads instantly while flying at a high speed. That's kind of fucked up. The 6-legged Pokemon is easily capable of transporting an adult in flight. Its wings on its tail help stay balanced. Leafeon. Took a while, but we got there. When you see Leafeon asleep in a patch of sunshine, you know it's using its photosynthesis to produce clean air. The younger they are, the more likely they smell of fresh grass. With age, their fragrance takes on the odor of falling leaves. I really liked Leafeon's design as a kid. Glaceon. It can control its body temperature at will, and enables it to freeze the moisture in the atmosphere, creating flurries of diamond dust. It lowers its body heat to freeze its fur. Its hairs then become like needles it can fire. Wow, alright. That's kind of broken. I have a plushie of Glaceon? Nice. I don't have any plushies. Gliscor. Gliscor. Gly. It observes prey while hanging inverted from branches. When the chance presents itself, it swoops. Its flight is soundless. It uses its lengthy tail to carry off its prey. Then its elongated fangs to do the rest. Gliscor was cool. Mamoswine, the twin tusk Pokemon. This Pokemon can be spotted in wall paintings from as far back as 10,000 years ago. For a while, it was thought to have gone extinct. Looks strong, and that's exactly what it is. As the weather grows colder, its ice tusks grow longer, thicker, and more impressive. Porygon Z. They evolved learning ancient power. Good to know. That's actually kind of cool. It learns ancient power and it goes into its ancient form. That's kind of cool. Another Pokemon that evolved with a my shoulders. Porygon had a program installed to allow it to be able to move between dimensions, but its program also caused instability in Porygon Z's behavior. Okay. Some say an additional program made its Pokemon evolve, but even academics can't agree on whether Porygon Z is really an evolution. Gallade. The Blade Pokemon. Which is obviously the Ralts thing. This is the male Gardevoir. When trying to protect someone, it extends its elbows as far as as if they were swords and fights savagely. Because it can sense what its foe is thinking, it attacks bursts out first, fast, and fierce. Master of courtesy and swordsmanship, it fights using its extended swords on its elbows. Because it can sense what the foe's thinking. Okay, yeah, that's the same. Probopass, the compass Pokemon. Although it can control its units, known as mini noses, they can sometimes get lost and don't come back. Okay, it's a steel type, which makes sense. That makes sense for magnetism. Dex Noir, which is the final evolution of Dusclops and Duskull, the Gripper Pokemon. At the bidding of transmissions from the spirit world, it steals people and Pokemon away. No one knows whether it has a will of its own. With the mouth on its belly, Dex Noir swallows its target whole. The soul is the only thing eaten. Dex Noir disgorges the body before departing. Frostlass. This is the Pokemon that I made me want to do it this way because it has the correct information. Frostlass. When it finds human or Pokemon it likes, it freezes them and takes them to its chilly den where they become decorations. It freezes prey by blowing its negative 58 Fahrenheit breath. It is said to secretly display its prey. You're definitely... Wait, what's the difference between Galarian and Frostlass? Like, what changes that evolution? Rotom! Female in Dawnstone? Gotcha. Its electric-like body can enter some kinds of machines and take control in order to cause mischief. Research continues on this Pokemon, which could be the power source of a unique motor. Okay, we have different entries for the things that it inhabits. If the convection microwave oven is not working properly, then the rotom inhabiting it will become lethargic. This rotom is possessed by a convection, has possessed a convection microwave oven. It will sear the surrounding area with its burning heat and then smile in delight. Wait, is it a ghost type then? It is electric ghost. The model of washing machine that Rotom can inspirit has been discontinued, so these appliances are now traded at high prices. This Rotom has entered a washing machine and nods with satisfaction after it floods the surrounding area. This is kind of broken, having a water electric typing. So how do you get like the different types of Rotom then? Rotom has entered a refrigerator. It leaps around gleefully as it uses its cold air to freeze the area around it. The special motor within the refrigerator is the key to breaking about Rotom's change form. There are several appliances that Rotom can inspirit, but this first one to be developed was an electric fan. The Rotom has been entered. This Rotom has entered an electric fan. It smirks with satisfaction over a prank well pulled after it blows away everything around it. Mow Rotom. This lawnmower is one of the household appliances that led to the development of Pokedex. The Rotom has possessed the lawnmower and will mow down grass and flowers, then swagger around with pride at its accomplishments. Alright, that's all of them, right? Yep, that's all the different forms of Rotom. Uxie, the knowledge Pokemon. I have never seen this Pokemon in action. It's a psychic known as the Being of Knowledge. It is said that it can wipe out the memory of those who sees its eyes. Wow. It is said that its emergence gave humans the intelligence to improve their quality of life. The Lake Trio, nothing much to talk about. I see. Miss Spirit. Known as the Being of Emotion, it taught humans the ability of sorrow, pain, and joy. It sleeps at the bottom of the lake. Its spirit is said to leave its body to fly to the lake's surface. But they do embody knowledge, emotion, and willpower. Alzuf, though, was willpower. Known as the Being of Willpower, it sleeps at the bottom of the lake to keep the world in balance. It is thought that Uxie, Miss Spirit, and Alzuf all come from the same egg. So they're triplets. Must have been cramped in there. Dialga. It has the power to control time. It appears in the Sinnoh region myths and is an ancient deity. This Pokemon is spoken of in legend. It is said that time began moving when Dialga was born. Son of Arceus. Also, original form Dialga is kind of crazy. Radiant Light caused Dialga to take on a form bearing striking resemblance to the creator Pokemon. I guess it does look like Arceus. Dialga now wields such colossal strength that one must conclude that this is his true form. Now, the Pokemon that I'm probably most like, Palkia. A water dragon type. Well, if you want to go from like a Zodiac standpoint, this is the Pokemon that I'm most like, because I am I'm born in June, so my birthstone is a Pearl, which is Pokemon Pearl. Looks like a pearl. I am a dragon. Obviously, the water typing is usually consistent with Cancers, which is June. So this is if I were represented like as a zodiac sign in a Pokemon, it would be Palkia. The reality Pokemon are yet another offspring of Arceus. Good to know. Palkia, the spatial Pokemon. It has the ability to distort space. It is described as the deity of Sinnoh region mythology. It is said to live in a gap of the spatial dimension parallel to ours. Palkia appears in mythology. It soars across the sky in a form that greatly resembles the creator of all things. Perhaps this imitation of appearance is Palkia's strategy for gaining Arceus' powers. Heatran, a really good Pokemon. The Lava Dome Pokemon. It dwells in volcanic caves. It digs in its cross-shaped feet to crawl on ceilings and walls. Blood boiling, like magma, circulates through its body. It's making its dwelling place in volcano caves. A legendary that can have a gender. Give me 1 minute, I'll be right back. I will be here. Regigigas! The man who fell through time. The colossal Pokemon. It is said to have made Pokemon that look like itself for a special ice mountain, rocks, and magma. There is an enduring legend that staples this Pokemon towed continents with ropes. That's kind of Rogan. Giratina. This Pokemon is said to live in a world of reverse side of our. Alisar with the raid. How you doing? If you're not already following Alisar, please do so. They are very funny, and they usually stream really late. How was your final stream of the new year of the last year?
You have a burn and shaft. You have a business to the dog.
You have gonorrhea.
Oh.
She's a registered licensed nurse. She would know.
Dinners.
Oh, this guy looks hard.
What the hell
Oh
is
no,
this?
there's another one. Ah!
Oh well then, Lisa, jeez.
Alright, calm down.
Yeah, jeez, Lisa.
They have armor on. I don't want it.
Lisa's over there getting frisky.
I am not.
I am
I'm
not.
getting frisked.
Oh,
Getting frisked by the hard zombies.
All right. This is crazy. So I had to raid. Yeah, I mean, I'm just actually reaching about halfway through, and it's been 6 hours. I'm not streaming it at night, but I did a good show. Oh, nice, nice. What the fuck is this clip? I have no idea. The Satan of Pokemon. The Satan of Pokemon. If you're not already following Alisar, please do so. Let me go ahead and shout you out the proper way now. All right. Giratina. This Pokemon is said to live in a world reverse side of ours where common knowledge is distorted and strange. It was banished for its violence. It's silently gazed upon the old world from the distortion world. The Renegade Pokemon. Its origin form. Its origin form is a snake! It was banished. Okay, no. It's the same. I'm about to get ready for dinner, and Happy New Year's, dude. Yeah, I will be here reading all of these Pokemon entries. If you guys stick around, I will be watching some Pokemon movies later, as well as finishing the Persona 4 Golden anime. At least that's the plan. This is taking much longer than I thought it was going to. You crazy? Yes, I am. Cresselia, the lunar Pokemon. I have never seen this Pokemon. When it flies, it releases shiny particles from its veil-like wings. It is said to represent the crescent moon. Phione, the sea drifter Pokemon. When the water warms, they inflate the flotation sac on its head and gradually on their heads and drift languidly on the sea in packs. It drifts in warm seas and always returns to where it was born, no matter how far it may have drifted. There's over 1,000, isn't there? This list has 1,010. I think there's actually 1,025, but I'm using the official Pokemon thing, so you know. Manaphy, the seafaring Pokemon. It is born. Is that it? No, it's not. It's not related to the last Pokemon. It is born with a wondrous power that lets it bond with any kind of Pokemon. It starts life with a wondrous power that permits it to bond with. Okay, no, sorry. Yeah, no, it's the same entry. Darkrai. It chases people. The pitch black Pokemon. I like Darkrai. Good luck. Thank you for the lurk, Alisar. Have a nice night. It chases people and Pokemon from its territory by causing them to experience deep, nightmarish slumbers. It can lull people to sleep and make them dream. It is active during nights of the new moon. So Manaphy, what about Manaphy? Shaman. I thought it had evolution form, but I guess not. The Gratitude Pokemon. It can actually have a baby? Is it... What, do you mean like it's the only Pokemon like legendary that can breed? Is that what you mean? It can also it can dissolve toxins in the air to instantly transform ruined land into a lush field of flowers. That's a really good Pokemon. The blooming of Gracidia flowers confers the power of flight upon it. Feeling of gratitude are the blessing it delivers. What the fuck? This is very different to what we just saw. But that's the blessing of flight, I guess. And here we are. Arceus. According to the legends of Sinnoh, this Pokemon emerged from an egg and shaped all of there is in the world. It is told in mythology that this Pokemon was born before the universe even existed. Category Alpha. Victini. This Pokemon is always holding up the peace sign. The victory Pokemon, or the victory sign, not the peace sign, because it's the V for victory. This Pokemon brings victory. It is said that trainers with Victini always win, regardless of the type of encounter. When it shares the infinite energy it creates, the being's entire body will be overflowing with power. Alright, we're on the next gen. Gen 5. Snivy, the grass snake Pokemon. Being exposed to sunlight makes its movements swifter. It uses vines more adeptly than its hands. I'm gonna go start the oven because I'm getting hungry and I'm gonna make pizza, so I'll be right back. All right, back. For some reason, Victini is always the first behind Snivy during Generation 5. Never understood why they did it. No clue. They photosynthesize by bathing their tails in sunlight. When they are not feeling well, their tails droop. Being exposed to sunlight makes its movement swifter. It uses vines vines more deeply than its hands. That makes sense. My favorite starter Pokemon, Snivy? Interesting. Gen 5 was always my comfort game. Which game was this? Was it Black and White? Servine, the grass-type Pokemon. It moves along the ground as if sliding. Its swift movements befuddle its foes, and then attacks with the Vine Whip. When it gets dirty, its leaves can't be used in photosynthesis, so it always keeps itself clean. Okay, so yeah, the Black and White generations. I heard good things about Black and White too, but I've never seen anyone play it. Superior. It only gives its all against strong opponents who are not fazed by the glare of the Superior's noble eyes. You would think you have Intimidate then. What is Overgrown? Powers up grass type moves when a Pokemon's HP is low. I guess that's okay. It can stop its opponent's movements with just a glare. It takes in solar energy and boosts it internally. Tepig was the starter that I chose when I'm on my false starts of Black and White, but I don't think I'd choose Tepig. I don't really like it. I don't think I like the Pokemon in this generation now that I think about it, but the starters rather. Fire Pig. It can definitely dodge its foes' attacks while shooting fireballs from its nose. It roasts berries before it eats them. Another firefighting? It loves to eat roasted berries, but sometimes it gets too excited and burns them to a crisp. Happy almost New Year, Miss Diane. How are you doing? Which Pokemon was your favorite again? I think we might have passed it already. Pignite. The more it eats, the more fuel it has to make fires in its stomach stronger. It fills it with even more power. When its internal fires flares up, its movements grow sharper and faster. When in trouble, it emits smoke. Embor. It can throw a fire punch by setting its fists on fire with its fiery chin. It cares deeply about its friends. It has mastered fast and powerful fighting moves. It grows a beard of fire. Saying it grew a beard of fire is kind of funny. But I named the fire pig Ganon. I remember when I had my false starts, I named it Ganon. Yeah, Vileplume. Vileplume, or not Vileplume. Is that the name of that Pokemon? The fucking, the one that Miss Diane is right now. That Pokemon is a menace to society. That motherfucker would get, that Pokemon would get people killed. Oshawott? Maybe I would choose Oshawott. When I eventually do play Black and White, I am gonna switch. I'm gonna do a randomizer, so the starters won't be there. But maybe I choose Oshawott because Oshawott turns into Samurott, and Samurott's cool. It's my favorite Pokemon of all time. Vileplume. Why do you like Vileplume? Do you just like the design of it? Vileplume had a flavor text that said every time it walks, it bounces, and when it bounces, the fucking poison from its flower petals like fly off into the air, which means every time it moves, it's literally poisoning the air. That is a bioweapon. A little stinky Vileplume, yes you are. Oshawott's pretty cool. The Sea Otter Pokemon. the skull chop on its stomach isn't just used for battle. It can also be used to break hard berries as well. Why are there hard berries? Do you mean like coconuts and whatnot? It fights using a scallop on its skull chop on its stomach, or is it a scallop? In response to attack, it retaliates immediately by slashing. It's cute. It's a real cool Pokemon. Now we have Do It. We have Do It. Now it has 2. Strict training is how it learns its flowing double skull chop technique. As a result of its strict training, Do-Want learns different forms of using skull chops. And now we have Samurai. Oh, it's only water. I thought it was like a water steel. And then we have Hisuian Samurai. In the time it takes for a foe to blink, it can draw and sheath its scimitars attached to its front legs. Oh, it actually has thumbs. Weird. Let's see. Oh, no, wait, hold on. One swing from its sword is incorporated in its armor and can fell on an opponent. A simple glare from one of them quiets everybody. That's kind of cool. Samurai's kind of cool. Hisuian Samurai. It's water dark. Heart of heart and depth of blade. This rare form of Samurai is a product of Pokemon's evolution in the region of Hisui. Its turbulent blows crash into foes like ceaseless pounding waves. Pat Rat. I have never seen this one. Or maybe I have and I just don't remember it. I do not remember this Pokemon. I actually picked him up during the Legend of Arceus. Nice. Using food stored in cheek pouches, they can keep watch for days. They use their tails to communicate with others. The Scout Pokemon. Extremely cautious, one of them will always be on the lookout, but it won't notice a foe coming from behind. Watchdog. Is it like a prairie dog? It looks more like a meerkat. Using its luminescent matter, it makes its eyes and body glow and stuns attacking opponents. When they see an enemy, their tails stand high. They spit the seeds of berries stored in their cheeks and pouches. Lollipop. This Pokemon is courageous but also cautious. It's soft and it uses its soft fur covering its face to collect information about its surroundings. This one is literally just a puppy. This Pokemon is far brighter than the average child, and Lilliput won't forget the love it receives or any abuse it suffers. It will always remember, but it's just a dog. This is just a dog. Herdier. Herdier is a very small and friendly Pokemon, so much so that it's a theory that Herdier was the first Pokemon to partner up with people. The black fur coat covers this Pokemon's body, is dense and springy. Even sharp fangs bounce right off. Huh. And then we have Stoutland. These Pokemon seem to enjoy living with humans. Even a Stoutland caught in the wild will warm up to people in about 3 days. It's the big-hearted Pokemon. Stoutland is immensely proud of its impressive mustache. Mustache! It is said that mustache length is what determines social standing among its species. Purloin, the devious Pokemon. It steals things from people just to amuse itself with their frustration. A rivalry exists between this Pokemon and Nickit. Oh, because they want to steal stuff better? Opponents that get drawn in by this adorable behavior will come away with stinging scratches from its claws and stinging pride from its laughter. It's gonna fuck you up a little bit. A Liepard. Oh, because it's a liar. It's kind of got a face like a mask. That's cool. If I ever get this Pokemon in a game, I'm gonna name it Selena. The cruel Pokemon. Don't be fooled by its gorgeous fur and elegant figure. Huh? This is a moody and vicious Pokemon. This stealthy Pokemon sneaks up from behind its prey without making any sound at all. It competes with Thievul for territory. Pansage! I remember this one. Simisage. It shares the leaf on its head with a weary-looking Pokemon. It does? These leaves are known to relieve stress. Monkey. Return to Monkey. It's good at finding berries and gathers them from all over. It's kind enough to share them with friends. Simisage. It attacks enemies and strikes them with its thorn-covered tail. This Pokemon is well-tempered. Ill-tempered, it fights by swinging its barbed tail around wildly. The leaf growing on its head is very bitter. Why are people eating Pokemon? It's an upsetting amount of time because we've heard that people are just eating Pokemon. Stop eating Pokemon. Stop that. Panseer, very intelligent. It roasts berries before eating them. It likes to help people. This Pokemon lives in caves and volcanoes. The fire within the tuft of its head can reach 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Alright, that's really hot. You can never pet this Pokemon. It will literally just turn you to cinders. Simisear. I don't like the design. It kind of got like a little beer gut. A flame bursts inside its body. It scatters embers from its head and tail to sear its opponents. When it gets excited, embers rise from its head and tail, and it gets hot. For some reason, it loves sweets. Excuse me. Panpour. The water stored inside the tuft of its head is full of nutrients. Why? The water plants. It waters plants using its tail. Another monkey. The water stored inside the tuft of its head is full of nutrients. Okay, now it's both same. The first sentence was the same. Plants that receive its water grow large. Simipour. The geyser Pokemon. The high-pressure water expelled from its tail is so powerful that it can destroy a concrete wall. That's really strong. It prefers places with clean water. When its tuft runs low, it replenishes it by siphoning up the water in its tail. Gross, actually. So it shoots water and then reuses that water? That's disgusting. What the fuck is this? Muna, the Dream Eater Pokemon. You're just different, Tapir. Or, that's the actual one. What is it called? Drowsy. Late at night, it appears beside fellow people's pillows, and it feeds on their dreams. The patterns on his body give off a faint glow. I hate to say it, but I don't want to say it. People may have thought this might be a fetus. Why? What about this gives the fetus vibes? It eats dreams and releases mist. The mist is pink when it's eating a good dream, and black when it's eating a nightmare. Masharna, the drowsing Pokemon. When dark mists emanate from its body, don't get too near. If you do, your nightmares will become reality. Jesus Christ. Supposedly the Pokemon was kind of a reference to Generation 1. I mean, yeah, it's just drowsy. It drowses in dreams all the time. It's best to leave it be. It's best to leave it be if it is woken up, as it's terrible grump when freshly aroused from sleep. Saying it's a pink Pokemon with a flora tattoo on the body. I guess. I mean, that doesn't really have to do anything with the fetus. How many bird Pokemon are literally just bird? P-Dove, the tiny pigeon Pokemon. Wherever people go, these Pokemon follow. If you're scattering food for them, be careful. Several hundred of them can gather at once. It's forgetful and not very bright, but many trainers love it anyway for its friendliness and sincerity. Tranquil, the wild pigeon Pokemon. It can fly moderately quickly. No matter how far it travels, it can always find its way back to its master and nest. These bright Pokemon have acute memories. Apparently, delivery workers often choose them as their partners. Huh. The Unfazant, the proud Pokemon. Does it have different... Yeah, it does have different entries for the male and female. Unfazant are exceptional flyers. The females are known for their stamina, while the males are classed in terms of speed. You would think that would be the opposite way around. The Pokemon is intelligent and intensely proud. People will sit up and take notice if you become trainer of one. Females of the species are very capable flyers, particularly notable for their stamina. They also take longer to adjust to people. I also kind of like, in terms of the design element, the males in in a lot of like actual animals tend to be the more like like the quote unquote prettier ones, which they kind of did put this in design aspect. Like this one's definitely more noticeable than the female one, which is just kind of brown. Blitzel. When thunderclouds cover the sky, it will appear, and you can catch lightning with its mane. It can catch lightning with its mane and store it as electricity. All right, so far, this is the strongest electric type that we've seen so far, except maybe Electabuzz or Electivire. Ugh. Its mane shines when it discharges electricity, then uses the frequency or rhythm of these flashes to communicate. That's pretty cool, actually. It's an electric zebra. Zebstrika, excuse me, the Thunderbolt Pokemon. When this ill-tempered Pokemon runs wild, it shoots lightning from its mane in all directions. They have lightning-like movements. When Zebstrika runs at full speed, the sound of thunder reverberates. That's fucking metal. But who's faster, Zebstrika, or Rapidash? Raggenrola, the Mantle Pokemon. It's hard to steal, but apparently a long soak in water will cause it to soften a bit. When it detects a noise, it starts to move. The energy core inside it makes this Pokemon slightly warm to the touch. Boldore, the Ore Pokemon. If you see its orange crystal start to glow, be wary, it's about to fire off bursts of energy. It relies on sound in order to monitor what's in its vicinity. When angered, it will attack without ever changing the direction it's facing. Damn, alright, this is a badass Pokemon. Gigalith, the compressed Pokemon. This hardy Pokemon can often be found on construction sites and in mines, working alongside people in Copperajah. Although its energy blast can blow away a dump truck, they have a limitation. They can only be fired when the sun is out. It's a very weird limitation, almost like a grass type. Woobat. While inside a cave, if you look up and see lots of heart-shaped markings on the ceiling, it's evident that Woobat lived there, because they're second from the face. It emits ultrasonic waves as it flutters searching for prey, bug Pokemon, specifically. Swoobat. Emitting powerful sound waves tires it out. After, it won't be able to fly for a little while. This auspicious shape of this Pokemon's nose apparently led some regions to consider Swoobat a symbol of good luck. Drillbur. This is a good. Excadrill is a very good Pokemon. It brings its claws together and whirls around at high speed before rushing towards its prey. It's a digger, using its claws to burrow through the ground and causes damage to vegetable crops, so many farmers have little love for it. Excadrill, a ground steel type. Its fucking attack. Actually, its attack is very high. I think I was told that this is the fastest ground type. Excadrill, it is not uncommon for tunnels that appear to have formed naturally to actually be a result of Excadrill's rampant digging. Known as the Drill King, this Pokemon can tunnel through the terrain speeds of over 90 miles per hour. That is faster than Steelix. Or Onix, excuse me. So, yeah, no, this is the fastest. I mean, I guess Onix is a rock type, but still, that's fast. Audino. Audino's sense of hearing is superb. Not even a pebble rolling over a mile away will escape Audino's ears. That sounds like everything would hurt you. Seems like you shouldn't be matched up against Exploud. This Pokemon has a kind heart. By touching with its feelings, Audino can gauge other creatures' feelings in physical conditions. Mega Audino. Why do you have a Mega form at all? It touches others with its feelers on its ears, using the sound of their heartbeats to tell how they're feeling. Using the feelings of its ears, you can tell how someone's feeling or when an egg might hatch. Why do you have a Mega form at all? This is the point where we beat up for XP in Unova. I need to say this, but Pokemon is subjugated for XP farming? What do you mean? I'm confused. Timber, the muscular Pokemon. It loves helping out with construction projects. It loves it so much that if a rain causes the work to halt, it swings the log around and throws a tantrum. Timber has started carrying logs that are about 3 times their size, are nearly ready to evolve. Timber that are carrying logs that size. Whenever you fight that Pokemon, it increases the EXP game. Oh, so you farm that particular Pokemon. Got you. Girder with them heavy bars. It shows off its muscles to Machoke and other Girder. If it fails to measure up to the other Pokemon, it lies low for a little while. Oh, it's prideful. That's funny. Girder excels at demolition. Construction is not its forte. In any case, there's skill in in the way this Pokemon wields its metal beam. Where did you get a metal beam from, friend? Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr. Concrete mixed by Conkeldurr is much more durable than normal concrete, even when the composition of the two materials are the same. That literally doesn't make sense. When going all out, maybe it's because it's treated differently. That would make sense. We can let that slide. When going all out, this Pokemon throws aside its concrete pillars and leaps at its opponents to pummel them with its fist. That's badass. Why do you look like an old man? Timpole, the tadpole Pokemon. You look like you're a little constipated. You alright there, bud? Graceful ripples are running across the water surface are a sure sign that Timpole are singing in high-pitched voices below. It uses sound waves to communicate with others of its kind. People and other Pokemon species can't hear its cries of warning. I would think that this would be a normal water type. Palpitoad, the vibration Pokemon. It weakens its prey with sound waves intense enough to cause headaches, then entangles them with its sticky tongue. Gross. On occasion, their cries are sublimely pleasing to the ear. Palpitoad, with large lumps on their bodies, can sing with a wider range of sounds. Okay. Seismitoad, the vibration Pokemon. The vibration of bumps all over its body cause earthquakes like tremors. Seismitoad and Croagunk are similar species. Weird. That's a weird thought. This Pokemon is popular among the elderly who say the vibrations of its lumps are great for massages. I could use one right now, honestly. It's got a lot of health. Throw! I thought this Pokemon came way before him. The Judo Pokemon. It performs throwing moves with first-rate skill. Over the course of many battles, Throw's belt grows darker and absorbs wearer's sweat. That is actually real. Your fun fact for the day is that old martial arts used to have the gi, and the way you became a black belt is that you had your white belt, and the white belt would get dirty over time and become black belt. So that's a real thing. That's not just gross Pokemon knowledge. That's real life knowledge. They train in groups of 5. Any member that can't keep up will discard its belt and leave the group. That's depressing. They get kicked out. You can't keep up with the rest of the group, you get kicked out, loser. And now we have Sock, the karate Pokemon. If you see Sock training in the mountains in single-minded pursuit of strength, it's best to quietly pass by. The karate chops of Sock that's trained itself to the limit can cleave the ocean itself. What? Like I said, how much of that is flavor text, or how much of that was real? Can it actually do that? Sewaddle, the sewing Pokemon. This Pokemon makes clothes for itself. Aww. It chews up leaves and sews them with sticky thread extruded from its mouth. Since this Pokemon makes its own clothes out of leaves, it's a popular mascot for fashion designers. I don't know, but let's just believe it does. I mean, that's metal if it does. Swadloon, the leaf-wrapped Pokemon. Forests where Swadloon live have superb foliage because of its nutrients they make from fallen leaves nourish the plant life. It protects itself from cold by wrapping up in leaves. It stays on the move, eating leaves in forests. It's a bug grass type. This is one of the weakest class types I've ever seen. Leavenny, the nurturing Pokemon. Upon finding a small Pokemon, it weaves clothing for it from leaves using a sticky silk secreted from its mouth. It keeps its legs warm and heat from fermenting leaves. It also uses leaves to make wrappings for swaddle. That's cute. I like that Pokemon. Venipede. Hydrate? Give me a second. Actually, I should probably go put my pizza in the oven. How you doing, Official Throat? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go put the pizza in the oven. Okay. Which generation had the most variety so far? None of them, actually. Because most of the Pokemon are grass and bug-type Pokemon. So, none of them, really. I always have to ask the hard-hitting questions. He's still not letting go of Pidgeot flying at Mach 2. Why is Pidgeot flying at fucking Mach 2? Literally no other bird have we seen has hit a speed that fast. Like, we've seen birds that are stronger than that, but no bird is flying faster than Pidgeot as of right now. Why is he flying at Mach 2? Venipede, the centipede Pokemon. Venipede and Sizzlepede are similar species, but when the two meet, a huge fight ensues. Its fangs are highly venomous. If this Pokemon finds a prey it thinks it can eat, it leaps for it without any thought of how things might turn out. This is the one Pokemon I actually like that are bugs? Huh. Whirlipede. Pidgeot isn't an average bit. That's it, and that's all. No, fucking Pidgeot is an average bitch. That's why I'm surprised that it's going at fucking Mach 2. No other Pokemon is doing that. And I hate that. Why isn't more Pokemon doing that? Whirlipede, the Curlipede Pokemon. This Pokemon spins itself rapidly and charges into its opponents. Its top speed is over 60 miles per hour. You're not catching up a Rapidash, though. Whirlipede protects itself with its sturdy shell and poisonous spikes. When it stores up the energy, it'll need for evolution. Okay. Scolipede, the Megapede Pokemon. Scolipede lashes onto its prey with its claws and on its neck before slamming them into the ground and jabbing them with its toxic spikes. That's a little vicious for you, isn't it? Scolipede engaged in a fierce territorial battles with Centiskorch. At the end of these battles, the victor makes a meal of the loser. Jesus Christ. Cottony. The Cotton Puff Pokemon. It shoots cotton from its body to protect itself if it gets caught up in a hurricane. If it gets caught up in hurricane-strength winds, it can get sent to the other side of the earth. Weaving together the cotton from both Cottony and Eldegoss, it produces exquisite cloth that is highly prized by many luxury brands, which is, oh no, we're about to get to that when Whimsicott. But do you see what I mean? There's a lot of grass types out of here for no reason. Whimsicott, the Windveil's Pokemon. It scatters cotton all over the world as a prank. If it gets wet, it becomes too heavy to move, and no choice but to answer for its mischief. As long as this Pokemon bathes in sunlight, its cotton keeps growing. If it's too much cotton fluff builds up, Whimsicott tears it off and scatters it. Huh. Here's more grass types. Here's Petilil. Here's Petilil. The bull Pokemon. The leaf on its head grows right back, even if they. You know what I should have did? I should have listed out. If I was paying attention, I would have listed out each type, and put like a tick mark in each chart for typing. If I was thinking about that, I would have done that. But it's too late now. The leaves on its head grow right back if they fall out. These bitter leaves refresh those who eat them. If the leaves on its head are pruned with regularity, this Pokemon can be grown into a fine plump shape. What is it? Two? Lilligant. Oh, there's two versions of this. The flowering Pokemon. The fragrance of the garland on its head has a relaxing effect, but taking care of it is very difficult. No matter how much time and money is spent raising it, its flowers are still the most beautiful when they bloom in the wild. Okay, this one has the word "I" in it, so it's like someone actually wrote this by themselves. Also, this looks very different from what we just saw. I suspect that its well-developed legs are a result of a life spent on a mountain covered in deep snow. The scent it exudes from the flower crowns heartens those in proximity. It's grass and fighting. What was it before? It's just grass. It does always seem they're in a forest, so maybe that's why. It's a lot of fucking grass types. So as far as variety, it's mostly grass and bug types. Basculin, the hostile Pokemon. Its temperament is vicious and aggressive. This Pokemon is also full of vitality and can multiply rapidly before anyone notices. It's so vicious that it's called the Thug of the River. Yet Basculin it's a combination of bass and masculine. Yet Basculin is targeted by predators such as Dondozo and Bombardier. Oh, okay, we have a few of these. The blue stripe form, the power of its jaws is immense, enough to leave tooth marks in iron sheets. Its personality is also extremely vicious. These Pokemon form schools with others of the same color. The greatest foe of a school of blue Basculin is a school of red Basculin. And then we have the white striped ones. Though it differs from Basculin in several respects, including demeanor, this one is gentle. I have categorized it as a regional form given the vast array of shared qualities. Okay, no, that's the same entry. Weird. Wait, what the? Okay, no, it doesn't have that form yet. Sandile. Ew, like a piranha. Yeah, it is kind of like a piranha. A desert croc Pokemon. It submerges itself in sand as it moves, as if swimming. The wise behavior keeps its enemies from finding it and maintains its temperature. They live under hot desert sands in order to keep the body temperature from dropping. Krokorok. The desert croc Pokemon. Protected by thin membranes, their eyes can see even in the dead of night. They live in groups of a few individuals. Thanks to a special membrane covering its eyes, it can see its surroundings clearly, even in the middle of the night. Crocodile, the intimidation Pokemon. After clamping down, I was gonna say if it doesn't have intimidate on here as one of its abilities, after clamping down with its powerful jobs, it twists its body around to rip its prey in half, which is a little vicious. Its unique faculty of sight can detect small prey from more than 30 miles away, even in the midst of a sandstorm. That's impressive. That's impressive. A Darumaka, the Zen Charm Pokemon. Darumaka's droppings are hot, so people use them to put in their clothes and keep themselves warm. What? This Pokemon shit is so hot. People put it in their clothes to keep themselves warm. That's what I just read. When it sleeps, it pulls its limbs into its body, and its internal fire goes down to 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit. This is a hot motherfucker. Galarian Darumaka. The colder they get, the more energetic they are. They freeze their breath to make snowballs, using them as ammo for playful snowball fights. That's trifling. It lived in snowy areas for so long that its fire sac cooled off and atrophied. It now has an organ that generates cold instead. Standard mode. What do you mean standard mode? Darmanitan, blazing Pokemon. When one is injured in a fierce battle, it hardens into a stone-like form. It then meditates and sharpens its mind. Like a psychic type? Weird. Its internal fire burns at 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, making it enough power so they can destroy a dump truck with one punch. That's not how power works. Maybe how energy works, but not power. Though it's a gentle disposition, it also has a very strong. It's also very strong. It will quickly freeze the snowball on its head before going for a headbutt. On days when blizzards blow through, it comes down to where people live. It stashes food in the snowball on its head, taking it home for later. I see. This is a weird Pokemon. Here we go, back with the grass types. With noises that could be mistaken for, maracas. Like maracas? With noises that can be mistaken for the rattles of maracas, yeah, there it is. It creates an upbeat rhythms, startling bird Pokemon and making them flying off in a hurry. Once a year, this Pokemon scatters its seeds. They're jam-packed with nutrients, making them precious food source out in the desert. What I'm hearing a lot from these Pokemon entries is that you should be eating Pokemon. Dwebble, the rock-in Pokemon. When it finds a stone appealing, it creates a hole inside of it and uses it as a home. This Pokemon is the natural enemy of Raggenrola and Roly-Coly. It first tries to find a rock to live in, but if there are no suitable rocks to be found, Dwebble may move into ports with Hippowdon. Crustle, the Stone Home Pokemon. It's highly territorial, so it's got literally just wearing a rock, like a piece of sediment on it. Its highly territorial Pokemon prefers dry climates and won't come out of its boulder on rainy days. Its thick claw are its greatest weapons. They are mighty enough to crack a Rhyperior's carapace. Scraggy! The shedding Pokemon. That's gross. If it locks eyes with you, watch out. Nothing and no one is safe from the reckless headbutts of this troublesome Pokemon. It protects itself with its durable skin. It's thought that this Pokemon will evolve once the skin has completely stretched out. That's disgusting, actually. It's dark fighting type, so it's probably pretty good. Scrafty, the hoodlum Pokemon. As half-hearted as this Pokemon's kicks may seem, they pack enough power to shatter Conkeldur's concrete pillars. I see. That's pretty strong, actually. Because they already said that it's stronger than normal concrete. So these kicks seem half-baked, but like they break some shit. While mostly known for having the temperament of an aggressive ruffian, this Pokemon takes very good care of its family, friends, and territory. So this is the thug nigga Pokemon. Sigalith, the avianoid Pokemon, so it's like a bird. Psychic power allows these Pokemon to fly. Some say they were guardians of an ancient city. Others say they were guardians of emissaries. A discovery was made in the desert where Sigalith fly that runs out. The ruins of what may seem to be an ancient city were found beneath the sands. Yamask, the spirit Pokemon. Okay, it does. It wanders through the ruins by night, carrying a mask that's said to have the face. That's said to have been the face it had when it was still human. Why were all of you ugly, man? The spirit of a person, but from a bygone age, became this Pokemon. It rambles through the ruins, searching for someone who knows its face. Well, if you're ancient, no one's gonna know your face. Galarian Yamask. What is happening here? It is said that this Pokemon was formed when an ancient clay tablet was drawn to a vengeful spirit. A clay. Oh, okay. Weird. That's very different from the other lore. A clay slab with cursed engravings took possession of a Yamask. The slab is said to be absorbing the Yamask's dark power. So now it's a ground type. Huh. I don't even know. Cofagrigus? Cofagrigus. This Pokemon has a body of sparkling gold. People say it no longer remembers that it was once human. That's kind of cool. It's like a sarcophagus. There are many depictions of Cofagrigus decorating ancient tombs. They're symbols of wealth that kings of a bygone era had. It's Egyptian. It's Egyptian as fuck. It's also turned into a pure ghost type. Tortuga, the proto-turtle? This Pokemon inhabited the ancient seas. Although it can only crawl, it still comes onto land in search of prey. The Tortuga is considered to be the ancestor of many turtle Pokemon. It is restored to life from a fossil. I see. Caracasca. It looks like the fucking turtle alien in Ben 10, except blue. Caracasca completely devours its Terraspin, that's what it was. Caracasca completely devours its prey, bones, shells, and all. Because of this, Caracasca's own shell is thick and sturdy. So it eats everything. This Pokemon emerges from the water in search of the prey, despite the fact that it moves more slowly on land. Arcan, the first bird Pokemon. This Pokemon was successfully restored from a fossil. As research suggested, Arcan is unable to fly, but it's very good at jumping, so it's like a dodo bird. But it jumps? What the fuck? Arcan is said to be the ancestor of bird Pokemon. It lived in treetops, eating berries and bug Pokemon. Archeops. It needs a running start to take off. If Archeops wants to fly, it needs to first run nearly 25 miles per hour, building speed over a course of 2.5 miles. That's a very long... That's a very long startup time to start flying. Read the ability? Alright. I'll read that in a second. Though capable of flight, Archeops is apparently better at hunting on the ground. Defeatus has the Pokemon's attack and SP. Attack stats. What? Attack stats when its HP drops to half or less. This is a terrible Pokemon. What? You get to half health and this Pokemon, it gives up halfway? This Pokemon sucks. Trubbish. Its favorite places are unsanitary ones. If you leave trash laying around, you could even find one in these Pokemons living in your room. This Pokemon was born from a bag stuffed with trash. Galarian wheezing relished its fumes belched by Trubbish. Garbodor. Do you have a... Okay, so we do have a Gigantamax Pokedex entries. Or maybe. At least it might just have the thing. This Pokemon eats trash, which turns it into poison inside its body. The main component of the poison depends on what sort of trash was eaten. The toxic liquid it launches from the right arm is so virulent that it can kill a weakened creature instantly. Nope, we do have it. Oh my god, is that a boat? What's a plane? And a building and some cars? Alright. I mean, I know it's a Gigantamax, but goddamn. It sprays toxic gas from its mouth and fingers. If the gas engulfs you, the toxins will seep all the way down into your bones. Due to Gigantamax's energy, this Pokemon's toxic gas has become much thicker, congealing it into masses shaped like discarded toys. That's a very specific thing to turn into a mass. Wait, how big was it? It's 68 feet and has giant toy buildings and shit inside of it. That's weird. Zora, the Tricky Fox Pokemon. It changes into forms of others to surprise them. Apparently, it often transforms into a silent child. That's weird. To protect themselves from danger, they hide their true identities by transforming into people and Pokemon. Hisuian Zora. Oh, it looks kind of sad now. It once departed soul returned to the life of Hisui, derives power from resentment, which rises as energy atop of its head, and takes on forms of foes. In this way, Zora vents lingering malice. That's really sad, actually. Zorak, the Illusion Fox Pokemon. Stories say that who tried to catch Zorak were trapped in an illusion and punished. Each has the ability to fool a large group of people simultaneously. They protect their lair with illusory scenery. Hisuian Zorak, with its disheveled white fur, it looks like an embodiment of death. I guess. Heedless of its own safety, Zorak attacks its nemesis with a bitter energy so intense that it lacerates Zorak's own body. Damn! Some motherfucker is so angry, it's just gonna start destroying itself. Minccino, the chinchilla Pokemon. The way it brushes away grime with its tail can help when cleaning, but its focus on spotlessness can make cleaning more of a hassle. They pet each other with their tails as a form of greeting. Of the two, the one whose tail is fluffier is a bit more boastful. Cinccino. Or is it Cinccino? I don't know. The body separates oils that this Pokemon spread over its nest as a coating to protect it from dust. Cinccino won't tolerate even a speck of the stuff. The Scarf Pokemon. The special oil that seeps through their fur helps them avoid attacks. The oil fetches a high price on the market. Oh, goodness. Oh, my neck. Gothita, the Fixation Pokemon. Why do your lips look like that? This Pokemon is very innocent. When it is staring at something invisible, it is unblinking and utterly silent. Beware of touching the ribbon-shaped feelers that control its psychic power. Gothita will be bawling if you do. Will be bawling. It'll just start crying. Gothorita, which is these are just people. These are just people Pokemon. This Pokemon will hypnotize children to put them to sleep before carrying them away. Be wary on nights when the star light is bright. What the fuck? I'm just gonna fucking kidnap your kids. Wasn't it Psychic Dark then? Or like Psychic Ghost or some shit. Using its psychic power, it arranges pebbles to form the shapes of constellations. Some people believe this Pokemon came from outer space. Gothitelle, the astral body Pokemon. Gothitelle unleashes psychic energy and shows opponents dreams of the universe's end. These dreams are apparently ethereal and beautiful. It gazes at the stars to predict the future. It acts somewhat detached because it has seen the end of all existence. Oh, okay. We're just gonna throw in the end of all existence in here. All right then, sure, whatever. Solosis, the cell Pokemon. It's a foot tall, though. It communicates with others telepathically. Its body is encapsulated in liquid, but if it takes a heavy blow, the liquid will leak out. Imagine being so non-social and being so no social interaction, knowing all of it will end later. Hey, look at the cell Pokemon. Many say that the special liquid covering the Pokemon's body would allow it to survive in the vacuum of space. I see. Duo Scion. Its psychic power, the Mitosis Pokemon, its psychic power can supposedly cover a range of more than half a mile, but it's only, excuse me, but only if its two brains can agree with each other. Okay, so that's a fetus. Sure, it's a cell, but if people wanted to look into or read it as a fetus, sure, whatever. Its brain has split in two, and two halves really think alike, but its actions are utterly unpredictable. Maybe more like the mitochondria. Yeah, the mitochondria. The mitochondria Pokemon. Ranunculus, the multiplying Pokemon. While it could use psychic abilities in battle, this Pokemon prefers to swing its powerful arms around to beat opponents into submission. It's said that drinking the liquid surrounding the Ranunculus grants wisdom. That's gross. Problem is, the liquid is highly toxic to anything besides the nucleus itself. Yeah, why would you ever do that? Ducklet. I've heard this Pokemon, never seen it. The water bird Pokemon. When attacked, it uses its feathers to splash water, escaping under the cover of the spray. Must be pretty quick then. They are better at swimming than flying, and they happily eat their favorite food, peat moss, as they dive underwater. It's a water flying type, but it's better at swimming. It's a duck. Also, how many bird Pokemon have this exact pose? Like just the one wing out? A lot of Pokemon just have that exact pose. Swanna, the white bird Pokemon, the evolution, of course. Despite their elegant appearance, they can flap their wings strongly and fly for thousands of miles. Swanna starts to dance at dusk. The one dancing in the middle is the leader of the flock. Oh, this is the ice cream Pokemon. Vanillite, the fresh snow Pokemon. Unable to survive in hot areas, it makes itself comfortable by breathing out air cold enough to cause snow. It burrows into the snow to sleep. Supposedly, this Pokemon was born from an icicle that spews out freezing air at negative 558 degrees Fahrenheit to make itself more comfortable. It was born from an icicle and it spews out air at negative 58 degrees. Sorry, reading is hard. I didn't see the period. Which is the same temperature that Galele spews out cold air. Vanillish, by drinking pure water, it grows its icy body. This Pokemon can be hard to find on days with warm, sunny weather. It blasts enemies with cold air reaching negative 148 degrees Fahrenheit, freezing them solid, but it spares their lives afterwards. It's a kind Pokemon. Is it? Because that's beyond death. That is beyond death. It says it blasts enemies, not it can blast enemies. That's death. Maybe you think you're sparing Pokemon. You're sparing your enemies, but you're not. It's only kind if you survive. Yeah. And maybe you won't survive. Maybe some of your limbs will fall off at the top of that if you do survive. Like, Jesus Christ. Vanillix. When its anger reaches its breaking point, this Pokemon unleashes a fierce blizzard that freezes every creature around it, but be they friend or foe. People believe this Pokemon formed when two Vanillix stuck together. Its body temperature is now roughly 21 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, so you can touch it this time. You probably shouldn't, but you can. Deerling. We have different forms of Deerling. Do they have different entries? They do. Fuck. Deer. It's literally called Deerling, the season Pokemon. Deerling have different scents depending on the season. In early spring, these Pokemon give off a delicate, sweet, and calming scent. Despite Deerling's adorable appearance, farmers consider it a nuisance since it loves plant shoots and will eat them all up. Deerling have different scents depending on the season. When a distinct grassy smell starts to waft from one, you know summer has begun. To prevent Deerling from entering the fields, many farmers will have several Lycanroc stand guard, as they are the natural enemy of Deerling. Autumn for Deerling. These Pokemon are not shy. They will behave as they please, even in front of people. If you feed one of them, it will quickly take a liking to you. Deerling have different scents depending on the season. In this form, Deerling have a softly sweet scent that lingers on the nose. This Pokemon will playfully headbutt those it gets along with. It has antlers hidden under its flower, so these headbutts are a little painful. Only a little. Deerling's scent changes with the seasons, but when a Pokemon is in its winter form, it has hardly a scent at all. That makes perfect sense, actually. Oh my goodness. It seems that a sawbuck with many flowers on its antlers will grow at a slightly slower pace because the flowers absorb the Pokemon's nutrients. There are many sawbuck enthusiasts. The paler the pink flowers that bloom on its antlers, the more beautiful the sawbuck is considered to be. I would think it would be more saturated. This Pokemon's leaves can be made into black tea. That's kind of cool. This tea the tea of which varies depends on the region of origin. Paldea is especially aromatic. There are many sawbuck enthusiasts. The thicker the larger the branches and leaves on its antlers, the more majestic the sawbuck is thought to be. There are many sawbuck enthusiasts. The darker the red of the foliage that hangs from the antlers, the more stylish the sawbuck is thought to be. Sawbuck is their autumn form. In their autumn form, are known for having very short tempers. The males fight each other incessantly. I like this form. This form's kind of cool. I like the brown on white. Though there are many enthusiasts for Sawsbuck as a species, this seasonal form is particularly not very popular. Why not? It's cool looking. It is said that Sawsbuck are calm and easily to tame during this season when they take on this form, so it's perfect time to make one your partner. Emolga. As Emolga flutters through the air, hold on, the pizza's done. I'll be right back. Damn, lady.
Welcome to the killing floor.
Alright, so, obviously, since I can't eat and read at the same time, we're going to take a short break while we watch the first Pokemon movie. So, alright, back from the break, back to the entries. Let me put on some music right quick. Yo, that fucking movie was... It was a little bit funnier than it should have been. They was out here jumping for real, for real. Alright. Okay, so we got Emolga. Alright, that'll just fall to the ground then. Emolga, the Sky Squirrel Pokemon. As Emolga flutters through the air, it crackles with electricity. This Pokemon is cute, but it can cause a lot of trouble. Thank you for the lurk, official throw. This Pokemon absolutely loves sweet berries. Sometimes it stuffs its cheeks full of so much food that it can't fly properly. Huh. I remember a manga showing up in. I remember a lot of Pokemon that was just it was supposed to be like we're gonna literally copy Pikachu and we're gonna see how it works out, see how much money we can make off of it. Excuse me. Alright. Carablast, the clamping Pokemon. Its strange physiology reacts to electrical energy in interesting ways. It's a bug type though. The presence of the shellmet will cause the Pokemon to evolve. It spits liquid from its mouth to melt through Shelmet's shell. Carablast does not eat the shell, it eats only the contents. That's kind of fucked up, actually, but I mean, we're gonna leave that alone because it's probably more, part of the nature. We're gonna leave that one alone. But I'm more interested in the electrical thing that I was talking about because it's saying it reacts interesting to electricity, but it's only a bug type. Excavalier. They use the shell they stolen from Shelmet to arm and protect themselves. They're very popular Pokemon in the Galar region. It charges its enemies lances at the ready. An image of one of its duels is captured in the famous painting of the Escavalier, clashing with its Sir Farfetch'd. Escavalier. Fungus, the mushroom Pokemon. There is a theory that the developer of the modern-day Pokeball really liked Fungus, but it has not been confirmed. This Pokemon prefers damp places. It spurts out poison spores that repel approaching enemies. Man, this Pokemon is sus. It's a Mungus. I'm glad Chad made the same joke. Be wary of this poison, of the poisonous spores it releases. Mushrooms resembling Amungus's caps will grow out of anywhere the spores touch. Amoonguss mimics Pokeballs. It is not yet clear whether this mimicry is effective against other Pokemon. Oh, I don't remember this one. I don't remember this Pokemon at all. Frillish. It envelops its prey with its veil-like arms and draws it down to the depths, 5 miles below the ocean's surface. That's terrifying. Oh, it's a ghost type. Okay, that makes more sense then. Legend has it that this resident of a sunken ancient city changed into these Pokemon. Its thin veil-like arms have tens of thousands of poisonous stingers. It's a jellyfish. Females have slightly longer stingers. It's a jellyfish. Interesting. Jellicent, the floating Pokemon. Most of the Pokemon's body composition is identical to seawater. It makes sunken ships its lair. Whenever a full moon hangs in the night sky, schools of Jellicent gather near the surface of the sea, waiting for the prey to appear. The crown on its head gets bigger and bigger as it absorbs more and more of the life force of other creatures. That's kind of terrifying. Alright. Alamomo. That's a weird name. The carrying Pokemon. It gently holds injured and weak Pokemon in its fins. Its special membrane heals their wounds. They float up above the sea. Many water Pokemon gather in the sea area around Alamomola. Oh. Joltik. The attaching Pokemon. Joltik can be found clinging to other Pokemon. It's soaking up static electricity because it can't produce a charge on its own. Joltik latch onto other Pokemon and suck out the static electricity. It's very tiny. It's way tiny. That's actually, this might be the first Pokemon we've seen that's under a foot tall. They're often found sticking to Yamper's hindquarters. Galvantula, the Ella Spider. It launches electrified fur from its abdomen as it means to attack. Opponents hit by the fur could be in for 3 full days and nights of paralysis. Jesus Christ. It lays traps of electrified threads near nests of bird Pokemon, aiming to snare chicks that aren't not yet good at fighting. It eats fucking birds? I mean, that's not the first time a spider eats a bird. Pharaoh Seed, Thorn Seed Pokemon. It defends itself by launching spikes, but its aim isn't very good at first. Only after a lot of practice will it improve. Mossy caves are their preferred dwellings. Oh, the fireworks popping off. Enzymes contained in mosses help Pharaoh Seed spikes grow big and strong. Pharaoh Thorn, the Thorn Pod Pokemon. This Pokemon scrapes its spikes across rocks, then uses the tips of its feelers to absorb the nutrient it finds within the stone. The spikes are harder than steel. This Pokemon crawls across a rock by stabbing the spikes on its feelers into the stone. So it's a rock climbing type Pokemon. It's grass and steel, so it's probably actually pretty decent. 4 times weakness against fire, though. Clink. All right, we're getting to my favorite Pokemon, the Gear Pokemon. 2 mini gears that compose this Pokemon are closer than twins. They mesh well only with each other. It's suspected that Clink were the inspiration behind the ancient people's invention of the first gears. Clang. When Clang goes all out, the mini gear links up perfectly with the outer part of the big gear, and this Pokemon's rotation speed increases sharply. Many companies in the Galar region chose Clang as their logo. This Pokemon is considered the symbol of the industrial technology. Klinglang! Kling-Clang! Excuse me. From its spikes, it launches powerful blasts of electricity. Huh? Alright. Shoot fucking knows electric moves even though it's only steel type. Its red core contains an enormous amount of energy. The 3 gears that compose this Pokemon spin at high speed. Its new sparked gear isn't a living creature. Tynamo, the Elefish. So far we have a lot of grass types, a lot of bug types, and a lot of electric types, or things that can use electricity. While one is alone, doesn't have much power. A chain of many Tynamo can be as powerful as lightning. Let's see. These Pokemon move in schools. They have an electricity generating organ, so they discharge electricity if in danger. It's only electric, it's not electric water. This one's also only electric. They coil around electric is the Elefish. They coil around foes and shock them with electricity generating organs. It seems simply to be circular patterns. These Pokemon have a big appetite. When they spot their prey, they attack it and paralyze it with electricity. Electrike. Still only electric, not electric water. Interesting. They crawl out of the ocean using their arms. They will attack prey on shore and immediately drag it into the ocean. Wow. It latches on the prey with its sucker mouth, sinking its fangs and shocking the prey with powerful electricity. Elgium. What the fuck? The Cerebral Pokemon? It's psychic. I don't think I've seen this one either. Aliens? Aliens. If this Pokemon stands near a TV, strange scenery will appear on the screen. The scenery is said to be from its home. Okay. This Pokemon was discovered about 50 years ago, perpetually 50 years ago. Its highly developed brain enables it to exert its psychic powers. Beheeyem? Whenever a Beheeyem visits a farm, a dub bull mysteriously disappears. Sometimes found drifting above what wheat fields, this Pokemon can control the memories of its opponents. Yeah, so aliens. Aliens! I gotta remember this one, because this will be a weird one to give someone for drunk Pokemans. Litwick! Aw shit, it's Litwick! The flame on his head keeps his body slightly warm. This Pokemon takes lost children by the hand to guide them to the spirit world. That's actually not cursed. It's a little fucked up, but it's not cursed. The younger the life this Pokemon absorbs, the brighter and eerie the flame on its head burns. Never mind, it got kind of fucked up. It got really curious all of a sudden. Never mind. Lampant. This Pokemon appears just before someone passes away, so it's feared as an emissary of death. Okay. It lurks in cities pretending to be a lamp. Once it finds someone whose death's near, it will trail quietly after them. Chandelure, the luring Pokemon. This Pokemon hunts dilapidated mansions. It sways its arms to hypnotize opponents with its ominous dancing of its flames. In homes illuminated by Chandelure, instead of lights, funerals were a constant occurrence, or so it is said. Love the Ludwig evolution? Really? I heard a lot of people being upset by that one because it's literally just a fucking it's a light bulb. Axew, I miss my boy. Rest in peace, Ace. Rest in peace, Ace, because he was my Ace Pokemon. I miss you. The Tusk Pokemon. This Pokemon lives in nests that are made in the ground. People in ancient times used its tusks as cooking knives. If you see peculiar teeth marks on boulders or trees, it means Axew is likely living nearby. Fracture. Because its tusks don't grow back once they break, this Pokemon apparently won't use them unless truly necessary. Fracture uses this thick tusk to neatly cut prey into two portions, one to eat and one to save for later. Wow. Axorus. This Pokemon nests in caves and abandoned mines. It is docile, but will become incredibly angry if its tusks are touched, so beware. It overwhelms enemies with its prized tusks, which are sharp enough to cut through a metal transmission tower in one strike. Wow. The Axe Jaw Pokemon. Cubchoo, the chill Pokemon. Many of this species can be found along the shorelines of old cold regions. If a Cubchoo lacks dangling snot, there's a chance it is sick. When Cubchoo starts sneezing, watch out. If it spatters you with its frost knot, you'll get frostbite. Watch out. Beartic, the freezing Pokemon. It is ferocious, carnivorous Pokemon. Once it captures its prey, it will breathe cold air onto the prey to freeze it and preserve it. What's with all the freezing and preserving for later? Feared as a snow-white demon in the northern lands, Beartic uses its frosty claws and fangs to attack its prey. Cryogonal, the crystallizing Pokemon. Cryogonal appeared during cold seasons. It is said that people and Pokemon who die on snowy mountains are reborn into these Pokemon. Cryogonal uses the chains of ice to constrict its opponents and then flash freezes them where they stand. What the fuck? Shelmet. When attacked, it tightly shuts the lid of its shell. This reaction fails to protect it from Carablast. However, because they can still get into the shell. So, basically, they fucking kill them and then wear the shells as bodies. Which is, really wild. It's fucking wild. It has a strange physiology that responds to electricity. When together with Carablast, Shelmet evolves for some reason. Okay. Excelgor. It moves with blinding speeds and lobs poison at foes. Okay, I just got in bed after everyone has left from the party. Alright, well, we're here. So you missed us watching the first Pokemon movie, but we're still here reading the Pokédex. You trade those two Pokemon together, they will evolve. That's weird. How do you trade them together? Like, together? Or, like, one after another? Or trade, like, one for the other? Together only, and then... Okay, so, like, one for the other. Got it. Oh, Sky Micro is Giratina. Nice. It moves with blinding speed and lumps poison at foes. Fearing Excelgor as a main character is a surefire way to make a movie or comic popular. Okay, that's a very odd Pokemon entry. Discarding its shell made it nimble. To keep itself from dehydrating, it wraps its body in bands of membrane. Sorry, my eyes are not right now. Stunfisk. Oh yeah, this one, the trap Pokemon. Its skin is very hard, so it is unhurt even when stepped on by sumo wrestlers. Very specific. It smiles when transmitting electricity. It conceals itself in the mud of the seashore, then waits. When the prey touch it, it delivers a jolt of electricity. Galarian Stunfisk. It is a ground steel type instead of a ground electric, or instead of a what is it? Ground electric. Its conspicuous lips lure prey in as if it lies in wait in the mud. When the prey gets close, Stunfisk clamps jagged steel fins down on them. Living in the mud with high iron content has given it strong steel body. Mienfoo! I like the look of this Pokemon. The martial arts Pokemon. In 1 minute, a well-trained Mienfoo can chop with both its arms more than 100 times. Though small, Mienfoo's temperament is fierce. Any creature that approaches Mienfoo carelessly will be greeted with a flurry of graceful attacks. Doesn't look very strong though. There you go, Mienshao! When Mienshao comes across a truly challenging opponent, it will lighten itself by biting off the fur of its arms. Okay. So, basically, it's the fucking equivalent of rolling up its sleeves. It bites the fur off. Delivered at blinding speeds, kicks from this Pokemon can shatter massive boulders into pieces. I kind of want, like, that would be a dope-ass Pokemon episode where it bites the fucking, like, fur that's acting the sleeves off, and then it gets, like, stronger. What the fuck is... I have never seen this. Dredagon? Dredagon lives in caves, but it never skips sunbathing. It won't be able to move if its body gets too cold. Dredagon are very vicious and cunning. They take up residence in nests dug out by other Pokemon, treating the stolen nests as their own lairs. It's only 5 foot, though. I don't think I've ever seen this Pokemon. Gollet, the automation Pokemon. They were sculpted from clay in ancient times. No one knows truly why, but some of them are driven to continually line up boulders. This Pokemon was created from clay. It received orders from its master many thousands of years ago, and it still follows those orders to this day. That cut up on the mic, I think. Golurk. This does not look like a Pokemon. Artillery platforms built into the walls of an ancient castle served as purchase for the Golurk could fire energy beams. There is a theory that inside Golurk is a perpetual motion machine that produces limitless energy, but this belief hasn't been proven. It can fly, just letting you know? What the fuck? Pennyward! I actually like this evolution line. King Gambit is actually he's a cool Pokemon. Despite the fact that it looks a little goofy. Pennyward will fiercely challenge even powerful foes. In a pinch, it will cling to opponents and pierce them with its blades all over its body. Any chips in its blades would prove fatal for it. After each battle, it diligently maintains its blades by using its favorite sharpening stone. Be sharp. This Pokemon commands a group of several Pennyward. Groups that are defeated in territorial disputes are absorbed by the winning side. Be Sharp mercilessly cuts the opponents into pieces with the sharp blades covering its body. It will do anything to win. The shiny ones are blue, and I'd call it Virgil. I'd name him Virgil. Bouffalant, the Bash Buffalo Pokemon. These Pokemon can crush a car with no more than a headbutt. Bouffalant, with more hair on their heads, hold higher position within the herd. These Pokemon live in herds of about 20 individuals. Bouffalant that betray the herd will lose the hair on their heads for some reason. That's very everyone knows you're a fucking traitor then. That's crazy. Rufflet, the eaglet Pokemon. They pick fights indiscriminately. They grow stronger and more powerful each time they faint or are injured. Okay, so like a fucking Saiyan. With sharp claws, this Pokemon pierces its prey and pecks at them. Although it also consumes berries, it's a carnivore at heart. Ah, right, Braviary. Braviary, the valiant Pokemon. The more scars they have, the more respect these brave soldiers of the sky get from their peers. For the sake of its friends, the brave warrior of the sky will not stop battling, even if injured. Wait, what was it before? It was normal flying, and then it becomes psychic. The Hisuian version? Screaming a blood-curdling battle cry, this huge and ferocious bird Pokemon goes out on the hunt. It blasts lakes with shockwaves and scoops up any prey that floats to the water's surface. That's metal as fuck. That is cool as shit. That is incredibly fucked up, and I'm into it. Vullaby, the diapered Okay, what are we doing here? Who made this? It wears a bone to protect its rear. It often squabbles with others of its kind over particularly comfy bones. Vullaby grow quickly. Bones that have gotten too small for other Vullaby to wear often get passed down to younger ones in the nest. Who made this Pokemon? Fire them immediately. I gotta remember Vullaby because it's a vulture. It's a fucking vulture, and I gotta remember to make someone draw that. Mandibuzz, the bone vulture Pokemon. Though it's a bit of a ruffian, this Pokemon will take lost Vullaby under its ring and care for them until they're ready to leave the nest. They adorn themselves with bones. These seem to be fashion trends among them, as different bones come into and fall out of popularity. So they're dark flying and they're fashionable. They're fashionable vultures. Heatmore, the anteater Pokemon. There is a hole in its tail that allows it to draw in air it needs to keep its fire burning. If the hole gets blocked, this Pokemon will fall ill. It won't die, it will just fall ill. A flame serves as its tongue, melting through the hard shell of Durant so that Heatmore can devour their insides. It kind of does it. It looks more like an alien from Ben 10, minus the eye, the face. The face itself, kind of like the eyes, look like Pokemon, but the rest of it looks like a Ben 10 alien. Speaking of Durant, the iron ant Pokemon. This is probably a pretty good Pokemon. They lay their eggs deep inside their nests. When attacked by Heatmore, they retaliate by using massive mandibles. With their large mandibles, these Pokemon can crunch their way through rock. They work together to protect their eggs from Sandaconda. Dano, the irate Pokemon. It can't see, so its first approach to examining things is to bite them. Like a rhino. You will first be covered in wounds until a Dino runs up to you. A pseudo-legendary. It nests deep inside a cave. Food there is scarce, so Dano will sink its teeth into anything that moves in an attempt to eat it. Like I said, that's how rhinos work. Zuelis, the hostile Pokemon. The two heads do not get along at all. If you don't give each head the same amount of attention, they'll begin fighting out of jealousy. The two heads have different likes and dislikes. Because the heads fight with each other, Zuelis gets stronger without needing to rely on others. This sounds very counterproductive to your well-being on any count. Hydreigon, the brutal Pokemon. Once the central head has a brain, it's very intelligent, but it thinks only of destruction. It is said that Hydreigon grew ferocious because people in times long past loathed it, considering it to be evil incarnate and attacking it relentlessly. It's King Ghidorah. It is King Ghidorah. Except King Ghidorah would be electricity, not dark. Larvesta, the torch Pokemon. This Pokemon was called the larva that stole the sun. The fire Larvesta sprouts from its horns can cut right through steel as through a sheet of iron. It needs to be level 64 to evolve into Volcarona. Interesting. In ancient times, Larvesta was worshipped as the emissary of the sun. However, it was also viewed as a burden since it was also caused by forest fires. Volcarona, the sun Pokemon. Its burning body causes it to be unpopular in hot parts of the world, but in cold ones, Volcarona is revered as is the embodiment of the sun. Is a 4 times Reconistol rock. I don't know what this one is. Cobalion. Cobalion? Cobalion. Sounds cool. The Iron Will Pokemon. Okay. Weird. Sorry, Discord's being odd. Anyway, this Pokemon appears in a legend alongside Terrakion and Virizion, fighting against humans in defense of the Unova region's Pokemon. From the moment it's born, this Pokemon radiates the air of a leader. Its presence will calm even vicious foes. It's a weird fucking Pokemon. The Sword of Justice trio? Was this in Sword and Shield or some shit? Or did I just miss this somehow? Terrakion? The Cavern Pokemon. I do not remember these. Scattered around Generation 5. I mean, I didn't play Gen 5. Like, all the way through, I don't think. So, I guess I don't... This is why I don't remember it. But, like, what the I've never seen these. Has phenomenal power. It will mercilessly crush anyone or anything that bullies small Pokemon. In the Unova region, Terrakion battled against humans in an effort to protect other Pokemon. At one point during the mid-playthrough of Generation 5, I see. Are these just regular Pokemon, or these are like legendaries? Virizion, the grassland Pokemon. A legend tells of this Pokemon working together with Cobalion and Terrakion to protect Pokemon from the Unova region. It darts around opponents with a flurry of quick movements, slicing them up with its horns. Legendary and optional? I see. Tornadus. Tornadus, if you will. The Cyclone Pokemon. This doesn't look like a Pokemon. This looks 100% from a different anime. The lower half of its body is wrapped in a cloud of energy. It zooms to the sky at 200 miles per hour, but not Mach 2. Actually, how fast is 200 miles per hour? Yeah, no, not Mach 2. Mach 2 is fucking 1,534 miles per hour. So, Pidgeot is still faster than a fucking whatever this is. You can only get 2 or 3 at the mid playthrough, the Kami Squad, because of there was a 4th one. I see. Tornadus expels massive amount of energy from its tail, causing severe storms. Its power is great enough to blow houses away. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's still only flying. Tornadus expels massive amounts of energy from its tail, causing severe storms, powerful enough to blow houses away. Yeah, no. Alright, this is a weird Pokemon. Apparently viewing through a mirror changes its form. What the f- This is a weird Pokemon. So this is probably based on Fujin or Raijin. Thundurus. Yeah, no, that's fine. Thundurus. Bolt strike Pokemon. The spikes of its tail discharge immense bolts of lightning. It flies around the Unova region, firing off lightning bolts. As it flies around, it shoots lightning all over the place and causes forest fires. It is therefore disliked. It is therefore an asshole. As it flies around, okay, yeah, no. I don't like this form. I like the other one better. Don't question it. I mean, I'm not. Reshiram. There we go. This is a Pokemon I recognize. The Vast White Pokemon. This legendary Pokemon can scorch the world with fire. It helps those who want to build the world of truth. When Reshiram's tail flares, the heat energy moves through the atmosphere and changes the world's weather. Pokemon of Truth. Zekrom, the deep black Pokemon. This legendary can scorch the world with its lightning. It assists those who will build an ideal world. Concealing itself in lightning clouds, it flies through the Unova region. It creates electricity in its tail. The Pokemon of Ideal. Landorus. The Landorus lands visited by Landorus grant such bountiful crops that is being hailed as the guardian of the fields. In the forces of lightning and wind, it creates energy to give nutrients to the soil and make up the land abundant. I do like this one. It's kind of monkey-like. Kyurem, the boundary Pokemon. This legendary ice Pokemon waits for the hero to fill in the missing parts of its body with truth or ideals. White Kyurem. It generates powerful freezing energy inside itself, but its body became frozen when the energy leaked out. No? Same thing. And this is the Pokemon that you are currently, the Black Kyurem. As we see rocking around at the bottom of the screen, the Black Kyurem. Husker, the original dragon. I see. Keldo, the Colt Pokemon. Colt spelled C-O-L-T, as in like the gun. It crosses the world running over surfaces of oceans and rivers. It appears at scenic waterfronts. When it is resolute, its body fills with power and becomes swifter. Its jumps are then too fast to follow. It's a resolute form? Oh, it's a resolute form. It becomes a fucking unicorn. This is a part of the Sword of Justice trio, kind of. I see. When it is resolute, its body fills with power and becomes swifter. Its jumps are then too fast to follow. Okay. Meloetta, the melody Pokemon. The melodies sung by Meloetta have the power to make Pokemon that hear them happy or sad. The melodies are sung with a special vocalization method that can control the feelings of those who hear it. And this is the other form of it, which is very different. I actually kind of like this. I don't really like the human-looking or humanoid Pokemon, but this is a nice design. There was an event where these 3 Pokemon will teach this Pokemon to become one of them. What, Keldeo, I mean? Genesect, the Bug Steel Pokemon, the Paleozoic Bug Steel Pokemon. This one actually kind of looks sick. I've never actually seen Genesect, and I like it. This ancient bug Pokemon was altered by Team Plasma. They upgraded the cannon on its back. That's kind of metal. I'm not gonna lie. This Pokemon existed 300 million years ago. Team Plasma altered it and attached a cannon to its back. It's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of mythical Pokemon in Generation 5. I'm seeing that. It sounds like I need to play Generation 5. I will eventually, though. The quills on its head are usually soft. When it flexes them, the points become so hard and sharp that they can pierce rock. Here we go, Gen 6. This is Gen 6? Armero Chessman, but I didn't know it was a starter. Quilladin, the spiny armor Pokemon. It relies on its sturdy shell to deflect predators' attacks and counterattacks with the sharp quills. They strengthen their lower bodies by running into one another. Okay. They are very kind and won't start fights, but they'll run into each other at full speed. This is the Forgotten Starter? Oh. Chestnut, the spiny armor Pokemon. Its tackle is forceful enough to flip a 50-ton tank. Damn. It shields itself from allies from danger with its own body. Has great defense. Okay, special defense. When it takes a defensive posture with its fist guarding its face, it can withstand a bomb blast. No one ever talks about this Pokemon evolution line. Yeah, I knew Chespin. I didn't even know it had these other evolutions. Fennekin. This is the one I always hear about. The fox Pokemon. Eating a twig fills it with energy, and its roomy ears give vent to air hotter than 390 degrees Fahrenheit. As it walks, it munches on a twig in place of a snack. It intimidates opponents by puffing up hot air out of its ears. Baraxian. It has a twig stuck in its tail. With friction from its tail fur, it sets the twig on fire and launches into battle. When the twig is plucked from its tail, friction sets the twig alight. Flame is used to then send signals to its allies. Delphox, the fire psychic Pokemon. Good, we're out of the fire fighting fucking ideal. This is a game. This is when Game Freak starts giving us a haha moment. It gazes into the flame at the tip of its branch to achieve focus state, which allows it to see into the future. Using psychic power, it generates a fiery vortex at 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit, incendiary foes swept into a whirl of flame. More than just regular things are dead with this fire, I'm just saying. We thought we were going to get another firefighting, but no. Yeah, no. Fire psychic. Froakie! I also hear about this one because it's Greninja. How do you not hear about Greninja? No one talks about Chespin. Weird. The Bubble Frog Pokemon. It secretes flexible bubbles from its chest, and back the bubbles reduce from the damage you would otherwise take when attacked. It protects its skin by covering its body in delicate bubbles. Beneath the happy-go-lucky air, it keeps a watchful eye on its surroundings. Like I said, the Forgotten Starter? Yeah, really. Frogadier. The Bubble Frog Pokemon. It can throw bubble-covered pebbles with precise control, hitting empty cans up to 100 feet away. Its swiftness is unparalleled. It can scale a tower more than 2,000 feet in a minute's time. That's pretty goddamn fast, actually. You gotta think about how fast that is. Greninja. Ninja Pokemon. It creates throwing stars out of its compressed water. When it spins them and throws them at high speed, these stars can split metal in two. It appears and vanishes with a ninja's grace. It toys with its enemies using swift movements while slicing them with throwing stars in sharpest water. Throwing stars of the sharpest water. Ash Greninja. Here's Ash's specific Greninja. It appears and vanishes. Okay, no, we just get to look at Ash's Greninja. It's kind of like a Mega Evolution, but more friendlier, without all the painful power. I guess so. Bunnelby, the digging Pokemon. It excels at digging holes. Using its ears, it can dig nests 33 feet in one night. It's very sensitive to danger. The sound of Corviknights flapping will have Bunnelby digging a hole to hive underground in moments. You would think it would just straight up be a rock type, but now it's normal. Diggersby. With the power equal to an excavator, it can dig through dense bedrock. It's a huge help during the tunnel construction. The fur on its belly retains heat exceptionally well. People used to make heavy winter clothing out of the fur shed from this Pokemon. Shed from it? Fletchling. The tiny robin Pokemon. This Pokemon is normally calm, but once it enters battle, its hormonal balance changes and it becomes aggressive. Fletchling can be found in both rural and urban areas. They once had huge territorial spree with squawk ability. Fights broke out all over town. It is in fact a bird. Fletchinder. The Ember Pokemon. Fletchinder scatters embers in tall grass where a bug Pokemon might be hiding and then catches them as they come leaping out. It starts forest fires just to get food. Its territory has a radius of just over a mile. If any bird Pokemon should enter, it will show them no mercy. So this Pokemon literally starts forest fires. Talonflame, the Scorching Pokemon. It has top-notch flying capabilities and flies around easily, even when carrying prey that weighs more than 220 pounds. But how fast, though? When it gets excited, its vents spark from gaps between its feathers. These unburnable feathers are used as fireproof material. This Pokemon suffers a lot of consequences? I guess so. He got hit so hard in later generations because of competitive. So that Pokemon got nerfed because it was good. Scatterbug. Any poison this Pokemon takes is covered in black powder and secreted. That is why Scatterbug can eat poisonous leaves and roots. This Pokemon scatters poisonous powder to repel enemies. It will eat different plants depending on where it lives. Then they released Generation 6. It was killing everybody during the competition matches. I see. Spupa, the Scatterdust Pokemon. A Rufflet attacks. If Rufflet attacks this Pokemon by pecking at it, it will retaliate with the sharp fur and poisonous black powder. Spupa doesn't live in a fixed location. It roams where it pleases across the fields and mountains, building up the energy it needs to evolve. And this is the final evolution. Vivillon, the Scale Pokemon. The patterns of this Pokemon depend on the climate and typography of the land it was born in. This form is from lands where flowers bloom. This Pokemon was born in a land where flowers bloom. It scatters colorful, toxic scales from its wings in battle. Oh Jesus, we have a lot. The next Pokemon here has an interesting evolution where it's affected by where you are in the world, and I'm not being literal. Yeah, nope, I'm seeing it. This Pokemon was born in the land of vast space. It scatters colorful, toxic scales from its wings in battle. Wait, was it different from the... It wasn't. Forms of last space. So I'm not going to read the first one because it's just going to say where it was. This Pokemon was born in a verdant land. It scatters colorful toxic scales from its wings during battle. This Pokemon was born with land of distinct seasons. Its colorful toxic scales. Okay. Was born from the land of ocean breezes. This Pokemon was born in the land of little rain. This Pokemon was born in a land where large rivers flow. This Pokemon was born in a mysterious land. It scatters... Oh, yeah. Yep. We're at 666. Let's go. Litleo. Okay. When Litleo is young, female Pyroar will teach them how to hunt. Once Litleo mature, they will leave the pride and set out on their own. Okay, this is just a lion that's on fire. The more a Litleo trains its body and spirit by battling mighty enemies, the hotter its mane will grow. Hotter. So this is... It's a little cub. It's literally just a lion, but now it's on fire. The females of the pride work together to bring down this prey. It's thanks to them that the pride doesn't starve. The mane of the male Pyroar heats up over 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit during battle. Merely approaching it will cause severe burns. Your fun fact is that male lions do actually hunt. They just hunt differently than the female lions do. The mane of a male Pyroar heats up to over 3... Okay, yeah, and this is the female ones. Okay, got it. Flabébé. This Pokemon can draw forth power hidden within blooming wild flowers. It's particularly fond of red flowers. This Flabébé fights in red flower. Immediately after birth, this Pokemon begins flying around in search for flowers that it likes. Flabébé, Magic, are you coming back? Floette. This Pokemon draws forth what power is left in its withered flowers to make them healthy again. It holds a red flower. This Pokemon uses red wavelengths of light to pour its own energy into flowers and draw forth their like potential. Now ready here now, just saying here real quick. Okay. Florius. This Pokemon creates an impressive flower garden in its territory. It draws forth the power of the red flowers around its neck. They tell you that the flower gardens created by Florius are constantly being showered with a power that can heal both body and spirit. Got family over? No problem. I'm not necessarily in a rush. There's a lot. Oh Jesus. Skiddo, the mountain Pokemon. Until recently, people living in the mountains would ride on the backs of these Pokemon to traverse mountain paths. As long as it has sunlight and water, Skiddo can make energy with the leaves on its body, allowing to live in rocky mountains barren of food. Go! I don't like this Pokemon. Not that it's a bad Pokemon design or anything, it's just everywhere in a certain area. It can sense the feelings of others by touching them with its horns. This species has assisted people with their work since 5,000 years ago. These Pokemon live in herds in mountain places. The victor in their contests are Clashing Horns will become the leader of the herd. It's too much of a gameplay gimmick, not gonna lie. Yep. It's literally called the Mountain Pokemon. Pancham! I like this evolution line. It's funny. The playful Pokemon. It chooses a Pangoro as its master, and then it imitates its master's actions. This is how it learns to battle and hunt for prey. Wanting to make sure it's taken seriously, Pancham always giving the others a glare, but if it's not focusing, it ends up smiling. Pangoro, the daunting Pokemon. This Pokemon is quick to anger, and it has no problem using its prodigious strength to get its way. It lives in duels against Obstagon. Using its leaf, Pangoro can predict the moves of its opponents. It strikes with punches that can turn dump truck into scrap with just one hit. Only evolve if there's a dark type Pokemon or have a dark type move. Forgot which one. I see. Furfrou, the poodle Pokemon. There was an era when aristocrats would compete to see who could trim their Furfrou's fur into the most exquisite style. Let alone, its fur will grow longer and longer, but if it will only allow someone to trust to cut it. Huh. I like the star form the best. But this is a poodle. Esper! This little dude needs a fucking hug. Though Esper's expression never changes, behind that blank stare is an intense struggle to contain its devastating psychic power. It needs fucking help. It needs help. There's enough psychic power in Esper to send a wrestler flying, but because this power cannot be controlled, Esper finds it troublesome. Hug and therapy. Look, it's trying so hard. If I let one thing set me over the edge, everything will die. Meowstic. This is not what I thought this Pokemon looked like. The constrained Pokemon. Revealing the eye-like patterns on the insides of its ears will unleash its psychic powers. It normally keeps the patterns hidden. The defensive instinct of males is strong. It's when they're protecting themselves of their or their partners that they unleash their full power. The female version of that looks different? Yes. It doesn't hold back when it unleashes its psychic power. It can tear apart a tanker. Its unfriendliness is part of its charm. Females are a bit more selfish and aggressive than the males. If they don't get what they want, they will torment you with their psychic abilities. Honedge! I didn't like this Pokemon when I first saw it, but like it's grown on me. This whole entire evolution line. Sword that takes away your life. Sword. Honedge's soul once belonged to a person who was killed long ago by the sword that makes up Honedge's body. That's kind of sick. That's kind of metal. And a little fucked up. That's kind of cool. The blue eye on the sword's handguard is the true body of Honedge. With its old cloth, it drains people's lives away. That's metal as fuck. Duo Blade, excuse me. On Edge evolves into twins. The two blades rub together to emit a metallic sound that unnerves its opponents. The two swords employ a strategy of rapidly alternating between offense and defense to bring down their prey. What does it eat, though? It's very high in defense. Aegislash, the Royal Sword Pokemon. In this defensive stance, Aegislash uses a steel body and a force field of spectral power to reduce the damage of any attack. Its potent spectral powers allow it to manipulate others. It once used its powers to force people in Pokemon to build a kingdom to its liking. Once upon a time, a king with the Aegislash reigned over the land. His Pokemon eventually drained him of his life and his kingdom fell with him. Damn! This stance is dedicated to offense. It can cleave any opponent with the strength and weight of its steel blade. So it's got high attack and special attack here. And then it's got high defense and special defense in this stance. That's pretty cool that it switches stances like that. I like Aegislash. Will evolve if you give it a dust stone. Gotcha. Spiritzee, the perfume Pokemon. Or Spritzee, excuse me. The scent pouch within its Pokemon body allows it to create various scents. A change in its diet will alter the fragrance it produces. The scent its body gives off enraptures those who smell it. Noble ladies have had no shortage of Spritzee. No shortage of love for Spritzee. Aromatisse, the fragrant Pokemon. The scent that constantly emits from its fur is so powerful that this Pokemon's companions will eventually lose their sense of smell. The scent of Aromatisse can produce a range of from sweet smells that bolster allies to foul smells that sap an opponent's will to fight. It's very sassy looking. Swirlix. It eats its own weight in sugar every day. If it doesn't get enough sugar, it becomes incredibly grumpy. Me too. The sweet smell of cotton candy perfumes from Swirlix's fluffy fur. This Pokemon spits out sticky string to tangle up its enemies. Slurpuff, the meringue Pokemon, excuse me. By taking its person's scent, it can sniff out their mental and physical condition. It's hoped that this skill will have many medical applications. It's literally cotton candy. That Pokemon was cotton candy. Slurpuff's fur contains a lot of air, making it soft to the touch and lighter than it looks. Inkay, the revolving Pokemon. It spins while making its luminescent spots flash. These spots allow it to communicate with others by using different patterns of light. By exposing foes to the blinking of its luminescent spots, Inkay demoralizes them and then ceases the chance to attack. This Pokemon will have your DS or Switch upside down. I'm not kidding. Why would you do that though? But why would you do that though? Malamar, the overturning Pokemon. Gazing at its luminescent spots will quickly induce a hypnotic state, putting the observer under a Malamar's control. That said, Malamar's hypnotic powers played a role in certain history-changing events. Game Freak did that. How would I know their one program that feature? It's not that I'm just saying, like, why would you ever do that? Like, there is no reason for you to ever turn your Switch in or DS upside down. So why would you ever do that? Binnacle, the two-handed Pokemon. These are literally just hands. You do it for that Pokemon to evolve, and that's why you do it. Don't ask questions. After two Binnacle find a suitably sized rock, they adhere themselves to it and live together. They cooperate to gather food during high tide. This is a weird Pokemon. If the two don't work well together, both of their offense and defense will fall apart. Without good teamwork, they won't survive. Barbacal, Barbaracle. 7 binacle come together to form one barbaracle. The binacle that serves as the head gives the orders to those serving as the limbs. Having an eye on each palm allows it to keep watching all directions. In a pinch, its limbs start to act on their own to ensure the enemy's defeat. Weird. This is a weird Pokemon. Squirrel, the mock kelp Pokemon. Squirrel evades its enemies by hiding amid drifting seaweed. It eats rotten seaweed to create its poison. This Pokemon is a poor swimmer. If it's caught in a fierce storm, it will sometimes get washed away and become washed far away and become unable to return to its home. That is sad. This is incredibly sad. Dragalge, the mock kelp Pokemon. Using its liquid poison, Dragalge indiscriminately attacks anything that wanders into its territory. Its poison can corrode the undersides of boats. Damn. You sure it's not acid? Shit. Since Fenizen is the better swimmer, Dragalge will approach it under the cover of seaweed, then immobilize it with its poisonous attack. It's a dragon type because it's a seahorse. Remember I said to think about seahorses technically being types of dragons in Japanese lore. Clauncher! I like this Pokemon too. This Pokemon launches water by detonating gas inside its red claw. It snipes flying Pokemon? Clauncher's claws will regrow if they fall off. The meat inside... That's how it's sniping it. Alright. The meat inside its claws is edible, but it has a distinct flavor that doesn't appeal to all tastes. Clawitzer! The Howitzer Pokemon. Clawitzer can move through the water at a speed of 60 knots, using gas inside its body to expel water from the back of its claw. How much is knots? That is about 69 miles per hour. Nice. The cannonballs of seawater that Clawitzer launches from its claw are powerful enough to punch through tanker hulls. Damn, it's a really high special attack. Helioptile. Helioptile. It's a weird Pokemon name. When spread, the frills on its head act like solar panels, generating the power behind its Pokemon's electric moves. The sun powers this Pokemon's electricity generation. Interruption of that process stresses Helioptile to the point of weakness. You would think at that point it would be grass electric and not just electric normal. Heliolisk. The generator Pokemon. Now Vanished Desert Culture treasured these Pokemon. Appropriately, when Heliolisk came to the Galar region, treasure came with them. One Heliolisk basking in the sun with its frills outspread is all it would take to produce enough electricity to power a city. That's a lot of power. Tyrant, the Royal Heir Pokemon. This is an ancient Pokemon, revived in modern times. It has a violent disposition and will tear apart anything that gets between it and its hefty jaws. It's a T-Rex. This Pokemon is selfish and likes to be pampered. It can also inflict grievous wounds on its trainer just by playing around. Grievous wounds? This is not a pet. It may be friendly, but it's not a pet. Tyrantrum, the Despot Pokemon. This Pokemon is from about 100 million years ago. It has the presence of a king, vicious but magnificent. A single bite of Tyrantrum's massive jaws will demolish a car. This Pokemon was the king of the ancient world. It's just a T-Rex. Amaura, the Tundra Pokemon. Rocket nice. This Pokemon was successfully restored from a fossil. In the past, it lived with the others of its kind in cold lands where there were fewer predators. Amaura is an ancient Pokemon that has gone extinct. Specimens of the species can sometimes be found frozen in ice. That's fucked up. Aurora and Saurus makes sense. The Tundra Pokemon, Aurorus, was restored from a fossil. It is said that when this Pokemon howls, auroras appear in the night sky. We're now in Gen 6. Got back from my sister's house for New Year's Eve dinner party. You're still not even close to done. We took a break to watch the first Pokemon movie, to be fair. And no, I'm not done. When gripped by rage, auroras will emanate freezing air, covering everything around it in ice. This is taking much longer than I thought it would. I don't know how long I thought it was going to take, but it's not 8 hours. This Pokemon, Sylveon. This Pokemon uses its ribbon-like feelers to send out soothing aura into its opponents, erasing their hostility. I think it's weird that it has flesh ribbons. That's kind of disturbing to think about. Sylveon cuts an elegant figure as it dances lightly, feelers fluttering, and its piercing moves aim straight for the opponent's weak spots. Halucha. This Pokemon is sick. I think it might be actually a reference to T-Zoc, or just fucking luchadors in general. The wrestling Pokemon. Its elegant finishing move, performed by nimbly leaping around using its wings, are polished in the forest where it was born and raised. Halucha lived quietly without flocking together. They fight constantly with their natural enemies, noisy groups of Primeape. Primeape is everything's fucking. It's just fight everything. Everything fights. Primeape fights everything. If you breathe, Primeape has got beef with you. For fun, I just wanted to see what Sylveon is called in Japan. What is it called? Is it called Fairy? It's called Nymphia? That's not better, actually. I think I would have preferred Fairy. It should have been called Fairy Dog, like a prairie dog. That would have been funny. Antenna. It's small and its electricity gathering organ is not fully developed. So its tail, it uses its tail to absorb electricity from people's homes and charge itself. Dedenne is what it's called, I think. Dedenne emits electrical waves from the whiskers of its cheeks to communicate with others. When low on electricity, they curl up and sleep. Carbink, the jewel Pokemon. When beset by attackers, Carbink wipes them all out by firing high-energy beams from the gems embedded in its body. Okay. It's said that somewhere in the world there's a mineral vein housing a large pack of slumbering Carbink, probably based off Carbuncle. It's also said that this pack has a queen. Goomy. I hate this evolution line. Most of the Goomy's body is water. A membrane covered the whole Pokemon to prevent it from shriveling up in dry weather. Goomy's horns are excellent sensory organs that cover all 5 of Goomy's senses. Goomy picks up on danger from the movement of the air. Is it pseudo-legendary? You can't hate it? No. I hate this one. This one is cum. It's actually called Felinara in German. Felinara. Sligaloo. The swirly protrusion on its back is filled with all of its vital organs, such as the brain and heart. When Sligaloo senses danger, the mucus coating its entire body becomes more concentrated. It'll dissolve anything. That's gross. Hisuian Sligaloo. This creature given a creature given to melancholy. I suspect its metallic shell developed as a result of the mucus on the scale reacting with the iron that he squeezes water. Goodra. I fucking hate this Pokemon. This Pokemon, I don't like it. I don't like it at all, actually. Look at it. Look at it. I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. I hate this Pokemon. The pseudo-legendary, it doesn't matter, I hate it. It loves the rain. This mellow Pokemon can be seen walking around the plains and its mountains on rainy days. This Pokemon is uncontrollable when enraged. It rampages on and on, lashing its tail with enough power to send a dump truck flying. That's not the thing that I thought I was gonna talk about how clingy it is. Hisuian Goodra, look at it, I hate it. Able to freely control the hardness of its metallic shell, in lowest solitude it is extremely clingy. It will fume and run a riot if its dearest is to ever leave its side. Klefki. Once it absorbs a key's metal ions, it discards the key without a second thought. However, it will hang on to the keys it favors for decades. Phantoom. The stump Pokemon. After a lost child perished in the forest, the spirit possessed a tree stump, causing the spirit's rebirth as this Pokemon. With a voice like a human child's, it cries out to lure adults into the forest, getting them lost among the trees. Well, if at worst you get lost, this is the least threatening ghost type we've seen so far. If Pokemon became real, I'd get Goodra and find you just to introduce you. I need a lighter. I need a lighter so I can light it on fire. A dead child who's lost in the forest. Yeah, Trevenant is a good name. The Elder Tree Pokemon. People fear due to a belief that it devours anyone who try to cut down its trees in its forest. But to the Pokemon it shares the woods with in its kind. Small roots that extend from the tips of this Pokemon's feet can tie into trees of the forest and give Trevenant control over them. Groot the ghost type. Pumpkaboo, the pumpkin Pokemon. This is a magic Pokemon. Spirits that wander this world are placed into Pumpkaboo's body. Then moved on to the afterlife. That's nice. The light that streams out from the holes of the Pumpkaboo can hypnotize and control the people of the Pokemon that see it. It was fine until it got a little bit cursed. That's the least threatening one besides Phantom, but still. Gourgeist, the pumpkin Pokemon. Eerie cries emanate from its body in the dead of the night. The sounds are said to be the wails of spirits who are suffering in the afterlife. Wow. Alright then. In the darkness of a new moon night, Gourgeist will come knocking. Whoever answers the door will be swept off into the afterlife. Ghost Pokemon are just like, you're gonna die early now. Knocking them out, getting closer and closer. Yeah, we're almost at 1,000. We're so close. I think we'll tap out at 10 hours when that's when we'll finish the list. 10 hours recording, by the way. You guys can't see the thing. To be honest, it seems like you need Pokemon to protect you from other Pokemon. Yeah, honestly. Bergamite, the Ice Trunk Pokemon. They live in mountain regions of frigid cold. On rare occasions, they hide on the back of an Avalugg to cross seas and move into new habitats. Bergamite protects itself by coating its body of ice formed by rigid air of negative 148 degrees Fahrenheit. It fights with Frigilblacks whenever they meet. That's the Ice Dragon Pokemon, I think. Avalugg. As Avalugg walks around with Bergamite on its back, it comes across ponds of Cetitan and lets them pass to avoid conflict. This Pokemon uses its massive icy body to flatten anything that gets in its way. When it's floating out in the ocean, it looks exactly like drift ice. Hisuian Avalugg. The armor of ice covering its lower jaw puts steel to shame, and can shatter rocks with ease. This Pokemon barrels along steep mountain paths, cleaving through the steep snow. Noibat. This is a weird one that I don't understand. Why is it Dragon type? I don't get why this one's a Dragon type. Every ghost Pokemon with a coffin right next to you. Alright, get in. It's your time. Time to go. This Pokemon emits ultrasonic waves from its large ears to search for fruit to eat. It mistakes Applin for its food. Noibat can change its frequency of sound waves at will. It generates ultrasonic waves up to 200,000 Hz. Again, I don't get why this one's a Dragon type. Ultrasonic wave Noivern. The ultrasonic waves emitted by Noivern can pulverize a large boulder. This Pokemon has a cruel disposition. In the dark, even Hydreigon are terrified of this Pokemon, but in the light, Noivern is the one that avoids battle. It's got a very high speed stat. Xerneas. Alright, we're almost at Gen 7. Legends say that it can share eternal life. It slept for 1,000 years in the form of a tree before its revival. The Tree of Life? The Deer of Life, excuse me. When the horns on its head shine in 7 colors, it is said to be sharing everlasting life. Oh, it's a wyvern? Why is it a wyvern? What is it? It looks more like a bat. I don't get the... That's why it's dragon, but it looks more like a bat. I don't get it. I can't pronounce this Pokemon. I can't pronounce this Pokemon's name. Yveltal? Yveltal? When this legendary Pokemon's wings and tail feathers spread wide red, it absorbs the life force of the living creatures. Okay, that's actually really fucked up. The destruction Pokemon? Actually, I like this one. It's dark and flying. That's less cool. When its life comes to an end, it absorbs the life of energy of every living thing and turns into a cocoon once more. Do we have the cocoon form? No, we don't. I say Yavatal. Huh. Zygarde. I actually had this one. This one was in my Nuzlocke. I got this Pokemon. This is Zygarde's form when about half of its pieces have been assembled. It plays the role of monitoring the ecosystem. Some say it can change to even more powerful form when battling those who threaten the ecosystem. It's 10% form? Oh, alright then. I didn't expect to be a fucking dog. Born when around 10% of Zygarde's cells have been gathered from all over, this form is skilled in close combat. This is Zygarde, or Zygarde. When 10% of its pieces have been assembled, it leaps at the opponent's chest and sinks its sharp fangs into him. It's a dog now. Well, I've never seen that. This is Zygarde's perfected form. From the orifice on its chest, it radiates high-powered energy that eliminates everything. Born when all of Zygarde's cells have been gathered together, it uses force to neutralize those who harm the ecosystem. It's a whole mech. It's a Megazord. Huh. I don't know, man. It's weird. The Order Pokemon. This is a weird one. I'm not mad, I'm just confused. Diancie, the Jewel Pokemon. A sudden transformation of Carbink. Its pink glimmering body is said to be the loveliest sight of the whole world. It can instantly create many diamonds by compressing the carbon in the air between its hands. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Mega Diancie. It can instantly create many diamonds by compressing the carbon in the air between its hands. Okay. A sudden transformation. Okay, no. Alright. Weird. This Pokemon is odd. Hoopa. Fuck this Pokemon. This Pokemon sucks dick. It killed all of my Pokemon. All of it. The Mischief Pokemon. In its true form, it possesses a huge amount of power. Legends of its avarice tell how it once carried off an entire castle to gain treasure hidden within. It is said to be able to seize anything it desires within 6 rings and 6 huge arms. With its power sealed, it's transformed into a much smaller form. See its other form? Oh, okay. Alright. I've never seen that. I still hate them, but holy shit. Alright, the Jin Pokemon. It is said to... Okay, no, same thing. It is said to be able to seize anything it desires with the 6 rings, 6 huge arms. With the power sealed, it transforms into a much smaller form. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. This one fucked me up. This one's stronger. Holy fuck. Alright then. You know what? I feel like if Pokemon were real, it would be a real power struggle, and if people managed to capture the legendaries. Honestly, this is not a Pokemon, that is a demon. Look, a Volcanion and the Steam Pokemon. Fire and water. This is a good typing. I think this is the only fire water in existence. It lets out billows of steam and disappears into the dense fog. It is said to live in mountains where humans do not tread. It expels its internal steam from the arms on its back, and it has enough power to blow away a mountain. And here we are, Gen 7. I played this one, actually. I don't remember anything about it. I wonder if the Ultra Beasts are in here. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab some more water. Okay, here we go. Actually, I'm pretty sure that at some point you can literally destroy the planet, so that would be an issue in itself. It would be. We already know that Mega Pokemon is a bad thing. Yeah, we do. Mega evolutions are, stop doing that. Alright, Rowlet. It sends its feathers, which are as sharp as blades, flying in an attack. Its legs are strong, so its kicks are also formidable. It feels relaxed in tight, dark places, and has been known to use its trainer's pocket or bag as a nest. That's adorable. That's fucking adorable. Dartrix. This narcissistic Pokemon is a clean freak. If you don't groom diligently, it will stop listening to you. Alright, I kind of hate you now. I have to live up to your standards, bitch, you're a Pokemon. Supremely sensitive to the presence of others, it can detect opponents standing behind it, flinging its sharp feathers to take them out. Decidueye, the arrow quill Pokemon. It fires arrow quills from its wings with such precision that they can pierce a pebble at distances of over 100 yards. Although basically cool and cautious, when caught by surprise, it is seized by panic. Oh, okay. Well. Alright then. It's swinging Decidueye. It's a fighting type. The air stored inside inside the rachis of Decidueye's feathers insulated the Pokemon against Hisui's extreme cold. This is firm proof that evolution can be influenced by environment. This Pokemon was modeled after a dead owl species from Hawaii, I believe. Ah, huh. I'm smitten by Litten because I'm smitten by Litten. I'm smitten by Litten because I'm smitten by Litten. He's a black and red cat, and yep, he's a fire type. What's not to like? He's a little cat fire type. Litten, if you try too hard to get close to it, it won't open up to you. Even if you do grow close, giving it too much affection is still a no-no. Its coat regrows twice a year. When the time comes, Litten sets his own body on fire and burns away the old fur. That's kind of sick. I didn't actually know that. That's kind of fire. Literally. Torracat. The fire cat type. It can act spoiled if it grows close to its trainer. A powerful Pokemon, its sharp claws can leave its trainer's whole body covered in scratches. When its mane is still standing on end, you can tell when it's feeling good. When it isn't feeling well, its fur will lie down flat. Incineroar has almost nothing to do with the other ones, and this seems like it would be a firefighting type, but it's not. Although it's rough-mannered and egotistical, it finds being beaten down unworthy opponents boring. It gets motivated by stronger opponents. When its fighting spirit is set aflight, the flames around its waist become especially intense. I didn't like Incineroar. I like him now. He grew on me over the course of like several years. Another aha moment in firefighting. You mean Fire Dark, huh? Huh? And it's because I think he's meant to represent the wrestling trope of being the villain of the wrestling world, which is really cool. Which is why he's Fire Dark instead of firefighting. Popplio. The balloons it inflates with its nose grow larger and larger as it practices day by day. Popplio gets on top of its bouncy water balloons to jump higher. It's quite acrobatic. It's quite the acrobatic fighter. Brione, the pop star Pokemon. It gets excited when it sees a dance it doesn't know. This hard worker practices diligently until it can learn that dance. It attacks by smacking its enemies with the exploding water balloons that it creates. I actually picked this Pokemon from my starter in Generation 7, Popplio. Primarina, the soloist Pokemon. To Primarina, every single battle is a stage. It takes down its prey with beautiful singing and dancing. As known as a songstress, it has fantastical look on the moonlit nights when it leads its colony in song. It is in fact just a mermaid. I kinda hate it though. Pikipek, the woodpecker Pokemon. It pecks at trees with its hard beak. You can get some idea of its mood or condition from the rhythm of its pecking. Bird. Woodpecker. It may look spindly, but its neck muscles are heavy duty. It can peck it can peck a tree 16 times a second. That somehow still didn't seem like a lot. Trumbeak, the Bugglebeak Pokemon. It can bend the tip of its beak to produce over 100 different cries at will. Oh, so it's like lips, kind of. From its mouth, it fires the seeds of berries it has eaten. Its scattered seeds will give rise to new plants. Okay, and then two cannon, the cannon Pokemon. They smack beaks with others of their kind to communicate. What? The strength of number of hits tell each how they feel. Known for forming harmonious couples, this Pokemon is brought to wedding ceremonies as a good luck charm. But it looks pissed. It looks like it wants to eat all of your souls. Young Goose. Loitering Pokemon. Its stomach fills most of its torso and wanders the same path every day, searching for fresh food. It spends its waking hours searching endlessly for food. When Young Goose is hungry, its ferocity gains a certain edge. Donald Trump. The stakeout Pokemon. Once it finds signs of grey prey, it will patiently stake out its location, waiting for the sun to go down. Gumshoe specializes in relentless tracking down prey. The simple-minded Skakwovet doesn't seem to provide Gumshoes enough of a challenge. Rubbit, the larva Pokemon. Let's make Alola look great again. Its natural enemies, like Rookidee, may flee rather than getting caught in its large mandibles. They can snap thick tree branches. It uses its big jaws to dig nests into the forest floor, and it loves to feed on sweet tree sap. While its durable shell protects it from attacks, Chargebug strikes at enemies with jolts of electricity discharged from the tip of its jaws. Its digestive process convert the leaves it eats into electricity. An electric sac in its belly stores electricity for later use. I don't think that makes sense, but we're gonna leave that alone. Caleb, how you doing? Happy New Year to you. I mean, even though it's technically not New Year's. I'm alright. I'm starting to get sore from sitting in the same position, so I'm trying to move around a little bit. 9 hours in, still reading these Pokédex entries. I didn't think it would take this long. I thought it would take like 5 hours. Here we are at 9. Vikavolt. The building of electricity in its abdomen focuses through its jaw, and then fires the electricity off it in concentrated beams. If it carries a Chargebug to use as a spare battery, a flying Vikavolt can rapidly fire high-powered beams of electricity. That's kind of fucked up. This Pokemon here can only evolve with a Thunderstorm, or in Sun and Moon's case, an electric power plant. This one kind of looks sick, though. Crabrawler! I like this Pokemon. This Pokemon's cool. This Pokemon punches trees and eats berries that drop down, training itself and getting food at the same time. If it loses its pincers, they quickly regrow. The pincers are popular ingredient in paella because since their shells produce a tasty soup stock. I can't believe there's so many hours of content just in the Pokédex series, bro. I mean, we did kind of stop and get like distracted and everything, but it still would have taken hours. Crabominal, the woolly crab Pokemon. The attached pincers of these Pokemon are delicious. Some trainers bring Lechonk into the mountains just to search for him. Though its punches are powerful, this Pokemon's movements are sluggish. It blows icy bubbles from its mouth to immobilize its opponents. Caleb, this is also like a cut version of it because I was originally going to go on Bulbapedia and read all the Pokédex entries that way, but then I decided we'd be here for actual years, so here we are not doing that. This Pokemon can only evolve with an Ice Stone, or in this case, a Snow Mountain. Sun and Moon was a weird evolution. So they didn't have shit, alright? They were on a budget. Oricorio, the dancing Pokemon. This Pokemon is incredibly popular, possibly because it's passionate about dancing. It is a great match with the temperament of Palladian people. This form of Oricorio has sipped red nectar. It whips up its blazing flames as it moves it moves to the steps of its passionate dance. Oh Jesus! All right. There's an energetic, cheerful dance of this Oricorio. It's popular with children, but the Oricorio itself are hard to find in Palladia. This form of Oricorio is simply Yellow Necker. He uses his nimble steps to approach opponents and then knocks them out with electric punches.
We could have just implemented a program by making them evolve with stone. Didn't need to use an area as a means to evolve. Ain't the whole we use leafy moth and icy stone for an Eevee? I don't know, man. I don't pretend to know what's going on at Game Freak. They make pretty bad decisions sometimes. The airy dance of these Oricorio is popular as a means to maintaining good health, but the Oricorio themselves are hard to find in Palladia. This form of Oricorio has sipped pink nectar. It elevates its mind with the gentle steps of its dance and unleashes a psychic energy. The Sensu style. I kind of like this one. This one's cool. The elegant, attractive dance of these Oricorio is popular with adults, but the Oricorio is also hard to find in Palladia. This form of Oricorio has sipped the purple nectar. It uses ethereal dance steps to call forth spirits of the dead. Oh, it's a ghost type. Nice. I don't think I've seen this one. Cutifly, the bee Pokemon. Why are you a bee? Why are you a bee?
You're a
Nectar and
fool!
pollen are its favorite fare. You can find Cutifly hovering over Gossifleur, trying to get some of Gossifleur's pollen. An opponent's aura can tell Cutifly what the opponent's next move will be. The Cutifly can glide around the attack and strike back. But why are you a bee? Ribombe! Ribombe! The bee fly Pokemon. It makes pollen puffs from pollen and nectar. The puffs effect depend on the type of ingredients and how much of each one is used. Ribombe, absolutely hate getting wet or rained on. In the cloudy Galar region, they are very seldom seen. Rockruff, the puppy Pokemon. Jesus Christ. This Pokemon is very friendly when it's young. Its disposition becomes vicious once it matures, but it never forgets the kindness of its master. This Pokemon travels in a pack with others until it grows up. When its mood turns sour, it starts striking the ground and with the rocks on its neck. I don't think I ever noticed that it had rocks on its neck. Lycanroc. The Lycanroc attacks its prey with its sharp claws and fangs. Its loyalty obeys the instructions of the trainer it trusts. It has a calm and collected demeanor. It swiftly closes it on its prey, then slices them up with the rocks on its mane. Midnight form. Lycanroc is a vicious temperament. It will happily sustain injuries for the sake of taking down its opponent. This Pokemon uses its rocky mane to slash any who approach it. It will even disobey its trainer if it dislikes the orders it was given. The Dusk form. Naturally, this Pokemon doesn't even bark, but once it enters battle, it relentlessly drives the opponent into a corner. Normally, but naturally. These Pokemon have both calm and ferocious qualities. It's said that this form of Lycanroc is the most troublesome to raise. You have limited time to evolve that Pokemon in Dusk, like 11 minutes. That's kind of fucked up. Wishy-Washy. Magic as a Pokemon. Small fry Pokemon. Individually, they're incredibly weak. It's by gathering up in schools that they're able to confront opponents. When it senses danger, its eyes tears up. The sparkle of its tears signal other Wishy-Washy to gather. That's kind of sick. The school form. When facing tough opponents, they get into formation, but if they get wounded in battle, they'll scatter and become solitary again. The higher HP, the better you do damage with this Pokemon. But it has a terrible HP stat. On their own, they're very weak, but when Wishy-Washy pull their power together in a school, they become a demon of the sea. Mariani, the brutal star Pokemon. This Pokemon wanders the seaside looking for food. It often gets electric shots from broken Pinchurin spines that it tries to eat. This Pokemon kept messing with James. I stopped watching the anime at this point. It has excellent regenerative abilities. Legs that Mariani has lost have very bitter, astringent flavor. They're not suitable as food. Why? Stop trying to eat Pokemon. Toxapex. This Pokemon lives within a dome made by its own legs. Toxapex monitors its surroundings by sensing the flow of the tide through its spikes. Toxapex gets into fierce battles with Bruxious over areas where warm ocean currents flow. The odds are always against it. Kept kissing him with the spikes that make him look like her. Mudbray, the donkey Pokemon. This Pokemon covers itself in mud that has been regurgitated. That it has regurgitated? Are you eating mud? This mud won't dry out even if it's exposed to the sun for a long time. Though a slow walker, Mudbray is plenty strong. Its pace doesn't change even when it's loaded with 50 times its own body weight. It is 242 pounds. So even but 50 times its own weight, its pace doesn't change. It is incredibly strong. Mudsdale, like Clydesdale, Draft Horse Pokemon. This Pokemon has been treasured not just for its physical labor, but because it produces high quality mud used for making pottery. It is 2,000 pounds and 8 foot tall. Its legs are fortified with mud and harder than stone. It can reduce a large truck to scrap with one kick. Dewpider, the water bubble Pokemon. It forms a water bubble at the rear of its body and then covers it with its head. Meeting another Dewpider means comparing water bubble sizes. Dewpider normally lives underwater. When it comes onto the land in search of food, it takes water with it in the form of a bubble on its head. Actually have this shiny version of this Pokemon. Nice. Araquanid. Araquanid. It launches water bubbles with its legs, drowning prey with its bubbles. This Pokemon can take its time to savor its meal. That's a little odd. It acts as a caretaker for Dewpider, putting them inside its bubble and letting them eat any leftover food. There's a lot of egg hatching. I see. Does everyone remember what their first shiny was? And you're not allowed to say the red Gyarados. The red Gyarados does not count. Fomantis, the sickle grass Pokemon. Fomantis hates having its naps interrupted. It fires off beams using energy gathered by bathing in the sun. Many trainers give their Fomantis their own flower pots so they can sunbathe in peace and quiet. It's a Graveler? I see. Is Shiny Graveler just green? They blew up? Oh my god. Lurantis, the bloom sickle Pokemon. By masquerading as a bug Pokemon, it lowers the guard of actual bug Pokemon lured in by the scent of sweet flowers. Its sickles bring them down. A lot of time and effort is required to maintain its vivid colors of its petals. This Pokemon puts its trainer attentiveness to the test. Sorry, stretching out my neck. My neck! Shiny Gibble, it became Shiny Garchomp, and I still have it to this day. Nice. Morlul. Pokemon living in the forest eat delicious caps of Morlul's head. The caps will regrow overnight. No, stop eating this Pokemon. Morlul live in forests that stay dark even during the day. They scatter flickering spores that put enemies to sleep. Shiinotic, the illuminating Pokemon. This is a cursed face. This Pokemon needs Jesus. Its flickering spores lure in prey and put them to sleep. Once this Pokemon has its prey snoozing, it drains their vitality with its fingertips. If you see a light deep in the forest at night, don't go near. Shiinotic will make you fall fast asleep. Salandit, the toxic lizard Pokemon. Salazzle has two forms, I remember. It taunts its prey and lures them into narrow, rocky areas where it then sprays them with toxic gas to make them dizzy and take them down. Only female Salandit can produce gas laden in pheromones. Males entranced by this gas will do whatever it takes whatever the female tells them to. Pokemon only evolves if you're female. It doesn't have a male evolution. Ah, then I forgot. I mixed it up then. Salazzle evolves. It's only female. Salazzle makes its opponents lightheaded with poisonous gas, then captivates them with the lure of movements to turn them into loyal servants. Oh, the thought Pokemon. Got it. When two Salazzle meet, they will use their pheromone gas to fight over the males in the groups in each other's groups. Weird. It's weird to have a female-dominated animal group, because that doesn't normally happen. Stuffle, the flailing Pokemon. This is actually magic as a Pokemon. Its fluffy fur is delighted to pet. Is a delight to pet, but carelessly reaching out to touch this Pokemon could result in a painful retaliation. The way it protects itself by flailing its arms may be an adorable sight, but stay away. This flailing can snap thick tree trunks. Beware, the strong-arm Pokemon. Once it accepts you as a friend, it tries to show its affection with a hug. Letting it do that is dangerous. It can easily shatter your bones. Not break, shatter. The moves it used to take down its prey would make a martial artist jealous. It tucks its subdued prey under its arms to carry them to the nest. It just walks away with them. Bound Sweet. Its sweat is sweet, like syrup made from boiled down fruit. Because of this, Bound Sweet was always highly valued in the past, when sweeteners were scarce. A greeting drawn in by the scent of these Pokemon will tuck the Bound Sweet in among berries in its tail and carry them away. Steenie. Steenie spreads a sweet scent that makes others feel invigorated. The same scent is popular for antiperspirants. Steenie bounces energetically through forests. The rind that peels off its body is pulverized. It can use that to treat stomach pains. Okay. It makes it so aware that it has a weakness to fire. If it learns to stomp, it will evolve. If it learns to stomp, it will evolve. Serena, the fruit Pokemon. This Pokemon is proud and aggressive. However, it's said that Serena will instantly become calm if someone touches the crown of its calyx. This Pokemon launches fierce yet elegant kicks with its strong, slender legs. It views Quaquaval as its rival. Is this during my Sun and Moon playthrough? I see. I recall most of these because I did play Sun and Moon. Comfey, the posy picker Pokemon. Comfey picks flowers with its vine and decorates itself with them. For some reason, flowers won't wither once they're attached to a Comfey. These Pokemon smell very nice. All Comfey wear different flowers, so each of these Pokemon has its own individual scent. Oranguru, the sage Pokemon. People used to mistake Oranguru for a human when they saw it issue command after command to Pokemon of the forest. This Pokemon lives quietly in the depths of the forest. The purple cape-like fur goes longer and longer as Oranguru ages. That's kind of cool. I like that. Passimian. This Pokemon battles by throwing hard berries. It won't obey a trainer who throws Pokeballs without a skill. Damn. Bro, you ain't got that throw skill, bro. I'm not listening to your bitch ass. The boss chooses 10 members of the group to go out hunting. The hunting party will evenly split the food they find with the rest of the group. Wimpod. I've never seen this one. Its nature is cleaner. It eats anything and everything, including garbage and rotten things. The ground near its nest is always clean. Wimpod gathers in swarms, constantly on the lookout for danger. They scatter the movement they detect an enemy's presence. Gross. Golisopod. Holy shit. The glow up is insane.
will do anything to win, taking advantage of every opening and finishing opponents off with its small claws at its front legs. They live in sunken ships or in holes in the seabed. When a Glossopod and Graplock battle, the loser becomes the winner's meal. Oh, okay. The vicious world of bugs, I guess. Sandy gas. I feel like this could have been designed better to be a lot more spooky, but doing anything to win, I felt that on a spiritual level. It's a bug type though. It's a cool looking bug type. I'm gonna give it that though. It's sick looking. If it loses this shovel, it will stick something else like a branch in its head to make do until it finds another shovel. A shovel specifically? It flings sand into the eyes of its prey and then tries to close in on them while they're blinded. But since sandy gas is so slow, the prey tends to escape anyway. You're bad. You're bad. Be better. Nothing about that was spooky though. Palossand. Oh, like palace in sand, got it. The terrifying Palossand drags smaller Pokemon into its sandy body. Once its victims are trapped, it drains them of their vitality whenever it pleases. That's incredibly fucked up. It puts you in sand jail and then you die. For the hollows in its arms, it fires the bones of its victims, which are all dried up after being drained of their vitality. Pyukumuku. Pyukumuku, the sea cucumber Pokemon. It lives in warm, shallow waters. If it encounters a foe, it will spit out its internal organs as a means to punch them. What? It covered in slime that keeps its skin moist, allowing it to stay on land for days without drying up. So it spits out its guts as an attack? Oh, I remember this. Type No. It's the synthetic Pokemon. Rumor has it that that the theft of the top secret research notes led to a new instance of this Pokemon being created in the Galar region. It was modeled after the mighty Pokemon of Myth. The mask placed upon it limits its power in order to keep it under control. Do we have a mask off version? I feel like a lot of Pokemon need a mask off version or some shit. Silvally. The solid bond of trust between this Pokemon and its trainer awakened the strength hidden within Silvally. It can change its type at will. Oh. The final factor needed to release this Pokemon's true power is a strong bond with a trainer it trusts. Minior, the meteor Pokemon. It lives in the ozone layer, where it becomes food for stronger Pokemon like Rayquaza. There you go. Magic isn't even here to appreciate that, but Minior gets fucking eaten by Rayquaza specifically. When it tries to run away, it falls to the ground. Although its outer shell is uncommonly durable, the shock of falling to the ground smashes the shell to smithereens. It's red core form? This is the form where its shell has fallen off. The color of the core depends on the materials that made up the food it ate. Places where Minior fall from the night sky are few and far between, when Alola being one of the few precious few. Pokemon will only evolve technically if it trusts you. Gotcha. Komala, the drowsing Pokemon. Komala spends its entire life sleeping. It feeds on leaves that contain a potent poison only Komala can break down. Just like real koalas. Also, real koalas are kind of fucking evil. Also, koalas are lesbians. A potent anesthetic can be made by diluting Komala's drool. This anesthetic was used for surgeries in the past. Not like real koalas. Excuse me, sorry. Turtonator. Good lord. Alright, Turtonator.
Explosive substances coat the shell on its back. Enemies that dare attack it will be blown away by an immense detonation. Eating sulfur in its volcanic habitat is what causes explosive compounds to develop in its shell. Its droppings are dangerously explosive. Its droppings are dangerous and dangerously explosive. It shits explosives. The 6-foot turtle shits explosives. Alright. Togedemaru, the roly-poly Pokemon. With the long hairs on its back, this Pokemon takes an electricity from other electric Pokemon. It stores what is absorbed in an electric sac. When it's in trouble, it curls into a ball. It makes its fur spikes stand on end and then discharges electricity indiscriminately. Mimikyu, the disguised Pokemon. This Pokemon lives in dark places untouched by sunlight. When it appears before humans, it hides itself under a cloth that resembles Pikachu. Mimikyu was only recently identified as a Pokemon. Previously, people thought it was just a ghost wearing cloth. We did not get the flavor text that said it wanted to be liked, so it pretended to be Pikachu. It also doesn't have the flavor text that says this Pokemon is actually incredibly horrendous, which is why it's hiding itself, and people die by looking at it. Bruxish. I don't like this Pokemon. The Gnash Teeth Pokemon. It grinds its teeth with great force to stimulate its brain. It fires a psychic energy created by this process to produce process from the protuberance on its head. When sunlight reflects on it, the ripples created by Bruxish grinding its teeth, the water all around sparkles brilliantly. Drampa. I don't like this Pokemon. Although this is the dragon Pokemon that looks more like a dragon than most of the other dragon Pokemon. But I still don't like it. It looks kind of like a dog in the face. The mountains it calls home are nearly 2 miles in height. On rare occasions, it descends to play with its children living in the towns below. Drampa is kind of friendly Pokemon up until it is angered. When that happens, it stirs up a gale and flattens up everything around. Delmise. What the fuck is this? The Sea Creeper Pokemon? After a piece of seaweed merged with debris from a sunken ship, it was reborn as a ghost Pokemon. Anchor. It is just an anchor. After lowering its anchor, it awaits for its prey. It catches a large whale and drains their life force. This Pokemon eats Wailord. Jangmo-o, the scaly Pokemon. They learn to fight by smashing their head scales together. Dueling strengthens both their skills and spirits. Jangmo-o strikes its scales to communicate with other of its kind. Its scales are actually fur that becomes hard as metal. This is a pseudo-legendary? Hakamo'o. Its scaleless, scarred parts of its body are signs of its strength. It shows them off to defeated opponents. Before attacking its enemies, it clashes its scales together and roars. Its sharp claws shred opposition. Kamo-o. This is an interesting looking Pokemon. It clatters its tail scales to unnerve opponents. This Pokemon will battle only those who stand steadfast in the face of its display. Certain ruins have paintings of ancient warriors wearing armor made from Kamo-o's scales. Tapu Koko. Although it's called a guardian deity, if a person or Pokemon puts it in a bad mood, it would become a malevolent deity in attack. The lightning-wielding guardian deity of Melemele, Tapu Koko is brimming with curiosity and appears before people from time to time. Tapu Lele, the land spirit Pokemon. It heals the wounds of people and Pokemon by sprinkling them with its sparkling scales. This guardian deity is worshipped on Akala. Although called the guardian deity, Tapu Lele is devoid of guilt about its cruel disposition and can be described as nature incarnate. Tapu Bulu, the land spirit Pokemon. Although it's called the guardian deity, it's violent enough to crush anyone who sees an enemy.
It makes a ringing sound with its tail to let others know where it is. Avoiding unneeded conflicts, this guardian deity of Ula Ula controls plants. Tapu Fini! This guardian deity of Pony Island manipulates water. Because it lives deep within a thick fog, it came to be both feared and revered. Although it's called the guardian deity, although it's called the guardian deity, terrible calamities sometimes befall those who recklessly approach Tapu Fini. Cosmog, the Nebula Pokemon. Even though its helpless, gaseous body can be blown away at the slightest breeze, it doesn't seem to care. You have no attack stats. Whether or not this Pokemon, whether or not it's a Pokemon from this world is a mystery. When it's in a jam, it warps away to a safe place to hide. Cosmoem, the Protostar Pokemon. It has really high defense and special defense. The king who ruled Alola in times of antiquity called it the Cocoon of the Stars and built an altar to worship it. As it absorbs light, Cosmoem continues to grow. Its golden shell is surprisingly solid. Solgaleo, the Sun Pokemon. Sometimes as a result of its opening an ultra wormhole, as the energy and life forms from other worlds are called here to this world. In writings from the distant past, it's called by the name the beast that devours the sun. Lunala, the moon Pokemon. Records of it exist in writings from long ago, where it was known as the name the beast that calls the moon. It sometimes summons unknown powers and life forms here to this world from holes that lead to other worlds. And the rest of these should be Ultra Beast, right? Nihilego, the Parasite Pokemon. A life form from another world. It is dubbed Ultra Beast and is thought to produce a strong neurotoxin. It appeared in this world from the Ultra Wormhole. Nihilego appears to be a parasite that lives by feeding on people and Pokemon. Buzzswole, Jesus Christ. We had to draw this once. Although it's alien to this world and a danger here, it's apparently a common organism in the world where it normally lives. This is a common organism where you're from? You're common, bro? Pheromosa, the Lizome Pokemon. A life form that lives in another world. Its body is thin and supple, and it possesses great power. Although it's alien to this world and danger here, it's apparently a common organism in the world where it normally lives. Kirkatry, what the fuck is that? The glowing Pokemon. Although it's alien to the world and the danger here, it's apparently a common organism where it normally lives. They've been dubbed the Ultra Beasts, some of them standing unmoving like trees, with their arms and legs stuck to the ground. She is fierce. This is a tree. It's a fucking tree. It's the literal exact opposite of fucking Sudowoodo. This is an electric tree as opposed to the rock tree. Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. One of the dangerous Ultra Beast. High energy readings can be detected coming from both its huge arms. Steel flying. It's got energy readings coming from it? Oops, I didn't actually read it on. Although it's alien to this world, in danger here, it's a common organism. This is a common organism? Its Ultra Beast body, which is thin as a spear, is like a sharpened sword. Kartana. I don't get the name on here. Although it's alien to this common Pokemon with stupid high attack. Pokemon should release a game called Pokemon Ultra Beasts and just have these Pokemon in there, right? Like, come on now. Just make a new game called Pokemon Ultra Beasts and have these guys here. Although it's alien to this world and danger here, it's fucking common where it's come from. Guzzlord, the Junkivore Pokemon. An unknown life form called the Ultra Beast. It may be constantly hungry. It is certainly always devouring something. The Black Hole Dragon. Oh, yeah. It is a dragon type, isn't it? Whatever. Necrozma, the Prism Pokemon.
It looks somehow pained as it rages around in search of light. When it serves as which serves as energy, it's apparently from another world. Light is the source of its energy. If it isn't devouring light, impurities build up in it and on it. Necrozma darkens when stopped moving. This is Necrozma's form of absorbing the power of Solgea, making it extremely ferocious and impossible to control. It pounces on foes and then slashes them with claws on its forelimbs and back. Lunala no longer has a will of its own. Now under the complete control of Necrozma, it continuously expels all of its energy. This is the formula devouring the light of Lunala. It grasps foes in its giant claws and rips them apart with brute force. A crystal that can become a dragon that will devour any stars. The star-eating dragon. Ultimate Necrozma. The light pouring from all over its body affects living things in nature, impacting them in various ways. This is its form when it has absorbed the overwhelming light energy. It fires laser beams from all over its body. This actually looks kind of cool. It's a ghost type like that. It's a steel type like that. And it's just psychic here. And this is Psychic Dragon. I have a Z move where it's called the Light That Burned the Sky, where it absorbs all the light in the world, creating a large spirit bomb. Okay, so you fucking just overkill the Pokemon then. Magarna, the artificial Pokemon. It synchronizes its consciousness with others to understand its feelings. This faculty makes it useful for taking care of people. Built roughly 500 years ago by scientists, the part called the Soul Heart is actually a life form. Okay. Marshadow. I like this Pokemon. It kind of looks like I like the design of this. The Gloom Dweller Pokemon. It slips into shadows of others and mimics their powers and movements. As it improves, it becomes stronger than those it's imitating. It sinks in the shadows of people in Pokemon Guide, where it can understand their feelings and copy their capabilities. I guess it was a feature where you had to scan a Pokemon QR codes, and then you have to scan the QR code that gives out the Pokemon. Huh. I remember them doing QR codes, but I don't remember. I was like, whatever, I don't fucking care about the thing. So I didn't end up doing it. Poipole. This is a weird looking one. The Poison Pokemon. This Ultra Beast is well enough liked to be chosen as a first partner in its world. So you guys just get Poison Pokemon as a starter Pokemon, huh? So this is a different world's fucking starter Pokemon. Not really. That's what the thing said. It's likely enough to be chosen as the first partner of its own world. The first partner is a starter. So this is in a different world. This is someone's starter. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, but I'm saying it's coming from a different world. An Ultra Beast that lives in a different world. It cackles wildly as it sprays its opponents with poison from the needles on its head. I kind of like the design of that, though. Oh my god, what the fuck? Naganadel, the poison-turned Pokemon. It stores hundreds of liters of poisonous liquid inside of its body. In one of those organisms known as it is one of those organisms known as a UB. You have to beat up Ultra Necrozma, and you'll be given that Pokemon. I'm just saying, like, that the flavor text said it's a first partner in the world that it comes from. One kind of Ultra Beast, it fires glowing venomous liquid from its needles. This liquid is also immensely adhesive. Adhesive? Bro, you're already dying to poison. It doesn't need to also be a fucking coagulant. Oh, what the fuck is that? Stakataka? The Rampart Pokemon? It appears from the Ultra Wormhole. Each one appears to be made up of many life forms stacked one on top of each other. When the stone walls started moving and attacking it, the Brute's true identity is a mysterious life form, which brings to mind an Ultra Priest. Not the brick one, the one before. I know.
The brain, actually, the large butt right there.
This is the brain? You guys can't see my cursor. That's weird. Blacephalon? I've never seen this in my fucking life. The fireworks Pokemon. You are goofy looking. It slithers towards people, and then without warning, it triggers an explosion of its head. It's apparently one kind of Ultra Beast. A UB that appeared from the Ultra Wormhole. It causes explosions, then takes advantage of the opponent's surprise to rob them of their vitality. It's a fire ghost type.
It explodes and then eats your soul.
It's a clown alien.
Zeraora.
The Thunderclap Pokemon. It looks really cool. It electrified its claws and tears its opponents apart with them. Even if they dodge its attack, they'll be electrocuted by flying sparks. It approaches its enemies at the speed of lightning, then tears them limb from limb with its sharp claws.
This is a cool Pokemon. Meltan, the Hex Nut Pokemon. It melts particles of ion and other metals found in the subsoil, so it can absorb them into its body if molten steel. That's it. Melmetal, the Hex Nut Pokemon. At the end of its lifespan, Melmetal will rust and fall apart. What the fuck, man? The small shards left behind will eventually be reborn as Meltan. I mean, at least he got that, but like, what the fuck? Whoa, big boy. In a distant land, there are legends about the Cyclopean giant. In fact, the giant was a Melmetal that was flooded with the Gigantamax energy. It can send electric beams shrieking out of its hole in its belly. The beam's tremendous energy can vaporize an opponent in one shot. Wow, alright then. It's 82 feet tall, and who knows how much it weighs. This is a Let's Go exclusive. You have to play Pokemon Go in order to get this Pokemon. Isn't it in fucking Scarlet and Violet though? So like emphasis on the old, or was rather. Grookey. I like the baby form of this. I don't know how to answer that. I'm pretty positive it was in Scarlet and Violet though. Here we go, Gen 8. Fucking Philip is gonna miss Roly-Coly. The chimp Pokemon. When it uses a special stick to strike up a beat, the sound waves produce carrying revitalizing energy to the plants and flowers in the area. I didn't read the other one. Hold on. It attacks with its rapid beats of its stick. As it strikes with amazing speed, it gets more and more pumped. Thwackey. The faster a Thwackey can beat out a rhythm with its two sticks, the more respected it wins from its peers. When it's drumming out rapid beats in battle, it gets so caught up in the rhythm that it won't even notice that it's already knocked out its opponent. Aw. It's gonna keep beating your ass even if you knocked out. Rillaboom, which is not a good name. By drumming, it taps the power of its special tree stump. The roots of the stump follow its direction in battle. The one of its best drumming techniques becomes the boss of the troop. The one with the best drumming techniques becomes the boss of the troop. It has gentle disposition and values harmony among its group. No, he just straight up just gets it fucking alright. The Rillaboom has become one with the forest of drums and continues to lay down beats that shake all of Galar. Gigantamax energy caused Rillaboom's stump to grow into a drum set that resembles a forest. Yeah, I didn't care for this generation that much. Scorbunny, the rabbit Pokemon. A warm-up of running around and gets fire energy coursing through this Pokemon's body. Once that happens, it's ready to fight at full power. It has special pads on the back of its feet and one on its nose. Since it's rare in a fight, these pads radiate tremendous heat. You got Kraft cheese on your face. Raboot. Actually, I kind of like this. This is funny. It's thick and fluffy fur protects it from
from the cold and enables it to use hotter fire moves. It kicks berries right off the branches with its branches of trees and then juggles them with its feet, practicing its footwork. I finished it. Still wasn't my favorite. It was my favorite gen. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't care for the starters here, so I was like, I'm not playing this one. Cinderace. It juggles a pebble with its feet, turning it into a burning soccer ball. It shots strike opponents hard and then leaves them scorched. It's skilled at both offense and defense, and it gets pumped when it's cheered on, but starts snowboarding. But if it starts showboating, it could put itself in a tough spot. People thought it was firefighting. Wait, what was it? It was just fire. Gigantamax energy can sometimes cause the diameter of this Pokemon's fireball to exceed 300 feet. Infused with Cinderace's fighting spirit, the gigantic fireball never misses its target and completely roasts opponents. It can't miss its target. It's 3,000 feet. 300 feet. It's 300 feet. It's not missing anything. Sobble, a water lizard Pokemon. When scared, this Pokemon cries. Its tears pack a chemical punch of 100 onions, and attackers won't be able to resist weeping. When it gets wet, its skin color changes, and a Pokemon becomes invisible as if it were camouflaged. Drizzly. It's emo now. A clever combatant, this Pokemon battles using water balloons created by moisture secreted from its palms. Highly intelligent, but also very lazy, it keeps enemies out of its territory by laying traps everywhere. Inteleon. It has many hidden capabilities, such as fingertips that can shoot water and a membrane on its back that it can use to glide through the air. Okay. Its nictitating membranes let it pick out foes' weak points so it can precisely blast them with water. It shoots this from the fingertips of Mach 3! We finally beat Mach 2. It shoots water at fucking Mach 3. What are we doing?
Gigantamax Inteleon. It has excellent sniping skills. Shooting a berry rolling around over 9 miles away is a piece of cake for this Pokemon. Gigantamax Inteleon's water gun fires at Mach 7! It beat itself! The same Pokemon beat itself. As the Pokemon takes aim, it uses the crest on its head to gauge the wind and temperature. Still not letting Mach 2 Pidgeot go? I'm not, because it's dumb. But we find water at Mach 3 and Mach 7. Let's go. I'm gonna shoot water at you at fucking Mach 3, bitch. Say something. Say something else, bitch. I got you right now. Inteleon, get his ass. Squilkavet. It stores berries in its cheeks. When there are no berries to be found, Squilkavet will stuff pebbles in its cheeks to stave off its cravings. No matter how much it stuffs its belly with food, it's always anxious about getting hungry again, so it stashes berries in its cheeks and tail. I'm gonna read up the Mega Evolution of Pidgeotto text. If it goes in faster, I'll let you know. Thank you. If it spots a berry tree, it will immediately go to gather berries without a sideways glance, even if it's in the middle of a battle. This Pokemon makes off with heaps of fallen berries by wrapping them in its tail, which is roughly twice the length of its body. Rookidee, the tiny bird Pokemon. This Pokemon is brave and reckless. The white markings around Rookidee's eyes intimidate faint-hearted Pokemon. Where? It's just got white eyes. The females are fussier than the males. If another creature dirties a female Rookidee's wings, it'll peck the offender relentlessly in a burning rage. Corvisquire. It is said that the reason behind Corvisquire's high level of intelligence is the large size of its brain relative to the other birds. This intelligent Pokemon will quickly learn how to use any tool it can hold in its beak or its talons.
Well, this is actually very similar to actual like ravens and crows. They're smart enough to use tools. Corviknight can't serve as a taxi service in Palladia because of the Pokemon's natural predators will attack you when it flies, endangering the customer. Although its wings have partly turned to steel and become heavy as a result, this Pokemon flies to the skies with ease. It got bigger. It's 45 feet tall. The 8 feathers on its back are called blade birds. They can launch off its body to attack foes independently. So you just have fucking satellites that attack. Okay. Weird. Blipbug, the larva Pokemon. A constant collector of information. This Pokemon, so it's Blipbug. The Pokemon is very smart, very strong, is what it isn't. Well, I mean, alright then, whatever. Often found in gardens, this Pokemon has hairs on its body that it uses to assess its surroundings. It literally looks like a nerd. It's got a little bow tie and everything. That Pokemon evolved to be a nerd. Dottler. It barely moves, but it's still alive. Hiding in its shell without food or water seems to have awakened its psychic powers. Okay. It's got high defense and special defense. It has no fast increase, which is a good thing, but with its muscular strength and now greatly increased, it can fly continuously for 2 weeks without resting. It can fly at Mach 2 for 2 weeks! Orbeetle, the 7-spot Pokemon. This one kind of looks cool too. It's famous for a high level of intelligence, and the large size of its brain is proof that it also possesses immense psychic power. It emits psychic energy to observe and study, what's around it, and then what's around it can include things over 6 miles away. Hold on, I didn't realize the music stopped. Okay, there we go. It emits... Okay, no, I read that. Gigantamax Orbeetle. Oh my god! It's turned into a fucking UFO. If it were to utilize every last bit of its power, it could control the minds of every living being in its vicinity. How big is its vicinity? Its brain has grown to a gargantuan size as it has the rest of its body. This Pokemon's intellect and psychic abilities are overpowering. This Pokemon's kind of good. You can Gigantamax your Pokemon, but you can't Mega Evolve them, alright? That's not allowed. We don't do that anymore. How is it this bird that is only a normal basic bird that can fly at Mach 2? Bro, I don't fucking know. I don't even know who wrote that. Like, you have to understand that its speed stat wasn't that high, and anything above that has to be moving faster than Mach 2. No Mega Evolution, just make it bigger. Aided by the soft pads on its feet, it silently raids the foot stores of other Pokemon. It survives off its ill-gotten gains. Cunning and cautious, this Pokemon survives by stealing food from others. It erases its tracks with swipes of its tail as it makes off with its plunder. This is the one that competes with the cat thief one that I don't remember the name of. But yeah. Thievul. It secretly marks potential targets with scent. By following the scent, it stalks its targets and steals from them when they are least expecting it. With a lithe body and sharp claws, it goes around stealing food and eggs. Boltund is a natural enemy. Gossifleur, the flowering Pokemon, it anchors itself in the ground with a single leg, and then basks in the sun. After absorbing enough sunlight, its petals spread as it blooms brilliantly. Twirl up a moustache. It whirls around in the wind while singing a joyous song. This delightful display has charmed many of raising this Pokemon. Still, again, with a lot of grass and fucking grass and bug Pokemon. The seed attached to its cotton fluff are full of nutrients. It spreads them on the wind so the plants and other Pokemon can benefit from them. The cotton on its head of this Pokemon can be spun into a glossy, gorgeous yarn, a Galar regional specialty. we can see what their favorites are. They took some weed from
America's gem.
Gem? Wooloo! I remember this Pokemon. Everyone went gaga over Wooloo. Jim, sorry. Its curly fleece is such an effective cushion that this Pokemon could fall off a cliff and stand right back up at the bottom unharmed. Its fleece grows too long, Wooloo won't be able to move. Cloth made from Wooloo of this Pokemon is surprisingly strong. Wooloo! Oh my god. Dubwool! Weave a carpet from its springy wool, and you'll end up with something closer to a trampoline. You'll start to bounce the moment you set foot on it. The majestic horns are meant only to impress the opposite gender. They never use it in battle. You don't use your horns in battle, but that's usually what horns are for. Weird. Choodle! I remember this one. Its large front tooth is still growing in. When a tooth itches, this Pokemon will bite another Choodle's horn, and the two Pokemon will tussle. A popular game among children is to lift up sticks that Choodle has bit onto to see whose Choodle can hang on the longest. If you so it's like a real sheep. I guess so. I made you ever use your bottom half as a means to battle? I fucking had a stroke reading that. I mean, you ever use your bottom half as a means to battle? Yeah. Yeah, bruh. Yeah, bro. Dreadnought! Its massive, jagged teeth can crush a boulder in a single bite. This Pokemon is extremely vicious disposition. Dreadnought lurks along the shoreline. When prey come to drink water, Dreadnought stretches his neck out and chomps down on them. Gigantamax Dread. Oh my god. In the Galar region, there's a tale about this Pokemon chewing up a mountain and using the rubble to stop a flood. It responded to the Gigantamax energy by coming bipedal. First, it comes crashing down on foes, and then it finishes them off with its massive jaws. Actual snapping turtle. I saw this one snapping turtle that looked like a fucking demon. Yamper! This Pokemon is very popular as a herding dog in the Galar region. As it runs, it generates electricity from the base of its tail. This gluttonous Pokemon only assists people with their work because it wants a treat. As it runs, it crackles with electricity. It's just a puppy. Boltund. I'm trying to make it sound more like Bolthound, but you know, whatever. This Pokemon generates electricity and channels it through into its legs to keep going strong. Boltund can run non-stop for 3 days. How fast though? It sends electricity through its legs to boost their strength. Running at a top speed, it easily breaks 50 miles per hour. Oh, okay. That's not even faster than Rapidash. Oh no, Filler, you missed Roly-Coly. He's a Roly-Coly-Oly. He's small and short and round. And on sunny days, Roly-Coly will come out into grassy plains and roll around. Then it will eat the grass and it gets tangled in its wheel-like leg. Odd. Chunks of the surface of this Pokemon's body have grown old and flaked off, having been long used for fuel as an alternative coal. Someone at Filler. You actually maybe don't. It's like 6 a.m. there, but just say Filler. You missed a Roly-Coly. The temperature inside its body increases when it experiences strong emotions. It rolls around frantically while spewing flames. Due to the coal tar created inside it, the heap of the coal on Carcoal's back never falls apart, even when the Pokemon rolls around at high speeds. Colossal. To intimidate its opponents, Colossal will vigorously shake its body, scattering coal from its smoldering back. That would intimidate me, shit. It gently uses it's gentle, usually, but fearsome when angered. With a body that burns over 2,700 degrees Fahrenheit, it crushes foes and turns them to ash. When Galar was hit by a harsh cold wave, this Pokemon served as a giant heating stove and saved many lives. Weird. Its body is a colossal stove, with Gigantamax energy stoking the fire. This Pokemon flame burns hotter than 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a real one. It's a real one. Applin! I fucking can't stand this evolution line. This evolution line makes me fucking annoyed. It grows by eating flesh of an apple. Applin uses its own body fluid to strengthen the apple skin to prevent it from rotting. Applin lives inside an apple. When Applin is separated from the apple, its body loses moisture and the Pokemon grows weak. It doesn't die, but it grows weak. Is Dragon accept it? Oh, I accept it. I just don't like it. I accept that it's stupid. Flapple. It flutters around seeking an opening in an opponent's guard. When it attacks by spitting acidic liquid strong enough to melt metal. It uses its own bodily fluid to repair its apple. Strong Flapple that have won many battles have apples that are clay-colored all over. Gigantamax Flapple. I hate that. I hate that even more than I hated Flapple. It stretches its neck. The strong aroma of its nectar pours out. The scent is so sickeningly sweet that one whiff will make other Pokemon faint. Under the influence of Gigantamax energy, it produces much more steel nectar, and its shape has changed to resemble a giant apple. The Bakugan, I hate this. I hate this one. Appleton, the apple nectar Pokemon. It feeds mainly on sweets, so it will also eat small bug Pokemon that are attached by its that are attracted by its sweet nectar. When some Lechonk come to lick the sweet nectar on Appleton's back, Appleton must spew sticky nectar at them to drive them away. It looks the same. Due to Gigantamax energy, this Pokemon has thickened, increased viscosity, lets the nectar absorb more damage than before. It blasts opponents with massive amounts of sweet, sticky nectar, drowning them under the deluge. Silicobra. The sand snake Pokemon. Silicobra's neck pouch can inflate and deflate like balloons. It gets more elastic each time Silicobra sheds its skin. Silicobra's enlarged nostrils are specialized for spraying sand, so this Pokemon is not very good at telling apart different smells. Usually that's what snakes are good at. They locate most things by smells. So it must have a normal eyesight. Sandaconda. It will expand its body as much as it can and then contract itself, blasting out sand with the force to wash away a dump truck. A lot of these Pokédex entries state dump trucks specifically. Shotgun snake. The sand it spews contains sharp, pointy gravel, which is actually just the sand of Sandaconda's saliva hardened to irregular shapes. Okay, it's a fucking tornado now. Sand swirls around its body with such speed and power that it can pulverize a skyscraper. Its sand pouch has grown to tremendous proportions, more than 1 million tons of sand now swirling around its body. Where did it get the sand from? You gotta have... Where did it get the sand from? Cramorant. It's the Go Pokemon. It's so strong that it can knock out some opponents in a single hit, but it's also may forget what it's battling mid-fight. This hungry Pokemon swallows Arrokuda whole. Occasionally, it makes a mistake and tries to swallow Pokemon other than its preferred prey. Speaking of Arrokuda. The Rush Pokemon. Arrokuda can swim quickly on its straight line. But can swim quickly only in a straight line. The ones that become sluggish from overeating are the first to be targeted by flocks of Wotrel. It takes down prey by charging into them with its hard, pointed jaw. But Arrokuda's eyesight is poor, so this tactic has a low success rate. I'm just gonna run into it as fast as I fucking can and hope it works. Sometimes that Pokemon casually eats Pikachu. By the sounds of it, that Pokemon casually eats anything. Barrascuda. The Skewer Pokemon. It spins its tail fins to leap in from the water, then viciously bites down on Wingull flying close to the water surface. Good, Wingull deserves it. It swims at speeds of over 100 knots, which is probably about like 110 miles per hour or some shit like that, I don't know. And battles fiercely with pods of Finizen over prey. Toxel. The baby Toxtricity Pokemon. It has no problem drinking dirty water. An organ inside Toxel's body filters such water into a poisonous liquid that is harmless to Toxel. This selfish, attention-seeking Pokemon stores poison and electricity in 2 different sacs inside of its body. This Pokemon is cool. Toxtricity, it's a low-key form. It's just chill vibes form. Many of you admire the way this Pokemon listlessly picks fights and keeps it cool no matter what opponent it faces. As it gulps down stagnant water and generates electricity in its body, it sounds like a rhythm played by a bass guitar reverberates all around. It's amped up form. Jolts of electricity is launched by violent strumming on its protrusions on its chest, easily exceed 15,000 volts. As it scatters... Wait, how much is that? How much is lightning bolt and volts? A lightning bolt, a lightning flash is about 300 million volts, so that is not even like a quarter of that. But it's still a lot. That's a lot. You'll probably still get very badly damaged because of that. Because of its nature, it will change either being its amp or low key. Yeah, this Pokemon was in Scarlet and Violet, so I actually know what this one does. As it scatters its toxic sweat and emits electricity, a melody that sounds like it came from a guitar reverberates through the surrounding area. This I don't know though. Its excessive electric energy is its weapon. This Pokemon can build up more electricity than a thundercloud. So this one actually is a fucking...
Also, I don't like the way this looks. This is goofy looking. Out of control after its own poison penetrated its brain, Okay. It tears across the land in a rampage, contaminating the earth with toxic sweat. Don't Gigantamax Toxtricity. The rest of them are fine, but not Toxtricity. Don't do that. Bad. Sizzlepede, the Radiator Pokemon. It stores flammable gas in its body and uses it to generate heat. The yellow suctions on its belly get particularly odd. It's got a 4 times weakness to rock, but it's fire bug, so it's probably pretty alright as far as bug types go. It wraps prey up with its body heat, cooking them in its coils. Once they're well done, it will miraculously nibble them down to the last morsel. Scorch, the Radiator Pokemon. When it heats up, its body temperature reaches about 1,500 degrees. During degrees Fahrenheit, it lashes out its body like a whip and launches itself at enemies. This is a pretty good Pokemon. As far as bug types go, that's a pretty good Pokemon. You could just Gigantamax anything, couldn't you? Gigantamax energy has evoked a rise in its body temperature, now reaching over 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Its heat waves incinerate its enemies. It's a long boy. This is over 246 feet. Did you know that bees can cook wasps alive with their body heat in a group?
What the fuck? What? No? What the fuck? Anyway, the heat that comes off a Gigantamax Scorch may destabilize air currents. Sometimes it can even cause storms. I seen it happen in a video. What the fuck? Clobbopus, the original Clobbopus. Tantrum Pokemon. It's very curious, but its means of investigating things is to try to punch them with its tentacles. The search for food is what brings it onto the land. Its tentacles tear off easily, but it isn't alarmed when it happens. It knows they'll grow back. It's about as smart as a 3-year-old. You know what? That doesn't sound very smart, but like all things considered, this wild animal being smart as a 3-year-old is pretty impressive, actually. Grapplock, oh my god. Grapplock, the Jujitsu Pokemon? A body made of nothing but muscle, it makes grappling moves that this Pokemon performs with its tentacles tremendously powerful. Searching for an opponent to test its skills against, it emerges into the land. Once the battle is over, it returns to the sea. It's got a mask and everything. Sinistee. Sinistee is too good of a name to make it look this cute. I'm just saying. The soul of someone who died alone possessed some leftover tea. This Pokemon appears in hotels and houses. Sinistee gets into your body when you drink it, and then it steals your vitality from within, so it tastes awful. Also, it tastes awful. It's a type of black tea, though. Imagine an octopus gets you in a headlock and an arm bar, doesn't break your limbs, and just goes back into the ocean. Poltergeist. It's the tea that composes Poltergeist's body, has a distinct and enjoyable flavor. Drinking too much, however, can be fatal. If you drink this Pokemon, it tastes good, but you will die. These Pokemon multiply by creeping into teapots and pouring themselves into leftover tea. Hatena, aka Magic. Because the emotions of others constantly flow into its head, this Pokemon prefers environments where no other creatures live. It senses the feelings of other living creatures. Be careful not to expose it to strong emotions for too long, or it'll end up exhausted. Pick Pokemon during my Sword and Shield run. This one. There's something I want to explain during the final evolution. Go for it. You might as well start typing now. Hatchrim. To this Pokemon, strong emotions apparently feel like incredibly loud noises, even if the emotions are happy ones. The moment this Pokemon finds someone who's emitting strong enough emotions, it will pummel them senselessly with its braids to silence them. Stop fucking thinking. Stop it. Cut it out. Shit hurts. It's loud. Stop thinking. Hatterene? Hatterene? I think that's how you pronounce it. Hatterene knocks out those that intrude in its home forest by blasting them with a beam, then slashing it with claws enhanced by psychic power. Or of the forest that show no signs of living creatures within, you may have wandered into Hatterene's territory. Apparently there's a 50-50 chance either you meet a Blissey if you're feeling sad, or a final evolution of this that will break your neck. You might find a Blissey that might make you feel better, or this that will kill you. Gigantamax Hatterene. Beams of lightning shoot down from its tentacles. It's known to some as the Raging Goddess. A Pokemon can read emotions of creatures over 30 miles away. The minute it senses hostility, it goes on the offensive. Wait, 6'11"? 6'11". It's a tall girl. Impidimp, the wily Pokemon. The reason this Pokemon causes trouble for those it feels close to is because Limpidip itself gets irritable if it can't absorb negative emotions. They live in groups, pestering and playing pranks on each other to polish their troublemaking skills. Morgrem. There we go. The devious Pokemon. Morgrem prefers dirty tactics, like ambushing, because it doesn't have confidence in its brawn. This Pokemon absorbs negative emotions and thus turns them into energy. It's popular with people who tend to think gloomy thoughts. It's popular with emos and goth kids. Yet another Pokemon I used during my playthrough. Yeah, had two fairy types, but compensated with their second type. Emo AF. She's the Witch of the Woods. It's weak to fairy types? I mean, I guess because of the dark typing, but you would think that the fairy typing that it has would just cancel that out. Grimmsnarl. The bulk up Pokemon. This Pokemon has complete control over its hair. Grimmsnarl normally keeps its hair wrapped around its body to support its muscles. It lives deep within the forest, even after evolving into its splendid form, and hasn't given up on petty misdeeds and pranks. So this is basically if the emo became a Giga Chad. Gigantamax, oh my god, Gigantamax Grimmsnarl. Gigantamax energy has caused more hair to sprout all over its body. With the added strength, it can jump over the world's tallest building. Okay, it probably could just walk over the world's tallest building, honestly. It's 1,000 feet. By transforming its leg hair, this Pokemon delivers power-packed drill kicks that can bore huge holes in the Galar's terrain. Obstagoon. I don't remember this one. Its voice is staggering in volume. Obstagoon has a tendency to take a threatening posture and shout. This move is known as Obstruct. It evolved after experiencing numerous fights. While crossing its arms, it lets out a shout that will make any opponent flinch. Look at the evolution. Berserker? No, wait. You want me to look at the evolution? Zigzagoon, Linoon, Obstagoon? This is... okay. Alright, I didn't expect this to be the final evolution, but whatever. Sure, cool. Whatever. Berserker. What appears to be an iron helmet is actually hardened hair. This Pokemon lives for the thrill of battle. The Viking Pokemon. After many battles, it evolved dangerous claws to come together to form daggers when extended. Only a regional variant has this evolution, no Generation 8. Cursola. It's Galarian exclusive then. Cursola, its shell is overflowing with heightened otherworldly energy. The ectoplasm serves as protection for the Pokemon's core spirit. Be cautious when this ectoplasmic body surrounding its soul. You'll be stiff as stone if you touch it. Dead Coral, sad days. It's not a water type though. It is really strong though. Surfetched. Giga Chad Surfetched. Only Farfetch'd that has survived many battles attain this evolution. When this Pokemon's leek withers, it will retire from combat. After deflecting attacks with its hard leaf shield, it strikes back with its sharp leek stalk. The leek stalk is both a weapon and food. Galarian Farfetch'd, or Sween Farfetch'd, one of them. Mr. Rhyme. Whoa, what's up, little hippies? What's good, young people? Ghost people try not to kill people challenge. Impossible. Ghost Pokemon try not to kill people challenge. Sorry, I can't read. Mr. Rhyme, it's highly skilled at tap dancing. It waves its cane in the forest in time with its graceful movements. Its amusing movement makes it very popular. It releases its psychic power from the pattern of its belly. Charlie Chaplin. Actually, yeah, probably. What the fuck is this? This does not look like a Pokemon. This straight up just looks like a yokai. This is the evolution of Yanmask. I recognize that piece in the it's using it for a face. But this just straight up looks like a yokai. That does not look like a Pokemon. Rune Regis, a powerful curse, was woven into the ancient painting. After absorbing the spirit of Yanmask, the painting began to move. Never touch its shadow-like body, or you'll be shown horrific memories behind the picture carved into it. Something about low HP. This one has a very weird evolution requirement. Milcery, the cream Pokemon. This Pokemon was born from sweet-smelling particles in the air. Its body is made from cream. What the fuck? Pokemon in the Pokemon universe just be like, fucking like, someone smelled a fart and that fart became a Pokemon. Like, so that's how Pokemon in the fucking Pokemon universe exist. They say that any Patricier visited by Milcery is granted success and good fortune. Someone pissed in the woods, and that piss became a Pokemon. When it trusts its Alcremie. When it trusts its trainer, it will treat them to berries that's decorated with cream. When Alcremie is content, the cream it secretes from its hands becomes sweeter and richer. Ew. It launches swarms of missiles. What? It launches swarms of missiles, each made of cream and loaded with 100,000 kilocalories. Get hit by one of these and your head will swim. Cream pours endlessly from this Pokemon's body. The cream stiffens when compressed by an impact, or harder impact will result in harder cream. Cake, it's layer cake. It's death by chocolate. Phalanx.
The formation Pokemon. The Brass, which is one of the stands at the front and issues orders, is the strongest and smartest of the 6. The leader, known as the Brass, uses his extendable horn to issue orders to the others when it's time to change formation. But it doesn't change formation. Pincurchin, Jesus. This Pokemon generates electricity when it digests food. It uses its 5 hard teeth to scrape seaweed off surfaces and eat it.
This Pokemon is so timid that even brushing against seaweed will make it discharge electricity in surprise. Its lips do not conduct electricity. So pick it up by its lips. Got it. Snom, excuse me. It eats snow that is accumulated on the ground. It prefers soft, freshly fallen snow, so it will eat its way up a mountain aiming for its peak. Within its internal organs, Snom amplifies the frigid air it gets from eating snow, and then uses this amplified air to create icicle-like spikes. Friendship Moth. So it evolves via friendship. Frostmoth senses air currents within the antennae. It sends its scales drifting on frigid air, making it fall like snow. It causes blizzards and it flies around with its huge chill emanating wings. Clean melt water is its favorite thing to drink. Stonejourner, the big rock Pokemon. The element composition of the rocks that form its body were found to match the bedrock and land away from its Pokemon's habitat. This Pokemon spends its life gazing at the setting sun. It strides leisurely across grassy plains on legs of a rock that weigh over 400 pounds each. That's a lot. Ice Cube! Stonehenge the Pokemon, indeed. On hot days, these Pokemon press their ice cube heads together and pass the time cooling each other down. Indeedee! The Emotion Pokemon. This Pokemon picks up on positive emotions of other creatures via its horns and uses those emotions to fuel itself. This Pokemon never leaves its trainer's side. It predicts their actions with their psychic power and takes care of their day-to-day needs. This is a maid Pokemon. In search of happy feelings such as joy and gratitude, Indeedee bustles around taking diligent care of people and other Pokemon. This is a maid Pokemon. It dislikes conflict. It fights if a fight occurs in its territory. It uses psychic power to throw things at the combatants in an effort to drive them away. This just a little dude. Morpeko. As it eats the seeds stored up in its pocket like pouches, this Pokemon is not just satisfying its constant hunger; it's generating electricity. It carries electricity roasted seeds with it as if they were precious treasures. No matter how much it eats, it always gets hungry again in a short order. Hangry Morpeko? The bitch angry. Hungry hormones affect its temperament. Until its hunger is appeased, it gets up to all manner of evil deeds. Intense hunger drives to extremes violence, and the electricity in its cheek sacs have converted into dark-type energy. Huh. Come on, check this out. Sorry, I was checking something. Cufant, the Copperderm Pokemon. Using the pointy tip of its trunk, it carves off chunks of hard rocks to eat. It's very docile and helps people with physical labor. Cufant lifts loads weighing 5 tons in the mornings. It heads into caves with its herd in search of the ore in which these Pokemons feed. Copperaja. Copperaja. No, I was right. Copperaja. The Copperderm Pokemon. This Pokemon was brought to Palladia long ago by people from faraway land. It's so strong that it can easily pull an airplane. Copperjaw are prideful, cantankerous Pokemon specimens with vibrant green skin command the respect of others of their kind.
Gigantamax doesn't look right to me. It is kind of stupid looking, actually. After this Pokemon has a Gigantamax, its massive nose can utterly demolish large structures within a single smashing blow. Is that trunk a hand? I'll look at it again. It kind of just looked like a leaf to me, but so much power is packed within its trunk that if it were to unleash that power, the basaltic blast could level mountains and change the landscape. It's more like a shovel. Almost like a hand. It's like a shovel. Dracozolt, what the fuck is this? Who made this? Fire whoever made this, now. And take it out of the game. Dracozolt, the fossil Pokemon. In ancient times, it was unbeatable thanks to the powerful low power body. But it went extinct anyway after it depleted its plant-based food resource. The powerful muscles in its tail generate its electricity compared to its lower body. Its upper half is entirely too small. Yeah, really? Fire whoever made this now. Like an excavator. Back then, people mixed and matched fossils just to say they found a dinosaur. I used that logic for this Pokemon fossil idea. Nah, fuck this Pokemon. This Pokemon. Nah. Oh, dragon types kind of suck. The shaking of its freezing upper half is what generates its electricity. It has a hard time walking around. Arctozolt. This Pokemon lived on prehistoric seashores and was able to preserve food with the ice on its body. To an extent because it moves so slowly. Dracofish. Of course, this is a fucking electric type. Or a fucking dragon type. Powerful legs and jaws made it the apex predator of its time. Its own hunting of its prey was what drove it to extinction. It's a cannibal. This Pokemon is a cannibal. Its mighty legs are capable of running on speeds exceeding 40 miles per hour, but this Pokemon can't breathe unless it's underwater. What? This Pokemon should not exist. It can run at 40 miles per hour, but it can't breathe unless it's underwater? What the fuck? What is this? It looks like it cut a dinosaur in half and wore its bottom half. It's a bad design. I don't like it. Arctovish. Is that an evolution? No, it's not. It's just got a similar name. Though it's able to capture prey by freezing its surroundings, it has trouble eating the prey afterward because its mouth is on top of its head. The skin on its face is impervious to attack, but breathing difficulties make this Pokemon go extinct anyway. Oh my god. I didn't like the fossil Pokemon for this generation. Nah, it's kind of trash. We have about 6 minutes left before it's actually New Year's for me, so I'm gonna go grab a drink to go mix with my drink. So I'll be right back. All right. Well. For VOD watchers, it is officially the new year, as you can see right here. Happy New Year to everybody watching. I want to appreciate everybody thank you so much for watching all the way through up to this point. If you have been, even if you're just got me on in the background, and yeah, let's go ahead and finish off this list before I can't upload the VOD to YouTube. All right, we finished this one. So, oh shit, the fireworks popped off. Duraludon, the alloy Pokemon. It resembles a polished metal, but it's both lightweight and strong. The only drawback is that it rusts easily. This is the skyscraper one. Why is it a dragon? The special metal that composes its body is very light, so this Pokemon has a considerable agility in caves because it dislikes the rain. The hardness of its tail is exceptional, and even among steel types, it also has a body structure that resists to earthquakes. It's grown to resemble a skyscraper. Part of its towering body glow due to a profusion of energy. Why is it a skyscraper, though? I want to try to make a bot command that shows Pokédex entries. Actually, someone suggested that that was a thing. It might take a while, though. Dreepy. This evolution line is fine. I think it could be better, but it's fine.
In the evening, groups of Dreepy will fly at high speeds over the ocean and poke at Pokemon in water for fun. It is a habit of biting at Clauncher even though it doesn't feed on them. It is said to be vestigial behavior from when Dreepy was alive. Happy New Year, Trouble 6. W stream. We're not even done. I thought that we'd be done like 5 hours ago with this. Dracloak. This Pokemon flies around over 120 miles per hour. If a Dracloak is defeated in battle, its Dreepy will wander off without a second thought. Damn. This Dreepy stores up energy in its lungs, then shoots it out. If it takes care of a Dreepy, it battles alongside them until they are all grown up. Dragapult. What's how I'm currently using my Pokemon Violet playthrough, the current ending. This Pokemon here shoots its children as an attack. Yes, it's funny, and this is why I'm accepted. But I don't really care for this Pokemon design. Dragapult can make its whole body transparent by clearing its mind and focusing. Even the Dreepy and its Dragapult horns will become invisible. The fastest Dragapult of the group is always surrounded by Dreepy that want to fly at sonic speed. It shoots its little babies at them as its fucking weapons. It's 9'10". It must be including its tail. Zacian. Known as the legendary hero, this Pokemon absorbs metal particles, transforming them into a weapon it uses for battle. This Pokemon has slumbered for many years. Some say it's Zamazenta's elder sister. Others say the two Pokemon are rivals. Crown Sword Zacian. Able to cut down anything with a single strike, it becomes known as the Fairy King's sword and inspired awe in friend and foe alike. Now armed with the weapon in ancient times, this Pokemon only needs a single strike to fell even a Gigantamax Pokemon. Hey look, it's a Dark Souls boss. Zamazenta. In times past, it worked together with the King of the People to save the Galar region. It absorbs metal and that it then uses in battle. This Pokemon slept for aeons while in form of a statue. It was asleep for so long, people forgot that it ever existed. Now it is equipped with its shield. It can shrug off impressive blows, including attacks from the Dynamax Pokemon. Its ability to deflect any attack led it to being known as a Fighting Master's Shield. It is feared and respected by all. What in the shit is that? Eternatus? The gigantic Pokemon. The core on its chest absorbs energy emanating from the lands of the Galar region. This energy is what allowed Eternatus to stay active. It was inside a meteorite that fell 200,000 years ago. There seems to be a connection between this Pokemon and the Dynamax phenomenon. This Pokemon here shoots its chosen attack. Hey, look, it's a Dark Souls boss. The true Pro Tag. I hate it. Kabufu. Cubfu. It's Cubfu. That's cute. Cubfu trains hard to protect its moves. The moves it masters will determine which form it takes when it evolves. Batron, you want to explain more on that one? If Cubfu pulls the white long hair on its head, its fighting spirit heightens and power dwells up from the depths of its belly. Sword and Shield has a thing where, depending on which version you have, Urshifu. Okay, the Wushu, the Wushu Pokemon. This form of Urshifu is a strong believer in the one-hit KO. Oh, I like that. Its strategy is to leap in close to foes and land a devastating blow with its hardened fist. Inhabiting the mountains in a distant region, this Pokemon races across sheer cliffs, training its legs and refining its moves. That's the single strike version. The rapid strike version, this form of Urshifu is a strong believer in defeating foes by raining many blows down on them. Its strikes are non-stop, flowing like a river. It is believed that this Pokemon modeled its fighting style on the flow of a river, sometimes rapid, sometimes calm. The Gigantamax single strike Pokemon. People call it the embodiment of rage. It's said that this Pokemon's terrifying expression and shout will rid the world of malevolence. Ashura. The energy released by this Pokemon's fist forms shockwaves that can blow away Dynamax Pokemon in just one hit. Urshifu Rapid Strike style. All it takes is a glare from this Pokemon to take the lives of those of evil in their hearts, or so they say. As it waits for the right moment to unleash its Gigantamax power, this Pokemon maintains a perfect one-leg stance. It won't even twitch. That's the DLC form. You will have it in that. Akuma Bear, it is. Zarude, or Zarude, the rogue monkey Pokemon. Within Defense Forest, this Pokemon lives in a pack with its other kind. It's incredibly aggressive, and the other Pokemon of the forest fear it. Once the vines on Zarude's body tear off, they become nutrients in the soil. This helps plants of the forest grow. Regieleki, an electron Pokemon. This Pokemon is a cluster of electrical energy. It's said that moving the rings on Regieleki's body will unleash the Pokemon's latent power. Its entire body is made up of a single organ that generates electrical energy. Regieleki is capable of creating all of Galar's electricity.
Hey, that may or may not be involved with the ones in Scarlet and Violet.
Regieleki. It doesn't have an anime voice yet, or at least according to that video. But Regidrago. Well, I've never seen this one, besides maybe the video they showed earlier. But I've never seen this. An academic theory proposes that Regidrago's arms were once the head of an ancient dragon Pokemon. The theory remains unproven. His body is composed of a crystallized dragon energy. Regidrago is said to have the powers of every dragon Pokemon. It's 6'11", and it's got a fuck ton of HP. Holy shit. Glastrier, the wild horse Pokemon. Glastrier emits intense cold from its hooves. It's also a belligerent Pokemon. Anything it wants, it takes by force. Glastrier has a tremendous physical strength, and the mask of ice covering its face is 100 times harder than diamond.
Look carefully at the skull. It's Charizard. It does kind of look like Charizard.
Spectrier. Are these all of these legendaries, or they have weird names? It probes its surroundings with all its senses, save one. It doesn't use its sense of sight. Spectrier's kicks are said to separate soul from body. God damn. These horses were game exclusive from the DLC. I see. As it dashes through the night, Spectrier absorbs life force of sleeping creatures and craves silence and solitude. Clayrex, this is a goofy looking one, is a merciful Pokemon capable of providing healings and blessings. It reigned all over Galar region in times of yore. Clayrex is known in legend as a king that ruled over Galar in ancient times. It has the power to cause hearts to mend and plants to spring forth. Ice Rider Clayrex. Oh my god. It is said that this Pokemon once moved a large forest, and all Pokemon living there to a new location overnight. According to the lore, this Pokemon showed no mercy to those who got in its way, yet it would heal its opponent's wounds after battle. Shadow Rider Clayrex. It's said that Clayrex and a Pokemon had bonded with it, ran all across Galar region, bringing green to the wastelands. Legends say that by using its power to see all events past to the future, this Pokemon saved creatures of a forest from a meteorite strike. That's kind of cool. This Pokemon, that's kind of a cool thing. Weirdeer. And that's the Pokemon that rides horses. Yeah. The black orbs shine with an uncanny light when the Pokemon is erecting invisible barriers. The fur shed from its beard retains heat well, and is highly useful for material for winter clothing. That's it. That's all it says. Cleavor, which is the other evolution. A violent creature that fells towering trees with its crude axes and shields itself with hard stone. How do you evolve this one? If it should chance upon this Pokemon in the wilds, one's only recourse is to flee. Violent creature that fells towering tree. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I do not know. Ursaluna. What is this? Ground normal. I believe it was Hiswee's swampy terrain that gave Ursaluna its burly physique and newfound capacity to manipulate peat at will. There you go.
It evolves from Scyther when exposed to Black Agurite.
I see. Male Basculegion. Clads itself in the souls of comrades that perish before fulfilling their goals of journeying upstream. Holy shit. The other species throughout all of Hiswee's rivers is basically equal. There you go. They're fucking masculine. Sneasler. Sneasel. This is a variation. I don't know what I mean, I guess it's so sweet. Because of Sneasler's virulent poison and daunting physical prowess, no other species can hope to best its frozen highlands. Preferring solitude, the species does not form packs. Also learning how evolution kind of works in Legend of Arceus. Its lance-like spikes and savage temperament earned it the nickname Sea Fiend. It slurps up poison to nourish itself. The Enamorous. This looks like another one of the Cloud Boys. The love-hate Pokemon. I don't like this design at all, actually. It flies in the lands across the sea, and bitter winter comes to an end. According to legend, this Pokemon love gives rise to the budding of fresh life across Hisui. Loved learning all these new Pokemon. I gotta go. You got 112 left. Alright, Fish of Throat. Take care of yourself. Enjoy your new year, and don't get too drunk, alright? Oops, I did not. There we go. A different guise of its feminine humanoid form. From the cloud, it descends upon those who treat any form of life with disrespect and meets out wrathful, ruthless punishment. This is Aphrodite as a Pokemon. All right, now we are. Now we're caught up in terms of gens. We just gotta finish it all out. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. All right, what's good, B-Man? Happy New Year to you, my guy. All right, let's go. Let's knock out these last 100. Sprigatito. This fluffy fur is similar in composition to plants. The Pokemon frequently washes its face to keep it from drying out. The sweet scent of its body gives off and mesmerizes those around it. The scent grows stronger when the Pokemon is in the sun. Florigato deftly wields the vine hidden beneath its long fur, slumming the hard flower bud against its opponents like a fucking yo-yo. The hardness of Florigato's fur depends on the Pokemon's mood. When the Florigato is prepared for battle, its fur becomes pointed and needle-sharp, like an actual cat. This Pokemon uses its reflective fur lining, its cape, to camouflage the stem of its flower, creating an illusion of the flower it's floating. The skillful misdirection it rigs foes with pollen-packed flower bombs. Meowscarada sets off the bombs before its foes realize what's going on. Fuecoco, this is the Pokemon that I chose. It lies on warm rocks and uses heat absorbed by its square-shaped scales to create fire energy. I feel like the square shape is just lazy design, though. Its flame sac is small, so energy is always leaking out. The energy is released from the dent atop its Fuecoco's head and flickers to and fro. Okay, so I have the link ready for 109 Pokemon from Cerebi, so it does have the Pokédex entry. You just have to scroll down to the bottom to see the next one. Okay. Alright, thank you. Crocalor. The Fire Croc. The combination of Crocalor's fire energy and overflowing vitality is caused by an egg-shaped fireball to appear on the Pokemon's head. The valve in Crocalor's flame sac is closely connected to its vocal cords. The Pokemon utters a guttural cry as it spews flames from every which way. Skeledirge. The fiery bird changes shape with Skeledirge's singing. Rumor has it that this bird was born from a fireball and Skeledirge's head gained a soul. I choose to believe it's a dead Torchic. Skeledirge's gentle singing soothes the souls of all that hears it. It burns its enemies to a crisp with flames of over 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit. That's very hot. Gimmick for the generation actually like it terraforming your Pokemon to gem. To gym is okay. Or terrestrializing. Quaxly, the duckling Pokemon. Though this Pokemon migrated to Palladia from distant lands long ago. The gel secreted by its feathers repels water and ground.
Its strong legs let it easily swim around in events fast-flowing rivers, and even in fast-flowing rivers, it likes to keep things tidy and prone to overthinking things. Oh, wow. Terraforming is fine. Terraforming is fine. I don't like the dumb hats that it gives you, but I think it's a fine mechanic. Quaxwell. These Pokemon constantly run through shallow waters to train their legs. They can then compete with each other to see which of them kicks most gracefully. The hardworking Quaxwell observes people and Pokemon from various regions and incorporates their movements into its own dance routines. Quaquaval. A single kick from Quaquaval can send a truck rolling. This Pokemon uses its powerful legs to perform striking dances from far-off lands. Dancing in ways to prevent far-off places, this Pokemon mesmerizes all that see it. Flourishes from its decorative water feathers slice into foes. Lechonk, another fan favorite, just by the name by itself. It searches for food all day, possesses a keen sense of smell, but doesn't use it for anything other than foraging. This Pokemon spurns all but its finest of foods. Its body gives off a herb-like scent that bug Pokemon detest. Oinklone. It's proud of its fine, glossy skin and emits concentrated scent from the tip of its tail. It entrances female Pokemon with a sweet, alluring scent that wafts all over its body. It's a meticulous Pokemon that likes to keep things tidy. It shrouds itself in floral aroma that soothes the Pokemon around it. Pokemon sense flower-like scent wafting, well-developed muscles in its leg allow it to leap more than 16 feet with no trouble at all. Tarantula. The ball of its threads wrapped around its body is elastic enough to deflect sides of the Scyther, this Pokemon's natural enemy. Weird. You wouldn't think that would be its natural enemy. The thread it secretes from its rear is as strong as a wire. The secret behind the thread's strength is a topic of ongoing research. Spidops. It clings to branches and ceilings using its threads. It moves without a sound. It takes out its prey before the prey even notices. Spidops covers its territory in tough, sticky threads to set up traps for intruders. Nimble has its third set of legs folded up. When it's in a tough spot, this Pokemon jumps over 30 feet using the strength of its legs. It's highly skilled at fighting style, in which it uses its jumping capabilities to dodge incoming attacks while also dealing damage to opponents. Low Kicks, which is not a fighting Pokemon. When it decides to fight all out, it stands on its previously folded legs to enter Showdown mode. It neutralizes its enemies in short order. It uses its normally folded third set of legs in Showdown mode. This places a huge burden on its body, so it can't stay in this mode for too long. Palmy. It has underdeveloped electrical sacs on its cheeks. These sacs can produce electricity only if Palmy rubs them furiously with the pads on its forepaws. The pads on its paws are electricity discharging organs. Palmy fires electricity from its forepaws while standing unsteadily on its hind legs. That is a big boy. Palmo. When its group is attacked, Palmo is the first to leap into battle, defeating enemies with a fighting technique that utilizes electric shocks. Palmo uses a fighting technique in which it uses its forepaws to strike foes and zap them with electricity from its paw pads simultaneously. Palmon. This Pokemon normally is slow to react, but once it enters battle, it will strike down its enemies with lightning-fast movements. Palmon's fluffy fur acts as a battery. It can store the same amount of electricity as an electric car. Welcome back, Magic. Tendinous, exhibiting great teamwork, they use their incisors to cut pieces out of any material that would be useful for a nest they make off of them. The pair sticks together no matter what. They split any food they find exactly in half and then eat it together. Mousehold, a family of 4. 2 little ones just appeared one day, and the group might be family of related Pokemon, but nobody knows for sure. The large pair protects the little ones during the battles. When facing strong opponents, the whole group will join in the fight. Family of 3. The little one just appeared one day. Still unclear. They build huge nests of many rooms and used for different purposes, such as eating and sleeping. So you can have 2 babies or 1 baby. Sorry, I'll be unable to rejoin the stream. I am high and a little drunk at the moment. I'm going to go bed in a sec. I also love Mousehold. It's fine. I'm going to rush through these as quickly as possible. You do not have to join. These Pokemon I actually played this generation, so I actually know most of these Pokemon, if not all of them. I actually finished the Pokedex, so I should know all of them except the DLC ones. This Pokemon is smooth and moist to the touch. Yeast in Fido's breath induces fermentation in the Pokemon's vicinity. The yeast in Fido's breath is used for cooking, so this Pokemon has been protected by people since long ago. I named that one Pancake. That's cute. Darkspun. The pleasant aroma that emanates from this Pokemon's body helps wheat grow, so Darkspun has been treasured by farming villages. The surface of this Pokemon's skin hardens when exposed to heat, and so its body has an appetizing aroma. I need to get this done before we hit 12 hours, otherwise I won't be able to reach up until we put it on YouTube. Controversial, I don't love Fido's Evo. I don't think that's controversial. Smoliv. It protects itself from enemies by emitting oil from the fruit on its head. The oil is bitter and astringent enough to make someone flinch. This Pokemon converts nutrients into oil, and which stores in the fruit on its head. It can easily go into a whole week without eating or drinking. Dolliv. Dolliv shares its tasty, freshly scented oil with others. This species has coexisted with humans since times long gone. It basks in the sun to its heart's content until the fruit on its head ripens. After that, Dolliv departs the human settlements and goes on a journey. Arbolivia. This calm Pokemon is compassionate. It will share its delicious, nutrient-rich oil with weakened Pokemon. This Pokemon drives back enemies by launching its rich aromatic oil at them with enough force to smash a boulder. Squawkabilly. These Pokemon prefer to live in cities. They form flocks based on color of their feathers and fight over territory. The green-feathered flocks hold the most sway when they're out searching for food. In mornings and evenings, they get a bit noisy. The blue Squawkabilly view their green-feathered counterparts as rivals, since the latter make the largest and most powerful groups. The yellow Squawkabilly are especially fierce. They have even been known to drive out other bird Pokemon out of town. Though these Squawkabilly are the fewest in number, they have no trouble living in town since they blend in with the white buildings. Knackley. This Pokemon is born in a layer of rock salt deep under the earth. This species was particularly treasured in the old days as they would share precious salt. The ground scrapes its body as it travels, causing it to leave a salt behind. The salt is constantly being created and replenished inside Knackley's body. The joke there is NaCl, which is salt. Knacklestack. This Pokemon dry cures its prey by spraying salt over them. What the fuck? What are you eating? The cure process steals away the water in the prey's body. It compresses rock salt inside its body and shoots it out as hardened salt pellets with enough force to perforate the iron sheet. It should also be immune to ghost types because of that. Garganacl. Garganacl will rub its fingertips together and sprinkle injured Pokemon with salt. Even severe wounds will probably heal afterwards. You're literally pouring salt in the wound. Many Pokemon gather around Garganacl hoping to lick its minimal rich salt. I love that evolution. I like Charcadet. Charcadet is one of my favorites. Burnt charcoal came to life and became a Pokemon, possessing a fiery fighting spirit. Charcadet will battle even the toughest opponents. Its firepower increases when it fights, reaching over 1800 degrees Fahrenheit. It likes berries that are rich in fat. Armorogue is a Pokemon that I had because I had Scarlet. It's cool. It has a Mega Buster attack. Armorogue has evolved through the use of a set of armor that belonged to a distinguished warrior. This Pokemon is incredibly loyal. This Pokemon clads itself in armor that has been fortified by psychic and fire energy. It shoots off blazing fireballs. I like the blade that heals me. Oh, fair enough. The Cerulege. Yeah, I think it's Cerulege. The fiery blades on its arms burn fiercely with the lingering resentment of the sword wielder who fell before accomplishing their goal. An old set of armor steeped in grudges causes this Pokemon's evolution. Cerulege cuts its enemies to pieces without mercy. That's edgy as fuck. I kind of like it.
Tadbulb. Tadbulb shakes its tail to generate electricity. If it senses danger, it will make its head blink on and off to alert its allies. It floats using electricity stored in its body. When thunderclouds are around, Tadbulb will float higher off the ground. Belly Ball. When this Pokemon expands and contracts its wobbly body, the belly button dynamo in its stomach produces a huge amount of electricity. What appears to be eyeballs are actually organs for discharging the electricity generated by Belly Bell's belly button dynamo. Wattrel. When its wings catch the wind, the bones within produce electricity. This Pokemon dives into the ocean, catching prey by electrocuting them. These Pokemon make their nests on coastal cliffs. The nests have a strange crackling texture, and they're popular delicacy.
My reason for why I picked Violet is because I just like the robot Pokemon. That's fair enough. I just chose Scarlet because I like red. So.
Your reason is technically, well, I mean, both of our reasons are valid, but your reason makes more sense. Kilowattrel infiltrates the third sac. Inflates its third sac to amplify its electricity. By riding the wind, this Pokemon can fly over 430 miles in a day. It uses its throat sac to store electricity generated by its wings. There's hardly any oil in its feathers, so it's a poor swimmer. Mastiff. It's literally biting its lip in frustration. It always scowls in an attempt to make opponents take it seriously, but even crying children will burst into laughter when they see Mastiff's face. That's kind of sad. Its well-developed jaw and fangs are strong enough to crunch through boulders, and its thick fat makes it an excellent defense. A good boy, Mastiff. This Pokemon can store energy in its large dewlap. Mastiff unleashes this energy all at once to blow enemies away. Shroodle. Though usually a mellow Pokemon, it will sink its sharp poison-soaked front teeth into any any that anger it, causing paralysis in the object of its ire. To keep enemies away from its territory, it paints markings around its nest using a poisonous liquid that has acrid odor. Garafai. The color of its poisonous saliva depends on what the Pokemon eats. Garafai covers its fingertips in saliva and draws patterns on trees and forests. Grafai paints its own individual pattern and then paint the same pattern over and over again throughout its life. Kind of cool. Bramblin, a soul unable to move onto the afterlife after was blown around by the wind until it got tangled up in dry grass and became a Pokemon. Not even Bramblin knows where it's headed as it tumbles across the wilderness. Blown by the wind, it loathes getting wet. I'm gonna look at my current team right now in Violent. Learn that these Pokemon only evolve by walking. I kind of have like a team of like more than what's allowed on the thing, because I switch some out for certain situations. Bramblgast. It will open its branches of its head to envelop its prey. Once it absorbs all the life energy it needs, it expels the prey and discards it. Yum. Bramblgast wanders around in arid regions. On rare occasions, mass outbreaks of these Pokemon will bury an entire town. So basically what I'm hearing across the board is that ghost Pokemon eat life energy. That's just how they are. Toadstool lives in muggy forests. The flops that fall from its body are chewy and delicious. Why are people eating Pokemon? Stop that. Though it looks like Tentacool, Toadstool is a completely different species. It may be thin, but it can run at speeds of 30 miles per hour. Considering this, no, it's not a water Pokemon at all. I mean, it is a completely different species. That's weird. Toadstool. These Pokemon gather into groups and form colonies deep within forests. They absolutely hate when strangers approach. It coils its 10 tentacles around prey and sucks out their nutrients, causing the prey pain. The folds along the rim of its head are popular delicacy. Why are you eating Pokemon? Stop that. But when it's animals, it's fine. I never said when it's animals, it's fine. You know how many animals I say are fucked up? Cloth, the ambush Pokemon. Cloth hangs upside down from cliffs, waiting for its prey, but Cloth can't remain in this position for too long because its blood rushes to its head. This Pokemon lives on sheer cliffs. It sidesteps opponents' attacks, then lunges for their weak spots with its claws.
Capskid. The more sunlight this Pokemon bathes in, the more spicy chemicals are produced by its body. This doesn't make sense. And thus the spicier its moves become. Traditional Pokemon dishes can be extremely spicy because they include the shed front teeth of the Capskid among their ingredients. It's a fucking pepper. Pokemon are killing people, and it's not fine. And it's not fine that some get eaten. What I find weird about the Pokemon being eaten is that it's all of them. All of the Pokemon, like all the entries are like, this Pokemon tastes good. This Pokemon will taste good, but it kills you. This Pokemon does not taste good, and it will kill you. Like, stop eating the Pokemon. Cut that out. Stop finding new Pokemon and putting it in your mouth. Scovillion, spicy pepper. The red head converts spicy chemicals into fire energy and blasts the surrounding area with a super spicy stream of fire. The green head has turned vicious due to the spicy chemicals stimulating its brain. Once it goes on a rampage, there is no stopping it. Rellor, the dung beetle Pokemon. This Pokemon creates a mud ball, no it's shit, by mixing sand and dirt with psychic energy. It treasures its mud ball more than its own life. It rolls its mud ball around while the energy it needs for evolution matures. Eventually, the time comes for it to evolve. Rapska. The body that supports the ball barely moves, therefore, it is thought that the true body of this Pokemon is actually inside the ball. Okay. The infant sleeps inside the ball. Rapska rolls the ball strongly, soothingly with its legs to ensure the infant sleeps comfortably. I have Gardevoir, Credulage, Meowscarada, Dragapult, Dragonacle, and lastly my legendary mythical Pokemon, because why not? It's Darkrai. Fair enough. Fair enough. Flittle. Flittle's toes levitate above half an inch above the ground because of their psychic power emitted from its frills on the Pokemon's belly. It spends its time running around the wastelands. If anyone steals its beloved berries, it will chase them down and exact its revenge. Espathra. It immobilizes opponents by bathing them in psychic power. From its large eyes, despite its appearance, it has a vicious temperament. It emits psychic power from the gas between its multicolored frills and sprints at speeds greater than 120 miles per hour. We found something that's almost as fast as Rapidash. Tinkatink. It swings its little handmade hammer around to protect itself, but the hammer is often stolen by Pokemon that eat metal. That's sad. Look at its little face. This Pokemon pounds iron scraps together to make it hammer. It will remake the hammer again and again until it's satisfied with the result. Tinkaton. This Pokemon will attack groups of Pennyward and Bisharp, gathering metal from them in order to create a large and sturdy hammer. This Pokemon just doesn't give a fuck. This Pokemon is about that action. These Pokemon make their homes in piles of scrap metal. They test their strength of each other by each other's hammers by smashing them together. Tinkaton. This intelligent Pokemon is very daring disposition. It knocks rocks into the sky with its hammer, aiming for a flying Corviknight. This is why they're not used for taxis. The hammer tops 220 pounds, yet it gets swung around easily by Tinkaton as it steals whatever it pleases and carries its plunder back home. I thought it was having like a high HP and a high defense, but it has average, or not average, but decent everything else and a high special defense. Anyway, Wiglet. This Pokemon can pick up the scent of Veluza just over 65 feet away and will hide itself in the sand. Though it looks like Diglett, Wiglet is entirely different species. The resemblance seems to be a coincidental result of environmental adaptation. Wugtrio. It has a vicious temperament, contrary to what its appearance may suggest. The wraps its long bodies around prey and drags the prey into its den. Wow. They'll fucking scoop you up and eat you. A variety of fish Pokemon, Wugtrio was once considered the regional form of Dugtrio. Small Pokemon with giant hammer engulfs stones into birds for science and had fun. I mean, it eats them. It's their Corviknight is what they eat. Bombardier. It gathers things up in its apron made from shed feathers, added to the Pokemon's chest feathers, then drops things from high places for fun. Ha 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 ha. Fun. Bombardier uses the apron as just a bundle of food, which carries on its nest. It enjoys dropping things that make loud noises. Finizen. It likes playing with others of its kind, using their water ring on its tail. It uses ultrasonic waves to sense the emotions of other living creatures. Its water ring is made up of seawater mixed with a sticky fluid the Finizen secretes from its blowhole. Zero form, Palafin. This Pokemon changes its appearance if it hears its allies calling for help. Palafin will never show anybody its moment of transformation. Its physical capabilities are no different from Finizen's, but when its abilities are in danger, it transforms and powers itself up. The hero of the ocean swims at speeds of 50 knots and saves drowning people in Pokemon. We know Pokemon that can swim faster. Also, I hate this design. This Pokemon's ancient genes have awakened. It's now so extraordinary strong that it can easily lift a cruise ship with one fin. It's very strong then. It's also 5'11". Varoom. It is said that this Pokemon was born when an unknown poison Pokemon entered and inspirited an engine and left at a scrap processing factory. In the steel section of Varoom's actual body, this Pokemon clings to rocks and converts its minerals into energy to fuel its activities. That thing says it eats Corviknight. It says it's its prey, implying that it eats it. It creates a gas out of poison. Corviknight says it avoids its natural predators, which means it implies that fucking Tinkatonk eats it. So. It may not necessarily say it, but it's implying it heavily. Rivaroom, it creates a gas out of poison and minerals from rocks, and then detonates the gas in cylinders, now numbering 8, to generate energy. Rivaroom viciously threatens others with its sound of exhaust. It sticks its tongue out of a cylindrical mouth and sprays toxic fluids. That's kind of fucked up. Imagine getting spit on by an engine. Salazar. Apparently, Salazar has been allowing people to ride on its back since ancient times. Descriptions of this have been found 10,000-year-old murals. It can sprint over 70 miles per hour while carrying a human. The rider's body heat warms Salazar's back and lifts the Pokemon's spirit. Still not faster than Rapidash. Earthworm. When attacked, this Pokemon will wield its tendrils on its body like fists and pelt the opponents with a storm of punches. This Pokemon lives in arid deserts. This Pokemon, it maintains its metal body by consuming iron from the soil. Gilmet. It absorbs nutrients from the cave walls. The petals it wears are made of crystallized poison. Gilmet's toxic minerals crystals look just like flower petals. The Pokemon scatters poisonous powder like pollen to protect itself. Doesn't say prey, but Corviknight entry does say predators, so yes. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. When this Pokemon detects danger, it will. That sounded much more sassy than I intended it to be. When this Pokemon detects danger, it will open up its crystalline petals and fires beam from its conical body. Clamora's petals are made of crystallized poison energy. It has recently become evident that these petals resemble Terrajewels. Good to know. Interesting. Grivard. The ghost dog Pokemon. It said that a dog Pokemon that died in the wild that ever interacting with a human was reborn as this Pokemon. That's depressing. This friendly Pokemon doesn't like being alone. Pay it even the slightest bit of attention, and it'll follow you forever. That's very depressing. The dog just wanted a friend, and it fucking died before it got one. Houndstone. Houndstone spends most of its time sleeping in graveyards. Among all dog Pokemon, this one's the most loyal to its master. A lovingly mourned Pokemon was reborn as a Houndstone. Doesn't like anyone touching the perturbance on top of its head. A ghost Pokemon that doesn't kill you? What? Hello? It still eats life energy though, so I mean that doesn't mean anything. This Pokemon apparently ties the base of its neck into a knot so that the energy stored in its belly does not escape from its beak. Weird. Thanks to the behavior of theirs known as synchronizing, an entire flock of these Pokemon can attack simultaneously in perfect harmony. Well, that's kind of terrifying. Citadel. This species left the ocean and began living on the land very long time ago. It seems to be closely related to Whalmer. It lives in frigid regions in pods of 5 or so individuals. It loves the minerals found in snow and ice. Cetitan. I didn't realize that the music stopped. There we go. This Pokemon wanders snowy, icy areas. It protects itself with it protects its body with powerful muscles and a thick layer of fat under its skin. Ice energy builds up its horn up on its upper jaw, causing the horn to reach cryogenic temperatures that freeze its surroundings. Veluza. When the Veluza discards unnecessary flesh, its mind becomes honed, and its psychic power increases. The spare flesh has a mild but delicious flavor. Veluza has excellent regenerative capabilities. It sheds spare flesh from its body to boost its agility, then charges as it sprays. Dondozo. This Pokemon is glutton, but it's bad at getting food. It teams up with Tetsurugi to catch its prey. It treats Tetsurugi like its boss and follows it loyally. Though powerful, Dondozo is apparently not smart. Tetsurugi is the sushi Pokemon. This is a small dragon Pokemon. I don't know why it's a dragon. It lives inside the mouth of Dondozo to protect itself from enemies on the outside. Tetsurugi is its incredibly cunning Pokemon. It feigns weakness to lure prey and then orders its partner to attack. This Pokemon tricks its opponents by playing dead. It's small and weak, but it uses its smarts to survive. This species' different colors and patterns are apparently the result of Tetsurugi changing itself to suit the preferences of the prey it lures in. Bird Pokemon are its main prey. This Pokemon knows it's weak, so it hunts it with the partner. It's one of the most intelligent dragon Pokemon. It camouflages itself by inflating its throat sac. It's got a really high special attack. Annihilate, a really good Pokemon. When its anger rose beyond a critical point, this Pokemon gained power that is unfettered by the limitations of its physical body. It literally killed itself. It was so scary. It imbued its fists with the power of the rage that it kept hitting in its heart. Opponents struck by these imbued fists will be shattered to the core. This motherfucker got so angry it literally died and stayed alive because that's how angry it was. Clodsire. When attacked, this Pokemon will retaliate by sticking thick spines out of its body. It's a risky move that puts everything on the line. It lives at the bottom of ponds and swamps and carry Wooper on its back and ferry them across water from one shore to the other. I carried this Pokemon for a while. Fairy Giraffe. Fari Giraffe. Now that the brain waves from its head and tail are synced up, the psychic power of this Pokemon is 10 times stronger than the other one. The hardened head of the tail protects the head of the main body of Fairy Giraffe. Fari Giraffe whips its long neck around to headbutt enemies. Dunsparce. This Pokemon uses its tail to make its nest by boring holes into the bedrock deep underground. The nest can reach lengths of over 6 miles. It drives enemies out of its nest by sucking in air to fill its long and narrow lungs, then releasing the air into an intense blast. A recent study uncovered that the number of segments in Dunsparce's body is determined by the Pokemon's genes. This gentle Dunsparce will put Pokemon that wander into its nest on its back and carry them to the entrance. That's really nice of it. Don't primates get heart attacks from getting so angry? I think that's what killed it. I think it got so angry it had a heart attack and then it stayed alive because it was that angry. So it became a ghost type. Kingambit. Kingambit is cool. The shiny version of it is blue. I named it Virgil. Only a Bisharp that stands above all others on its vast army can evolve into Kingambit. Though it commands a massive army in battle, it's not skilled at devising complex strategies. It uses brute strength to keep pushing. Great Tusk. Sightings of this Pokemon have occurred since recent years. The name Great Tusk was taken from the creature listed in a certain book. This creature resembles a mysterious Pokemon that, according to a paranormal magazine, has lived since ancient times. Screamtail. This has been, I got this Pokemon early by accident by like a Wonder Trade. Someone just sent this to me and I was like, what the fuck is this? Why does Jigglypuff look like that? This has been only one reported sighting of this Pokemon. It resembles a mysterious creature depicted in an old expedition journal. This resembles a mysterious Pokemon described in a paranormal magazine as Jigglypuff from 1 billion years ago. Brute Bonnet. It's possible that this creature listed as Brute Bonnet is in a certain book could actually be this Pokemon. It bears a slight resemblance to a Pokemon described as a dubious magazine, a cross between a dinosaur and a mushroom. Fluttermane. This Pokemon has characteristics similar to those of Fluttermane, as a creature mentioned in a certain book. It has similar features to a ghostly Pterosaur that was covered in a paranormal magazine, but the two have little else in common. Slitherwing. This mysterious Pokemon has some similarities to a creature that an old book introduced as Slitherwing. This Pokemon somewhat resembles an ancient form of Volcarona, but it was introduced in his dubious magazine. Sandy Shocks. No records exist of this Pokemon ever being caught. Data is lacking, but the Pokemon traits match up with creatures shown in the Expedition Journal. It slightly resembles a Magneton that lived for 10,000 years and was featured in the article in the Paranormal magazine. Iron Treads. This Pokemon closely resembles a scientific weapon that Paranormal magazine claimed was sent to by aliens. Sightings of this Pokemon have occurred in recent years. It resembles a mysterious object described in an old Expedition Journal. Iron Bundle. Its shape is similar to a robot featured in Paranormal magazine. The robot was said to have been created by an ancient civilization. It resembles a mysterious object mentioned in the book. There are only 2 reported sightings of this Pokemon. Iron Hands. It is very similar to a cyborg covered exclusively as Paranormal magazine. The cyborg was said to be a modified form of a certain athlete. This Pokemon shares many similarities with Iron Hands, an object mentioned in a certain Expedition Journal. Iron Jugulis. A certain Pokemon introduced in Paranormal magazine described as an offspring of Hydreigon that fell in love with a robot. Okay, so it just fucked a robot and became that. It's possible that Iron Jugulis, an object described in an old book, may actually be this Pokemon. Iron Moth. This Pokemon resembles an unknown object described as a Paranormal magazine as a UFO sent to observe humanity. No records exist of the species being caught. Data is lacking, but the Pokemon traits match up with the object described in an old book. Iron Thorns. It has some similarities to a Pokemon introduced in the Dupies magazine as Tyranitar from 1 billion years into the future. Some of its notable features match those of an object named within a certain Expedition Journal as Iron Thorns. Frigibax. Frigibax absorbs heat through its dorsal fin and converts the heat into ice energy. That makes no sense. The higher the temperature, the more energy for Frigibax stores. This Pokemon lives in forests of craggy areas using the power of its dorsal fin. It cools the insides of its nest like a refrigerator. The newest pseudo-legendary? I like this one. This one's fun. Artibrax freezes the air around it, protecting its face with an ice mask and turning its dorsal fin into a blade of ice. It attacks with the blade of its frozen dorsal fin by doing a front flip in the air. Artibrax's strong back and legs allow it to pull off this technique. Baxcalibur. This Pokemon blasts cryogenic air out of its mouth. This air can instantly freeze even liquid hot lava. It launches itself into battle by flipping upside down and spewing frigid air from its mouth. It finishes its opponents off with its dorsal fin. Just Godzilla but ice, indeed. Gimmighoul, its chest form. This Pokemon was born inside a treasure chest about 1500 years ago. It sucks the life force out of scoundrels who try to steal its treasure. It lives inside an old treasure chest. Sometimes it gets let in by shop corners since no one realizes it's actually a Pokemon. Roaming Gimmighoul. It wanders around carrying an old coin on its back. It survives by draining the life force of humans who try to pick up its coin. I picked up 100 of those. Are you gonna kill me now? This Pokemon was born from the passion that's seeped into a coin. It wanders, apparently seeking to return to its treasure chest once inhabited. Goldengo. I don't like this Pokemon. I don't like its design of this Pokemon. It seems to be made up of 1,000 coins. This Pokemon gets along well with others, and it's quick to make friends with anybody. It has a sturdy body made of stacked coins. Goldengo overwhelms its enemies by firing coin at them in quick succession. Wo-Chain. The grudge of a person punished for writing the king's evil deeds upon wooden tablets has clad itself in dead leaves to become a Pokemon. It drains the life force of vegetation, causing nearby forests to instantly wither and fields to turn barren. That's kind of fucked up. Chin-Pao. This Pokemon can control 100 tons of fallen snow. It plays around innocently by living in and out of avalanches it caused. The hatred of those who perished by the sword long ago has clad itself in snow and become a Pokemon. Ting-Lu. The fear poured into an ancient ritual vessel has clad itself in rocks and dirt to become a Pokemon. It slowly brings its exceedingly heavy head down upon the ground, splitting the earth open deep
with huge fishes that run over 160 feet deep. That's devastation. Chi-Yu. It controls flames burning at over 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit. It casually swims through a sea of lava it creates by melting rock and sand. The envy accumulated within curved beads that sparkle multiple complex has clad itself in fire and become a Pokemon. Roaring Moon. It's possible that this creature listed in Roaring Moon is an expedition journal that still holds many mysteries. According to the article, it's in a dubious magazine, this Pokemon has some connection to a phenomenon that occurs in a certain region. Iron Valiant. It looks cool. It has similarities to a mad scientist invention covered in a paranormal magazine. It's possible that this is an object listed in Iron Valiant is in a certain expedition journal. Koraidon. It seems to be the winged king mentioned in an old expedition journal. It's said to have split the land with its bare fists. This Pokemon resembles Salazar, but it's far burlier and more ferocious. Nothing is known about its ecology other than its features. Miraidon. I'm gonna drop the link on check this out. Thank you. Much remains unknown about this creature. It resembles Salazar, but it's far more ruthless and powerful. This seems to be the Iron Serpent mentioned in the old book. The Iron Serpent is said to have turned the land to ash with its lightning. Walking Wake, which I didn't get. Ecology under research. Iron Leaves, ecology under research. Alright, we came all the way around. Come on. I don't know which Pokemon that's supposed to be. Someone tell me what Pokemon that's supposed to be. Okay, we got this one. Where's the next button? I need the next button. I know we read Verizia, but I don't remember which Pokemon that was. Fucking Dipplin. Transferred from the Pokemon Home or trade. I know how to get it. Where's the intro? Dipplin is two creatures in one Pokemon. Its evolution was triggered by a special apple grown in one place. The head sticking out belongs to the foreworm, while the tail belongs to the core worm. The two share one apple to help each other out. I still don't like that Pokemon. Poltergeist? What the fuck is happening here? What is this? Supposedly it regrets the regrets of a tea ceremony master who died before perfecting its craft, lingered in some matcha and became a Pokemon. Poltergeist looks like a regional form of Sinistee, but it was recently discovered that it's two Pokemon entirely unrelated. It sprinkles some of its powdery body onto food and drains the life force from those who so much as lick it. It has taken up residence in a very expensive tea caddy. It takes an expert to distinguish the expensive tea caddies from cheap ones. Sinistra. It pretends to be tea, trying to fool people into drinking it so it can drain their life force. Its ruse generally unsuccessful. It prefers cool, dark places such as back of the shelf or placed beneath home floorboards. It wanders in search of prey after sunset. It lives in a superb teacup that was crafted by a potter of great renown. Collectors positively adore this Pokemon. The more stirring it does the tea whisk on its head, the more energy builds up. It does this to prepare for battle. What type is this? It's a grass ghost type. Okay, gotcha. Because it's Maja, makes sense. Come on. Okie dokie. What the f? Okay, doggy. Okay, doggy. All right. The name pun's fine. After all, its muscles were stimulated by the toxic chain around its neck. Okidogi transformed and gained a powerful physique. Okidogi is a ruffian with short temper. It can pulverize anything by swinging around its chain on its neck. What is it? It's poison fighting? Interesting. Monkidori. The chain is made from toxins and enhanced capabilities. It simulated Monkidori's brain and caused the Pokemon's psychic powers to bloom. Monkidori keeps itself somewhere safe while it toys with its foes, using psychokinesis to to induce intense dizziness, is Poison Psychic.
Okie dokie and hunky dory. Yeah. Finzandipedi? Finzandipedi owes its beautiful looks and lovely voice to a toxic stimulant emanating from the chain wrapped around its body. Finzandipedi beats its glossy wings to scatter pheromones and it captivates people and Pokemon. It's Poison Fairy. I've never seen these Pokemon. These Pokemon are new. What the fuck is that? Ogrepon? Ogrepon? Ogerpon. Ogerpon. This Pokemon's type changes based on the mask it's wearing. It confounds its enemies with nimble movements and kicks. This mischief-loving Pokemon is full of curiosity. It battles by drawing out the type-based energy contained within its mask. This form excels in high attack and defense, and it ceaselessly unleashes its moves like a spring gushes over water. In this form, it draws on the power of water. It attacks unrelentingly with kicks and ivy strikes. This form is most aggressive, bombarding enemies with its intensive flames blazing within a hearth. In this form, it draws out the power of fire. It spreads its enemies within thorn-covered ivy. This form has excellent defenses, absorbing impacts subtly, like the cornerstones to support houses. In this form, it draws on the power of stone. Its body is rock solid, protecting it from all manner of attacks. What the fuck is happening here? Archaludon? Steel Dragon. Okay, that sounds really strong, a Steel Dragon type. It gathers its static electricity from its surroundings, then beams its launches when down on all fours. It's tremendously powerful. It digs holes on mountains searching for food. It's so durable that being caught in a cave-in won't phase it. Hydropple, stop making forms of this Pokemon. It's not good. I hate it. I particularly don't like it. I know other people like it, but I hate it, so it's not allowed to exist. Cyberpents live inside the apple made of syrup. The Cyberpent is in the center of the commander. The capricious Cyberpents have branded together. On a rare occasion that their moons align, their true power is unleashed. What type is that? Grass Dragon Stone. Alright, makes sense. You ever hate choose apples? I don't like apples in general, so like having an apple dragon type is just like specifically like triggering to me. Gouging Fire, which is Entei with the cool crown. It's Fire Dragon. Why is it dragon type? I'm not mad, I'm just confused. There are a scant few reports of this creature being sighted. One short video shows it rampaging and spouting pillars of flame. It resembles an eerie Pokemon once shown in the Paranormal magazine. The Pokemon was said to be an Entei regenerated from a fossil. From a fossil? But there's only one Entei. Raging Bull. What the fuck happened to your neck? It is said to incinerate everything around it with lightning launched from its fur. Very little is known about this creature. It bears resemblance to a Pokemon that became a hot topic for a short while after a Paranormal magazine touted it as a Raikou ancestor. Depends on if it's from the future. Iron Boulder. Okay, Rock Psychic. It resembles a Pokemon described in a dubious magazine as Terrakion that had been modified by an evil organization. Damn. It was named after a mysterious object recorded in an old book. Its body seemed to be metallic. So it's Terrakion, but like in the future. Iron Crown. What is this, the other one? It resembles a mysterious object induced in Paranormal magazine and cutting-edge weapon shaped like Cobalion. There was supposedly an incident in which it launched shining blades to cut everything around it to pieces. Little else is known about it. Yeah, because everybody who knew everything about it was in that room when it shot the blades out and killed everybody. Nobody was in the room where it happens. What is this? Terrapagos? Terrapagos protects itself using the power to transform energy into hard crystals. This Pokemon is the source of the terrestrial Pokemon. Phenomenon, excuse me.
It's thought that this Pokemon lived in ancient Palladia until it got caught in a seismic shift and went extinct. Upon sensing danger, it prepares itself for battle by creating a sturdy shell of crystallized terrestrial energy. The shell it made from its crystallized terrestrial energy, when struck by a move, the shell absorbs the move's energy and transfers it to Terrapagos. In this form, Terrapagos resembles the world as the ancient ancestors saw it, and its terrestrial energy is abnormally amplified. As an old expedition journal describes the sight of this Pokemon buried in the depths of the earth as a resulting planet floating in space. It is a normal type. I assume it is able to change its forms. Yeah, terrestrial form and stellar form. Last one. Peturant? I don't know what this is. It feeds others toxic mochi that draws out desires and capabilities. Toxic mochi. And those who eat the mochi fall under Peturant's control, chained to its will. Its peach-shaped shell serves as a storage for potent poison. It makes poisonous mochi and serves them to people and Pokemon. It is a poison ghost type. It's very ugly. And that's it. Now we're done. Huh. Is that the new mythical? I guess. I don't know, man. I didn't see those last 10. I didn't know existed. Okay. Jeez. All right. We're done. It's before 12 hours recording, so that way I get to upload this VOD to YouTube. It's gonna take a while. All right. So if you're watching this on YouTube and you want to see more Pokemon stuff, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe and all that, and let me know what your favorite Pokemon it was in the comments. Your favorite Pokemon description was. And if I missed any interesting lore tidbits that weren't on the official website, please let me know. If you guys want me to do this for Persona, I'm actually going to make that a sub-goal. But we're making a sub-goal for when I'm playing Persona 3, since that's obviously going to happen. Stream don't go anywhere. We're not going anywhere. But I am going to take a short break before we start watching Pokemon movies. And I will see YouTube folks later. Take care.